5 years ago, Yuka joined a medical team providing aid in the Middle East. However, during a sudden incident, she was captured by terrorists. From that day on, war, deserts, and captivity became her daily reality. She gritted her teeth and endured it all, holding on to one name in her heart, Guyen. They had been in love for 5 years, from their youthful days on campus to planning their wedding. He was her rock, her light. She firmly believed that if she could survive this ordeal and return to his arms, all the suffering would turn into a distant nightmare, eventually dispelled by love. But fate had never mocked her so cruelly. After a successful rescue operation, she was escorted back to her homeland by peacekeeping forces. However, when she returned to the familiar yet unfamiliar city of Haicheng, there was no joyful reunion awaiting her. Instead, she was met with a cold, unfeeling death certificate. Gu Yan had declared her legally deceased 2 years ago. The cruelest blow of all? He had remarried and now had a daughter. At the police station, Yuka sat motionless in a chair, listening to the officer speak. It was as if her soul had been drained from her body. 5 years of despair and perseverance had all been for a future that no longer existed. Her gaze was empty, her fingers subconsciously curling, unable to grasp even a shred of reality. The door creaked open. That once familiar figure appeared in the doorway. He still looked the same as in her memories, but there was now an air of maturity and composure about him. His suit was immaculate, and the watch on his wrist glimmered, all signs of the privileged life he had led over the past 5 years. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on her in the corner, and immediately, they reddened.
Coco.
His voice was low, trembling slightly. Yuka lifted her head, locking eyes with him. In that instant, all the bitterness within her surged like a flood, leaving her unsteady on her feet. She opened her mouth, trying to call his name, but no sound came out. She had lost her voice. The years of suppression and the trauma of the battlefield had robbed her of the ability to speak. "You've suffered so much all these years," Guyen said, his voice heavy with guilt as he stepped closer. He reached out to embrace her but hesitated, his hand freezing midair. Yuka's fingers trembled slightly, her mind a chaotic storm. He was the person she had longed for day and night, yet he had become a stranger she no longer recognized. She didn't know how to face him. The officer handling her case spoke softly to Gu Yan, explaining her condition. "Mr. Gu, Ms. Yu has severe psychological trauma. It's best not to agitate her too much." Gu Yan nodded, crouching down slowly. He gently took her icy hand in his voice soft and soothing, as if comforting a frightened animal. "Kaka, don't be afraid. It's all over now. You're home." Home. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yuka's eyes. She hesitated, shook her head, then quickly nodded. Taking a pen, she carefully wrote 2 words on a piece of paper: "Go home." Gu Yan froze, staring at those 2 words. His lips trembled slightly before he finally spoke. "Kaka, I'm sorry, the home you remember, it's no longer yours." In that moment, Yuka's pupils constricted sharply. It was as if something had struck her, causing her body to sway. Gu Yan paused, then forced himself to continue, his voice heavy with difficulty. "You were gone for 5 years. Everyone thought you had passed away. I got remarried. My wife and daughter live in that house now. I can't let them be hurt." Thud. Yuka's heart pounded painfully, as if it might stop in the next beat. She gripped the pen in her hand tightly, the veins on the back of her hand standing out. In her mind, scenes of their once sweet memories played alongside the harsh reality before her, cutting so deeply that she could barely breathe. For 5 years, she had never given up on him, but he had long since let her go. That was her home. Yuka's emotions spiraled out of control in an instant, as if a massive stone was crushing her chest. She tried to hold it in, trembling as she used sign language to tell Gu Yan, "That is my home." But Gu Yan didn't understand sign language. His expression was one of confusion, reflecting the distance between them now so close, yet separated by an insurmountable chasm of unfamiliarity. Slowly, Yuka's hands dropped. She stopped trying to explain and silently bore the turmoil in her heart. Over the past 5 years, she had grown used to hiding her wounds deep within, swallowing her pain no matter how much it bled. Tears slid uncontrollably down her cheeks, landing on the back of her hand. With trembling fingers, Yuka gripped a pen and scrawled a few shaky words on a piece of paper. "I just want to go home to get some things." Her handwriting was messy and hurried, betraying the struggle within her. Gu Yan opened his mouth, as if to say something, but seeing her tears, he said nothing. Instead, he gave a small nod. "All right." In the car, Yuka stared silently out the window. The neon lights of Haicheng shimmered against the night, the bustling streets reflected in her eyes but feeling painfully glaring. She had once believed the passenger seat of Gu Yan's car would always belong to her. But now, the seatback was adorned with cartoon stickers, and the dashboard displayed trinkets belonging to his current wife. These small details silently reminded her that the man who had once solemnly promised never to let her down had, by the 3rd year of her disappearance, already moved on to someone else. Compared to the endless deserts of the Middle East, Haicheng's nightscape seemed extravagant and alien. Yuka's heart ached with bitterness. She had only been gone for 5 years, just 5 years, yet why did it feel like the entire world had abandoned her? What about her parents? Had they given up on her too? Unable to hold back anymore, she picked up the pen and wrote that question down. The memories of the kidnapping came flooding back. Back then, there were 6 people in the team who were taken along with her. The older teacher had already been picked up by their children. Her senior, though constantly arguing with her husband, had seen him waiting outside the airport the moment she returned. And her? The phone numbers she had etched into her mind, none of them worked anymore. Gu Yan hadn't come to pick her up. She had comforted herself, thinking perhaps he was too busy at the hospital. Her parents hadn't come either. She told herself they were old and perhaps hadn't received the news. But the harsh reality shattered all her attempts at self-consolation. Kuku, can we talk about your parents tomorrow? Gu Yan parked the car, his gaze complicated as he looked at her, his voice cautious. Yuka's heart tightened, sensing unease. She shook her head urgently, wanting to know about her parents' situation. But Gu Yan avoided her eyes and said softly, "Let's go upstairs first. My wife made dinner." Gu Yan got out of the car, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door for Yuku. Some habits hadn't changed, still instinctively placed his hand over the car roof to prevent her from hitting her head. That gesture used to make her feel deeply cared for, believing that his love was hers alone. But now she understood love not only fades, it can be transferred. You know her. In the elevator, Gu Yan spoke, seemingly trying to prepare her for what was to come. She's Dean Lu's daughter. During the years you were gone, I went mad searching for you, lost myself in despair. She was the one who pulled me out of it and stayed by my side. Yuka lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists. Dean Lu's daughter Lu Yuro. Of course Yuka remembered her. She was their junior back in school. Lu Yuro had openly pursued Gu Yan, even taunting Yuka directly, "I don't care if he has a girlfriend. As long as he's not married, he'll be mine someday." At the time, Yuka hadn't taken her seriously. She had been so confident in Gu Yan's love for her. But now she understood. She was the one who had lost. The elevator stopped on the 19th floor, and the doors slowly opened. Yet Yuka didn't step out. This had once been her and Gu Yan's marital home. She loved high floors, and the 19th floor offered a stunning view of the river. To afford this riverview apartment, her parents had even chipped in an additional 230,000 yuan to ease the financial burden on Gu Yan's family. This was their shared home, a 5,050 property after marriage. But now it belonged to another woman. The lock clicked with a distinct beep as Gu Yan entered the code. It was still the same code as before. 5 years had passed, and he hadn't changed it. Yuka let out a bitter smile. Was this supposed to be some kind of pathetic sentimentality? The code was still her birthday, but the home was no longer hers. "Daddy." A child's voice broke through Yuka's thoughts. A little girl ran out of the room and threw herself into Gu Yan's arms. Gu Yan's expression turned tense. He cast a quick glance at Yuku, then turned to glare at Lu Yuro, who stood in the doorway. "Didn't I tell you to take the kid to your parents' place?" Lu Yuro didn't answer, her eyes fixed on Yuku. But Yuka's gaze was locked on the little girl. Gu Yan had remarried 3 years after her disappearance, but this child was clearly 4 or 5 years old, not 1 or 2. Yuku abruptly lifted her head, anger flashing in her eyes. She stared at Gu Yan, waiting for an explanation. Lu Yuro spoke up, her voice calm but tinged with a trace of condescension. "Let me explain on Yan's behalf." Yuka's body trembled slightly, her raised hand moving in the air to form sign language. Though silent, every gesture seemed to brim with fury. Her gaze was locked on Gu Yan, and then she coldly questioned him through her hands. "I don't need you to explain. I want him to explain." Lu Yuro frowned, clearly unable to understand Yuka's sign language. Yet her eyes held a kind of pity, as if she were looking at someone pitiful and helpless. That pity pierced Yuka's heart. Her eyes reddened as tears pooled, blurring her vision. The feeling of being looked down upon was like a knife stabbing her chest. In that moment, Yuka regretted it all. She regretted not dying back in the Middle East. Dying there would have at least spared her the suffocating pain she now faced. Her trembling fingers slowly fell limp as she ultimately gave up resisting. She had once been captured by terrorists, enduring physical torment beyond what most could imagine, and yet she hadn't broken. But now, the mental anguish before her felt like a true hell. Lu Yuro continued, her tone carrying a faint reproach. "Back then, when Professor Chen took the medical aid mission to the Middle East, Gu Yan was against you going. You had just gotten married, and his heart was full of you. He didn't want you to risk your life. But you? For the so-called dream, the so-called peace, or maybe even personal heroism, you insisted on going." "Lu Yuro." Gu Yan pressed a hand to his forehead, his voice low as he tried to stop her. "That's enough. Don't say more." But Lu Yuro ignored his interruption, growing even more impassioned. "You were so carefree, signing up and leaving just like that. But did you ever think about Gu Yan? When news of your team's distress reached home, he nearly lost his mind. He drank every day, searched for you everywhere. Her eyes reddened, and her voice choked with emotion. Yuka turned her gaze to Gu Yan, her fingers trembling slightly. She remembered clearly that when she accepted the peacekeeping mission, Gu Yan had supported her. He had said to her, "Kiki, I'll support every decision you make. I'll wait for you to come back." It was that promise that had carried Yuka through life and death moments. Her survival to this day was fueled by her unwavering belief in Gu Yan. Lu Yura's voice rose again, laced with the triumph of a victor. "I'll admit, the way I got Gu Yan wasn't honorable, but I have no regrets. I love him. I even have his child. He loves you? I don't care. I believe that one day, he'll love me." She picked up her daughter, as if showing off. "I insisted on keeping the child. When he was at his lowest, when he was helpless, I was the one by his side. I was the one who touched his heart. That's why he agreed to be with me to give the child a complete family." Yuka looked at the child, then slowly wrote on a piece of paper, "How old are you?" The little girl answered crisply, 5. 5. Yuka's gaze turned hollow in an instant. 5 years old, what did that mean? It meant that before she had even left for South Sudan, Gu Yan had already betrayed her. His so-called deep love now felt as weightless as a feather. "This is my home," Yuka wrote on the paper, her grip firm. Lu Yuro, however, let out a cold laugh. "I know this house was bought by you and Gu Yan together. But this is reality. You'll have to accept it. I can pay you back the money you contributed, but now I'm Gu Yan's wife. I hope you can understand and let us be." Her words were blunt and ruthless, each one cutting into Yuka's heart like a blade. Then she added, "We've already packed up your belongings and put them in the basement. If you need them, you can go get them yourself." With that, Lu Yuro turned and carried her child back into the house, leaving Yuka standing at the doorway, frozen like a statue. Her gaze swept over the living room. It used to be filled with photos of her and Gu Yan, carrying the memories of their youth. Now, they had been replaced with pictures of Lu Yuro, Gu Yan, and their daughter, along with scattered toys everywhere. Gu Yan used to have a compulsive need for cleanliness. Their home had always been spotless, devoid of any mess. But now, toys and clothes were carelessly strewn across the floor. It turned out he could tolerate chaos after all. Lu Yuro had said so much, and yet Gu Yan hadn't refuted a single word. In truth, he had merely used her voice to express his own inner thoughts. "Come in," Gu Yan said quietly, his eyes avoiding hers. Yuka didn't move. She lowered her head and wrote, "No, Gu Yan. I want to go home. If it's convenient, please take me back to Lijiang Bay." Lijiang Bay, her parents' home. Without a husband, at least she still had her parents. Gu Yan's hand froze, gripping the doorframe tightly. He lowered his head, his eyes reddened, and his voice hoarse. "Kiki, I'm sorry." Yuka stared at him numbly, her expression blank. What had happened? Why were the police hesitant to speak, and why wouldn't Gu Yan tell her the truth? "Your parents, they passed away in the second year after your accident." Gu Yan's voice broke as tears fell to the floor. Boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in Yuka's mind, plunging her into darkness. In that instant, she felt as though she had been struck by a bomb, her soul and every organ within her body tearing apart in agony. What happened? She stumbled, struggling to stay upright, and hastily wrote on the paper, "What happened?" Her parents had always been healthy, her pride and joy. They were both government officials, just a few years away from retirement. How could they have suddenly passed away? Gu Yan remained silent for a long time. Finally, he lifted his head, his gaze heavy as he looked at Yuku. His voice was low and deliberate, as if each word weighed heavily on his chest. "After your accident, they sought help from people to try and get you out. But they were swindled, lost all their savings. No matter how I tried to convince them, I couldn't. The day it happened, the institute sent me on a last-minute assignment to Haicheng. Before I left, I made a point to visit them." He paused, his face contorted with a trace of pain he couldn't hide. "That same night, I got a call. There was a fire at your parents' house, they didn't make it." Although Gu Yan didn't say it outright, Yuko understood. Her parents, in their desperate attempt to save her, had been deceived and lost everything. In their despair, they had chosen to end their lives. The weight of this revelation hit Yuko like a sledgehammer, plunging her into a sea of grief. Her vision blurred, and darkness began to close in. Yet, amidst the storm of emotions, a strange calmness overtook her. "Cuckoo." Gu Yan's alarmed voice echoed as Yuka's body gave out, collapsing heavily to the ground. Her consciousness began to fade, but in the distance, she seemed to hear the voices of her parents. "Cuckoo, come home early. Dad will make braised ribs for dinner. Cuckoo, can you talk to your mom for me? She's being stubborn again, refusing to share a room with me. Cuckoo, my sweet girl, live well." The familiar voices reverberated in her mind, piercing every nerve. She had no idea how long she remained unconscious, but when she finally came to, the surroundings felt unfamiliar and suffocating. This house, once so familiar, now seemed cold and distant. Gu Yan, clearly concerned for her, hadn't taken her to a hotel. Instead, he arranged for her to stay in the guest room. But even lying in bed, Yuka couldn't find peace. It was past midnight, and the walls of the house betrayed a heated argument next door. Every word was crystal clear. Why did you let her stay here? Do you still have feelings for her? Lu Yura's voice was sharp, laced with anger and resentment. Gu Yan, I've been by your side all these years. Stop pretending. You still love her, don't you? You didn't even bother to change the house's passcode. Her voice grew louder, almost hysterical. Fine. If you love her, I'll leave. I'll take Feifei and go back to my parents' house. She doesn't need to divorce you, I will. Now that she's back, our marriage means nothing anyway. Every word from Lu Yuro was like a dagger stabbing into Yuke's heart. 5 years. She had thought that returning to Haicheng would end the nightmare. She believed her loving parents and Gu Yan, who cherished her, would still be here. But reality had cruelly shown her that everything had changed. There was no going back. Yuka sat up in bed, the weight on her chest making it hard to breathe. She wanted to escape this unfamiliar pain, but as she stepped out of the bedroom, she came face to face with Lu Yuro, who was holding her child and preparing to leave. Lu Yuro's eyes burned with anger and hatred, her gaze silently accusing. Why didn't you just die out there? Why did you come back? We were doing fine as a family until you returned. Finally losing all control, Lu Yuro shouted the words she had been holding back. Why didn't you just die out there? Lu Yuro. Gu Yan's voice thundered like a storm, his composure shattered. In his moment of fury, he did the unthinkable, slapped Lu Yuro across the face, right in front of their child. Perhaps her words had crossed an unforgivable line. Lu Yuro clutched her face, her expression a mix of shock and rage. She turned and stormed out the door, her voice trembling yet piercing. You hit me, you actually hit me for her. Her child burst into tears, the sound heart-wrenching and loud. Gu Yan stood frozen, watching Lu Yuro's retreating figure with regret and unease clouding his eyes. Meanwhile, the neighbors, drawn by the commotion, began to gather. Some recorded videos on their phones, while others whispered amongst themselves. Yuro, what's going on between you and Gu Yan? Can't you just work things out? Someone tried to mediate. 5 years ago, when Yuku and Gu Yan had bought this apartment, it was just a bare shell. They had eagerly picked up the keys, pouring their love and care into every aspect of its renovation and decoration. But now, everything had changed. The neighbors were strangers to her, and 5 years had been enough for them to see Lu Yuro as the rightful mistress of this home. Who's that woman? Is she the mistress? Someone murmured. At that moment, Lu Yuro's daughter cried out, bad woman. Why did you come to my house? Why are you trying to take daddy away from mommy? You're a bad woman. You're ruining our family. The words, clearly taught by an adult, stung even more coming from a child. The neighbors' whispers grew louder, and Yuko could feel their judgmental gazes. To them, she was the intruder, the other woman. She's so thin, how could she compare to Yuro? Guyan, don't be stupid. You've got a happy family, don't throw it all away. Exactly. Being a homewrecker is so shameless. Yuka stood there, her heart breaking, unable to defend herself. She turned to Gu Yan, her eyes silently pleading. This was her home, her life, her love. But now, she was being labeled the destroyer. Who was truly at fault? She desperately hoped Gu Yan would say something, anything, to defend her. But he remained silent. But Gu Yan didn't have one. This is my home, and he's my husband. It was your mother who stole him from me. Yuku, overwhelmed with rage, grabbed a pen and notebook. Her hand trembled from the force she exerted as she scribbled furiously, as if trying to pour out the fire in her heart through every stroke. A 5-year-old child stood nearby, too young to read but clutching tightly onto Lu Yuro's hand, her eyes filled with unease. Seeing this, Gu Yan quickly stepped in front of his wife and daughter, his gaze pleading. Kuku, the child is still young. Please, not in front of so many people. Don't let her grow up being pointed at and whispered about. I'm begging you. His voice was low, almost desperate, as if begging for just a shred of dignity at least in front of the child. Yuka froze, her eyes locking onto Gu Yan with an unyielding intensity, her gaze turning red-rimmed. So, to protect his daughter from gossip, she had to bear the shame of being called a mistress? Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. If his daughter were to be judged, shouldn't the blame fall on Lu Yuro? After all, she knowingly got involved with a married man. Smack. The sharp sound of a slap echoed as Yuka's hand struck Gu Yan's face with brutal force. Her palm stung, but her heart felt as cold as ice. She bit her lip, her voice stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Yes, how could it all be Lu Yuro's fault? If Gu Yan hadn't been tempted back then, none of this would have happened. You have no right to hit my dad. You're a bad woman. The little girl broke free from Lu Yuro's hand and charged forward, shoving Yuku with all her might. Yuku, frail and unsteady, stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Her elbow hit the floor with a searing pain, the skin breaking and tiny beads of blood seeping out. Coco. Gu Yan hurried forward in a panic, reaching out to help Yuku up, but she pushed him away. Yuka raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred and despair. Her lips trembled as if silently accusing the man in front of her. Gu Yan froze, his hand hovering midair, unsure of what to do. Yuka got up from the ground, gathered her scattered notebook and pen, and ran out without looking back. This was her home, yet she was treated like an outcast, scorned and humiliated. Mistress. Shameless. How dare you show your face here? Exactly. Destroying someone else's family, what a disgrace. The sharp ridicule came from all directions, piercing her heart like needles. She ran as fast as she could, as if countless eyes were chasing her. The wind roared past her ears, but she couldn't hear it. All she felt was the suffocating weight pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Pain. Everything hurt. Every part of her body screamed with pain. Yuka didn't know how long she had been running until her legs gave out, forcing her to stop. She bent over, gasping for air, her vision darkening. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. The sting on her cheek brought a fleeting moment of clarity. She hated herself. Why couldn't she speak up? Why couldn't she fight back? Why did she run away like a coward? This was her home. He was her husband. Why should she bear the shame? Liqing Bay. It took Yuku nearly an hour of walking to reach Liqing Bay. She stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking up at the familiar yet distant buildings. This was where she had grown up, but now it sent chills down her spine. Maybe Gu Yan lied to her. Maybe her parents were still waiting for her at home. Hey, it's late. Why isn't this little sister in bed yet? A lewd voice came from the side. A few thugs leaned against a wall, smoking, and one of them let out a whistle in her direction. Liqing Bay was an old neighborhood. With the announcement of a redevelopment plan, most families had moved out, leaving it a haven for delinquents. Having been away for 5 years, Yuka's unfamiliarity with the place only heightened her unease. She instinctively clutched her wrist and lowered her head, quickening her pace to get past them. Hey, walking alone at night, huh? One of the thugs flicked his cigarette to the ground and swaggered toward her, reaching out to grab her arm. Yuka instinctively stepped back, her eyes filled with alarm and fear. She had always been beautiful, a natural beauty even from a young age. But 5 years of hardship had dulled her glow. Yet, her tired and worn-out appearance couldn't completely hide her elegance. Before the thug's hand could fully touch her, Yuka's body stiffened as if triggered by some deep-seated trauma. She lashed out, slapping the thug hard across the face, then staggered backward in panic. You bitch. The thug's anger flared. He raised his hand, ready to strike back. Yuka crouched down in fear, wrapping her arms around her head and curling into a ball. This defensive response was ingrained in her, something she couldn't control. But the blow never landed. Instead, a pained scream echoed in the air. Yuka slowly lifted her head and saw the thug sprawled on the ground. A tall figure stood before her, shrouded in shadow, his presence overwhelming. The man stood against the light, his face obscured by a hood, but the aura he exuded was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Get lost. The man's voice was deep and raspy, carrying a commanding authority that brooked no argument. The thugs exchanged uneasy glances before scrambling to their feet and fleeing. Yuka stared blankly at the man in front of her, her heart pounding wildly, her mind a blank. That voice yet was hauntingly familiar, sending shivers down her spine as if dragging her into an abyss. Yuka, you've returned to the country, only to be bullied again. What am I supposed to do with you? The man spoke, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. Yuka's legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at the man in disbelief. His face became clearer, the face that had haunted her nightmares for 5 years. Li Hangzhou. He wasn't dead. He was alive. And somehow he had followed her back to the country. How could he still be alive? Yuka vividly remembered that when the peacekeeping police rescued them, Li Hangzhou had been shot and collapsed in a pool of blood. She had seen with her own eyes the blood spurting from his chest, staining the ground red. At the time, she could have saved him, but she didn't. In her eyes, Li Hangzhou was a bad man, a member of the terrorist organization. All she wanted was to escape, to get as far away from him as possible. So she left him behind without hesitation and ran for her life. From that day on, the look in Li Han's eyes as he pleaded for help from the blood-soaked ground became a recurring nightmare for Yuku. Yuku, you can't run anymore. A deep voice came from behind her. Li Han's tone was icy, cutting into her nerves like a blade. His gaze burned with suppressed rage, as if he might devour her whole in the next moment. Yuka's heart pounded violently. In her desperation, a surge of courage emerged from somewhere deep inside her. Taking advantage of Li Han's momentary distraction, she turned abruptly and ran with all her might toward her home. Liqing Bay was an old residential complex for government workers. The building had no elevator, and her family lived on the 3rd floor. She dashed into the stairwell, the sound-activated lights flickering on and off with the rhythm of her frantic footsteps. Her mind was a chaotic mess. She couldn't think, only run. At that moment, she forgot the reality that her parents were long gone. Subconsciously, She still saw home as the safest place in the world. Ugh, she pounded on the door with all her strength, her palms turning red from the impact. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She wanted to call out Mom, Dad, but her throat felt as though it was blocked, and all she could manage was silent sobbing. Her mutism had started from that nightmare. Those inhumane terrorists had shot one of her colleagues in the head, right in front of her, as they tried to flee. The blood splattered onto her face, and in that moment, her entire world collapsed. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell, drawing closer and closer. Yuka's back went cold, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. She pounded on the door harder, but all that answered her was silence. The scorch marks on the door reminded her of what Guyen had told her, the truth she didn't want to face. Her parents were long gone. Scream, Yuku. Scream for help. See if anyone comes to save you. Li Hanse's voice came from behind her, sharp and menacing. He approached her step by step, cornering her against the door. Yuka's entire body froze, paralyzed by overwhelming fear. Her mind was blank except for one thought: escape. If you're scared, then scream. Li Hanse's cold eyes bore into her, carrying an indecipherable emotion. But Yuka didn't respond to his demand. Instead, she suddenly turned and bolted toward the window at the end of the hallway. She wanted to die. Better to end it all than fall into the hands of this dangerous man. Yuku. Just as she was about to reach the window, Li Hanzhou grabbed her, pulling her into his arms and locking her shoulders in a tight grip. His breathing was uneven, and his voice carried a trace of urgency. Damn it, Yuku. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, I just want you to talk. He pulled off his hooded jacket and tried to explain, his tone anxious. But Yuku was trembling all over, too consumed by fear to register his words. All she could think about was death. Yuku. Li Hanzhou suddenly roared, his voice turning angry. Your medical team being taken hostage by Lucas wasn't an accident. The words hit Yuku like a thunderclap. Her body stiffened, her thoughts slowly coming into focus. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. What do you mean? Her voice quivered, her expression a mix of confusion and shock. Lucas' organization had a widespread outbreak of the lung X virus, and your team specializes in this field. I found out someone from your hospital leaked information to Lucas. That's why Li Hanse's voice was low and grim. Before he could finish, a voice called from downstairs. Kiki? Kiki, are you here? It was Gu Yan, and he sounded frantic. Realizing Yuku was missing, he had guessed she might have returned here. Li Hanzhou frowned and leaned in to warn her in a low voice. Yuku, don't trust anyone from your hospital. Without another word, he turned and leapt out of the stairwell window. From the third floor, he's insane. Kiki. Gu Yan came rushing up the stairs, breathless. The moment he saw her, he pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice filled with guilt. I'm so sorry. Let's go home. Yuka stood motionless, her eyes vacant. That place was no longer her home. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Gu Yan's heart ached. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Kiki. Hit me if it makes you feel better. As he spoke, he continued to strike himself, as if punishing himself could lessen his guilt. Yuka didn't stop him. She simply broke down, crying uncontrollably. The pain and anguish she had suppressed for 5 years erupted like a flood, overwhelming her completely. Kiki Gu Yan gently cupped her face, his eyes showing a glimmer of hope despite his worry. She was finally making a sound, even if it was just crying. He knew it was a breakthrough, a step forward in her recovery from her trauma-induced mutism. Kiki, I'm sorry your return caught me off guard. Please give me some time. I'll take care of everything. I won't let you get hurt again. His voice trembled as he held her tightly. You have no idea how much you mean to me. Yuka sobbed so hard she could barely breathe, her vision darkening. Gu Yan said she was important to him, but all she felt was a bitter sense of irony. Kiki, let's go home. I have so much to tell you, Gu Yan's voice was pleading, but Yuka couldn't hear him anymore. Li Hanse's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Don't trust anyone from your hospital. Their team's abduction, the suffering she had endured over the past 5 years, even her parents' tragic deaths, none of it was accidental. It was all part of a calculated conspiracy. Yuka did not return home with Gu Yan but insisted on going to a hotel instead. Worried, Gu Yan offered to stay with her. However, Yuka wrote in her notebook, no need, you can go back. Her handwriting carried an air of coldness and detachment. Coco. Gu Yan's voice held a trace of helplessness and guilt. I know you're angry with me. After your accident, I drown myself in alcohol every day. She spiked my drink and in my drunken state, I mistook her for you. I was furious afterward and cut ties with her completely, but she kept clinging to me, claiming she was pregnant. His tone was low, filled with both self-reproach and an attempt to explain. As Yuka listened, her fingers slowly clenched, turning pale at the tips. Gu Yan continued, when she got pregnant, I told her to have an abortion, but she refused and insisted on giving birth. She raised the child on her own until the boy turned 2. Honestly, it hasn't been easy for her. He sighed, as if trying to defend Luyuro. Not easy? Yuka sneered inwardly, her heart growing colder. A child obtained through such manipulative means could still elicit Guyan's sympathy. How ironic. Later, the child fell ill. As an unmarried mother, she had a falling out with her parents and was kicked out of her home. With nowhere else to go, she came to me. At first, I only cared about the child. Kuku, the child is innocent. Guyan crouched by the bed, looking nervously at Yuku, his eyes filled with pleading. Yuka remained silent, her expression unnervingly calm, almost numb. Guyan choked up as he spoke again. Kuku, I know you've suffered so much over the years. My greatest regret is letting you go back then. He grasped her hand, his eyes red and voice trembling. But to Yuku, these belated regrets meant nothing anymore. She picked up her notebook and, with shaky handwriting, wrote, "What are you planning to do about your relationship with her?" Guyan froze for a moment before tightly holding her hand, his tone urgent. "Kuku, please give me some time, okay? I need time to sort everything out." His voice was filled with desperation, as if hoping to find a glimmer of hope in Yuka's indifferent response. Yuka took a deep breath, lowered her gaze, and wrote with trembling fingers, "There's no need to struggle, Guyan. Let's end this marriage." Her handwriting was uneven but resolute. After she finished, she set the pen down, her pain surging like a tidal wave. No one could truly understand how much her heart ached. Her world had long since collapsed, and the only thing keeping her going now was uncovering the truth behind the kidnapping years ago and seeking justice for her deceased parents. Coco. Guyan's eyes turned red as he snatched the pen from her, his voice breaking. "Please don't say that. I won't leave you. You know you're the one I love. But Euro, she's been with me all these years, and Fifish's just a child. It's not easy for her either. I need time, please just give me some time." Guyan's plea fell on Yuka's ears like a feeble echo, powerless to bridge the chasm between them. The distance between them was no longer something that 5 years of separation could mend. Just then Guyan's phone rang, its shrill tones shattering the silence of the room. Irritated, he declined the call, but moments later, it rang again. Yuka glanced at the phone, her heart clear on who it was. Lu Euro. "Go back," Yuka signed with her hands, her expression cold. Guyan understood her gesture but shook his head. "Kuku, I spoke to Dr. Zhongjian from the psychiatric department. He said your condition is a stress reaction, part of post-traumatic stress disorder. You need someone by your side, and he'll stay with you until you recover." Yuka pulled her hand away from his, her body trembling slightly. Her resistance was unmistakable. She had once believed Guyan's presence could be her solace, but now his and Lu Euro's existence only added to her despair. Guyan's phone rang yet again, this time displaying a call from Dean Lu. He stepped into the corner to answer, lowering his voice. "Dean, Feifei has a fever. What are you doing out in the middle of the night instead of being with your wife and child?" Guyan quickly explained, "Dad. Professor Chen's team returned today, and as you may know, Yuko, she's back too." There was a pause on the other end before Dean Lu's voice turned cold. "Guyan, you know how much my daughter has sacrificed for you over the years. She gave you a child and stood by your side for 5 years. Yes, Yuko was your wife before, but you were newlyweds who hadn't even held a proper wedding. You know what choice you need to make." After a brief pause, the dean added, "Your career is on the rise right now. It'd be best to resolve these issues quickly. Yuka might be a doctor in our hospital, but she has no family left, nothing to hold her back." Guyan replied softly, "I understand." He hung up the phone and instinctively turned to look at Yuku. Lying on the bed, Yuku appeared quiet and desolate, her figure so frail and solitary. Dean Lu was right, she had nothing now. No parents, no voice, and not even the ability to defend herself. She seemed like someone abandoned by the world, left to be ignored and trampled upon. "Kuku, Feifei is sick. I have to go home for a bit," Guyan said softly as he approached her, leaning in as if to kiss her forehead. But Yuku quickly turned away, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. She understood now Guyan had made his choice. Between her and Lu Euro, he had chosen Lu Euro. Kuku, we're no longer the naive kids we once were. The adult world is harsh. Guyan knelt in front of her, his gaze intense. "But believe me, I love you. That's why I'll ensure everything is handled properly. Even if we divorce, I'll always protect you. Even if we can't be husband and wife, I won't let anyone hurt you." Yuka looked at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. What was he saying? That she should divorce him and then become his mistress? Guyan eventually gave in to his guilty conscience. His eyes darted around, unable to meet Yuka's gaze. Nervously, he gripped her hand, his voice low and urgent. "Kiki, you might not understand, but I have to protect you. Lu Yura's father is the director of our hospital, and with your current situation, if you want to stay here, we can't afford to offend them." Yuka lowered her gaze to him, her eyes calm and devoid of any emotion. Slowly, she withdrew her hand from his grip. Her movements were unhurried, yet they carried a cold and resolute finality. Guyan's voice softened, as though he were treading carefully. I know. This is hard for you to accept. But Kiki, you're back now, and life has to move forward. I promise you, once we have the ability and strength to fight back, I'll give you an explanation. I won't let you stay by my side like this, without a proper status. Yuka remained silent, as still as a frozen lake. Guyen mistook her silence for acquiescence. Taking a deep breath, he pulled her tightly into his arms, as if seeking solace and release through the embrace. I know you understand me, he murmured, his voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of pleading. In this society, we're often powerless against certain realities. We don't have connections or influence. Just relying on our own efforts, we can't hold on to anything. Yuka stayed motionless, stiff in his embrace. A sense of unfamiliarity washed over her like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the core. 5 years had passed, and Guyen had become someone so foreign that it frightened her. Get some rest. It's safe here in the country. You're safe here, Guyen said gently, attempting to move closer to her face, as if to kiss her. But Yuko instinctively turned her head away. Guyen froze mid-action, stunned for a moment, but said nothing. He got up hurriedly, as though something more urgent awaited him, and quickly left the room. His steps were brisk, as if eager to escape the stifling atmosphere. He was in too much of a rush, desperate to placate both sides and maintain an illusion of normalcy. The room fell into sudden silence, a silence so profound that it unsettled Yuko. She sat on the sofa, her gaze hollow, her thoughts drifting back to 5 years ago. During her time in the Middle East, she had never had a peaceful night's sleep. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and cries mingled together, filling the air with despair and the stench of blood. Those scenes clung to her memory like a nightmare she couldn't escape. That one looks good. Take her for the boss. The voice was cold and piercing, echoing in her ears to this day. It was the day she was kidnapped. Several militants had dragged her roughly and thrown her into a tent. Just as she had been on the brink of giving up entirely, her colleague Lu Ming had burst in, risking his life. He knocked out the man pinning her down and grabbed her hand, running desperately. Yuka, stay alive. We have to make it back. Guyen is waiting for you. Lu Ming's voice carried a desperate determination. Run, Yuko. Those were the last words he ever said to her. A gunshot shattered the air, the bullet grazing past Yuka's ear and piercing Lu Ming's forehead. His body collapsed before her, blood gushing out. The screams of other colleagues, the cries of their teacher, all of it was vivid in her mind. From that moment on, Yuka lost the ability to speak. Lu Ming, the colleague who had died saving her. His name was etched into her heart like a scar. He hadn't even had the chance to tell her the words buried deep in his heart. Yuko, I like you too. Yuko, have you ever thought that Guyen might not be as good as you think? On their way to the Middle East, Lu Ming had tentatively asked her. At the time, Yuko had been blissfully immersed in her relationship with Guyen, smiling as she replied, maybe everyone has flaws, but I can accept all of his. Lu Ming's expression flickered, as though he had more to say but held back. If Guyen did something to betray you, would you forgive him? Yuko was taken aback, looking at Lu Ming in confusion. What are you trying to say? His expression grew complicated, as if he were wrestling with himself. I wasn't going to tell you, but Yuko, I can't let you stay in the dark. On the day we joined the hospital, Guyen didn't come home, did he? Before he could finish, a loud crash interrupted him. Their vehicle was struck violently, rolling over in the desert. Then came gunshots, explosions, and a disorienting half-minute of ringing in her ears and dizziness. When Yuka regained consciousness, their entire medical team had already been captured by Lucas' armed group. In the bathroom, hot water cascaded from the shower head as Yuka curled up on the floor, hugging herself. She let the water wash over her, trying desperately to stop the memories from flooding back. But the recollections surged like an unstoppable tide. Tears mixed with the water, silent but filled with anguish. Lu Ming's words echoed in her mind, their meaning finally clear. Back then, he had been trying to tell her about Guyen and Lu Yuro. Lu Yuro's child was already 5 years old. From pregnancy to birth, it meant her relationship with Guyen had started long before Yuka left Haicheng. At that time, Yuko and Guyen had only just gotten married. Yuka couldn't fathom how the man who had once traversed half the city to propose to her on time could have betrayed their vows so early. The searing pain in her chest made it hard to breathe. This pain surpassed any suffering she had endured in the Middle East. Clenching her fists, she slammed her forehead against the cold wall, as if it could somehow dull the ache in her heart. Click. A faint sound broke through. Yuka's body stiffened instantly, the overwhelming sorrow replaced by fear. She quickly turned off the shower, trembling as she wrapped herself in a towel and cautiously moved toward the door. The doorway was empty. Only after confirming there was no one did she let out a shaky breath. But then, a familiar and chilling voice spoke from behind her, freezing her blood. Staying in a hotel with the door unlocked, bold of you, Yuko. Yuka's entire body tensed as she whipped around to see the figure she both recognized and feared. Li Hanzhou stood there, his brows furrowed, his gaze intense. Her knees nearly buckled beneath her, But Li Hangzhou stepped forward swiftly, catching her and pulling her into his arms, steadying her as she trembled. Yuka struggled desperately, clutching the towel wrapped around her body with both hands. Her eyes were filled with fear and anger as she glared at Li Hangzhou, but he remained indifferent, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Why bother covering up? Is there any part of you I haven't already seen? His tone was teasing and light, yet it carried an oppressive weight that was hard to ignore. Li Hangzhou was just that kind of person, cruel and unapologetic, deriving amusement from tormenting Yuku. This entertainment had lasted for 5 years without pause. Smack! A sharp slap abruptly ended his smugness. Yuka trembled all over, her palms slightly red from the force, and her eyes brimmed with fury. Yet, deep down, she couldn't deny that if it weren't for him, she might not have made it back alive from that war-torn land. Still, the nightmares Li Hangzhou brought her were like shadows that refused to fade. Li Hangzhou touched his reddened cheek, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief as he looked at her. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of grace, isn't it? We were married for 5 years in Sudan, and now you slap me the moment I show up. His tone carried a hint of exaggerated grievance. His sharp, chiseled features and towering 6'3" frame exuded an air of dominance. There was a striking edge to him, a mix of ethnic heritage that gave him a predatory intensity, making people instinctively want to keep their distance. Wherever Li Hangzhou went, he was always the center of attention. Even in the scorching desert, he seemed to radiate an undeniable presence. The first time Yuka met him, she had been overwhelmed by his aura and striking appearance. Back then, she had asked him accusingly, "You're Chinese. Why are you working with a terrorist organization?" He had answered without hesitation, "For profit. Everyone lives for something." His bluntness left her speechless. Li Hangzhou was involved in smuggling and, after being pursued by customs authorities, had no choice but to take refuge with Lucas, the leader of a terrorist group. With his deep understanding of military strategy, he became Lucas's trusted advisor, helping him rise above other factions. Within the organization, Li Hangzhou held a position second only to Lucas himself. "Shut up!" Yuka signed furiously, her fingers trembling as her emotions spiraled out of control. Li Hangzhou, leaning casually against the wall, raised his hands in mock surrender. "I came to bring you a phone. Has your wonderful husband even noticed you've been without one? Leaving you here alone, what if something happens?" His words sounded like concern, but they were laced with jabs at Gu Yan, as if he couldn't wait to outright declare, "Your husband doesn't care about you. I don't need your fake kindness." Yuka's whole body shook as her signing became more frantic. Li Hangzhou, however, didn't argue further. Instead, he suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice low and tinged with suppressed anger. "You Xiaoka, do you even have a conscience? Fake kindness? If it weren't for me, do you really think you'd still be alive?" Yuka was livid and raised her hand to slap him again, but he easily restrained her wrist. His hand was large, and as it encircled her delicate wrist, the strength was controlled, so precisely it felt as though he could snap her arm with just a little more force. A fleeting, complex emotion appeared in his eyes, something like pain, but it vanished almost instantly. Li Hangzhou was indeed cruel, enjoying her discomfort, but he had never truly forced her to do anything against her will. Most of his wickedness seemed like a performance for Lucas and the others. Once Yuko had asked him, "Why are you helping me?" His answer had been laced with his usual teasing. "Because you're beautiful. I just want to see when you'll fall for me and agree to be my wife." She had trembled with anger. "Forget it. I'm married. I love my husband." Yuka thought that returning to her home country would mean the end of everything, that she could finally rid herself of Li Hangzhou. But reality had a cruel way of proving her wrong. "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Yuka signed angrily at him. Li Hangzhou didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a first aid kit, retrieved some iodine and cotton swabs, and pulled her wrist toward him. He lowered his head and began cleaning her wound with utmost care, his movements so gentle it was as if he were handling something fragile. Yet his furrowed brows betrayed a simmering anger. "Who did this?" he finally asked, his voice so low it seemed to rumble from his chest. He had protected her fiercely in the midst of chaos and war, never allowing her to be harmed. Yet now, after returning to safety, she was like this. "It's none of your business." Yuka turned her face away, trying to pull her hand back. But at that moment, silent tears began streaming down her face. The pent-up grievances she had buried deep within her heart came flooding out, unstoppable. Even so, Li Hangzhou refused to let go. He continued tending to her wound with the same careful attention, his focused expression making it impossible for her to meet his gaze. He was part of a terrorist organization, a bad man. She reminded herself not to let personal emotions cloud her judgment. He was a traitor to her people. Yet, she couldn't deny that for the past 5 years, it was Li Hangzhou who had protected her time and time again. "If I hadn't cared, you'd be dead by now. And you still dare to throw a tantrum at me?" Li Hangzhou snorted coldly, tossing the used cotton swab into the trash. He then pulled out a brand new phone, inserted a SIM card with practiced ease, and handed it to her. I saved my number in it. Call me if you're in danger. I'm more reliable than that cheap second-hand husband of yours. Yuka trembled with fury, unwilling to hear another word about Gu Yan. On impulse, she raised her hand to strike him again, but he caught her and pinned her onto the bed. His brows furrowed deeply, and his voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Yuka, have I spoiled you too much over the years? He suddenly yanked away the towel wrapped around her. The motion seemed rough, but it didn't actually hurt her. That was his way, intimidating her like a predator toying with its prey, always stopping short of crossing the line. Yuka finally broke down, her tears falling like a string of pearls scattering across the floor. She couldn't hold back anymore. And for the first time, Li Hangzhou seemed panicked. Don't cry, it's my fault. Li Hangzhou's tone was sharp and impatient, as if scolding, yet tinged with a trace of helpless compromise. His quick admission of guilt caught Yuka completely off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. That was just how he was always so harsh towards her, as though they were natural enemies. Yet towards others, he couldn't even be bothered to show the slightest emotion, much less an extra expression. I've got nowhere else to go. Let me sleep for a while. Li Hangzhou turned over and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes as if entirely indifferent to his situation. Yuka glared at him, gritting her teeth. She quickly picked up her unwashed clothes from the floor, intending to put them on and leave. I brought you some clean clothes and toiletries. They're on the sofa, Li Hangzhou said casually with his eyes still closed, as though it was just an offhand remark. Yuka glanced at the bag on the sofa, and sure enough, it contained neatly folded clean clothes, along with women's facial cleanser and skincare products. She froze for a moment, but soon stubbornly put on her own dirty clothes and curled up on the sofa. Like a frightened quail, she huddled into a ball, trying her best to ignore the man who had taken over her bed. However, barely half an hour later, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Fuming, Yuka got up from the sofa and marched to the bedside, glaring at the sleeping Li Hangzhou. How dare he occupy her space so brazenly? What did he take her home for? This Monho was a criminal, a terrorist even. How could he act so recklessly? You. Get up. She reached out and gave him a shove, her eyes blazing with anger and defiance. But Li Hangzhou didn't react at all, still lying there with his eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. Yuka clenched her fists, her frustration mounting to the point where she briefly considered smothering him with a pillow. But then, a strong metallic scent hit her nostrils. Blood. Her brows furrowed, and her instincts as a doctor kicked in. She pulled at his jacket and found that the white t-shirt underneath was already soaked in blood. Yuka gasped, quickly lifting his shirt to reveal a patch of gauze over his chest. The gauze was thoroughly soaked, clearly from a gunshot wound that had started bleeding again. In that moment, Yuka's heart clenched. She vividly remembered seeing Li Hangzhou collapse in a pool of blood after being hit by stray bullets. The fact that he was still alive was nothing short of miraculous. Her gaze involuntarily lingered on his solid, muscular frame. His lean, well-defined muscles looked like armor forged for survival. Li Hangzhou. Yuka shook him, trying to wake him up, but his body was alarmingly hot to the touch. He was burning up, likely feverish and unconscious. If he didn't get to a hospital soon, he might not make it. Her eyes darted to the new phone on the table. After hesitating for a long time, she finally dialed the emergency number. But when the call connected, she found herself unable to utter a word. Her hands trembled as she hung up and instead sent a text message to report the situation. It wasn't long before the police arrived. Both Li Hangzhou and Yuku were taken in, as the authorities needed to understand the circumstances. On the way to the station, Li Hangzhou woke up. His face was pale, but he managed a weak smile. Yuku, you really have no conscience, do you? Yuka turned her head away, her voice cold as she said, You're a criminal. Even if you manage to escape, the law will catch up with you in the end. Li Hangzhou didn't argue, unusually quiet. His silence left Yuko unsure of how to react. She stole a glance at him, feeling an unexpected twinge of doubt in her heart. As soon as they entered the police station, a middle-aged man in a military uniform strode over and slapped Li Hangzhou across the face. What the hell were you thinking? You should be resting in the hospital. Are you trying to shorten your own life? Li Hangzhou winced slightly, muttering under his breath, If I didn't leave, I'd lose my wife. Yuka looked up in shock at the imposing man before her. There was something familiar about his face. After a moment, she realized he was Fu Zhengting, one of the peacekeepers who had rescued them earlier. Fu Zhengting turned his gaze to Yuku, his tone calm but firm. This is a complicated matter, and I can't explain everything to you in a few words. It involves classified information. But what I can tell you is that Li Hangzhou is one of us. 5 years ago, he accepted a mission to infiltrate Lucas's organization as an undercover agent. Thanks to him, we were able to dismantle Lucas's terror network so quickly. Yuka froze, her mind reeling. This revelation was too much to process. Li Hangzhou's man who had always been so infuriating and insufferable was actually an undercover agent sent by the peacekeeping forces? She had never doubted his character before, but now, the truth had completely upended her understanding of him. Uncle, don't scare her. She's timid, Li Hangzhou interjected with a smirk. Cut the nonsense. Fu Jingting barked. Get back to the hospital. Li Hangzhou didn't argue further. Before leaving, he turned to look at Yuku, a hint of hurt in his eyes. Yu Xiaoke, you've abandoned me twice now. For the rest of my life, I'm sticking to you. Don't think you can get rid of me. Wait for me to come back. Yuka stood frozen, watching as Fu Jingting led Li Hangzhou away. Even after his figure disappeared, she couldn't snap out of it. Li Hangzhou, an undercover agent? She could never have imagined that the man who had annoyed her to no end was actually a hero of the peacekeeping forces. His disguise was flawless. After leaving the police station, Yuka's phone suddenly rang. The unexpected sound startled her. In the past 5 years, she had barely touched her phone, almost forgetting that it was a gift from Li Hangzhou. She lowered her head and stared at the device in her hand, feeling a wave of disorientation. If Li Hangzhou really was a police officer, would he resent her for leaving him behind in a pool of blood and fleeing alone back then? She hesitated for a moment before answering the call. On the other end of the line, Li Hangzhou's deep voice came through. Why did you take so long to pick up? Did I scare you? He asked softly, his tone carrying a hint of caution. I'll come find you once I've recovered, he continued. I used your phone number to register a WeChat account. Try logging in, the password is your birthday. Yuka stood frozen in place, her fingers trembling slightly as she gripped the phone tightly. She didn't respond, and as if anticipating her silence, Li Hangzhou went on. I put 50,000 yuan in the WeChat wallet, he said, his tone tinged with a subtle lightness. That's all my savings. Consider it a loan, you can pay me back when you have the money. Yuka's breathing quickened as she listened. Sensing this, Li Hangzhou added, buy whatever you want to eat. In the background, faint noises could be heard, as though someone nearby was urging him impatiently. But Li Hangzhou continued speaking, undeterred. Remember what I told you, don't trust anyone at your hospital. Got it? If you hear me, snap your fingers. Yuka didn't move. She silently hung up the call instead, lowering her gaze to the phone screen. Her emotions were in turmoil. She couldn't understand why Li Hangzhou was doing all this. Back in Sudan, she had abandoned him, even leaving him for dead, and just now, she had reported him to the police. Her attitude toward him was clearly filled with hostility, yet Li Hangzhou seemed completely unfazed. How could he possibly not care? The next morning, Yuku arrived at Haicheng Hospital. At the entrance, her mentor Chen Tao and senior colleague Li Lan were already waiting for her. On the day she returned to China, they had given her their contact information, and as soon as Yuka got her phone, she reached out to them. Kiki, Chen Tao called her name, his face full of concern. His voice carried a restrained sadness. Clearly, they had already heard about Gu Yan's remarriage. After all, they all worked at the same hospital. Yuka, you have to hold your head high. Li Lan said angrily, her face dark with fury. Don't stop me later, I'll tear that shameless woman apart. Yuka's eyes reddened, but she forced a faint smile. Chen Tao stepped forward, leaning on his crutch. He had injured his leg in Sudan, and had difficulty walking ever since. He sighed, his voice choked with emotion. Kiki, I also heard about your parents. Chen Tao had been childhood friends with Yuka's father, and their families were very close, almost like one. When he heard about the passing of Yuka's parents, he hadn't slept a wink that night, and his hair seemed to have turned even grayer. Li Lan turned her head away, her eyes also glistening with tears. She was a woman of strong emotions and had taken the best care of Yuku back in Sudan. Out of the 6 members of their team, only 5 had returned. Lu Ming had sacrificed his life. Teacher, if it weren't for Kiki, we wouldn't have made it back alive. Li Lan's voice was hoarse, filled with gratitude and sorrow. She saved all our lives. At this, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Chen Tao nodded, his eyes red as he spoke with conviction. That's right, Kiki. From now on, we are your family. Yuko lowered her head, silent tears falling to the ground. Her lips trembled slightly, but she said nothing. Just then, the rest of their colleagues began to arrive. Their expressions were grim, their mood heavy. This time, the hospital has to give us an explanation, one of the colleagues said angrily. We were injured on duty, this is a workplace injury. They must compensate us. Exactly. They need to compensate us for all the losses we've suffered over the past 5 years, especially the emotional damage, another chimed in. Outside the director's office building, the group's emotions grew increasingly agitated. 5 years of disappearance had been a devastating ordeal for both their personal lives and their families. They needed answers. Li Lan held Yuka's hand gently, trying to comfort her. Kiki, stop blaming yourself for what happened to Lu Ming. Even if we could go back, he would still choose to save you. Try to let it go, staying silent like this will only hurt you in the end. Yuka lowered her gaze, saying nothing, but her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the hospital lobby. Give me back my son. Bring my son back to me. Lu Ming's parents had arrived, holding a portrait of their son as they wept uncontrollably. Their grief was unbearable to witness. The entire team had returned, except for Lu Ming, who had lost his life in a foreign land. Yuka stood frozen, her entire body stiff, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her heart ached as though pierced by needles. If she had died back then, maybe Lu Ming wouldn't have had to. Lu Jianming, give me back my son. Lu Ming's mother wailed, her voice raw and piercing, as if it could tear through the very air in the lobby. What's all this noise about? A cold, indifferent voice came from the direction of the elevator. Lu Yuro stepped out, her face filled with impatience. The peacekeeping mission was assigned by the higher-ups. You all volunteered for it, so why are you acting like this now? Everyone else survived, why was it only Lu Ming who died? Lu Yuro, how dare you say something like that? Li Lan exploded with rage and charged toward her, but the others quickly held her back. Lu Yuro sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. The compensation plan from above will be finalized soon. You'll even get opportunities for promotions because of this. Isn't this all just about squeezing out a bit more money? Let's sit down and talk, there's no need to make such a scene. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap reverberated through the lobby. Everyone froze in shock. Li Lan turned to Yuku in disbelief, it was she who had struck. Yuka's hand was still raised in the air, her gaze as cold as ice. For the first time, her silence erupted in such a powerful way. Lu Yuro froze, covering her face with both hands, staring at Yuku in shock. Yuka's breathing was rapid, her eyes icy cold. Suddenly, she swung her hand again, delivering another crisp slap that echoed down the hallway. The surrounding medical staff, alarmed, rushed forward to try and stop Yuku. Li Lan quickly arrived on the scene as well but did not intervene to stop Yuku. Instead, she pinned Lu Yuro down and said coldly, "Keep hitting her." Yuka's entire body trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. She pointed a sharp finger at Lu Yuro, her voice trembling with anger. "You have no right to say Lu Ming's name." Lu Yuro, her expression furious, steadied herself while covering her face. Her voice was sharp and retaliatory. "What gives you the right to hit me? Who do you think you are? Your parents are dead. You're nothing but a mute now, and who knows how many people in South Sudan have defiled you. What makes you think you can act all high and mighty here?" Those words were like knives stabbing into Yuka's heart. Her jaw clenched tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Her parents had passed away long ago, and she had gone to South Sudan for the hospital and for peace. She never imagined that one day, the director's daughter would use such vicious words to humiliate her. Yuka's trembling hand pointed at Lu Yuro as her voice choked with emotion. "Say that again, I dare you." But Lu Yuro didn't back down. Instead, she sneered. "What? Did I say something wrong? You took advantage of the situation to steal Gu Yan. You're the shameless one here. A mistress like you still has the nerve to act all innocent?" Li Lan could no longer hold back. She pushed aside the medical staff trying to intervene and grabbed Lu Yuro by the hair, slapping her with force. After spending 5 years in the war-torn regions of South Sudan, Li Lan's strength was formidable, and Lu Yuro was no match for her. All Lu Yuro could do was cry out in panic, "Help! Someone's hitting me! Help!" However, the bystanders, including the security guards, hesitated to step in due to the influence of Lu Ming's family. Many people secretly thought that Lu Yuro's sharp tongue had earned her the slap. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and director Lu Jianming and Gu Yan stepped out together. Gu Yan's face darkened upon seeing the chaotic scene. He hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Lu Yuro and shouting sternly, "Li Lan, let go. If you hit her again, I'll call the police." Gu Yan shoved Li Lan aside with force, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Yuka watched this unfold, her gaze icy cold. She stepped forward quickly and, before Gu Yan could react, delivered another harsh slap to Lu Yuro. Then she lowered her head and quickly wrote on a piece of paper, "Go ahead and call the police." "Arrest me." Gu Yan frowned, his expression filled with disbelief. "Cuckoo, are you really going to join them in this chaos?" Yuka's hands trembled slightly, her eyes red as she swiftly wrote, "They just want an explanation." Gu Yan's tone softened, attempting to calm things down. "There will be an official explanation. This isn't the way to handle it." He reached out to grab Yuka's wrist, trying to calm her. "Listen to me. Let's go back." Lu Yuro, still clutching her reddened face, refused to back down. She glared venomously at Yuku, her voice shrill. "Yuku, what are you so guilty about? I said you were defiled in Sudan, why are you so defensive?" "Lu Yuro." Gu Yan finally snapped, shouting at her, his chest heaving with anger. Lu Yuro froze for a moment, then turned to Gu Yan with a look of grievance. "Gu Yan, you have to make a choice between me and her today. Do you want her or me? I'm telling you, it's either her or me." Li Lan sneered, standing up and pointing a finger at Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, you're a disgrace. Coco was only missing for a few years, and you went and married this vixen." Chen Tao, who had been silent until now, also spoke up with disappointment written all over his face. "Gu Yan, I never thought you'd stoop so low. Do you have any idea what Cuckoo went through these past 5 years? She always believed you'd wait for her. Gu Yan lowered his head, his expression conflicted and at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Yuro remained relentless, her voice sharp. Don't try to guilt-trip him. Everyone thought she was dead. Was Gu Yan supposed to mourn her for the rest of his life? Is that realistic? I've been the one by his side these past 5 years. She turned to Gu Yan, her gaze demanding. Gu Yan, you need to make a decision. Enough. Lu Jiaming's deep voice suddenly rang out, silencing the chaos. He glared at everyone sternly and said, "This is a hospital, a place to save lives. Look at yourselves, what kind of behavior is this?" The room fell silent as everyone stopped talking. Lu Jiaming sighed and softened his tone slightly. I know many of you have been through a lot these past years, but returning safely is already a blessing amidst the misfortune. As for Lu Ming as the hospital director, I am deeply sorry. He bowed deeply, expressing his condolences to Lu Ming's family. As for what can be done, I will do everything within my power as the director. But all of you are doctors, educated professionals. I hope you can refrain from causing further disruptions in the hospital. Yuka gripped the pen in her hand tightly, countless questions swirling in her mind, but she remained silent, staring at her notebook. She wanted to know who had betrayed their whereabouts, but Li Hanzhou had warned her not to trust anyone. This only reinforced her suspicion that the betrayal might have come from someone within the hospital. Lu Jiaming continued to address the crowd, trying to pacify them. Please calm down. Those of you who are returning to work, resume your duties. Those who need rest, take the time to recover. If you have any grievances, bring them to me, and we'll resolve them privately. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only Lu Ming's grieving parents to cry quietly in the corner. Yuka stared at the pen in her hand, gripping it so tightly that it pierced her palm. She silently vowed that Lu Ming's sacrifice would not be in vain. She would uncover the truth and bring justice to Lu Ming's family, ensuring that the traitor paid the price. Once the money and benefits are enough, no one will keep making a fuss. All this noise is just greed, plain and simple, Lu Yuro muttered coldly. Though her voice was low, it was loud enough for Yuku to hear. Gu Yan glared at Lu Yuro, his tone harsh. Enough out of you. But Lu Yuro refused to back down, meeting his gaze defiantly. Say it here and now, in front of my father and everyone else. Who do you choose, him or her? I won't stand for being humiliated because of her. The moment she came back, I became a homewrecker? I won't bear that label. Either you cut ties with her, or I'll take our child and leave you. All eyes turned to Gu Yan, waiting for his answer. Lu Jiaming stepped forward, patted Yuku on the shoulder, and then turned to Gu Yan with a tone that brooked no argument. Make your decision now. Say it in front of everyone and don't make my daughter uncomfortable. Gu Yan, you'd better choose wisely. His words were sharp and decisive, slicing through the tense atmosphere like an invisible blade. Li Lan stood off to the side, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Yuke's eyes were fixed on Gu Yan, devoid of sadness, filled only with a chilling indifference. All eyes were on Gu Yan, waiting for his response. Lu Yuro, you're only treating Yuka like this because she has no one to rely on. Li Lan finally couldn't hold back, her voice shaking. If her parents were still here, her words choked off, and tears silently fell down her face. Yuka gripped the pen in her hand tightly, the tip piercing her palm. Blood seeped through her fingers, staining the white paper beneath. She bit her lip hard, as if trying to bury all her humiliation and fury deep within. Yes, they all knew she had no one to back her up. That's why they dared to act so recklessly. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. After a long silence, Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. That I'm sorry was like a dull blade, slowly cutting through Yuke's heart. Gu Yan, you're despicable. Li Lan could no longer contain her anger, shouting furiously, her eyes burning with resentment and pain. The others in the room also began to murmur in disapproval. Gu Yan, this is just wrong. If it weren't for Yuku, we wouldn't have made it back alive. Gu Yan's face turned pale. He shook his head weakly, his voice filled with exhaustion and inner conflict. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. My mind is a mess right now. Please don't force me to choose. His hesitation and weakness were laid bare, neither bold enough to make a decisive choice for personal gain nor steadfast enough to stand by Yuka for the sake of love. Lu Yura's expression darkened instantly. She clearly hadn't anticipated Gu Yan being so indecisive. She shot Yuku a venomous glare, her tone dripping with hostility. Don't get cocky. He won't choose you. Just wait and see. With that, she stormed off, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. Gu Yan remained rooted in place, his gaze complicated as he looked at Yuku, reaching out to take her hand. Kuka, give me some time. But Yuku coldly pulled her hand away, her eyes distant as though separated from him by mountains and rivers. Don't touch me. Though her voice didn't come out, her gaze conveyed the message loud and clear. Just as the tension hung heavy in the air, staff from the hospital's public relations department arrived. Everyone head to the conference room. The The director will address the situation and discuss the compensation plan. The crowd began moving toward the conference room, but Yuka remained where she was, her expression calm to the point of icy detachment. She had no intention of following. Kuku, let's go. Leland tentatively tugged at Yuka's sleeve. Yuka shook her head and quickly scribbled a few lines in her notebook. Sis, go in and listen. Fight for what's rightfully yours. She handed the note to Leland, her gaze firm. But you, Leland hesitated. I'm fine. Yuka gestured in sign language, reassuring her. Leland nodded reluctantly, turning to head toward the conference room. Before leaving, she reminded Yuku, wait for me outside. The hallway gradually fell silent, leaving only Lu Yuro and Yuku. Lu Yuro sneered as she approached, her voice dripping with mockery. What's the matter? Too shocked to even speak? Serves you right. You should have just died over there. Our hospital doesn't need a mute doctor. Yuka didn't respond, only tightening her fists until her nails dug into her palms. Seeing this, Lu Yuro grew even more smug. No parents, no husband, no power, no connections. And now you can't even speak. Soon you'll lose your job too. Yuku, how are you going to survive? You might as well just end it all. Yuka raised her hand slightly, and for a moment, Lu Yuro thought she was going to strike. Instinctively, she stepped back, a flicker of fear crossing her face. But Yuka merely tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze cold as ice. Lu Yuro gritted her teeth and spat. I haven't forgotten the slaps you gave me today. Yuka, you've got nothing now. No one will stand up for you. With the Lu family's status and power in Haicheng, making your life miserable is as easy as snapping my fingers. She pulled a card from her bag and tossed it at Yuku. Hey, raise 100,000 yuan. Take it and get out of Haicheng. Don't ever come back. Otherwise, it'll make you regret ever surviving. Yuka picked up her notebook and wrote a few words. Your Lu family isn't powerful enough to rule everything. Lu Yuro let out a cold laugh. You've been gone for 5 years. Clearly you're out of touch. Let me enlighten you, me sister, Lu Mingxua, is engaged to the Li family, the most powerful family in Haicheng. I'm sure you've heard of them. They can shake the entire city with a single word. Taking a deep breath, Yuka smirked coldly and wrote back. Birds of a feather. Let's see what you can do. With that, she casually tossed the card into the trash can, her movements sharp and decisive. Lu Yuro's face turned pale with anger. She sneered Finiko. From today onward, it'll make you regret being alive. You're just a powerless nobody. Crushing you will be effortless. Yuka met her glare heated, her eyes blazing with defiance. She wrote in her notebook one final time. It'll be waiting. Lu Yuro was overly confident. She no longer regarded Yuku as a threat. With her parents gone, Yuka had no one to rely on. Even Gu Yan, who had once been her pillar of support, could no longer stand firmly by her side. Lu Yuro looked down at Yuku with the air of a victor, her gaze filled with disdain and superiority. The meeting did not satisfy everyone and ended abruptly after a short time. As the crowd dispersed, Lilan walked up to Yuku and whispered, the dean said the compensation for each individual won't exceed 500,000 yuan. 500,000. A human life, 5 years of hellish suffering, and the compensation cap was 500,000. Yuka's expression remained unreadable. She didn't care about the money. All she wanted was to know how the hospital planned to deal with Lu Ming's case. What about Lu Ming? Yuka's gaze was sharp as she stared directly at Lilan. The dean said they would compensate the family with 1,200,000, but nothing else was mentioned. Lilan hesitated before adding. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yuka lost control of her emotions. She stormed into the meeting room, grabbed Lu Jiaming by the collar, and glared at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Lu Ming. He sacrificed himself. He's a hero. Yuka's trembling fingers pointed at him as she spoke. Seeing Lu Jiaming's indifferent expression, she frantically pulled out a notebook she carried with her and scrawled in bold letters, Lu Ming is a hero. The hospital cannot dismiss this so casually. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze. Lu Ming's mother had cried herself into exhaustion, collapsing into her husband's arms. Yuka couldn't bear to look at them. Instead, she fixed her gaze firmly on Lu Jiaming, as if trying to force him to give her an answer with her stare. Lu Jiaming frowned, his tone dismissive. The recognition of honors is determined by the government, not me. Besides, no one knows exactly what happened to you all in Sudan. It's all just hearsay. You didn't even report it. Yuka's voice was filled with accusation and rage. Her hands gripped Lu Jiaming's collar tightly, her entire body trembling with grief and anger. Yuku, I suggest you stop making a scene here. Lu Yuro, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke up, her tone dripping with mockery. The family has already agreed to the terms and won't pursue this further. Who do you think you are? And besides, what was your relationship with Lu Ming? Why are you so worked up? Yuka froze for a moment but then tightened her grip on Lu Jiaming, channeling all her fury into the action. Seeing this, Gu Yan stepped forward, his heart aching as he tried to pull her away. Kaka, don't do this. Let's talk about it later. Calm down first. But Yuku pushed him away, stubbornly lifting her head with a look of unwavering determination. Her gaze remained locked on Lu Jiaming as if silently declaring that she would not rest until Lu Ming's honor was recognized. Lu Jiaming's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Fine, I'll report it." Only then did Yuka release her grip, collapsing to the floor as if all her strength had been drained. Coco. Gu Yan crouched down beside her, gently patting her back in an attempt to comfort her. Don't get so worked up. Take a deep breath. Getting this emotional isn't good for your recovery. Yuka remained unresponsive, her eyes vacant as if she hadn't heard him at all. Lu Jiaming let out a disdainful snort, gave Gu Yan a brief glance, and left the room. Lu Yuro clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Yuku with hatred before storming out. Yuku, just you wait, she hissed under her breath, her voice filled with venom as she exited the meeting room in anger. Standing at the door, Lilon let out a cold laugh, casting a sideways glance at Lu Yuro's retreating figure. Know your place, Lu Yuro. If this were the feudal era, at best you'd be a concubine. Once Lu Yuro was gone, only Yuku, Gu Yan, and Lilon remained in the room. Lilon turned her furious gaze to Gu Yan and demanded coldly, "Gu Yan, after all these years with Yuku, how could you do something like this? She was only missing for 2 years, and you married someone else." Gu Yan was silent for a moment before holding Yuka's hand, his voice low and heavy with regret. "I didn't have a choice. She was pregnant and gave birth in secret. At the time, Dean Lu pressured me into marrying her. If I didn't, he trailed off, but his meaning was clear." Lilon opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately stayed silent. She sighed and patted Yuka's shoulder. "You two haven't seen each other in 5 years. Talk things through. I'll leave you to it. Gu Yan, take care of Cuckoo. If she so much as loses a single strand of hair, I won't let you off the hook." With that, Lilon turned and left, leaving only Yuku and Gu Yan in the room. Yuka lowered her head, staring at the hand Gu Yan was holding. A wave of unfamiliarity and even disgust surged within her. It was a visceral, physical aversion. "Coco." Gu Yan's voice trembled as he finally exhaled a long-held breath, lifting her into his arms. "The floor is cold." Yuka tried to break free, but he held her firmly. He sat down on the sofa with her in his arms, as if trying to recreate moments from the past. But Yuka couldn't feel the same comfort as before. Her body was stiff and numb. "Cuckoo, seeing you like this breaks my heart," Gu Yan said hoarsely, holding her a little tighter as if to reassure himself of her presence. Yuka didn't respond. All she felt was a churning in her stomach. She closed her eyes, and scenes of Gu Yan and Lu Yuro together over the years, along with the existence of their child, flashed through her mind. The nausea was overwhelming. "I'll divorce Lu Yuro. You're my wife, Cuckoo. Please, just give me some time," Gu Yan pleaded, his tone full of desperation. Yuka remained silent. Her lack of response was more painful than any words. Yuka gave no response to Gu Yan. Her expression was so calm it bordered on indifference, yet a hint of stubbornness hid in her gaze. She opened the notebook beside her and quickly wrote a few words. "I want to stay in the hospital." Gu Yan frowned slightly, trying to persuade her. "Yuro won't let you stay in the hospital. You can't speak right now, which could easily become a reason to have you expelled. But because of your unique situation, I've managed to secure treatment time for you. As long as you actively cooperate with the treatment and work hard to regain your ability to speak, you'll be able to stay." As he spoke, he gently held Yuka's hand, attempting to soothe her emotions. But Yuka remained unresponsive. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed firmly on the notebook. She knew she had to stay. She needed to find the traitor who betrayed their team, seek justice for Lu Ming, and give herself and everyone else an explanation. "I've arranged to meet Zhang Jian. Let's go see him together, all right?" Gu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief when Yuka nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. "Kiki." His voice suddenly softened, his tone somewhat ingratiating. "Last night was an exception. Feifei wasn't feeling well, so I couldn't be with you. But tonight, I'll make sure to spend time with you, okay?" Yuka looked at him, a wave of irony surging in her heart. Gu Yan at that moment resembled an arrogant emperor, as if sparing a moment for her was a grand favor. She didn't answer, merely gazing at him in silence. "I'll go change and grab the car keys. Stay here and wait for me, all right?" Gu Yan glanced at his watch, then reached out to ruffle Yuka's hair, as though coaxing a compliant child. Yuka remained motionless, not making a sound. Gu Yan clearly misinterpreted her silence as obedience and left the meeting room. Just then, Yuka's phone vibrated. She looked down. It was a message from an unfamiliar profile picture on WeChat. The picture was entirely black, devoid of any design, understated yet enigmatic. The content of the message, however, was anything but subtle. "Wifey, did you miss me?" Yuka frowned and opened the profile. As expected, it was Li Hanzhou. Her first instinct was to block him, but guilt from her inaction towards him back in Sudan made her hesitate. "Li Hanzhou, don't call me that," she replied, her tone cold and serious. Li Hanzhou quickly responded with a pouty emoji, followed by a flurry of messages. You could take good care of yourself. Do you care about me? As a doctor, yes, Yuka replied curtly. But Li Han's messages only grew more frivolous. Wifey, my wound really hurts. The doctors here aren't as gentle as you. You Xiaoka, I miss you so much. I feel like I can't go a day without seeing you. Yuka's cheeks flushed slightly as she read his messages, her irritation rising. She exited the chat in exasperation, her anger barely contained. Just as she considered deleting Li Hanzhou entirely, voices came from outside the door. Father, how could you agree to let Yuka report this matter? We should be covering it up, not exposing it. If Lu Ming's case gets reported, you'll definitely face consequences. Lu Yura's voice was laced with urgency. Lu Jiaming's calm and measured voice followed. I only said that to placate her. There's no way I'd actually let her report it. Not only can't it be reported, but we must suppress this matter as soon as possible. At the same time, we need to silence Lu Ming's parents. Hearing this, Yuka's body tensed. She quickly ducked behind the sofa. Father, how do we silence Lu Ming's parents? He was their only child, they won't back down easily. Lu Yura's tone was filled with unease. Start with money. If that doesn't work, use other methods. Don't rush it, but don't drag it out either. Lu Jiaming replied, his voice chillingly composed as he leaned against the conference table. I can't believe they made it back alive, Lu Yuro muttered through gritted teeth. Why couldn't they just die out there, especially that Yuko? Lu Jiaming shot her a cold glance. You've been spoiled by your mother. You've already won. Why waste energy on a defeated rival? The more you care, the more insecure you seem. Father. Lu Yura's voice was tinged with resentment. Have you seen the way Guyan looks at Yuku? He's completely entranced. If this continues, he'll be hers sooner or later. You're overthinking it. Lu Jiaming spoke with certainty. Guyan is my chosen successor. His hunger for power and wealth far outweighs his feelings for Yuku. Besides, what's the Lu family status? I heard that the eldest son of the Li family is returning to the country soon. Once your sister marries him, our family's position will only rise further. Guyan isn't foolish, knows where his priorities lie. At this, Lu Yuro seemed somewhat appeased, her tone lightening. I really envy my sister. That eldest son of the Li family is the sole heir. Once she marries him, we'll never have to endure any humiliation again. Lu Jiaming nodded slightly. So instead of being angry, think about how to keep your husband's attention. Men are nostalgic. Yes, and first loves hold a special place in their hearts, but they'll never outweigh interests. Lu Yuro gritted her teeth. Father, I still can't rest easy. I have to make sure Yuku is out of this hospital. I've given Guyan 6 months. If Yuka still can't speak by then, she won't be able to stay here, Lu Jiaming stated, his voice low and threatening. 6 months is more than enough for me to make her disappear for good. Lu Yuro sneered coldly. Behind the sofa, Yuka's entire body trembled, her hand gripping her phone tightly. Though she didn't yet have concrete evidence to prove that Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuro were the ones who betrayed their medical team, the sinister undertones of their conversation left no doubt in her mind. She had recorded their exchange. But just as she was saving the audio file, her finger accidentally hit the camera shutter. Click. The crisp sound echoed through the quiet conference room, freezing the air in an instant. Lu Jiaming and Lu Yura's eyes snapped toward the sofa. Yuka's body went rigid, her heart pounding like a drum. She knew she had been discovered. Yuka suddenly sprang up from behind the sofa, clutching her phone tightly in her hand, her wary eyes fixed on Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuro, filled with vigilance. Lu Jiaming's expression instantly darkened, his sharp gaze slicing toward her like a blade. His voice was low and dangerous. Yuka, what did you just hear? Yuka didn't reply. Instead, she tightened her grip on the phone and began inching slowly toward the door. Lu Yura's reaction was swift. She shrieked, Dad. She just took photos. She must have recorded something too. Her voice was urgent, and a flicker of both panic and malice flashed in her eyes. Yuka took a deep breath and suddenly bolted toward the door. Lu Jiaming's face grew even darker as he realized the gravity of the situation. If Yuka shared the recording, the consequences would be disastrous. Dad! She's running! Lu Yuro stomped her foot, nearly jumping in frustration. Call Chinpeng. Tell him to go after her and take care of this, Lu Jiaming ordered coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Lu Yuro immediately pulled out her phone and dialed quickly, her voice icy as she whispered into the receiver. Chen Peng. She just left the government building and still has her phone. Find her and make sure this is dealt with cleanly. The evidence is on the phone, don't let her escape. Just then the door was pushed open, and Guyan appeared in the doorway. His eyes swept over Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuro, his brows furrowing slightly with suspicion. Where's Kiki? He asked. Lu Yuro froze for a moment, quickly hanging up the phone and hiding it behind her back. Her voice trembled slightly. Guyan. Guyan's gaze lingered on her before shifting to Lu Jiaming, waiting for an explanation. Lu Jiaming's clouded expression quickly cleared, and he spoke with a calm tone. Guyan, just now Yuro and I were discussing compensation for Lu Ming. Things got a bit heated, and we didn't realize Yuko was hiding behind the sofa. It seems she recorded it. In this day and age, if she posts it online. Impossible, Guyan interrupted firmly. Kiki wouldn't do something like that. Lu Yura's face turned pale with anger, and she gritted her teeth. You're still defending her. If she dares to post it and ruins my dad's and my reputation, I won't let her off. She won't. Guyan frowned, trying to calm the situation. I'll talk to her. Don't scare her. Lu Jiaming narrowed his eyes, giving Guyan a long, evaluating look before speaking in a low voice. Fine, Guyan. Go convince her to delete the recording. If she has any demands, let her bring them up. Guyan nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure she deletes it. Lu Jiaming patted Guyan's shoulder, his tone meaningful. We're family, and we share our fortunes and misfortunes. The Lu family's interests are your interests. Guyan didn't respond, his head bowed in deep thought. Lu Yuro, on the other hand, couldn't suppress her anger. She coldly demanded, Guyan, when are you finally going to end your marriage with her? Yuro, Guyan's frown deepened, and his tone carried a hint of weariness. Can you just give me a little more time? I'm out of patience. Lu Yuro snapped, her eyes flashing with cold fury. If you won't handle it, I'll take matters into my own hands. With that, she stormed off, leaving a chilling silence in her wake. Guyan rubbed his temples and hurried out to find Yuku. He knew the Lu family's methods all too well, and an uneasy feeling churned in his gut. Kiki? Kiki. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the government building, Yuko was about to leave when Chen Peng blocked her path. His menacing eyes locked onto her as he advanced step by step. Hand over the phone, he demanded. Yuka turned and fled in panic, eventually hiding in a utility closet. Outside, Chen Peng pounded on the door with force, his kicks echoing loudly. Come out, he bellowed. Yuka's hands trembled as she realized she couldn't overpower Chen Peng, but she couldn't let the video fall into his hands either. Gritting her teeth, she quickly opened her messaging app and sent the video to Li Hanzhou. However, the poor signal in the utility closet made the upload excruciatingly slow. Just as the video finished sending, the door was kicked open. Chen Peng stormed in, grabbed Yuku by the hair, and dragged her out roughly. Where's the phone? Hand it over, he snarled. Yuka clung desperately to her phone, but she was no match for Chen Peng's strength. He snatched it away and attempted to unlock it, only to be thwarted by the password. Enraged, he raised his hand, ready to strike her. Kiki. Guyan's voice rang out suddenly. He rushed over, landing a punch squarely on Chen Peng's face and snatching the phone back. Standing protectively in front of Yuku, he roared, Get lost. Don't touch her. Chen Peng held his face, glaring coldly at Guyan before ultimately retreating. Guyan looked down at Yuku, his brows knitted tightly. Kiki, what did you record? Let's delete it, okay? Trust me, keeping this will only bring trouble. You don't understand their methods, y'all only get hurt. He didn't return the phone to her. Instead, he tried unlocking it himself. Yuka angrily gestured in sign language. Give it back. But Guyan ignored her. On his second attempt, he successfully unlocked the phone. The password was Yuka's birthday. He quickly opened the gallery and deleted the video and photos she had taken. Yuka finally managed to snatch the phone back, her eyes blazing with anger and disappointment. She raised her hand and slapped Guyan hard across the face, the sound sharp and stinging. Guyan didn't dodge. Kiki, I'm doing this for your own good, he said softly. Yuka stared at him coldly, her gaze filled with disgust. She pushed past him, limping away. Her ankle had been dislocated during the struggle with Chen Peng, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the chill in her heart. The man who had once protected her now felt like a stranger she couldn't bear to look at. It took her a long time to make her way to the hospital entrance. Just as she stepped outside, a tall figure rushed toward her and pulled her into a tight embrace. His heartbeat was rapid, his chest carrying the metallic scent of blood, and he was still dressed in a hospital gown. It was Li Hanzhou. Kiki, his voice was deep and urgent, his eyes filled with worry. The moment he received Yuka's video, he had rushed out without hesitation, desperate to ensure her safety. At that moment, Guyan also emerged, chasing after Yuku. His expression darkened instantly when he saw her in the arms of an unfamiliar man. His gaze turned cold and guarded. Yuka clung tightly till he hands his jacket, her frail body tense like a drawn bow, as if the slightest slack would cause her to collapse. She kept her head down, not daring to look ahead, not even willing to glance at Guyan from the corner of her eye. Beside her, Li Hanzhou felt her trembling uncontrollably. His gaze darkened as he glanced coldly at Guyan, then removed his coat and gently draped it over Yuka's shoulders. His voice was deep and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Let's go. But Guyan wasn't ready to let go. He stepped forward, blocking their path, his eyes fixed on Li Hanzhou with suspicion. Yuka, who is he? He blatantly ignored Yuka's limp, her pale face, and the exhaustion etched into her features, focusing entirely on Li Hanzhou, as if the man before him was about to take away something irreplaceable. Li Hangzhou raised his eyes indifferently, his voice as cold as ice. And who are you? Tall and imposing, Li Hangzhou stood like an unyielding wall, shielding Yuku completely behind him. The invisible sense of safety he exuded made Yuku tighten her grip on his jacket. Though she still harbored some fear of him, she felt safer behind him than anywhere near Gu Yan. While Gu Yan's height was above average, he was utterly dwarfed by Li Han's towering 1.9-meter frame, his presence diminished in comparison. "I'm her husband," Gu Yan said with a frown, reaching out to take Yuka's hand. But she instinctively avoided his touch, shrinking back into the protective space behind Li Hangzhou, unwilling to take even a single step closer to Gu Yan. Li Hangzhou raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. "Husband? As far as I know, Mr. Gus' wife is the daughter of this hospital's director, isn't she?" Gu Yan's expression darkened instantly. He glared at Li Hangzhou, his tone sharp with defiance. "This has nothing to do with you. This is between me and Kikite's a family matter, and we'll handle it ourselves." Trying to regain control of the situation, he pressed on. "At least for now, she's still legally my wife." It was clear Gu Yan had done his homework, consulting a lawyer beforehand. Given their current circumstances, as long as Yuka didn't agree to a divorce, any relationship she had with someone else wouldn't be recognized legally. He clung to this point, attempting to assert his position. "Kiki, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have touched your phone." Gu Yan softened his tone, trying to reason with her. "You need to understand I'm just looking out for you. You're all alone now. Blowing this out of proportion won't do you any good. We can't fight against those in power. If they decide to gang up on you, you'll be pushed to the brink." He spoke as if he were her only option, as if he were the only one who could help her, because she had no family left, no one to stand by her side. Yuka kept her head down, her fingers clutching tightly at Li Han's jacket, trembling from head to toe. Gu Yan's words struck at the core of her deepest fears. She really was alone. "Who said she's alone?" Li Hangzhou sneered, pulling her closer into his embrace. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Are you blind? Can't you see him standing right here?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. With his hand resting firmly on Yuka's shoulder, it was as though he was shielding her from all her anxieties and fears. His piercing eyes locked onto Gu Yan as he spoke coldly. "You want to take Yuka with you? Clean up your own mess first. Otherwise, you're in no position to make demands." Before the words had fully settled, a sleek black SUV pulled up by the roadside. The car door opened, and Fu Jingting stepped out, dressed in all black. His expression was as ominous as the sky before a storm. His gaze swept over Gu Yan before landing on Yuku. His voice was low and commanding. "You could get in the car." Li Hangzhou lowered his head slightly and spoke to Yuku in a calm, soothing tone. "Get in first." His voice carried a quiet reassurance. Seeing this, Gu Yan panicked. He stepped forward in an attempt to stop her. "Kiki, you just got back to the country. How could you know these people? They're clearly not good company. Come home with me." His words dripped with hostility, but Yuku ignored him completely. She lifted her head and glanced at Fu Zhengting, whispering a soft apology before obediently getting into the car. Fu Zhengting's face remained cold as he personally shut the car door for her. Then, turning to Li Hangzhou, he said curtly, "You get in too." Li Hangzhou unclenched his fists. He had been ready to punch Gu Yan, but with Fu Zhengting present, he knew he wouldn't get the chance. Letting out a cold laugh, he grabbed Gu Yan by the collar. "Consider yourself lucky today. Next time you won't be." With that, he shoved Gu Yan forcefully, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Gu Yan glared at Li Hangzhou, his eyes burning with anger and frustration. "Kiki." But Yuka didn't look back, not even a glance. She sat in the car, her entire body tense, pressing herself as far against the door as possible, trying to put distance between herself and Li Hangzhou. "No loyalty at all, Yuka," Li Hangzhou muttered as he got into the car and leaned back against the seat. His face was alarmingly pale, clearly holding himself together by sheer willpower. He took a deep breath, clutching at the wound on his chest, his brows furrowed in pain. Yuka stole a glance at him but didn't dare move closer. Despite the redness in his eyes and the evident pain sapping his strength, Li Hangzhou still managed a teasing smirk. "You Xiaoka, are you planning to ride on the roof? Am I really that scary?" Yuka nodded earnestly. "Yes, you are." Li Hangzhou sighed in exasperation and suddenly rested his head on her lap. Startled, Yuka instinctively tried to push him away, but when she saw the blood soaking through his shirt, she froze, not daring to use any force. Li Han's lips curled faintly, his voice weak but laced with humor. "Yuku, if I die, scatter my ashes at your place. Even as a ghost, I wouldn't want to leave you." A chill ran down Yuka's spine. She felt he was deliberately trying to frighten her. She sat rigidly, not daring to move. From the rearview mirror, Fu Jingting shot Li Hangzhou an icy glance, his tone dripping with disdain. "Run off like that one more time, and we might as well head straight to the crematorium." Li Hangzhou ignored Fu Jingting's teasing and stood coldly to the side. Fu Jingting didn't press further, and instead turned his attention to Yuku. His tone was as serious as ever. The bullet hit his body and fractured his collarbone. Although it was just a ricochet and didn't hit any vital organs, he keeps refusing treatment and running off. You're a doctor, you should understand what this could lead to. Yuko frowned slightly and looked down at Li Hanzhou. She didn't say a word, but Fu Jingting knew all too well that the only person who could make this stubborn man compromise was Yuko. Sure enough, as soon as Li Hanzhou caught her expression, he immediately relented in a low voice. Fine. I promise I won't run off again, but you have to promise me that my wife will be safe. Yuka's frown deepened. She quickly signed with her hands. I'm not his wife. Fu Jingting, unable to understand, turned to Li Hanzhou with a puzzled expression. What did she say? The corner of Li Hanzhou's mouth lifted slightly as he replied nonchalantly. She said okay. Yuka's face flushed red with anger, but no sound came out. She could only glare at Li Hanzhou, her frustration evident. She couldn't help but recall how, even back when they were up against the terrorist organization, Li Hanzhou loved to mess with her like this. Taking advantage of her inability to speak, he always managed to get his way. Video. Yuka signed to Li Hanzhou, her expression showing a hint of urgency. Did he delete it? Li Hanzhou's face darkened immediately, his eyes flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, I should have beaten that scumbag earlier. Yuka nodded, her expression calm but her determination unmistakable. Without another word, Li Hanzhou took her phone and deftly navigated through it, deleting the forwarded messages from their chat history. He glanced up at her with a serious tone. I've saved it for you. It's not safe to leave it on your phone. Yuka stared at the phone screen, silently marveling at how complex smartphones had become. After 5 years away from technology, she realized she'd need some time to adjust. Closing the phone, Li Hanzhou looked at her intently. You're trying to find out who betrayed you all, aren't you? Yuka nodded firmly. She needed answers not just for herself but also for Lu Meng and her parents. Li Hanzhou sighed softly and reminded her, that's the police's job. You just focus on keeping yourself safe. Yuka lowered her head, silent, but the stubbornness in her eyes was unmistakable. Li Hanzhou shook his head in resignation. All right, at least wait until I've recovered, okay? He knew her well enough to understand that once Yuka set her mind to something, no one could stop her. If that was the case, he had no choice but to stand by her side. However, recalling the danger she'd just been in, his tone carried a trace of reproach. I was lucky to catch it in time this time. But what about next time? You can't expect me to keep running out of the hospital for you. Yuka opened her mouth to respond but, unable to speak, resorted to signing. I don't need your help. Li Hanzhou's frown deepened, and his tone carried a mix of frustration and exasperation. If I didn't help you, do you think you'd still be alive now? In South Sudan, Yuka wouldn't have survived without Li Hanzhou's protection, it was a fact. Had always seen her as a delicate flower, unfit to endure any storms. Though he never said it out loud, he constantly wanted to keep her close. But Yuka didn't see herself that way. She considered herself smart and resilient, capable of surviving even in the harshest conditions, like a cactus in the desert. We have nothing to do with each other. You don't need to take care of me, she signed again, her movements sharper this time, reflecting her anger. Li Hanzhou took a deep breath, his tone finally softening. I'm not helping you. This is just part of my unfinished mission. While Lucas' terrorist group has been dismantled, Lucas himself is still on the run. He has close ties with people in Haicheng. Finding out who betrayed you might lead us to him. Hearing this, Fu Jingting's expression turned razor-sharp as he glared at Li Hanzhou. That's classified information. Li Hanzhou didn't back down, retorting. She can be trusted. Besides, didn't the higher-ups tell us to find a reliable informant? Do you think I'd just pick anyone? Fu Jingting rubbed his temples but didn't argue further. Meanwhile, Yuka quickly signed with urgency. I agree. I can work with you on this. To emphasize her determination, she even pulled out her phone and typed out a message, handing it to Fu Jingting. He glanced at it, sighed, and dropped his objections. Take me to Xing'an Lane. Sister Lilan found me a rental there. Yuka signed to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou hesitated for a moment before nodding. Uncle, to Xing'an Lane. When the car stopped in the alley, Li Hanzhou reluctantly got up from leaning on Yuka. She had tried to push him off several times during the ride, but he had stubbornly refused to move. Let me check your foot, he said as he got out of the car, scooping her up in his arms without warning. Fu Jingting, exasperated, covered his face, unwilling to witness the spectacle. Are you trying to get yourself killed faster? This little injury? You think I can't carry my wife? Li Hanzhou shot back unapologetically, carrying Yuka straight toward the rental. Yuka's face turned crimson with anger. She squirmed in his arms but couldn't break free. Frustrated, she kept a cold expression and let him have his way. Inwardly, though, she swore that Li Hanzhou was, without a doubt, the most shameless man she'd ever met. Yuka shook off Li Hanzhou's support and, enduring the pain in her ankle, hobbled over to the door number. Bending down, she retrieved a key from beneath the flower pot. It was a spare key that Lilan had thoughtfully prepared for her. A faint sense of helplessness crossed her mind as she turned to glance at Li Hanzhou. Sure enough, he had started his usual nagging again. Under the flower pot, inside the shoe, or under the doormat, these are all the worst places to hide a key. You're just inviting thieves in. He followed her closely, chattering away, his talkative nature on full display. Yuko ignored him, opened the door, and stepped inside. The rental apartment was located in the old district of Haicheng. Although the building was dated, the prime location made the rent far from cheap. Thankfully, the interior was clean and well-maintained, with all the necessary amenities like a fridge and furniture. Supposedly, the apartment belonged to the stepfather of Lilan's husband's parents. Because they didn't trust renting it to strangers, they offered it to Yuko at a discounted rate. She couldn't help but feel grateful. Sit down and don't move, Li Hanzhou said as he scooped her up and gently placed her on the sofa. He crouched down to examine her swollen ankle intently. It's dislocated, he said with a frown, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Yuka glared at him, her heart filled with resistance. This man, why was he always so overbearing, completely oblivious to the concept of personal boundaries? Bear with it, he said as his hands moved toward her ankle, ready to reset it. Panic-stricken, Yuka quickly stopped him, her eyes filled with fear and distrust. Li Hanzhou gave a small, knowing smile, as if an idea had just struck him. He suddenly looked past her, his tone casual as he asked, "What's the story behind that painting on your wall?" Instinctively, Yuka turned to look. In that split second, Li Hanzhou seized the moment, firmly gripping her ankle and snapping it back into place. Yuka let out a sharp cry of pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him, both hurt and furious. Li Hanzhou, however, looked smug, his grin widening as he pulled her into a gentle hug. There. It's done now. All better, he said soothingly. Yuka's breathing quickened as she angrily shoved him away. Almost without thinking, she blurted out, "Get out." Li Hanzhou froze, his body stiffening as his eyes lit up with a mix of shock and excitement. Gripping her shoulders firmly, his voice trembled. Just now, did you just speak?" Yuko was stunned too. She opened her mouth, trying to say something more, but no sound came out. Had that one word really slipped out unconsciously? Overjoyed, Li Hanzhou hugged her tightly again, his tone brimming with delight. "Say something else. Yell at me again, I don't mind." Yuka's eyes stung as she tried to push him away. She attempted to speak deliberately this time, but that invisible barrier stood in her way, rendering her voiceless once more. Her hands fell limply to her sides, as if shackled by an unbreakable spell, unable to overcome the psychological hurdle. Sensing her frustration, Li Hanzhou softened his voice to comfort her. All right. Don't rush it. We'll take it slow. You'll speak again, I promise. There's no need to force it now." Yuko lowered her head, remaining silent. Her emotions were a tangled mess. As awful as Li Hanzhou could be, it seemed he genuinely wanted to help her. But then there was Gu, and the thought of him made her chest tighten painfully, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Li Hanzhou stood up, his eyes scanning the room as he resumed his rambling. "This place may be small, but it's not bad. Li Lan really cares about you, huh?" As he spoke, he moved around like a radar, inspecting every corner for potential safety hazards. Yuko watched his busy figure with a mix of emotions she couldn't quite articulate. She gestured, attempting to ask what he was doing. Li Hanzhou pulled out a toolbox from a drawer and walked straight to the creaky old door. He began fixing the noisy hinges with practiced ease. Yuka stared at his skilled movements, surprised. This man could fix doors? Once he finished with the door, he headed to the bathroom for a quick check. Emerging shortly after, he warned her seriously, "Don't use the bathroom outlets. They're not waterproof, and it's dangerous when you're showering. I'll replace them with waterproof ones after I'm discharged from the hospital." Yuka remained silent, sitting on the sofa and quietly observing as he bustled about. Standing by the doorframe, Li Hanzhou continued in a casual tone, "Use the money I left you for daily necessities. Don't skimp. I risk my life for the higher-ups, and while the bonuses are a bit stingy now, there'll be more later. A man earns money to spend on his wife, don't you think? Once the bonuses come in, I'll hand it all over to you." Yuko was left speechless, unsure how to drive this man out of her life. "I asked the hospital, and they said he'll need another 10 days to fully recover and be discharged." 10 days, he sighed, looking genuinely aggrieved, as if he were about to cling to her and pout. Yuka shied away in disgust. Just as he was about to press her further, a loud bang came from outside the door. Fu Jingting stormed in, a cold aura surrounding him, and kicked the newly repaired door. The hinges screeched once again. Li Hanzhou sighed, picking up his toolbox with a resigned expression as he began fixing the door again. "When will you stop resorting to violence?" he grumbled. Once the door was repaired, Fu Jingting grabbed Li Hanzhou by the back of his collar and dragged him out. The apartment finally fell silent. Yuka let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that the quiet brought her fears and sadness to the forefront. The overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed her, threatening to swallow her whole. She couldn't stay here alone. She needed to find a safe space to calm herself. After leaving the apartment, Yuku headed to the cemetery. Her parents had been only children, and most of her relatives lived far from Haicheng. Their funeral arrangements had been handled entirely by Gu Yan. When Lilan had asked him about it, she learned that they were buried at Hengshan Cemetery. Gu Yan had originally offered to accompany her, but she refused. As she arrived at the cemetery, her phone buzzed. It was a call from Lilan. "Kaka, I did some digging for you. Your parents' old neighborhood was slated for redevelopment 2 years ago. They owned 3 old units in Lijiang Bay, and the compensation totaled 25 million. Then there's the old mansion your grandfather left behind. It was worth nearly 60 million and was sold to a wealthy overseas returnee. All this money was settled 2 years ago and went directly to Gu Yan." Yuka froze mid-step. Over 80 million in assets, and Gu Yan hadn't mentioned a word. Not only that, but he had sold her grandfather's ancestral home, the one she had repeatedly told him must never be sold. She had only been missing for 5 years, and yet he couldn't wait to liquidate everything. A chilling realization washed over her, leaving her trembling to the core. Standing in the cemetery, Yuka felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep from the ground beneath her feet and spread through her entire body. The Yu family's ancestral home had been sold by Gu Yan. The news hit her like a heavy blow, leaving her head buzzing. After the initial shock, waves of anger and fear surged through her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Kiki, you need to contact a lawyer immediately. You can't trust Gu Yan. If he takes the money and doesn't give you your share, I'll be a complete fallout." Lilan's voice on the other end of the phone was shaky as well. "With your parents gone, if he really wants to take everything, there's nothing you can do to stop him." Yuka gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. "I've spoken to my husband about it, and he's furious. He suggests you pretend you don't know anything for now. Go to the housing bureau yourself and check the records. Then apply for asset preservation to freeze Gu Yan's assets. If he's already transferred the money, I'll be too late," Lilan said quickly, as though trying to cram all the solutions into a single breath. Yuka took a deep breath, but she knew in her heart that even with asset preservation, the situation would still be difficult. When her parents passed away, she and Gu Yan were already married, and as her husband, he was legally entitled to half of her inheritance. Lilan seemed to sense her silence and softened her voice, now tinged with tears. "Kiki, my dear Kiki, why do you have to bear so much?" Yuka's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, silently spilling down her cheeks. She had never imagined Gu Yan would treat her this way. She had believed that choosing Gu Yan meant choosing a lifetime together. But today, everything felt like an absurd joke. "Kiki, where are you? I'll come to you. Are you at your parents' place?" Lilan's voice was filled with urgency. Yuka didn't respond but lightly tapped her phone twice, the crisp sound signaling that she was at the cemetery. "We're coming right over," Lilan said before hanging up. Yuka felt numb, like a puppet with its strings cut, taking heavy, sluggish steps forward. Perhaps the only dignity Gu Yan had left for her parents was purchasing this burial plot. The cemetery manager led Yuku to her parents' gravestone. It was in a prime location, quiet and well-maintained, clearly a costly choice. Yuka stared at the gravestone, her emotions a tangled mess. If Lilan hadn't told her that Gu Yan had sold the ancestral home, she might have been grateful to him, thinking he had honored her parents with a proper burial. But now, all she felt was cold and unbearable, bone-deep cold. "Miss, is it your husband who visits your parents often?" the cemetery manager asked casually. Yuka didn't answer. Her gaze fell on a bouquet of fresh flowers in front of the gravestone, still vibrant, and her vision blurred. "He's here almost every week. Always brings fresh flowers. Most people only visit during holidays," the manager added softly before tactfully walking away. Standing before the gravestone, Yuka's tears streamed down uncontrollably, blurring the inscriptions. It all felt like a nightmare, a never-ending nightmare. Just 5 years ago, her parents' faces were still vivid in her memory, as if they were still with her yesterday. Everything had been fine. But after she went on a peacekeeping medical mission, she returned to a world that had completely changed. "Dad, Mom, Kiki is back." She knelt before the gravestone, gently wiping the dust off the photo. Tears poured down her face, and when she was too exhausted to cry anymore, she leaned against the cold stone, as if seeking some warmth from it. At that moment, she fully realized that her parents were truly gone. She was alone now. In High City, she had no one left to rely on. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Back in college, Gu Yan had been the student council president, talented, charismatic, and dazzling. She remembered the time when Lu Yuro had publicly confessed her feelings to Gu Yan, declaring she wanted to be with him. But by then, Gu Yan and Yuko had already been together for 3 years. Lu Yuro, their junior, had been infatuated with Gu Yan and clung to him relentlessly. Yet Gu Yan had always been clear in his rejections, keeping a respectful distance from other women. At that time, Yuka had deeply loved and trusted Gu Yan, firmly believing he would never betray her. Lu Yuro had flaunted her family background, a prestigious medical lineage in High City, with her father holding a prominent position at the city hospital. but Yuka's family was equally distinguished. Her grandfather was a high-ranking military officer. Her father, a government official, wielded authority on par with the Liu family. Her grandmother was a professor at High City University, and her grandfather a renowned calligrapher. As the only child in 3 generations, Yuku had been doted on and cherished, the pride of her family and the envy of many. But now, everything had changed. The Liu family, who once dared not openly oppose her, now bullied her, the orphan, without restraint. The once proud Yuku had been trampled into the mud. She couldn't accept it. How could she possibly accept this? Kiki Lilan and her husband, Fu Qing, arrived to find Yuka still weeping. Fu Qing, Lilan's high school sweetheart, had been with her since their teenage years, a classic from school uniforms to wedding gowns love story. Despite frequent quarrels and even near divorces after marriage, when Lilan's grief led her to join a peacekeeping mission, Fu Qing had waited for her. Over 5 years, he had never stopped searching for her or turned to another woman. And Yuka? She had once been so certain that Gu Yan would wait for her. But now, it all felt like a cruel joke. Fu Qing approached Yuku and said softly, "I looked into your family's old house. It was sold at a low price in a hurry. The seller wasn't Gu Yan, it was his wife, Lu Yuro." Yuka froze in place, her eyes lifting to Fu Qing as she used sign language to express her disbelief. Lu Yuro? On what grounds? Fu Qing's expression was heavy, and his voice was low as he explained, "After you went missing, Gu Yan applied for your death certificate. That old mansion then became his property. Shortly after, he and Lu Yuro got married, making her his legal wife. However, if she wants to sell the mansion, she'd need Gu Yan's consent. Without it, the house can't be sold." Yuka's face turned cold in an instant. Fu Qing continued, "In other words, the ancestral home of the Yu family was sold by Gu Yan and Lu Yuro together. And the house, which is worth close to 100 million, was sold for only 60 million clearly. They were desperate for money." As soon as Fu Qing finished speaking, Lilan burst out angrily, "These scumbags. They deserve to be struck by lightning and rot in hell." Fu Qing raised a hand to calm her. "This isn't the time for anger. If we want to minimize the losses, we'll have to see if Gu Yan has any shred of conscience left." But he paused deliberately, his meaning clear without finishing the sentence. Everyone present understood. A man who remarried so quickly after Yuka's disappearance, and even had a 5-year-old child with another woman, what conscience could he possibly have? Yuka remained silent, her face devoid of emotion, yet the pain in her eyes was impossible to hide. She never imagined Gu Yan could be so heartless. Yuku. Fu Qing turned to her, his tone serious. "There's one way to minimize the risk on divorce, Gu Yan. Try to talk to him, even if it means appealing to his emotions or discussing other matters. Just find a way to keep him from divorcing you. As long as your marriage is still valid, his marriage to Lu Yuro is void. That way, Lu Yuro won't be able to touch the money that belongs to you and Gu Yan. Staying married to that scumbag? That's like sentencing yourself to a lifetime of misery." Lilan clenched her fists in fury, her voice trembling with anger. "I can't believe he turned out to be this kind of person. And the house you two bought together, Yukahi's family isn't even from Haicheng. They only contributed a little money while your family paid for almost everything. And now he and that vile woman are living happily in it." The more Lilan spoke, the angrier she became, her face flushing red as her entire body trembled. Fu Qing sighed helplessly. "Marriage, sometimes it's an unsolvable mess." "I'll talk to Gu Yan," Yuka typed on her phone, her reddened eyes reflecting her determination. The words on the screen were firm. "I want to see how much more he can shock me. Thank you both. I'll handle this. I can let go of everything else, but the old mansion, our ancestral home, must not be sold." "Wait." Fu Qing suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes lighting up. "There's another possibility. If your parents left a will clearly stating that their property belongs to you, then it can be reclaimed." Lilan quickly caught on and chimed in, "Kaka, your parents loved you so much. If they really," her voice faltered, but she continued, "if they really chose to end their lives without knowing your fate, they would have definitely left a will." Yuka's breathing quickened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She had overlooked this crucial detail. Both of her parents were highly educated and understood the importance of a will. If they had truly chosen to end their lives, they would have left one behind. The absence of a will could only mean her parents' deaths were not what they seemed. "No will means my parents didn't commit suicide." Yuka typed rapidly, her words messy but clear. "In my grandfather's will, the old mansion was left to me as my premarital property." Fu Qing let out a breath of relief after hearing this. "That's excellent news. At least the old mansion can be reclaimed. As for your parents' estate, without a will, you can still recover half of it. The marital home can also be recovered by half." Lilan took a deep breath and asked softly, "Cuckoo, are you really going to divorce him? Won't that just make it easier for him and Lu Yuro?" "If it were me, I wouldn't divorce, just to spite them." Yuka shook her head. Her personality wouldn't allow her to drag things out like that. She only wanted to sever ties with Gu Yan as quickly as possible. A steely glint appeared in her eyes as she typed on her phone again. "I suspect my parents didn't commit suicide." Fu Cheng's expression shifted at her words. His voice turned serious as he asked, "What makes you say that?" "My parents wouldn't have taken their own lives without seeing my body first. They would never do that, I know them too well." Yuka's fingers flew across her phone screen, her words filled with conviction. Fu Cheng was silent for a moment before speaking. "The case was ruled a suicide, but I once requested access to the files. Although I wasn't in charge of the case, the archives staff kept making excuses to deny me access. I have the same doubts as you." He hesitated, his voice lowering. "As a police officer, I have to suspect anyone who stood to benefit from their deaths." And Guyan Fu Cheng inhaled deeply, his tone growing grim. "You need to be mentally prepared." Yuka staggered, her body swaying. Lilan quickly stepped forward to steady her. "Cuckoo." Yuka shook her head to signal that she was fine, but her entire body was trembling. Her eyes were bloodshot with a mix of rage and sorrow. She pulled away from Lilan's support and knelt before her parents' gravestone, her hands trembling as they touched the cold surface. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I've failed you." Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Her throat tightened, and with a sickening taste of iron, she spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. "Cuckoo." Lilan cried out in alarm, rushing to catch her. Fu Qing hurried over to help, supporting Yuka's limp body. Her face was pale as a sheet, her breathing faint, yet her fingers clung desperately to the gravestone, unwilling to let go. "Coco. Coco, your dad will always be your rock. My daughter was born to be cherished and loved. I'm not spoiling her. In our family, she's meant to enjoy life. No one dares to mistreat her. My girl is inherently kind, not a bad person. We've given her the best education and upbringing this family could offer. I know her well, and I don't like hearing anyone speak ill of her." Back then, Yuko was determined to marry Gu Yan, and it stirred up quite the gossip among family and friends. The Yu family had been the only child in their lineage for 3 generations, and they didn't maintain close ties with extended relatives. However, marriage was a major event, so even the distant relatives had to be informed. The news led to a flurry of opinions from those who rarely kept in touch. They labeled Guyan as a phoenix man from a small town and criticized that someone with Yuka's background didn't need to settle for an outsider. Yuka despised hearing anyone badmouth Guyan, so she stood her ground and argued back. This embarrassed the relatives, who then complained to her parents. But her father never wavered in his support for Yuku. "Coco? Coco." Her father's voice was like a shield, steadfastly protecting her. When Yuko woke up, she overheard Fu Cheng and Guyan talking. She opened her eyes, her blurry vision scanning the hospital room, and realized she was lying on a hospital bed. It was Lilan who had brought her here, and Guyan had soon followed. "She's endured so much in South Sudan." Lilan's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes red-rimmed. "Guyan, if you're any kind of man, you'd better treat her well." Guyan lowered his head, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I heard in South Sudan. She was with terrorists selling her body." His words trailed off, but the hesitation and doubt in his tone were unmistakable. He lifted his gaze to meet Lilan's, his voice low and probing. "Is it true?" Lilan stared at him in disbelief, her voice rising with anger. "Guyan, are you even human? In this situation, shouldn't you just be grateful your wife came back alive?" Guyan's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white. His voice was barely audible as he muttered. "So the rumors are true?" Lilan, furious, slapped him hard across the face. Her voice was icy and resolute. "You're such a bastard. No matter what happened, it wasn't her choice. You'd better shut your mouth and never mention this in front of Coco." She wasn't entirely sure if anything had happened between Yuku and Li Hanzhou, but during her time with the terrorist group, it was true that Li Hanzhou had protected Yuku. The rumors outside had already tied Yuka's name to Li Hanzhou, branding her as his woman. Guyan's expression darkened, and he lowered his voice as if trying to justify himself. "It's not that I care, I know whatever happened wasn't her choice." Lying on the hospital bed, Yuka listened quietly. She took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. What is despair? Perhaps it's what she felt at this very moment. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling as she tried to suppress the storm of emotions within her. Coco Lilan noticed she was awake and rushed to her bedside, her eyes filled with concern. Yuka raised a weak hand and made a thank you gesture, then pointed to Guyan, signaling that she wanted to talk to him alone. Lilan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and hugged her gently, her voice full of reassurance. "Coco, no matter what happens, I'll always have your back." Yuka's eyes reddened as she nodded, watching Lilan and Fu Cheng leave the room. Now only she and Guyan remained. Guyan stood awkwardly by the bed, visibly uneasy. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Coco, who are those 2 people? They don't seem like good company. How do you know them? How could you just leave with them? You weren't like this before." His words carried a tone of accusation, tinged with disappointment, as if she had become someone he no longer recognized. Yuka stared directly at him, her gaze icy. Slowly, she picked up her phone and typed out a response. "Who told you?" Guyan lowered his head, his voice heavy. Coco, you heard everything? I believe you didn't have a choice. In that situation, you couldn't. Lu Yuro told you? Yuka's fingers moved swiftly across the screen, typing out the question, her tone filled with anger and disbelief. Gu Yan stayed silent, his downcast expression confirming the answer. Yuka's hands trembled slightly as she continued typing. So you just believed her? Gu Yan remained mute, his silence speaking volumes. Yuka's heart felt like it was being torn apart. She typed each word deliberately. Gu Yan, let's get a divorce. Divorce? She paused, her eyes cold and unwavering. From now on, we're strangers. And if my parents' deaths have anything to do with you, then from now on, we're enemies. Gu Yan's head shot up, his emotions spiraling out of control as he shouted, I don't agree. Coco, I don't agree to the divorce. Yuka let out a cold laugh, her fingers moving again. And what about Lu Yuro? Gu Yan's face twisted with pain, his voice low and conflicted. Coco, I can't make a decision. She gave me a daughter for the sake of the child. Double standards, huh? Yuka's laugh was sharp and mocking, her gaze piercing. At that moment, the hospital room door was flung open. Lu Yuro stormed in, her voice shrill with fury. I have proof that she cheated in South Sudan. She slept with a terrorist for 5 years, living disgracefully, even calling themselves husband and wife. Lu Yuro burst into the room, her steps urgent and her presence commanding as she stormed into the hospital ward. Yuka sat on the bed, her cold gaze fixed on Yuro. Her hands clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning pale. Gu Yan's brows furrowed, his tone laced with suppressed anger. What are you doing here? Go back. Why should I go back? I'm your wife. Lu Yuro's voice was sharp, tinged with defiance. Without hesitation, she walked over to Yuka's bedside, her eyes filled with disdain. Yuka, I've heard about you. Surviving in a place like South Sudan? Impressive. Turns out, it was by selling your body. Yuka's expression instantly turned sharp, her piercing gaze locking onto Lu Yuro. Her throat felt constricted, as if she couldn't utter a single word. In that moment, she wished she could fire back, even if it were just a satisfying outburst like Lilan might have. But all she could do was silently watch as Lu Yuro flaunted her arrogance. Shut up. Gu Yan's voice was low, simmering with restrained fury. He turned to Lu Yuro with an irritated glare, clearly unwilling to hear more. But Lu Yuro didn't stop. Instead, she pressed on, her words deliberate and cutting. Gu Yan, do you know how Yuka survived? She caught the eye of a smuggler's second-in-command as soon as she got there. That man was from Haicheng and worked with a terrorist group led by Lucas. He claimed Yuku as his own. For 5 years, she stayed alive by sleeping with him. Gu Yan's expression darkened, but Lu Yuro, triumphant, continued to embellish the story. She's filthy. 5 years, Gu Yan. She spent 5 years in bed with a terrorist. Do you even know what kind of person she is now? And Chen Ke said that man referred to Yuku as his wife everywhere he went. Every word from Lu Yuro was like a dagger, stabbing at Yuku and Gu Yan alike. Yuka trembled uncontrollably, her eyes fixed on Gu Yan, desperate for even a shred of trust in his gaze. But Gu Yan remained silent, his expression conflicted. He believed it could see it. Kuka, is it true? Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, his eyes reddening as he looked at her with a hint of pleading. Just tell me just one word. Is it true? A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Yuka's lips. She raised her hands and signed. How ridiculous, Gu Yan. What gives you the right to ask me if it's true? Gu Yan froze, unable to understand her sign language. His emotions spiraled out of control. Yuku, answer me. Type it out if you have to. Yuka remained motionless, her gaze cold and detached. Realizing his tone was too harsh, Gu Yan softened his voice, trying to soothe her. He embraced her in front of Lu Yuro, his voice tinged with desperation. Kuku, I didn't mean to be harsh. I know no matter what happened, it wasn't your choice, right? Gu Yan, how long are you going to keep lying to yourself? Lu Yuro interjected with a mocking laugh, her tone dripping with contempt. Do you even know how filthy people over there are? For all you know, she might have picked up some disease. You've been with her for years, not daring to touch her, but look at her, she spent 5 years warming someone else's bed. Her words were like gasoline on a fire, completely igniting Gu Yan's anger. He spun around, pointing to the door, and roared, Shut up. Get out. Lu Yuro clenched her teeth, her fists tight, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yuku. Yuku, you're disgusting. With that, she stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Yuka sat there motionless, her face pale as a ghost, like a puppet robbed of its soul. Gu Yan still held her tightly, as if afraid she might vanish into thin air. Kuka, just tell me it's not true. Please. Yuka remained silent. It wasn't until the foretube began to backflow with blood and her complexion turned even paler that she slowly reached out and pulled the needle from her arm. Blood trickled from the puncture wound, but she seemed oblivious to the pain. Kuku, let me take you home, Gu Yan said, standing up and trying to hold her hand. Yuka shook him off coldly, but he stubbornly grabbed her hand again. The entire way, Yuka stayed silent, her expression blank. She knew the man beside her was no longer the Gu Yan from 5 years ago. And she herself was no longer the Yuka from 5 years ago either. What they clung to was only the memory of a carefree version of each other from the past. Kaka, don't take Lu Yuro's words to heart. I know you're not that kind of person. Gu Yan tried to comfort both himself and her. Yuka remained silent, letting the blood drip from her hand. It wasn't until they reached the parking lot that Gu Yan noticed the crimson stains. Panicking, he pressed on her wound, his eyes reddening. Kaka. He called her name over and over, his voice filled with pain, but her gaze remained hollow and distant. The old house my grandfather left me. Did you let Lu Yuro sell it? Yuka typed quickly on her phone and held the screen up to Gu Yan. Gu Yan froze, his eyes darting nervously. His voice carried a hint of guilt. Kaka, how did you find out? Yuka continued typing, her tone cutting. We'll talk about the demolition compensation later. The old house is the foundation of the Yu family, our ancestral home. It can't be sold. Gu Yan avoided her gaze, mumbling. Yuro's family's company ran into trouble a couple of years ago. They had a financial crisis, and she begged me for help. I thought, things are just material, but people are alive, so I decided to help them. That was my house. What gave you the right to sell it? Yuka's fingers trembled as she typed, her words stabbing into Gu Yan like knives. Kaka were husband and wife, Gu Yan argued anxiously. At the time, I thought you were gone. That was what you left behind for me, so of course I could decide how to use it. Yuka's gaze turned icy, as if she were looking at a stranger. Her fingers hovered over the screen, but she couldn't bring herself to type another word. Yuka's fingers flew across the phone screen, her heart feeling as though it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Each tap on the keyboard felt like cutting into her own flesh. Gu Yan, I'm giving you a chance. Buy that house back for me. I don't care how you do it. Don't push me, don't want to take this to court. When she typed the final word, the pain in her chest nearly made it impossible to breathe. Gu Yan stood nearby, his hands clenched so tightly they had turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Struggling to suppress his emotions, his voice trembled as he spoke. Kiki, how did you become like this? In your eyes, am I worth less than that house? Less than money? Yuka found his words both absurd and laughable. She raised her head and looked directly at Gu Yan, her gaze carrying a sense of powerlessness and disappointment. His words made her see this man she had once deeply loved in a new light. She didn't explain further. Instead, she lowered her head again and firmly typed out a few more words. I want the house. Gu Yan's emotions finally broke. His voice, now tinged with anger, burst out, fine. I'll handle it. Just give me some time. Taking a deep breath, he opened the car door and gestured for her to get in. Yuku, however, turned and walked away, clearly unwilling to step into his car. But Gu Yan quickly caught up to her, grabbing her wrist and pleading in a low voice. Yuku, please, just listen to me. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Yuka took a deep breath and eventually got into the car, but she chose to sit in the back seat rather than the passenger seat. The passenger seat bore a sticker that read wife's seat, a deliberate provocation left by Lu Yuro. She didn't want to touch that spot, nor did she want to humiliate herself. Gu Yan stood by the car door, staring at the sticker with a face as dark as a storm. He reached out to peel it off, but even after it was removed, the faint outline of the sticker remained visible. Just like their relationship no longer pure, marred by irreparable cracks. Standing there, his voice dropped to a murmur. Kiki, is there any way we can go back to the way things were? The car stopped outside Yuka's small rented apartment. As Gu Yan asked the same question again, his voice carried a trace of desperation. But Yuka merely let out a cold laugh. He was remarried, had a child, and still dared to ask such a question? She gave no reply and stepped out of the car, heading straight upstairs. Unwilling to give up, Gu Yan silently followed her. Just as they reached her door, a group of delivery workers stood waiting, each holding bags of various items. One carried fruit, another household essentials, and yet another brought freshly cleaned bedding sets. There was even a delivery of high-end clothing from a designer boutique. Yuka froze, completely caught off guard by the scene. Are you Ms. Yu? One of the deliverymen asked with a polite smile. These are meals and other items ordered for you by Mr. Lee. He was worried you weren't eating properly. Yuka was momentarily speechless, staring at the expensive items as conflicting emotions churned within her. Lee Han's how hot he completely lost his mind? Was he insane? This ordinary police officer, with the modest bonus he earned from undercover work, was spending so lavishly? Anxiously, she asked, can I return them? But the deliverymen, not understanding sign language, simply smiled and carried the items into her apartment one by one. Gu Yan's expression darkened significantly. Once the deliverymen had left, he could no longer hold back. Lowering his voice, he asked, who was it? Who sent all this? Yuka didn't answer. She simply typed a single word. A friend. A friend. Gu Yan's tone instantly turned icy. Was it that man? He grabbed Yuka's wrist, his grip so tight that she winced in pain. Oblivious to how much he was hurting her, he pressed on. Do you have any idea how expensive these clothes are? This kind of concierge service is only for top-tier VIPs of luxury brands. What kind of friend cares about you this much? Since when did you know such wealthy people in Haicheng? His accusations cut into Yuku like knives, as if he were reducing her to someone unworthy. Yuka forcefully shook off his hand, her eyes filled with defensiveness. Her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but Guyan refused to relent. Guyan rubbed his temples, trying to calm himself. He offered a quiet apology. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to return these clothes. I'll take you shopping, okay? Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. But don't accept things from others. They all have ulterior motives. Only I truly love you. I cherish you so much I couldn't even bring myself to touch you. His voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with pain. He recalled how he had once treasured her, avoiding even the slightest physical contact, believing that only after marriage would he truly be responsible for her. But all of that was now in the past. Yuka's resistance only made Guyan more unhinged. Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulders and muttered under his breath, Yuka, you are mine, my wife. How dare you? His emotions spiraled out of control, and he pushed her onto the couch, attempting to assert his claim with a kiss. Guyan, stop. Yuka struggled desperately, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Her hands moved frantically in sign language, pleading, don't touch me. But it was as if Guyan couldn't hear her. His eyes were filled with obsession and madness. I don't believe what they've said. You must still be my right? Please, give yourself to me. He seemed utterly deranged, trying to prove Yuka's loyalty in the most twisted way. But Yuka's fear and despair only made her heart grow colder. Her resistance, her tears, could not awaken the man she had once loved. Guyan had become a stranger, someone who now terrified her. Yuka's breathing grew rapid as her hands moved uncontrollably, pushing and shoving Guyan, even slapping him with force. But none of it made any difference. She fell from the couch onto the floor, the water glass beside her rolling away before shattering into countless sharp shards. Grabbing one of the pieces, she pressed the jagged edge to her neck and slashed it across. Dark red blood gushed out instantly, the piercing color freezing the entire room in an eerie stillness. Guyan froze, his entire body drained of strength as he collapsed onto the ground. His gaze locked onto Yuku, confusion and terror in his eyes, slowly giving way to clarity. He finally calmed down. But Yuka's body remained taut, like a bow drawn to its limit, her eyes filled with hostility and wariness as she retreated cautiously, curling into a corner and hiding herself in the shadows. Guyan sat on the floor in silence for a long time, a flush of shame and anger rising to his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet room. His voice trembled with pain as he murmured, I care about you too much. It's driving me insane. From the moment I knew you were alive, knew you had come back, my heart has felt like it's been torn in two. Every day, I've been drowning in joy, pain, and fear of losing you. I love you so much. Kutko. He clutched his hair, as if trying to tear out the regret festering inside him. What do you want me to do? What should I do? Tell me, please. Yuka continued to stare at him stiffly, her gaze icy, as though she were looking at a stranger. Her heart churned with conflicting emotions. Was his pain genuine, or was he merely struggling with his own conflicting feelings? He wanted her, his first love, yet refused to let go of Lu Yuro and their child. How could he possibly have it all? Coco. Guyan's voice softened, tinged with a desperate plea. Give me a month. I'll handle the matter with the old family house. I'll give you an answer. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, attempting to approach her. But Yuka shrank back like a frightened deer, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with vigilance and hatred. The shard of glass in her hand pressed deeper into her neck, blood sliding down her skin in a horrifying display. Guyan dared not move closer. His heart ached as he took a step back, his voice breaking with emotion. Cuckoo, please don't hurt yourself. I was wrong. I'm a terrible person. I'll leave now. Just put the glass down, okay? He retreated step by step to the door, his eyes never leaving her. His tone was heavy, laced with despair. Coco, I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Yuka didn't respond. It wasn't until the door closed and Guyan's figure completely disappeared that she let her hand drop weakly. The shard of glass slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor with a crisp sound. Her t-shirt was soaked with blood, but she didn't even have the strength to glance at it. Pain surged through her body like a tidal wave as she curled up, clutching herself and crying silently. Exhaustion, despair, and anguish intertwined, leaving her feeling utterly hollow. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally drifted into unconsciousness. It wasn't until the next morning that she groggily woke up. Her wound had stopped bleeding, but the soreness and tearing pain throughout her body remained. Worse still, she had developed a high fever. Her body burned with heat, and even standing was a struggle. She collapsed back onto the couch, her breathing labored and hot. The loneliness pierced her heart like a cold blade, the searing pain making it hard to breathe. At that moment, she unexpectedly thought of Li Hanzhou, that chatterbox, the man she both feared and hated. For the first time, she felt that perhaps chatterboxes weren't so bad after all. Despite his infuriating nature, Li Hanzhou's presence had always reminded her she was still alive even if it was through anger. Her phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen displayed a call from Lilan. Weakly, Yuko answered, hearing Lilan's anxious voice on the other end. Cuckoo, did you see the forum posts in our group chat? Lilan's tone was filled with urgency and panic. Yuko didn't respond, and Lilan quickly continued. Cuckoo, whatever you do, don't look. Don't look at anything. Listen to me, I've already asked Fu Qing to report this to the police and file a case. We'll catch those who spread these lies and slander you. Just promise me, don't look at any of it. Yuka's hand trembled slightly. After ending the call, she couldn't resist opening the forum for the Haicheng hospital group. On the screen, vile rumors about her spread like wildfire, accusations that she had sold her body in South Sudan, submitted to terrorists, and been so degraded that she was referred to as a terrorist's wife. Others labeled her a traitor, a spy, someone who shouldn't have survived. Her gaze turned hollow, her fingers so cold she could barely hold onto her phone. It wasn't hard to guess that these malicious words had come from those who had once returned to the country with her. She had believed her sacrifices had saved their lives. But now, she finally saw the chilling indifference and cruelty of human nature. The phone rang again and it was Chen Laosher calling. On the other end, Chen Lao's his voice was filled with fury. Cuckoo, it's Chen Ku. Those things being said, they're all from Chen Ku. I'll get to the bottom of this, and I'll make him apologize to you. Yuko didn't have the strength to respond. Her trembling fingers gripped her hair tightly, as if trying to suppress the collapse surging inside her. Her family was gone, her lover had betrayed her, and now, even her colleagues who had once faced life and death together had turned against her. Yuka's ordeal of being abducted and forced to become a wife by terrorists in South Sudan had become the talk of the town at Haicheng Hospital. Lu Yuro, concerned about the potential impact of the matter on her father's position as the hospital director and the hospital's reputation, chose not to escalate the issue publicly. Instead, she directed all her malice inward, launching relentless personal attacks on Yuko. That Yuko, who knows how filthy she must be. I mean, those terrorists, what kind of people are they? It's terrifying. Exactly. She looks so innocent. But who knew she'd stoop to anything just to survive? If I were her, I'd rather die. She's so pretty. If I were a terrorist, I'd want her too. The hospital staff gossiped endlessly, treating Yuka's traumatic experience as nothing more than a topic for casual chatter. They were not the ones who had lived through it, so they could not empathize. Instead, they acted like unfeeling bystanders, reducing her 5 years of fear and suffering to a mere joke. Crash! In the hospital cafeteria, the sound of a tray smashing to the ground shattered the air. Lilan could no longer contain her fury. She stormed forward and dumped a bowl of porridge over one of the gossipers' heads. Are you even human? Lilan roared at them in anger. But her voice was drowned out in the sea of rumors, which had spread like a virus. No one cared about the truth, they were only interested in the entertainment they could derive from someone else's pain. Are you crazy? The person drenched in porridge sneered, wiping their face. Why are you so protective of Yuko? What, did you have some company over there too? Bang! Before the words fully left their mouth, a heavy punch landed squarely on their face. Zhao Jia charged forward, his eyes blazing with fury. He was a member of the South Sudan medical team and also Lu Ming's cousin. Say that again and I'll kill you. Try me. Zhao Jia's voice was hoarse, veins bulging on the back of his hand as rage surged through him. They had crawled back from the depths of hell. How could he tolerate anyone humiliating his teammate like this? You're all were damaged, huh? So aggressive. The person, though too intimidated to fight back, continued to retort sarcastically. Did you even pass your psychological evaluations? People with trauma like yours should all be kicked out of the hospital. Exactly. Why should you come back after 5 years and get promotions and raises? We've been working ourselves to the bone, and our pay hasn't increased at all, someone else chimed in. Most of their complaints stemmed from jealousy. They only saw the honors and compensation Zhao Jia and his team received, not the hellish 5 years they endured in a war zone. Zhao Jia laughed bitterly, his voice raw as he scanned the crowd. You want it? Fine, take it. But can you die in my brother's place? His emotions spilled over completely. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled. Lu Ming is dead. He was such an exceptional doctor, even better than Gu Yan. He was Professor Chen's favorite student. At the mention of Lu Ming, the cafeteria fell silent. The crowd finally quieted down, though some remained resentful, trying to redirect their hostility. We're not targeting you, but Yuka? Sleeping around to survive? Disgraceful. Shut up. Zhao Jia pointed at the speaker, his anger reaching a boiling point. Do you even know the truth? Did you see it with your own eyes? You're spreading lies. Chen Ke said it. Are you saying he's lying? The person retorted disdainfully. Zhao Jie's gaze snapped toward Chen Ku, who was trying to slip away unnoticed. In a few strides, Zhao Jie grabbed him by the collar, forcing him to face him. Explain yourself. Chen Ku kept his head down, his voice barely audible. I didn't lie. Chen Ku was known for his timid and self-serving nature, the weakest member of the medical team. It was obvious he had been bribed by Lu Yuro with some sort of benefit. Chen Ku, do you even have a conscience? Li Lan shouted, her voice shaking with anger. Without you, Ku, none of us would have made it back alive. She sacrificed so much for us, and now you're spreading rumors about her? Chen Ke remained silent, his head bowed. At that moment, Lu Yuro walked in, carrying her tray with a triumphant smirk on her face. Whether he's lying or not, you all know the truth. If Yuku isn't guilty, why doesn't she come forward and explain herself? Playing dumb, what else could it mean but guilt? Lu Yuro. Li Lan glared at her, trembling with rage. Yuka never willingly did anything disgraceful. She's 100 times cleaner than you. Lu Yuro sneered. Being unwillingly violated or willingly sleeping around, what's the difference? The fact remains that Yuku is no longer clean. You. Li Lan was on the verge of losing control, but Professor Chen arrived just in time to hold her back. Professor Chen's figure looked frail, aged significantly by the past 5 years. He stopped Li Lan and turned to Lu Yuro, his voice heavy. Yuro, is there really any need to be so aggressive? We're all doctors, our duty is to save lives, not tear each other apart. He paused and then looked at Chen Ku, disappointment evident in his tone. Chen Ku, if you still have a shred of conscience, go to the forum, clear Yuka's name, and apologize to her personally. Whatever benefits she promised you, remember, a life without integrity is no life at all. Even if you become the director one day, living without a conscience will never bring you peace. Chen Ke glanced at Lu Yuro instinctively but remained silent. Lu Yuro, however, scoffed and deliberately turned her gaze to the approaching Gu Yan, her tone sharp. Professor Chen, what Chen Ke said is the truth. Yuka spent 5 years sleeping with terrorists, how can you defend her? What's she pretending to be virtuous for? How does she even have the nerve to blame Gu Yan for moving on and remarrying? At the cafeteria entrance, Yuka stood there, her neck wrapped in bandages, her face pale as a ghost. Her body trembled slightly, like a withered leaf shaken loose by the wind. Gu Yan's face was as dark as a storm cloud. He slammed the tray in his hand onto the table with a loud crash, his eyes blazing as he glared at Lu Yuro. Enough already. His voice was low, but it carried a seething rage. Lu Yuro, however, refused to back down. Her eyes burned with anger as she gritted her teeth and shot back. Gu Yan, I'm your wife. Why do you always defend that filthy woman, that tramp who's been with God knows how many men? Her shrill voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Smack. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the hospital cafeteria, silencing the room. All eyes turned to the scene where Gu Yan's hand had just struck Lu Yuro's face. Clutching her cheek, Lu Yuro stared at Gu Yan in stunned disbelief. Gu Yan, have you lost your mind? You actually hit me in front of all these people. Her voice trembled with a mix of fury and humiliation. Gu Yan closed his eyes, rubbing his temples as a wave of exhaustion and anguish swept over him. He felt like he was on the verge of losing control. You'll regret this, Gu Yan. Lu Yuro spat through gritted teeth. In a fit of rage, she swept the dishes off the table, sending them crashing to the floor, before turning on her heel and storming off. She hadn't gone far when she came face-to-face with Yuku. The sight of Yuka's calm, expressionless face reignited Lu Yuro's fury. You wretch. Why didn't you die? Lu Yuro's voice was low but laced with venom, her eyes filled with hatred. If Yuku had stayed gone, she and Gu Yan could have taken Yuka's family property and compensation money and lived a carefree life. But no, Yuku had returned. Yuku, unfazed, met Lu Yuro's hateful gaze with calm determination. She pulled out her phone and quickly typed a message. The device's AI voice read it aloud at full volume. I am Gu Yan's legal wife. I will not divorce him. Your marriage to him is invalid, and your daughter is illegitimate. Though the voice was mechanical and monotone, it landed like a heavy blow, leaving Lu Yuro visibly shaken. The murmurs among the onlookers began to grow. Yuku continued typing, and the phone's voice sounded again. No matter how much you slander me or try to destroy me, you can't change the fact that I am Gu Yan's wife. I'm back now, and you're scared. You're resorting to lies to hide the truth that you're the other woman. Lu Yuro trembled with rage, her face a mix of green and white as she struggled to respond. Before she could gather her thoughts, Yuka typed another message, and the voice resumed. I disappeared for 5 years. Gu Yan and I were together for 10 years. Yet 2 years ago, he declared me dead and married you. And your daughter is already 5 years old. What does that say? It says that while I was with Gu Yan, you were already having an affair with him. What right do you have to slander me? The statement hit Lu Yuro like a punch to the gut. Her face twisted with humiliation as the whispers around them grew louder. Wow, their daughter is 5 years old? The timeline doesn't lie. Looks like Lu Yuro was the mistress all along, and now she's smearing the wife. Shameless. The atmosphere in the cafeteria shifted. Lu Yuro glared daggers at Yuku, but in the end, she could only throw out a parting threat. Yuku, just you wait. Then she stormed off in a huff. Gu Yan hurriedly approached Yuku, his face a mixture of panic and regret. Kuko, let me explain. She drugged my drink, his desperation was evident. But Zhao Jia stepped in between them, his cold, disdainful gaze fixed on Gu Yan. You're not worthy, Zhao Jia said bluntly, his voice filled with contempt. Gu Yan's expression darkened further. He glanced at Zhao Jia, then turned back to Yuku, pleading, Kuko, let me take you home. We need to talk. Yuku cut him off, her phone playing a single, cold statement. There's no need. Without sparing him another glance, she walked away, heading straight for Chen Ku. Her eyes locked on him, icy and unyielding. Chen Ku, I've never wronged you. Why did you slander me? The voice from her phone carried an undeniable authority. Chen Ku lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, overcome with shame. He couldn't meet Yuka's gaze. Chen Ku, you've truly disappointed me, said Mr. Chen, who stood nearby, his tone heavy with sorrow. As Chen Ku's father, he was heartbroken by his son's actions. Father Chen Ku's voice cracked as his hands trembled. Finally, he looked up, his voice quivering as he explained, the hospital forced you into early retirement, claiming it was due to your age and health issues. I did this for our family. His voice grew softer, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. We're just ordinary people, powerless and insignificant. Over the years, Hai City has changed. The Liu family practically controls the hospital now. If we offend them, we won't survive. Tears streamed down his face as he continued. The Liu family is connected by marriage to the Li family, the most powerful family in Hai City. If the Li family wanted to crush us, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. His voice was tinged with despair. Yuka stood silently, watching him with an unreadable expression. Her eyes reflected both disappointment and a faint glimmer of understanding. The Li family of Haicheng, as the city's most prominent and influential family, wields power that reaches far and wide. The Lisher group has thrived for over a century, and the old patriarch of the Li family is a formidable figure in Haicheng, someone few dare to challenge. Yuka lowered her head and typed a message to Teacher Chen. I'm fine. If they want to spread rumors, let them. I don't care anymore. There was a determined glint in her eyes, like a ray of light piercing through the fog. Her only obsession now was uncovering the truth behind her parents' deaths and finding the person who betrayed them. On the other end of the line, Teacher Chen sighed deeply, her voice full of concern. Kuko. Yuka shook her head, turned quietly, and walked away. Her figure was frail, but her steps carried a resolute finality. Kuko. A familiar voice called from behind. Gu Yan ran after her and grabbed her hand, his tone urgent. Kuko. I was a jerk yesterday. Without hesitation, Yuka shook off his hand and said coldly, give me back the old house. Gu Yan's gaze fell on the phone in her hand. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he was deep in thought. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I told you, give me some time. Time. Always time. 10 years ago, Gu Yan had won Yuku over with his sincerity and persistence, carving a place for himself in her heart. But now, he was slowly erasing himself from her heart, leaving no trace of warmth behind. I'll give you time, Yuka typed back. 1 month. Gu Yan clenched his fists and hit his forehead in frustration, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he stayed silent. The hospital used her inability to speak as a reason to delay, allowing Yuku to return to work. She understood her limitations. Her inability to communicate effectively with patients was indeed a barrier to resuming her duties. But life had to go on. The rent was being covered by Li Lan temporarily, but she needed to earn money to pay off her debts and support herself. Li Hanzhou had once transferred 50,000 yuan to her WeChat wallet, but she hadn't touched a single cent. She didn't want to owe anyone. Instead, she found a job at a pharmacy selling medicine. During the day, she stayed behind the counter, avoiding unnecessary interactions with customers. After work, she went straight back to her rented room, isolating herself from the outside world. In addition to her speech impairment, she had developed severe social anxiety. She grew fearful of human interaction, feeling that people's hearts were too complex and unpredictable. One day the pharmacy door opened, and Lu Yuro appeared before her. Yuku, we need to talk, Lu Yuro said impatiently, clearly agitated by Gu Yan's reluctance to finalize their divorce. Yuku ignored her and continued organizing the shelves. Yuku, don't make me force you. Lu Yuro sneered. If you don't cooperate, I'll make sure you lose even this job by tomorrow. Seeing Yuku remain unmoved, Lu Yuro softened her tone and pulled out a card from her bag. This is part of the money for the marital home, 3.23 million. Not a penny less. All you need to do is transfer the property to my name. Yuka stayed silent, but her hands clenched slightly. Noticing this, Lu Yuro's tone turned cold again. She pulled out another card. This one has 5 million. Yuko, I'm offering you more than enough. Don't be shameless. Yuka finally looked up, her gaze icy. The Riverside apartment had cost over 6 million when they bought it. Her family had contributed 3.23 million, Guyan's family had added 1 million, and the remaining mortgage was paid off jointly after marriage. 5 years had passed, and the property's value had significantly appreciated. Yet, Lu Yuro was only willing to offer the original amount, acting as if she was doing Yuko a favor. Lu Yuro's aggressive behavior completely infuriated Yuko. Without hesitation, she grabbed a bucket of dirty water used for cleaning and flung it at her. Lu Yuro screamed and stumbled back, leaving in a disheveled state. But before she stormed out, she spat out a final threat. Yuko, this is the last time I'll deal with you nicely. Next time I won't be so kind. Think it over. Yuko remained expressionless as she tossed both cards out the door. Grinding her teeth, Lu Yuro turned to her assistant and whispered coldly, find some people to teach her a lesson. Make it clean, and make sure Guyan doesn't find out. The assistant nodded respectfully. Don't worry, Mississippi. We'll make sure she can't stay in Haicheng. Daring to cross the Lu family? She's asking for it. Lu Yuro smirked as she walked away, a glint of malice in her eyes. If she refuses to bow down, we'll make her life miserable every single day. Let's see how long she can endure. At midnight, the pharmacy's lights dimmed. Yuko had just finished her shift and was preparing to leave when a group of drunken thugs stumbled toward her. Hey girl, we've heard you're pretty tough, huh? One of them sneered as he approached, his eyes full of lewd intent. Before Yuko could react, a low, lazy voice came from the pharmacy entrance, carrying an undeniable authority. I hear you guys are pretty tough yourselves. Li Hanzhou leaned casually against his car, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept over the group. The thugs froze, exchanging uneasy glances. Weren't we told she was alone? They muttered before quickly retreating. Yuko let out a sigh of relief and turned to Li Hanzhou, using sign language to ask, You're out of the hospital? It had only been 8 days since his 10-day stay. Li Hanzhou smirked, a playful tone in his voice. I was worried about you. Yuko locked the pharmacy door and walked into the alley without looking back, entirely used to his antics. Yuko, you're so heartless. Li Hanzhou chuckled, catching up to her. Suddenly, he pulled out a bouquet from behind his back, his tone both sincere and slightly humorous. A discharge gift from my colleagues. Do you like it? You can put it in a vase at home. Yuka hesitated as she glanced at the flowers. Thinking it would be a waste to throw them away, she reluctantly accepted. But as soon as she took the bouquet, she noticed Guyan standing beneath her apartment, his face dark with anger. Guyan stared at Yuko, his face full of anger as he stormed forward and snatched the flowers from her hands. His voice was low but seething with suppressed fury. Yuko, who is he? Yuko responded silently with sign language, her expression calm but distant. It has nothing to do with you. However, Guyan couldn't understand her hand gestures, and his frown deepened. Yuko, what's happened to you? He asked, his tone a mix of confusion and anger. That guy clearly isn't a good person. Come back with me. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her aside, lowering his voice in an attempt to reason with her. Lu Yuro is gone. She took the child with her. Yuko, come home with me, will you? He reached out, trying to brush the windblown strands of hair from her face, but Yuko instinctively dodged. Her gaze landed on the flowers in his hand, and she reached out to take them back. Guyan froze for a moment, and his emotions flared. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, as if terrified she might fall in love with someone else. His possessiveness was on full display. Kiki. Guyan softened his voice, trying to sound composed, though his anger was evident. If you want flowers, I'll buy them for you. You're my wife, understand? Nearby, Li Hanzhou frowned impatiently and spoke coldly, Can I punch him? Without waiting for a response from Yuko, he grabbed her by the collar and pulled her into his arms. His sharp gaze locked onto Guyan, filled with warning. Guyan was enraged by this provocation, his face turning ashen. The tension between the two men escalated, as though a fight could break out at any moment. No fighting. Yuko quickly signed to Li Hanzhou, then turned to face Guyan, her tone resolute, leave. Guyan's frown deepened as he asked again, Yuko, who is he? But he still couldn't understand her sign language and had never made an effort to learn. Yuka smiled tiredly, then decisively took Li Hanzhou's hand and said aloud, You can have Lu Yuro. I can have a boyfriend. He's my boyfriend. Li Hanzhou blinked in surprise, glancing down at Yuko. Although he knew she was just using him, he couldn't help but smirk smugly. Turning to Guyan, he added with a hint of provocation, You heard her. I'm her man. Now beat it. Guyan clenched his fists tightly, his face a mask of rage. Yuko, even if you're mad at me, you don't have to use this kind of stunt to provoke me. Yuko replied coolly, You're overthinking it. She pulled out her phone, her tone laced with impatience. Also tell Lu Yuro that I'll divorce you. Once you return the old townhouse to me, well, settle the paperwork. And tell her to stop harassing me. Gu Yan stiffened, his expression turning tense. She came to you? He asked nervously. Yuka didn't answer. Instead, she held onto Li Hanzhe's hand and headed straight for the stairs. Kiki. Gu Yan tried to follow, but Li Hanzhou stepped in front of him, his presence cold and unyielding. Not wanting to clash with Li Hanzhou, Gu Yan trailed behind, his tone growing more desperate. Kiki, I know you're angry with me. I promise I'll fix everything. Please, let's not get divorced, okay? I know how stubborn you are. You can vent your anger however you want, but don't leave me. His voice was weary and filled with pain, as though he was using every ounce of strength to plead. Kiki, we can go back to how things were. Please don't make me fight for this alone. Standing at the door, Yuka's hand trembled slightly as she hesitated to turn the key. She didn't look back because deep down, she knew there was no returning to the past. Ex-husband, you sure talk a lot. It's starting to get on my nerves, Li Hanzhou sneered, then delivered a sudden, forceful kick to Gu Yan's chest. Gu Yan staggered backward, his face instantly pale. Li Hanzhe's strength was evident, carrying the roughness and aggression of a soldier. Gu Yan, a man who had lived by the rules all his life, was no match for him. I've already told you, Li Hanzhou said, grabbing Gu Yan by the collar, his tone dripping with mockery. If you want her back, deal with the mess around you first. You can't have it both ways. It's pathetic. His words hit a sore spot, and without hesitation, Li Hanzhou landed a solid punch on Gu Yan's face. The strike was swift, decisive, and fueled by pent-up anger. I don't even understand how someone like you managed to marry Yuka 5 years ago. Li Hanzhou. Yuka's face changed as she rushed forward, pushing him away. Her hands moved rapidly as she signed, her anger clear. You leave too. Li Hanzhe's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of hurt flickering in his eyes. He let out a cold laugh, his tone sharp. And what gives you the right to interfere in our family matters? Gu Yan, unwilling to back down, tried to retaliate, but Yuka held him back. She's my wife. Who the hell are you? Gu Yan snapped, his voice dripping with disdain and fury. Li Hanzhe's gaze grew colder, his fists clenched, ready to throw another punch. Yuka frantically signed for him to stop, but he paid her no attention, consumed by his urge to teach Gu Yan a lesson. Finally, Yuka couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand and slapped Li Hanzhou hard across the face. He froze, his eyes filled with a mix of surprise and hurt as he looked at her. This wasn't the first time Yuka had hit him. She had done it before, and he had always brushed it off. But this time, there was a raw vulnerability in his gaze that hadn't been there before. Yuka hesitated, her emotions in turmoil. She hadn't meant to hit him, it was only because she feared things would spiral out of control if Gu Yan got seriously hurt and called the police. Li Hanzhou stood silent for a few moments, then turned and walked away without a word. Yuka opened her mouth as if to call him back, but no sound came out. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as his figure disappeared into the distance. Gu Yan's emotions were a mix of complexity, but above all, he felt joy. Even though he'd just taken a punch, Yuka's concern for him made him forget the pain. In a low voice he asked, Kiki, you still care about me, don't you? That man clearly doesn't seem like a good person. Don't have any contact with him. If he harasses you, I'll call the police. Yuka didn't respond. She simply pointed toward the stairs, signaling Gu Yan to leave. However, Gu Yan was unwilling to go. He tried to approach her, even attempting to embrace her. But Yuka forcefully pushed him away, her gaze firm as she stared directly at him. Her finger pointed to the stairs once more, her tone resolute and unyielding. Gu Yan froze in place, hesitating, not daring to step forward again. In a trembling voice he said, Kiki, I often dream of you coming back to me. I always believed you'd return, and now you really have. His voice quivered with sorrow, his eyes filled with pain. Yuka's gaze faltered, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. Gu Yan continued, Kiki, how I wish all of this was just a nightmare. That when I wake up, we'd still be together, still the way we used to be. Yuka's fingers trembled slightly, and deep down, her heart screamed for the same thing, for everything to be a dream. A dream where, upon waking, her parents were still alive, and Gu Yan was still the Gu Yan he used to be. Kiki, let's go back to the way things were, shall we? Gu Yan's voice was low and earnest as he gently approached her, slowly wrapping his arms around her, as if trying to hold on to something he couldn't bear to lose. Kiki, I really love you, he murmured with deep affection. Wait. Before he could finish, Yuka pushed him away with all her strength. Her emotions erupted as she pointed furiously at the stairs and shouted, Get out. Don't ever show up in front of me again. Startled by her outburst, Gu Yan tried to calm her down, but seeing her so agitated, he had no choice but to retreat. His eyes reddened as he said softly, Kiki, please don't be upset. I'll leave. I'll go for now, but when you've calmed down, I'll come back to see you. With that, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he couldn't help but glance back at her, his eyes filled with pain and regret. Kiki. I'm sorry, he whispered, his voice barely audible. But that apology was far from enough to atone for the mistakes he'd made. In the end, Guyen left. Yuka stood motionless outside the door, as if rooted to the spot. Her heart sank to the depths, as though she had been dragged back into that bottomless abyss, suffocating from the pain. Scattered on the ground were the flowers sent by Li Hanzhou, their petals strewn about, the once vibrant blooms now lifeless. Yuka's tears fell onto the floor as she slowly crouched down, picking up the flowers and taking them back into her home. Sitting at her desk, she carefully unwrapped them, attempting to salvage each bloom, as though trying to mend her own shattered heart. Flowers had once been Yuka's greatest love, but during those years of captivity in South Sudan, she had rarely seen flowers. Later, Li Hanzhou went to great lengths to find flowers for her, sometimes wildflowers, sometimes roses. Every time, Yuka would tenderly place them in a vase, protecting that bit of vibrant color in the arid and stifling environment. For 5 years, Guyan's memory had been her reason to persevere, while Li Hanzhou's flowers and small surprises became the fragile pillars of her mental survival. Yuka sat on the couch, staring blankly at the flowers in the vase. Lost in thought, she didn't realize it was already 2 a.m. She got up, disposing of the wrapping paper in the trash and preparing to take it outside. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw a figure curled up by her doorstep. It was Li Hanzhou. Despite his tall frame, he sat there looking so lonely and helpless, like an abandoned large dog. Yuka froze for a moment, her gaze falling on his face. He had been sleeping, but the sound of the door woke him. He looked up, and his eyes were filled with innocence and grievance. "Yuka, you owe me an apology," were his first words, his tone carrying a hint of indignation. Yuka didn't respond, simply standing there silently. Li Hanzhou continued, "You can hit me if you want, for any reason at all. I'm tough, I can take it. But today, you hit me because of Gu Yan, that scumbag, and I can't accept that." After a long silence, Yuka slowly raised her hand, gesturing an apology. Li Hanzhou decided not to push further, letting out a soft humph. "I have nowhere to go. Don't you have a home?" Yuka frowned, clearly seeing through his act of feigned pity, knowing he wanted to stay. Li Hanzhou lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. "If I had a home, do you think they'd have sent me to such a dangerous place to go undercover? 5 years, Yuka, 5 years. Yuka was stunned, a wave of guilt washing over her. She quickly gestured again, "I'm sorry." But Li Hanzhou seized the opportunity to stand up, grabbing her hand to stop her from continuing. "I'm injured now. Fu Jingting threw me out of the peacekeeping unit after using me up. My situation is special, and I can't go back. I don't even have a job now. Yuka, I took a bullet for you. You owe me." Yuka froze, her expression complicated. It was truly Hanzhou had taken that bullet to protect her. In that split second when the shot was fired, he had shielded her without hesitation. And after he was shot, Yuka had chosen to run, leaving him behind. "Are you here to get back at me?" Yuka lowered her head, using sign language to ask. "I'm here to collect what's owed you, Xiaoka," Li Hanzhou replied in a low, raspy voice. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. Yuka's eyes were tinged with red. She had always known that someone as ruthless as Li Hanzhou wouldn't let her off easily, especially since she was the doctor who had abandoned him after he'd taken a bullet for her. "I can't work anymore, so you'll have to take care of me," Li Hanzhou said in a low, gravelly voice. His deep, piercing eyes, a trait of his Yugoslavian heritage, seemed to swallow everything in their gaze. His ability to successfully go undercover in South Sudan owed a lot to his mixed-race background. With his Yugoslav roots, he resembled a minority, boasting striking features, a towering frame, and fluent Russian that made him more easily accepted in a war-torn place like South Sudan. Yuka once asked Li Hanzhou if he was a minority. He had replied no, was Han Chinese. His grandfather, a soldier, had met his Yugoslavian grandmother while stationed in Yanbian. "Yuka, my wound hurts. Can you check if I reopened it when I hit Guyan earlier?" Li Hanzhou shamelessly complained as he barged into Yuka's home, immediately starting to undress. Yuka, long accustomed to his antics after 5 years of knowing him, quietly closed the door and fetched a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up. "When did you prepare these for me?" But then, realizing Yuka wouldn't have done this for him, his expression darkened. "Are you still thinking about being with Guyan? Are you really willing to be his mistress?" he asked angrily. Yuka felt a pang in her chest but couldn't be bothered to explain. Li Hanzhou, fuming, grabbed her wrist and, in one swift motion, pinned her against the wall, kissing her forcefully. He had no idea how to win her heart. It seemed impossible. Yuku, her chest heaving with anger, glared at him. "You're all such jerks," she thought bitterly. She raised her hand to slap him but lacked the strength and let it drop. Instead, she gestured with trembling hands. The slippers were from Lilan. She said a single woman should keep a pair of men's slippers at home. Li Hanzhou froze for a moment before nervously grabbing her wrist. He was jealous, but he didn't regret stealing that kiss. After all, back in South Sudan, He had shamelessly teased her whenever he could, taking advantage of her at every opportunity. My wound hurts, he muttered, trying to change the subject. Yuko inspected the area covered by a sterile adhesive bandage. The stitches were already removed, and as long as he avoided further injury, it should heal fine. Using sign language, she reminded him, rest and avoid physical exertion. Just as Yuko was about to get up, Li Hongzhou suddenly pulled her into an embrace. His breath was hot and raspy against her ear. You Xiaoka, I thought I'd never see you again. Back then, lying in a pool of his own blood after being shot, he genuinely believed he was going to die. He had looked at Yuko, torn between two conflicting emotions. Part of him desperately hoped she cared for him enough to come back and save him. The other part of him prayed she would run, never looking back. In the end, she had glanced at him once before fleeing without hesitation. Heartless, he thought, yet he had fallen for this heartless woman. He couldn't even pinpoint when it started. Maybe it was the image of her pale skin stark against the dusty wasteland, clutching a man's lifeless body, crying so hard it broke his heart. It had been love at first sight. What began as shallow attraction turned into 5 years of restraint and protection. He had hoped Yuko might feel something for him after all this time, but reality was a blow to his pride. 5 years, and her heart remained as cold as ever. What happened to your neck? Li Hongzhou murmured, his head buried in her shoulder, brushing against the scabbed wound on her neck. Yuka stayed still, not answering. If she told him it was because of Gu Yan, Li Hongzhou might actually kill someone. I'm not by your side, and you can't even drink water without choking, can you? He sighed, exasperated. What was he supposed to do with her? I've been helping you guys as an informant at the hospital, Yuka suddenly gestured, her hands trembling with urgency. Can you help me find out who the killer was? The one who killed my parents. They didn't commit suicide, they didn't. Li Han's heart ached as he watched her frantic movements. How could the universe be so cruel, relentlessly tormenting this fragile girl? I'm already investigating, he said, gripping her hands tightly. I believe you. There's definitely more to your parents' deaths, and I'll uncover the truth. Yuka's gaze trembled as she looked at him. For the first time, she felt a faint sense of security. Li Hongzhou believed her and was willing to help. Go to bed, he said, gesturing toward her room. It was a one-bedroom apartment, so he resigned himself to sleeping on the couch. Yuka glanced at him, noting how the couch was far too small for someone his size. Are you inviting me to share the bed? He teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Fuming, Yuka got up and slammed her bedroom door shut. Li Hongzhou leaned back on the couch with a sigh. He had uncovered some things but didn't dare tell her. He was afraid the truth might break her. Once he was sure Yuko was in the shower, Li Hongzhou stepped onto the balcony and made a phone call. Young Master Li, you're back in the country but haven't gone home yet? Your grandfather's already picked out a fiancée for you, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. She's grown into quite the beauty. The voice on the other end was eager. If he's willing to marry, let the old man marry her then, Li Hongzhou interrupted, cutting him off. Let's talk business. Funny enough, the voice on the other end of the call continued. The money you asked me to trace ended up in the Liu family's company. It helped them survive a financial crisis 2 years ago. That company, by the way, belongs to your fiancé. Liu Pharmaceuticals, Sunshine Medical, and Saint Shape Aesthetic are just a few of the businesses under the Liu family, the person elaborated. All of them were built up by Liu Jianming's eldest daughter, Liu Mingxia. She's said to be a rare business, prodigizing-handedly pulling Liu Pharmaceuticals out of the mud and not only establishing a solid foundation for the Liu family in the business world, but also expanding into health checkups with Sunshine Medical and nationwide cosmetic surgery chains under Saint Shape. Without a doubt, she's an incredibly capable woman. That's probably why your grandfather took one look at her at the banquet and decided she should be his future granddaughter-in-law. Liu Mingxia is a smart woman. She knows exactly what she wants. 2 years ago, during her company's angel round of financing, a crisis caused a break in her cash flow. The Liu family was on the brink of bankruptcy. It was then that the high compensation from Yuka's parents' death, the money from selling 3 properties, and the quick sale of an old villa wall amounting to over 100 million were injected into Liu Pharmaceuticals. It saved Liu Mingxia at the critical moment. After that, your grandfather also lent her a helping hand. Coupled with her identity as the future mistress of the Li family, she managed to turn the tide and elevate the Liu family to where it is today. Li Han's expression darkened. So, this whole group had been ganging up on Yuko all along. No wonder they all wished she wouldn't return alive. It made sense if not for him. Yuko would have died in South Sudan long ago. The one who betrayed their location and specifically ordered Lucas to kill Yuko was no doubt that person had ties to the Liu family. Keep a close eye on everyone in the Liu family, Li Hongzhou instructed in a low, cold voice. Anyone who dares hurt Yuko, I'll hunt them down one by one. Anyone who dared cross him better think twice. Yet Liu Mingxia was proving to be a tricky adversary. In the 5 years he'd been away, his grandfather had taken matters into his own hands and even publicly announced her as the future mistress of the Li family. If Yuka ever found out his true identity, there'd be no chance for them. Click. The sound of the door drew his attention. Yuka stepped out of the room. Li Hanzhou quickly hung up the call, cleared his throat, and turned to look at her. She glanced at the empty sofa, then at Li Hanzhou standing on the balcony. A flicker of pity crossed her face. You won't sleep well out here. It's not good for your recovery, she said softly. Yuka. Li Hanzhou stepped into the living room, looking at her seriously. Have you considered trying to speak again? Her silence wasn't helping her recover her speech, and without that, she couldn't return to the hospital. Yuka was anxious too. Without speaking, how could she go back to the hospital and act as a mole for the police? Her lips moved slightly, and she tried really hard, but no words came out. Frustrated, her eyes began to redden. She raised her hand, seemingly to hit herself. Li Hanzhou quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her into his arms with urgency. Don't rush, it's okay to take your time. Yuka lowered her head, tears falling onto the back of his hand. Fu Jinting arranged for me to meet a military psychologist, Li Hanzhou gently reassured her, his voice soft and coaxing. Specializes in trauma and post-war stress. We'll go when the appointment is set, all right? He wasn't someone who usually knew how to be tender, but every ounce of warmth he had, he gave to Yuku. She nodded. She trusted the police. She didn't trust Gu Yan or anyone at Haicheng Hospital right now. So she could only rely on Li Hanzhou. Thank you for protecting me all these years. I'll repay this debt someday, Yuka signed in hand gestures. Even though Li Hanzhou had been cruel over the past 5 years, she understood it was all for the mission. In a way, his actions had saved her life. She owed him gratitude. Li Hanzhou smirked. And how exactly will you repay me? By marrying me. Without giving her a chance to respond, he pulled her closer, leaning down as if to kiss her. Yuka hadn't said a word, yet had already decided for her. He was always like this. She glared at him, resisting his advances, trying to push him away with all her strength. Li Hanzhou sighed in exasperation. 5 years, and I still haven't melted this ice. Why was she so resistant to him? Why aren't you sleeping? He asked, changing the subject. Yuka didn't answer. But he could tell she had insomnia. She hadn't had a proper night's rest since had been in the hospital. Go to sleep, he said, frowning with a mix of concern and frustration. Before she could protest, he scooped her up in his arms, carried her back to the bedroom, and gently placed her on the bed. Yuka instinctively tried to push him away, but Li Hanzhou shamelessly climbed into bed beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling her struggle in his arms, he lowered his voice and said, Don't move, I won't touch you. Yuka froze, her stiff and tense body inexplicably relaxing in his arms. Over the past 5 years, Yuka had grown accustomed to Li Hanzhou being by her side. Surprisingly, she managed to fall asleep and, for once, slept soundly. But she had a nightmare. In her dream, she was transported back to 5 years ago, to when she first arrived in South Sudan. Yuka. Their convoy had been scattered, and their vehicle was violently rammed off the road, rolling across the desolate desert. At the moment of impact, Lu Ming shielded Yuku in his arms, holding her tightly. When the car finally stopped, Yuku was unharmed, but Lu Ming was injured, blood streaming from his head. Lu Ming. Yuka cried out his name. Lu Ming, he was the one unresolved pain in her heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled at her. Before he could comfort her further, gunshots rang out, and they were taken hostage. We're from China. Don't worry, they won't kill us. We're here on a peacekeeping mission. On the way, Lu Ming kept reassuring Yuku. Don't be afraid, Yuku. We'll make it back. We'll survive. Yuku, I'll protect you. Gu Yan is still waiting for you back home. In the end, Lu Ming kept his promise. He gave his life to ensure Yuka's safety and dignity. Lu Ming, do you regret it? Yuku often asked herself this question in her heart. If she could see him again, she wanted to ask him, did he regret saving her? He wouldn't regret it. In her dream, Yuka struggled, unable to sleep peacefully. But in her haze, she seemed to hear a voice comforting her, telling her that Lu Ming did not regret it. Yuku, he doesn't regret saving you. In the dim light of the night lamp, Li Hanzhou watched the trembling figure curled up in his arms, his gaze deep. He raised a hand and gently patted Yuka's back, then stole a soft kiss on her forehead. Don't be afraid. I'm here from now on. No one will hurt you except maybe me. That night, Yuka finally slept soundly. In the morning, as she stretched, her foot accidentally kicked something. Opening her eyes, she saw Li Hanzhou looking at her with dark circles under his eyes, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Yuku instinctively opened her mouth, surprising herself. She could speak in moments like these, but realizing it, she quickly clammed up again, unable to utter another word. Li Hanzhou froze for a moment before pulling her into his arms, holding her tightly like an octopus. Sweetheart, I'm hungry. Yuku, both annoyed and exasperated, gestured at him. Stop calling me that. All right, sweetheart, but I'm still hungry. Li Hanzhou remained unapologetic. Fuming, Yuka sat up, stormed into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, then headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. She was angry, but it was just a fleeting burst of temper. Li Hangzhou smirked, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Yuko had spent the entire night trapped in nightmares, and he had stayed awake to keep her company. Now, he could finally rest. When he woke up, he realized that Yuko, that heartless little thing, had already left. She had left behind only a note and what was supposed to be breakfast but was now dinner. After taking a shower, Li Hangzhou wrapped himself in Yuka's towel and looked at the note, smiling helplessly. The note read, Li Hangzhou, the food is in the pot, kept warm. I'm off to work. So diligent. Yu Xiaoka, he muttered. Drying his hair, he glanced at his phone and noticed a missed call. His expression darkened. It was from his grandfather, Li Laoyizi. This meant the old man had already found out that he was back in the country. There was no hiding it now. Meanwhile, at the Lu family home, Lu Yuro was pacing back and forth with her phone, her face pale with anxiety. Sis, that Yuku is back. She's actually back. Didn't you say she couldn't possibly survive? She's back, what do we do? Gu Yan is completely fixated on her now. Unlike her sister Lu Mingxua, Lu Yuro wasn't very bright. Her mind was solely occupied with Gu Yan. But Lu Mingxua was more concerned about something else. If Yuko was back, she'd surely come for the old house and the demolition compensation. The old family house and the compensation, along with the death settlement for her parents that adds up to over 100 million yuan. That's what you should really worry about, because she'll definitely want it back, Lu Mingxua said in a low voice, sitting on the sofa. Lu Mingxua and Lu Yuro looked similar, but their personalities and intelligence were worlds apart. Lu Mingxua was shrewd and calculating, a capable woman with a sharp mind. You're right, Lu Yuro finally realized. Sis, what do we do? Are we supposed to give it back to her? Lu Mingxua sneered. The money? That's out of the question. If we can't solve the problem, then we solve the person causing the problem. If it was an accident before, let's make sure Yuku has another accident. Getting rid of someone isn't that hard. Lu Mingxua stood up. She has no family, no support, and she's mute. If we can't handle her, then the Lu family has wasted its years in Haicheng. Lu Yuro hesitated, speaking in a small voice. Sis, are you talking about murder? Lu Mingxua shot her a warning look. If Guyan still has feelings for her, it's only a matter of time before he leaves you. Can you afford to let such a threat remain? Lu Yuro gritted her teeth. You're right. We need to get rid of her. Lu Mingxua looked at her sister. This is something you'll have to handle after all, in the future mistress of the Li group. I can't afford to dirty my hands with something like this. She would plan and scheme, but she would never personally get involved. But Lu Yuro didn't know what to do. Just do as I say, Lu Mingxua whispered in her ear. Watching her, Lu Yuro's face grew darker and darker. It wasn't her fault. If anyone was to blame, it was Yuka, just bad luck. There were too many unjust deaths in this world. She wasn't the only one. At the pharmacy, Yuko was organizing the medications when Guyan arrived. He seemed to have a lot of free time lately. Kuka, have you eaten? Guyan had brought her fresh waffles, still warm and aromatic, knowing they were her favorite. Yuka paused, looked at Guyan and replied, I'm not hungry. She was actually starving but didn't want to eat anything he brought. Kuka, not talking forever isn't a solution. I've been learning sign language, but I still hope you'll speak again. Can we go see Zhang Jian together? Guyan coaxed her softly, as if she were still his wife, just upset with him. Leave. Elite. Yuka typed on her phone, knowing Guyan couldn't understand her sign language. Cuckoo, it's already dark. When do you get off work? Let's go have hot pot at that place we used to love. It's still open. A 10-year-old restaurant that's always been there. Guyan was trying to remind her that their shared memories were still intact. No thanks. It's been 5 years. We've both changed. Guyan read the words on her phone and fell silent. 5 years, it was true. They had both changed. Cuckoo, is today's medication list printed out? The pharmacy owner returned and asked. Yuka nodded and quickly got back to work, avoiding Guyan. Guyan waited at the door, hoping to take her home after her shift. Who's that? Your boyfriend, the owner asked. He's a good-looking guy, very presentable. Seems wealthy too, driving that BMW outside, right? Must have cost close to $1 million. Yuka kept her head down, saying nothing. That wasn't the Guyan she used to know. The Guyan she loved didn't come from a wealthy family. For him, spending $1 million on a house was already a stretch. The Guyan she knew wouldn't buy such an expensive car. Had once said a car was just a means of transportation, and even if he had money, he wouldn't spend more than 300,000 on a car. It's pointless, he had said. The Guyan she knew was frugal, practical, and had plans for the future. But now, everything about him had changed. Take the day off tomorrow. Head home early tonight, the owner said with a smile, gesturing for Yuko to leave with Guyan. Your boyfriend's waiting for you. Yuka tried to explain in sign language, but the owner didn't understand, simply smiling and urging her to leave. Feeling helpless, Yuka packed her things and stepped outside. At the door, Guyan was still waiting. Seeing her come out, he smiled. Kuka, I called the hot pot restaurant's owner. She saved us a table, he said. Yuka nodded. She agreed to go with him because she didn't want to drag things out any longer. She wanted a divorce. If Gu Yan refused or wouldn't return the old house to her, she would take him to court. Gu Yan was thrilled she agreed and personally opened the car door for her to sit in the passenger seat. Yuku, however, didn't move and pointed to the back seat. She no longer felt she deserved to sit in his passenger seat. Kuku, I had it cleaned. There's no trace left. My passenger seat will always be yours, Gu Yan said softly. Yuka glanced at it. The stickers on the passenger seat were indeed gone. But while the marks on a car could be erased, the marks left in life could not. She still sat in the back seat, and Gu Yan didn't insist, thinking he'd take things slowly. At the hot pot restaurant, Yuka looked at the familiar yet distant surroundings, her eyes welling up with tears. You're here again. Brought Lu Yuro and the kid. The restaurant owner greeted them warmly as they entered. It was clear that Gu Yan was a regular here, often bringing Lu Yuro and the child over the past 5 years. Noticing Gu Yan's embarrassment, the owner finally looked at Yuku. After some hesitation, she asked awkwardly, "And this is?" She had forgotten. After 5 years, how could she possibly remember Yuku? There was only a vague familiarity. Gu Yan hesitated when introducing Yuku. The restaurant was near the hospital, and familiar faces were everywhere. He wanted to avoid suspicion. "My college classmate," he finally said. That's all, she was now a college classmate. "Daddy." Suddenly, a small figure darted over, deliberately bumping into Yuku before leaping into Gu Yan's arms. Gu Yan froze for a moment, then looked toward the door where Lu Yuro was walking in. His expression darkened. She had clearly brought the child here on purpose. "You bad woman. Stop seducing my dad. You're a homewrecker." The little girl, Feifei, pointed at Yuku, her voice sharp and piercing. The hot pot restaurant was crowded, and all eyes turned toward them. Meanwhile, Lu Yuro stood there, her expression smug and provocative as she looked at Yuku. She was confident that Gu Yan would prioritize their daughter, Feifei, over anyone else. "Bad woman. Homewrecker." Gu Yufei's sharp voice pierced through the air. Being just a child, her accusations instinctively made everyone believe she was right. Yuka stood frozen in place, taking a deep breath, her gaze burning as it landed on Gu Yan. She could have explained herself using her phone's voice-to-text feature, but she was too exhausted to bother. So tired. Gu Yan glanced nervously between Yuku and his daughter, before quickly scooping the child into his arms. "Feifei, you can't talk like that. Apologize to Auntie," he said urgently. The restaurant owner chimed in with a smile. "Feifei, you must have made a mistake, right?" "I didn't make a mistake. It's her. She's the one who seduced my dad and made him not come home. She doesn't want me or my mom anymore." Gu Yufei shouted, pointing at Yuku and yelling, "Homewrecker." Yuka's hands clenched tightly as she looked at Gu Yan. His gaze flickered away, avoiding hers. There were too many people around, and he didn't want to upset the child. In a low voice, he pleaded, "Kiki, she's just a kid. She doesn't understand. Please, don't take it to heart." Then, he turned to Lu Yuro, his wife, with anger in his eyes. "What are you trying to do? Why did you bring her here?" "We were heading to the amusement center, but Feifei saw you and insisted on coming over." "What could I do?" Lu Yuro replied with an innocent look, feigning helplessness. The bystanders in the crowded hot pot restaurant began murmuring among themselves, their judgmental gazes falling on Yuku. How could she be the other woman? Shameless. Yuka stood frozen, her hands trembling as she felt like the world was trampling her into the mud. That suffocating, crushing feeling overwhelmed her again, making it hard for her to breathe. Her whole body quivered, but no words came out. "You need to take the child and leave," Gu Yan warned Lu Yuro. "Dad, why are you defending this bad woman? You abandoned me and Mom for her. She's a homewrecker." Gu Yufei cried, refusing to let Yuka go so easily. The 5-year-old, filled with righteous indignation, teamed up with her mother to treat Yuku as the enemy. Yuka didn't want to stoop to arguing with the child, but this was too much. "Feifei," Gu Yan shouted, trying to discipline her. But Gu Yufei took the opportunity to sit on the floor and burst into tears. "Dad, are you going to divorce Mom? Are you going to leave us for this homewrecker?" she wailed. Gu Yan looked at his crying daughter in distress, while Lu Yuro made no effort to comfort the child, clearly orchestrating the scene. Torn between the two women, Gu Yan hesitated before turning to Yuku. "Kiki, maybe you should go for now. I'll come find you later." Yuka didn't move. After a long pause, she raised her hands and signed in frustration. "Can't you hear what they're saying about me? Why won't you explain?" She knew Gu Yan couldn't understand sign language, but she did it deliberately, hoping the crowd would realize she was mute and couldn't speak. "A mute? And she's the other woman," someone scoffed. "Shameless. She should find a proper job instead of ruining families," another chimed in. Yuka glanced at the person who had spoken, then lowered her hands and began typing on her phone. Gu Yan, realizing she was about to explain herself, panicked and grabbed her hands. "Kiki, please don't," he pleaded, shaking his head nervously. Yuka met his eyes, her expression unreadable. Gu Yan continued, his voice filled with desperation. Kiki, there are too many people here. The child is innocent. She shouldn't have to face this kind of judgment. That phrase again, the child is innocent. He was so protective of his daughter. But what about her? Did she deserve to stand here and endure their insults and slander? Yuko, if you have any shred of dignity left, you should stay away from us and let the child have a complete family, Lu Yuro said, her voice laced with righteous anger, as if she were the one in the right. Please, I'm begging you, Lu Yuro added, stepping forward with a victimized expression. Do I need to kneel and beg you? Please, give the child's father back to us. A child can't grow up without a father. Suddenly, the restaurant was packed with onlookers, both inside and out, watching the spectacle unfold. How shameless can she be? The wife is begging her, and she still won't leave. Exactly. If it were me, I'd tear her apart, someone suggested angrily. Just hit her. People like her deserve it, another person shouted. Someone even threw a cup of trash at Yuku, hitting her squarely on the forehead. Blood trickled down, and the sharp pain made her entire body tremble. Nobody here is leaving today if you dared to lay a hand on her, a furious voice suddenly boomed from outside the restaurant. The surveillance cameras caught everything. You think causing a scene like this is legal? The crowd turned to see Li Hanzhou, his breathing heavy as if he'd rushed over. He stormed in, quickly shrugging off his coat and draping it over Yuka's trembling shoulders. Standing protectively in front of her, he glared at the crowd with a fierce intensity. Yuka froze for a moment, looking up at Li Hanzhou with reddened eyes as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. If someone has to stay strong, the moment someone steps forward to help, the pent-up grievances can no longer be held back. Li Hanzhou gazed at Yuku, his heart aching so much that he could barely breathe. He reached out, pulling her into his arms protectively, then cast a sharp, icy glare at everyone around them. Bullying someone who can't even speak? Aren't you all so capable? She's a mistress. Destroying someone else's family. Someone mustered the courage to speak up, though most were too intimidated by Li Hanzhou's overpowering presence. This woman is just taking advantage of the fact that she can't talk, someone else added. Li Hanzhou turned his gaze to Lu Yuro. Oh, in your family whoever has a child first is in the right. Is that it? This woman shamelessly seduced a married man and had his child, and that man is no better committing bigamy by building another family while already married. Lu Yuro froze, staring at Li Hanzhou in shock. Who was this man? She didn't recognize him, nor did anyone else there. Even her sister, Lu Mingxua, wouldn't know him. After all, Li Hanzhou had been stationed abroad for peacekeeping missions for 5 years, and very few people were familiar with his appearance. Stop spouting nonsense. Gu Yan angrily interjected. Don't air our family matters in front of all these people. Li Hanzhou smirked. Family matters? I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. Whether you're guilty of bigamy, whether this woman is a mistress, or whether this child is an illegitimate one used to climb the social ladder, let the police sort it out. Gu Yan glared at Li Hanzhou, then turned to Yuku. Cuckoo. Why is this man meddling in our family matters? Family matters? Yuka typed on her phone furiously, setting the volume to the maximum so everyone could hear. In the mistress, aren't I? We've been married for 5 years, yet you married her 2 years ago. The child is 5 years old. Didn't you agree to let everyone think I was the mistress because of the child? What family matters? For a moment, the onlookers were stunned. What kind of mess was this? Boss, we're full. We're heading out, someone said, trying to leave to avoid trouble. But at the door stood one of Li Hanzhou's friends, a tall and imposing figure blocking the exit. Leaving? No one who threw things or caused trouble is going anywhere. You're all coming to the police station with us. Look, this is just a misunderstanding. Yeah, we didn't understand the situation. Didn't understand the situation, yet you insulted someone, stirred up trouble, and even threw things at her? You think a simple excuse like that will get you off the hook? Li Hanzhou sneered coldly. We didn't know this mistress was shameless enough to bully the first wife in public. Exactly. The mistress is disgusting and lied to us. Now, the crowd turned their anger toward Lu Yuro. This child is illegitimate, and you're crying? What's there to cry about? Shameless. Right. An illegitimate child with no morals, just like her mother. The crowd's insults now targeted Lu Yuro and her daughter, Feifei. Terrified, Gu Yufei clung to Lu Yuro, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Yuro, furious, picked up her child and tried to leave, only to be stopped. Leaving? After spreading false information, manipulating public opinion, causing trouble, and harming others? You think you can just walk away? Li Hanzhou's friend blocked the doorway, arms crossed. Lu Yuro turned back angrily to look at Gu Yan. Gu Yan was equally furious. Yuku, tell him to stop meddling. Yuka clenched her phone tightly, taking a deep breath before typing. He's not meddling. Gu Yan anxiously stepped forward to shield his daughter, holding her protectively in his arms and whispering, Feifei, it's okay, Don't be scared. Yuka watched them, the image of a happy family, and felt a pang in her heart. Chanze, keep an eye on everyone here. Have the boss pull the surveillance footage. Anyone who threw something or got physical, don't let a single one of them go. Li Hongzhou instructed the man at the door. Chanze nodded. Got it. Don't worry. After giving his orders, Li Hongzhou turned back to Yuku, his expression softening. He gently cupped her face, carefully brushing aside her hair. Her strands, damp with tears, revealed a swollen and slightly bleeding injury on her forehead from the glass cup that had struck her. Li Han's expression turned icy, his anger radiating as he looked at the crowd. We're going to the hospital. Notify the police to open a case. We're demanding a forensic injury assessment. Panic flashed across Lu Yura's face as she turned to Gu Yan. Gu Yan, what do we do? If they open a case, I could get penalized. Her voice trembled as she spoke. A criminal or administrative penalty would severely impact her chances of promotion, especially since her position as the hospital director's daughter was already a point of contention. Gu Yan looked worried as well. He turned to Yuko, trying to reason with her. Coco, this isn't such a big deal, don't report it, okay? Drop the case. If this blows up, it'll affect Rainrouse's promotion. And I am also. He hesitated, wanting to add that he was also up for a promotion. The police arrived, inquired about the situation, and reviewed the surveillance footage. Lu Yuro, who had been manipulating public opinion, was identified as the main instigator of the disturbance and was taken away along with the others. Yuko, you'd better settle this privately or face the consequences, Lu Yuro threatened Yuko through gritted teeth. Li Hongzhou pressed Yuka's head against his chest and warned in a deep voice, you should worry about yourself first, you shameless homewrecker. Li Hongzhou's sharp tongue was something Yuko had always known about, but she didn't expect his words to be so cutting, instantly infuriating Lu Yuro. Do you know who I am? Do you know my family status in Haicheng? My brother-in-law is the heir of the Li family in Haicheng. Just you wait. Lu Yuro pointed at Li Hongzhou angrily. Li Hongzhou raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, I could say I'm a Li too, the heir of the Li group. You're not even worthy. Lu Yuro snapped through clenched teeth. Fine, I'm not worthy. You're the one who's truly worthy, Li Hongzhou replied mockingly, raising a hand to signal the police to take her away. Mommy. Mommy. Fei Fei continued to cry and scream. Gu Yan. Lu Yuro frantically called out to Gu Yan. Gu Yan, this is all because of Yuku. She even dragged a child into this. Yuku clenched her fists tightly. Yuku. Fei Fei is just a child. How could you be so heartless as to let the police take her mother away? Gu Yan scolded Yuku angrily. How could you become like this? Bad woman. Bad person. Fei Fei continued to wail, calling Yuka names. Fox spirit, she shouted, her words shocking everyone around. A child's behavior reflects the parent's upbringing. She's young, but her foul mouth shows your lack of responsibility as a father. It's honestly disgusting, Li Hongzhou shot back at Gu Yan. Gu Yan gritted his teeth. I don't care who you are. You hit me yesterday and I let it slide. Don't think you can just stir up trouble. Li Hongzhou chuckled. Sir, I don't even know who you are. Who are you exactly? If you claim I hit you, do you have evidence? Gu Yan instinctively looked at Yuku, but she coldly gestured. I don't know, I didn't see anything. Li Hongzhou's grin widened, looking utterly pleased. Let's go get a medical exam, he said softly, taking Yuka's hand and leading her away. Gu Yan angrily chased after them. Yuku, you're seriously going with him? You've really disappointed me. Yuko will go with you. Gu Yan was fuming as he saw her walking so closely with another man. I'm your husband. Daddy. Gu Yufei kept wailing, forcing Gu Yan to stop and comfort the child. In the car, Yuko glanced at Li Hongzhou. Why are you here? You didn't come home after work. How could I not worry? Li Hongzhou said angrily. And you were walking with that scumbag? Li Hongzhou had been waiting outside the pharmacy, worried about Yuka's safety after work. When he saw her walking with Gu Yan, he became upset but couldn't help following them. When they entered a hot pot restaurant, he initially thought of leaving with Chen Zhe. But moments later, Lu Yuro showed up with her child, and he knew Yuko was bound to be bullied. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. This is my friend, Li Hongzhou introduced Chen Zhe to Yuko. His name's Chen Zhe. We've been friends since elementary school. Yuko quickly greeted him. Hello. Hello, sister-in-law. Chen Zhe grinned. Hans has always been a bit reckless. Please bear with him. Yuko froze for a moment, realizing the misunderstanding. She hurriedly signed in sign language. I'm not his girlfriend. Sister-in-law, even your sign language is so graceful. What did you just say? Chen Zhe asked, turning to Li Hongzhou. Li Hongzhou raised an eyebrow smugly and said nonchalantly, she said you're too kind. Yuka glared at Li Hongzhou, smacking his arm before turning to look out the window, ignoring him. That jerk always knew how to tease her. Li Hongzhou just smiled and didn't bother to explain. He kicked the driver's seat lightly. What are you waiting for? Let's get to the hospital. At Haicheng Hospital, Yuko was waiting for her test results when Guyan showed up. Kuko, I saw your test results. It's just soft tissue bruising. Nothing serious. Can we not blow this out of proportion? For my sake, please? She's been good to me all these years, Guyan pleaded softly, standing before her. Kuko, I'm begging you. Don't make things difficult for me. Yuko quietly looked at Guyan, her heart feeling as lifeless as ashes. Perhaps this was what despair truly felt like. Her former husband, the man she once loved, had stood by and done nothing as she was beaten and scolded. And now, he had the audacity to come and plead with her. Kuko, so much has happened in these 5 years. I drank, drove into a river, and almost died. She broke the car window to save me. Kuko, a life-saving act is a debt greater than the heavens. If you really love me, even just for my sake, don't ruin her. Please? Guyan gripped Yuka's hand tightly, his gaze burning as he begged her. Yuka continued to look at him, unable to say a word. She only felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity, as though she needed to take a closer look at him to recognize the man she once knew. Kuko, she's the hospital director's daughter. I'm doing this for your own good. If you want to stay here, you can't afford to make enemies, Guyan added hastily, his nervousness evident. Yuka remained silent, and Guyan grew even more flustered. Kuko, taking a deep breath, Yuka raised her hand and slapped Guyan across the face. He froze, falling silent as he came to realize how unfair this all was to her. Yuka's eyes were red and swollen, and the wound on her forehead still throbbed with pain. Just as Guyan opened his mouth to say something else, Li Hanzhou entered with the police. Yes, that's him. Bigamai has a wife serving in a peacekeeping mission abroad while marrying another woman here. He even lied to the police and filed a missing person report to get a death certificate, Li Hanzhou said, raising an eyebrow and looking down at Guyan with disdain. He was determined to make Guyan leave for good. Guyan's anger flared as he clenched his fists, ready to confront Li Hanzhou. Yuko instinctively tried to stop him, worried that if Guyan got hurt, Li Hanzhou might also be taken away by the police. But before she could intervene, the towering Li Hanzhou, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, looked pitifully at the officers. Look at him's violent too. People like this are dangerous. In that instant, Yuko was stunned. He really was a master of theatrics. Taking a deep breath, Yuko gestured with her hands. Don't provoke him. After all, Lu Yuro is from the Lu family. They hold significant influence in Haicheng. She worried that without family or power, Li Hanzhou might end up being bullied like she was. Li Hanzhou smiled, clearly pleased that she cared about him. Pulling Yuko into his arms, he looked at Guyan provocatively. You really are like a pig that can't appreciate fine food. Guyan frowned, still intent on making a move, but the police stopped him. Mr. Gu, you're under suspicion of bigamy and falsifying a death report. Please come with us. With Li Hanzhou making the report, Guyan's days of having his cake and eating it too were over. He now had to choose between Lu Yuro and Yuko. Li Hanzhou, for one, couldn't wait for Guyan to leave. It was holding up his chance to pursue a relationship with Yuko. He's lying. Guyan clenched his fists, but his status as a doctor forced him to swallow his anger for now. With so many colleagues watching, he had no choice but to follow the police. As he passed by Yuko, Guyan paused, looking at her as though hoping she would speak up for him. But she didn't. Disappointment filled his eyes. Kuko, you've changed. Yuko clenched her fists tightly and watched as he left. Had she really changed? Or was it Guyan who was no longer the man she once knew? Miss Yu, your CT scan results are out. Nothing serious, just make sure to rest, a hospital doctor said as they walked over. Is that so? How could she be fine? My girlfriend feels dizzy and can't even stand. Li Hanzhou interjected, pulling Yuko into his arms. We're requesting a psychological evaluation. She has PTSD from her time on the battlefield, and I suspect they've traumatized her further. While his demands seemed unreasonable, it was clear he was trying to secure more leverage for Yuko, ensuring that Lu Yuro would spend at least 24 hours in detention for reflection. Yuko tried to push him away, but Li Hanzhou, shameless as ever, insisted on taking her for a round of tests. They checked everything thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned, all at the expense of Lu Yuro and her accomplices. Yuko felt embarrassed by the whole situation, but Li Hanzhou had no qualms, even asking the doctors to conduct a full examination for her. The hospital should take responsibility and give her a comprehensive checkup. Just as Yuko was about to drag him away, Lu Jiaming arrived. With both his daughter and son-in-law taken away by the police and Guyan apprehended at the hospital, no less his reputation as the hospital director was in tatters. The moment Yuko saw Lu Jiaming, she became instantly alert. Li Hanzhou instinctively stepped in front of her, silently signaling to Lu Jiaming that Yuko was not alone. Well, thank you, Director Lu, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. Lu Jiaming, a seasoned old fox, noticed Li Hanzhou's composed demeanor and chose not to act rashly. He smiled politely, nodded, and left without saying much. But after walking a few steps, his expression darkened. Find out who that man by Yuka's side is. Investigate thoroughly. The rental apartment. As soon as Yuka got home, she went straight into the bathroom, shutting herself in. She wanted to lock the door, but the bathroom lock in the rental was broken. It was a one-bedroom apartment, and the bathroom was separate from the bedroom. Yuka wanted to take a shower but was afraid that Li Hanzhou might shamelessly barge in. After hesitating for a moment while biting her lip, Yuka peeked out, glancing around cautiously. She saw Li Hanzhou busy with something in the kitchen and finally let out a sigh of relief. She used a mop to wedge the door shut and carefully began undressing to take a shower. Yu Xiaoke, I've already called my colleagues at the police station. In cases like Gu Yan's, it's indeed considered bigamy. Usually the second marriage is deemed invalid. The police have given him the choice, but the decision ultimately lies with you. If you... Li Hanzhou walked out from the kitchen, noticing the small living room was empty. After looking around, he casually headed toward the bathroom. Click. The bathroom door swung open effortlessly as he pushed it, the mop acting as nothing more than a token barrier. Yuka froze in panic, instinctively covering herself, and let out a scream. Ah! At this moment, she somehow managed to find her voice again. Get out. Yuka clutched herself tightly, throwing whatever she could grab at Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou stood there, stunned for a moment, before being hit squarely by a bottle of body wash. He turned stiffly like a block of wood and awkwardly coughed. Why are you so worked up? Worked up enough to actually start talking again, he teased, though his Adam's apple bobbed, and his palms were slightly sweaty. It's not like I haven't seen anything before. Back in South Sudan, didn't I always guard the door when you showered? Yuku, wrapped in a towel, was furious, her breathing shallow and rapid. She wanted to curse at him, but once again, no sound came out. Li Han's heart pounded as he lowered his head, trying to hide the flush spreading across his ears and face. She had spoken just now. Maybe the psychologist was right, desensitization through exposure could be effective, though it came with risks and potential drawbacks. He needed to provoke Yuka from time to time but couldn't push her too far. I was saying the police called back. They confirmed Gu Yan's situation constitutes bigamy, but it's a unique case. They've given him a week to decide either you or Lu Yuro. Li Hanzhou, still facing away from her, added, Of course the decision is also in your hands. The truth was, Li Hanzhou cared too deeply about Yuka's choice. He admitted to himself that his move to report Gu Yan for bigamy wasn't entirely selfless. He wanted to use this opportunity to force Gu Yan and Yuku to make a decision. In fact, he hoped Gu Yan would hurry up and leave, settling down with Lu Yuro and their child, so there would be nothing standing between him and Yuku anymore. For the past 5 years, Yuka's love for Gu Yan had driven Li Hanzhou mad with jealousy. Yuka lowered her head, her wet hair dripping water. She had the power to decide, and she was determined to divorce. But what was rightfully hers, she would take it all back. The compensation for the demolished property, the old family house, and their marital home. Those were hers, and she wouldn't let them go. Li Hanzhou turned to look at her. Wrapped in a towel, her legs were long and straight, but her frame seemed too thin, almost frail. Seeing Yuku remain silent, Li Hanzhou felt a surge of frustration and jealousy. Gu Yan was nothing but a selfish scumbag. What on earth did Yuka see in him? Yuku, the moment he remarried, you should have realized he's not the one for you. How much longer are you going to cling to this? Why are you degrading yourself like this? Yuka looked up, her eyes misty and filled with anger. She bit her lip hard, glaring at Li Hanzhou. Realizing his tone had been too harsh, Li Hanzhou turned and started to leave. I'm heading out. You. Just as Li Hanzhou was about to walk away, Yuka suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. I can give the man to Lu Yuro, but what's mine is mine, Yuka signed with her hands. My parents' compensation for the demolition in Lai Jinjuan, my grandfather's old house, that's the foundation of the Yu family. And the marital home, which my parents paid for 2/3 of. Gu Yan's family only contributed 1/3. I'm taking back my share. Li Hanzhou looked at her and finally smiled. So she wanted to fight for her rights, not for the man. Alright, I'll help you. Li Han's voice turned serious. Whatever Gu Yan and Lu Yuro had taken, had make them give it all back. The Lu family isn't easy to deal with. If you let me help, you'll get dragged into trouble, Yuka signed, not wanting him to get involved. Don't worry, Li Hanzhou began to reply, but his phone rang. It was a call from the old master of the Li family. Li Hanzhou gave Yuku a reassuring look before stepping aside to answer. If he didn't pick up, the old man might send someone straight to Yuka's place. Li Hanzhou wasn't ready for her to be exposed to the old man just yet. You've got 30 minutes to get yourself back here. Your future bride is waiting for you, the old man's deep voice commanded. If you're not here in half an hour, I'll come get you myself. Li Han's expression darkened. The old man wanted him to meet Lu Mingxua? At the Li family residence, the elderly Mr. Li sat at the tea table, personally preparing tea for Lu Mingxua. It was evident that the old man genuinely liked Lu Mingxua, his future granddaughter-in-law. Although Mingyu had returned, I heard he had sustained serious injuries. I was always opposed to him serving in the military, and if not for this injury forcing his retirement, he might still be away. Mr. Li sighed deeply. Lu Mingxue smiled gently, her demeanor perfectly suited to winning the favor of elders. Grandfather, Mingyu has a loyal and patriotic heart. Like father, like son is your grandson. It's his duty to protect the country and contribute to the nation. The old man's heart was filled with joy, and he nodded with a smile. Good, good. However, his expression soon turned grave. But I received a call from Mingyu's uncle. He said Mingyu's injuries this time are severe. His face was damaged by a bomb, and his legs were also injured. I wanted to tell you earlier, but I was afraid you might mind. Lu Mengxi's face fell, her heart skipping a beat. But she quickly regained her composure and spoke up. Grandfather, I don't care about that. He's a hero, and I should take care of him. Mr. Li nodded approvingly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Good girl. Good girl. Mingyu is lucky to marry someone like you. He sighed again, clutching the prayer beads in his hand with a pained expression. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go in the first place. Despite her calm facade, Lu Mingxue felt a wave of panic inside. The only heir of the Li family, disfigured and crippled? Wouldn't that make him completely useless? However, this might actually work in her favor. She had no feelings for Li Jingyu to begin with. Her intentions had always been to leverage the Li family's influence and power to elevate her own family and personal status. As long as Li Jingyu was alive, she would ensure she secured her position. Master, the young master has returned, the butler announced from the doorway, his voice low and hoarse, his reddened eyes betraying his emotions. What nonsense! He served his country gloriously, this is an honor. Mr. Li's voice quivered as he spoke. Though he had always been strict with his grandson, his love and pride for him were undeniable. Gripping his cane tightly, the old man headed toward the entrance. At the gate, a military jeep was parked. Fu Jingting stepped out, opened the car door, and glanced at the man sitting inside Li Hangzhou. This was the alias Li Jingyu had used while working undercover. Naturally, his true identity could not be revealed. At this moment, Li Han's head was entirely wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed. Fu Jingting hesitated, biting back a laugh before speaking through gritted teeth. You really went all out for the job. This is for the mission. If my identity were exposed now and there were still Lucas men around, all our efforts would be wasted. I must stay undercover as long as possible, Li Hangzhou reminded Fu Jingting, his tone serious. Fu Jingting immediately straightened up, coughed, and helped Li Hangzhou into a wheelchair with the assistance of others. When Mr. Li saw Li Hangzhou, his composure broke. His hands trembled as he called out, Ayu. Li Hangzhou, heavily disguised, responded in a shaky voice. Grandfather, his voice was deliberately strained. Unable to trust his own acting skills, Fu Jingting quickly bowed to Mr. Li. Uncle, I have matters to attend to at the team. I'll take my leave now. Mr. Li wiped away his tears. Jingting, stay and have a meal before you go. Fu Jingting shook his head. Thank you, but work comes first. Mr. Li nodded. Mingyu, he murmured as Fu Jingting left. He then hurried to Li Han's side, gripping his hand tightly. How did you get hurt like this? They didn't even report it to me. Grandfather, there are internal protocols. Please don't make things difficult for them, Li Hangzhou said quickly. Mr. Li wiped his tears, then turned toward Lu Mingxue, who had followed them outside. At this moment, her face was as pale as a sheet. She couldn't believe how badly Li Jingyu was injured. A disfigured, crippled man? If not for his status as the sole heir of the Li family, she would have never considered marrying him. Mingyu, this is your future wife. Marriage is a matter of family duty, and you must listen to me. Mengxue is a good girl, she's waited for you for 5 years, Mr. Li said as he personally pushed the wheelchair, introducing Lu Mingxue. Lu Mingxue, her body tense, walked alongside Li Hangzhou. Mingyu, you've been through so much. These years must have been hard on you. Life abroad is dangerous. I've endured hardship, taken lives, and now my hands itch for more. If my legs weren't broken, I'd still want to kill a few more people, Li Hangzhou said slowly, his gaze sharp as he deliberately fixed his eyes on Lu Mingxue. Look at me now. Are you sure you want to marry me? Lu Mingxue turned pale with fear. She had her own private hospital and was well aware of the horrors of battlefield PTSD. If he had an episode, he might actually kill someone. You served your country honorably. No matter what you've become, I will always take care of you, Lu Mingxue said, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Really? Li Hangzhou asked, raising his hand as if to grab hers. Startled, Lu Mingxue let out an involuntary scream and stepped back. Her eyes betrayed her disgust, even though she quickly masked it. But Li Hangzhou, having spent 5 years undercover, could easily detect her fleeting emotions. He let out a cold laugh and turned to Mr. Li. Grandfather, is this the wife you chose for me? Since she's so afraid and repulsed by me, I think we should call off this engagement. I don't want to waste her time. Grandpa. Lu Mingxue's eyes turned red as she nervously spoke. I didn't mean it that way. I was just scared for a moment. The old man glanced at Li Hangzhou. You acted recklessly. Of course, the young lady would be frightened. take your time to get to know each other. Don't miss out on such a good girl. Li Hangzhou let out a mocking laugh. Grandpa, you've lived such a long life, yet you're still so naive and bad at judging people. The old man's gaze fell on Li Han's injuries. These wounds. Considering how badly injured you are, I won't argue with you. You'll need to go back to the hospital, or it might get infected. At least 3 months of recovery. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Li Hangzhou replied indifferently, I know. Lu Mingxue let out a sigh of relief, comforting herself internally. Thankfully, he needs to go back to the hospital. Otherwise, having to look at that disfigured face every day might be more than she could bear. Don't worry, she said softly, suppressing her disgust. I know plenty of plastic surgeons. You'll be fine. Li Hangzhou frowned in disdain. A woman who says one thing and means another, only the old man would like someone like that. Compared to Lu Mingxue, Yuku in his eyes was like a pure white jasmine flower. He had never seen anyone as pure as Yuku, someone who could bloom beautifully even in a desert. If you can't stay in the hospital, you can stay at home for a few days. We have doctors here too, the old man offered, his tone softening slightly. Grandpa, you need to follow the rules. You were in the military. You should understand discipline, Li Hangzhou said, schooling the old man. This left the old man speechless for a moment. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. I shouldn't have insisted on bringing you back. I thought you were still fooling around out there. Add Mingxue on social media. You two should stay in touch and build a connection. Once you're discharged, spend time with her. I've already arranged the marriage. When you've recovered, you'll get married right away. The old man's tone was domineering. People of his generation were often authoritative and traditional, believing they were the head of the family and had the final say, even in their children's marriages. Li Hangzhou frowned, his hand clenching slightly. Grandpa, if you have the final say in my marriage, what would happen if I had died out there? Who would marry the person you chose for me? At your age, are you thinking of remarrying? The old man's face turned pale with anger, and he pointed at Li Hangzhou. Say that again. Leaning lazily in his wheelchair, Li Hangzhou smirked. I said, are you planning to remarry? But this girl looks too young for you. She doesn't seem like a good match. The old man raised his hand, ready to strike him. He had been strong-willed his entire life and couldn't tolerate anyone defying him, not even his own grandson. In his anger, he seemed to forget that Li Hangzhou was seriously injured. Master. The butler hurriedly stepped in, grabbing the old man. Please don't. The young master is gravely injured. The old man lowered his hand reluctantly and let out a cold huff. Don't think that just because you've earned some military merits, you can be so arrogant. Mingxue is a good girl. Treat her well. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving space for Li Hangzhou and Lu Mingxue to be alone. Mingyu, don't be mad at Grandpa. He's just worried about you. He's been anxious the whole time you've been away, Lu Mingxue said cautiously, taking a deep breath as she slowly approached him, careful not to get too close. Li Hangzhou looked at her coldly. I heard that the Lu family's medical practice had a lot of malpractice issues in the past, leading to its decline. How did you turn things around? Lu Mingxue smiled faintly, a hint of pride in her expression. After I took over the family business, I shifted the focus to medical aesthetics and medical equipment. And who provided the funding? Li Hangzhou pressed further. Lu Mingxue froze for a moment. The funding? It was over 100 million. It came from Yuka's parents' compensation money after they sold their old villa. The money was pooled from the family, she said quietly. Li Hangzhou chuckled. Pooled from the family? Does your family even have that much money? The Lu family, a prestigious medical household on the verge of bankruptcy, managed to come up with over 100 million. My brother-in-law's family owns several properties in Haicheng. They supported the Lu family's business and invested in our company, Lu Mingxue explained, unaware that Li Hangzhou knew Guyan. Narrowing his eyes, Li Hangzhou thought to himself, so, Guyan used that money to invest in the Lu family. In just a few years, you've managed to establish yourself in multiple fields. That must have required close to 200 million in funding. Your brother-in-law must be very wealthy. Even for our Li family, that kind of money would require careful consideration, he said, continuing to press her. Lu Mingxue stared at him, stunned. She had assumed that after so many years in the military, he would be out of touch with the world. How could he know so much? You must be tired. Are you staying for dinner tonight? She asked, trying to change the subject with a smile. Raising his hand, Li Hangzhou signaled to his assistant, who quickly approached. Young master. I won't be staying for dinner. I wouldn't want to upset Grandpa. Besides, with my injuries, I can't eat just anything. I'll head back to the hospital. You should spend some time with Grandpa. Who knows? You might achieve your dream of marrying into the Li family, outliving him and inheriting everything, he said with a smirk before turning to leave. Lu Mingxue stood frozen, her face darkening as she processed his words. In the car, as soon as Li Hangzhou sat down, his phone rang. It was Chenze. I've got the information. Before the fire at Yuka's parents' home, Guyan bought 2 high-value insurance policies. The payout totaled 50 million. Are you certain it was Gu Yan who purchased it? Li Hangzhou's voice was low and steady. Yes, absolutely. The beneficiary is Gu Yan. The terms of the accidental insurance policy specify that in cases where the insured dies or suffers an accident due to transportation incidents like plane or car crashes or events like fires, the beneficiary is entitled to a large payout. Chen Zhe responded after a moment of silence. He continued, Yuka's parents died in a fire. Due to insufficient evidence, the police did not classify it as suicide but rather as an accident. Since it was deemed accidental death, Gu Yan is eligible to claim the insurance payout. As their son-in-law, he is also the legal beneficiary. A cold laugh escaped from Li Hangzhou. A son-in-law who buys high-value accident insurance for his parents-in-law, and not long after, they're burned to death in their own home? Coincidence? No one would believe that. His voice turned even colder. Yuka's medical team faced danger in South Sudan, and even the state didn't give up on them. How did Gu Yan manage to obtain a death certificate? It doesn't add up. Leaning back against the car seat, Li Hangzhou stared out of the window with an icy gaze. He didn't trust Gu Yan. Not one bit. Even if the mastermind of all this was the Liu family, it was impossible that Gu Yan had no knowledge of it. The incident involving Yu Ku was a conspiracy from the very start. Now, Li Hangzhou suspected that all these schemes were interconnected, forming a complete loop. If the Liu family or any other party was truly behind this, then Yuka's death would be the most beneficial outcome for them. They would stop at nothing to create accidents, to eliminate her. He clenched his fists, his resolve firm. He had to stay by Yuka's side, ensuring she never left his sight. Yuka had been missing for 5 years, with no trace of her whereabouts. South Sudan was a war zone, and in such conditions, it was easy to declare someone missing. After 3 years of being declared missing, one could apply for a death certificate. Conveniently, this would allow Gu Yan to marry Liu Yuro openly, giving her and the child who existed even before Yuka's incidental legitimate status. What a well-calculated plan, he murmured with disdain. At the pharmacy, Yuka was organizing medications and arranging the shelves when a group of thuggish men swaggered in, clearly up to no good. Hey there, pretty lady. All alone. One of them jeered casually. Without looking up, Yuka continued writing on her notepad. Sir, what medication do you need? She indicated through her writing. The thug smirked, deliberately trying to cause trouble. I can't read. What did you write? Yuka took a deep breath and typed on her device, letting it play a voice message. Sir, how can I assist you? The man sneered maliciously. A box of condoms, please. Without flinching, Yuka handed him a box. His grin turned sleazy. What about that kind of medicine? Yuka frowned and typed again. What kind of medicine? Don't play dumb. You know, the kind that makes women lose control, he said with a disgusting smirk, reaching out to touch her hand. Yuka swiftly pulled her hand back, glaring at him angrily. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call the police, she typed and played aloud. Go ahead and call them. This is a pharmacy, isn't it? Buying that kind of stuff isn't illegal, he retorted with a mocking laugh. Fuming, Yuka slammed the box onto the counter. The thug grabbed the box, tore it open, and tossed the damaged condoms onto the counter. I don't like using these. Though furious, Yuka decided not to press the matter, worried about provoking them further. After they left, she paid for the damaged item herself and slipped it into her pocket, planning to dispose of it in a trash bin after work. Outside, the thugs regrouped in a nearby alley. She's alone, one of them said. The boss wants us to act tonight, get some photos and videos as leverage to drive her out of Haicheng. They exchanged knowing smirks, their intentions clear. Later, after finishing her shift and handing over responsibilities to a colleague, Yuka cautiously checked her surroundings. Seeing no one suspicious, she headed toward a taxi stand. She was acutely aware that if the incident in South Sudan wasn't an accident and her parents' deaths weren't either, the culprits wouldn't hesitate to target her next. She needed to stay vigilant. But even with her caution, the thugs lay in wait for her in the shadows of an alley. Off work already, sweetheart? One of them greeted with a leering grin, blocking her path. Yuka's eyes narrowed, her expression calm and unyielding. She didn't show a hint of fear after all. She had survived the chaos of war-torn South Sudan. What do you want? She asked through her device. You sold me the medicine. Shouldn't you guarantee its effects? Why don't we test it out on you? The thug sneered, reaching out to touch her face. Yuka turned her head away, her brows furrowing in disgust. The man laughed and moved closer, his hand reaching out again. Suddenly, arg. Damn it. Yuka had pulled out a can of pepper spray from her bag and unleashed it directly into his eyes. As he howled in pain, clutching his face and stumbling backward, she followed up with a sharp knee strike to his abdomen, a move taught to her by Li Hangzhou during their time in South Sudan. The thug collapsed, writhing on the ground. His companions cursed and lunged toward her. Yuka spun around, spraying the pepper spray in all directions before dashing toward the end of the alley. Mute girl, you think you can run? Just as she reached the alley's exit, another man emerged, blocking her path. With a sinister grin, he pulled out a cloth and pressed it over her mouth and nose. Yuka struggled fiercely but soon lost consciousness. Get rid of her, take some photos and videos. She has no parents, no family, and barely any connections in Haicheng. If something happens to her, no one would care. Heck, even if she dies, it doesn't matter, one of the men sneered. In my opinion, we should just grab her. Nobody would look for her if she goes missing. Besides, she's good-looking, we could keep her around for a while and have some fun. Their words grew filthier and more despicable, revealing the depths of their depravity. The cruelty of human nature was on full display. She was alone. No parents, no children, no relatives in Haicheng. Now, as a mute with a mental disability, she had no way to speak up or seek justice for herself. People like her, trapped at the very bottom of society, often became targets where the darkness of human nature was magnified 100-fold. That's not a bad idea, the leader chuckled wickedly. He motioned for them to hurry up and deal with Yuku. One of the men leaned down, trying to take advantage of her. Just as his hand was about to touch her, a heavy kick sent him flying. Stunned, the man looked up to see who had intervened. Li Hanzhou stood there, bandages still wrapped around his head. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man's collar and landed a brutal punch on his face. Chenze, don't let a single one of them escape. Li Hanzhou barked furiously. He was livid. If had been just a few minutes later, these bastards would have laid a hand on her. Scumbags, Li Hanzhou spat as he delivered a vicious kick to the man's stomach. You're lucky this is a society governed by law, he growled. Li Hanzhou, take it easy, don't kill anyone. Chenze rushed over to hold him back. You need to get these guys to a hospital. From the way Li Hanzhou was acting, it genuinely looked like he was about to beat someone to death. The gang of thugs trembled in fear under Li Hanzhou's icy glare. This man was no ordinary person. His presence alone was more intimidating than any gang leader they'd ever encountered. Who sent you? Li Hanzhou demanded coldly. The thug leaned against the wall, legs shaking uncontrollably. Their leader had been knocked out cold with a single punch, and they were all terrified. The bandages on Li Hanzhou's head made him look even more menacing, like some vengeful spirit. Not talking. Li Hanzhou sneered. He wasn't just anyone had come back from South Sudan. He had countless ways to deal with scum like them. Grabbing one of the thugs by the head, he slammed it against the wall and twisted the man's arm behind his back in a painful joint lock. The thug screamed in agony, his cries echoing through the alleyway. Chenze quickly subdued the other two men and had someone load them into a car. All right. I'll talk, the thug finally shouted through his screams. His name is Zhao Kuan. That's all I know. Li Hanzhou's gaze was dark and threatening as he looked at the other thugs. Send them all to the police station. If they don't spill anything useful, he smirked coldly, dragging one of them closer. I'm not a nice guy. I can make your entire family disappear. This was their worst fear. Judging by the look in Li Hanzhou's eyes, they believed he might actually do it. Get them out of here, Chenze sighed, rubbing his temples. Once the thugs were taken away, he turned to Li Hanzhou with a helpless expression. You're supposed to be with the peacekeeping forces, not the mafia. Li Hanzhou ignored him. Carefully, he picked up Yuku, holding her as if she were the most fragile thing in the world. Chenze noticed the shift in his demeanor and decided not to push further, silently following behind. It was clear that Li Hanzhou truly cherished her. Gather evidence. I don't want to see these people in Haicheng ever again, Li Hanzhou commanded in a low voice as he paused in his steps. Chenze knew the lengths Li Hanzhou could go to, and even this was him showing restraint. In a small rented apartment, Yuku woke up to find the sky already dark. She looked around in panic, sitting up abruptly, clutching her head as her body trembled uncontrollably. It was a clear sign of trauma. Yushaka, it's okay. I'm here. Li Hanzhou's voice came softly as he entered the room, holding a cup of warm milk. He saw her pulling at her hair in distress and hurried to her side, wrapping her in his arms. Yuka, it's all right now. I'm here. We're home, he whispered soothingly. Yuka froze for a moment, scanning her surroundings before looking back at Li Hanzhou. Then, all at once, she burst into tears, sobbing loudly. Li Hanzhou held her tightly. Let it out, he murmured. Crying is better than keeping it bottled up. She cried for a long time before using sign language to communicate. Those men. I sent them to the police station. The man who contacted them is named Zhao Kuan. He's connected to the Liu family, Li Hanzhou explained. It's obvious this whole thing has something to do with them. Yuku, he continued softly, you can't trust Gu Yan. He's not reliable. Yuka clutched his shirt tightly and nodded. She already knew Gu Yan could no longer be trusted. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled her, and she looked toward the door with fear in her eyes. Li Hanzhou gestured for her to stay quiet. Cuckoo, it's me, a familiar voice called from outside. It was Gu Yan. Li Hanzhou's expression darkened. He moved to confront Gu Yan, but Yuka grabbed his arm, shaking her head. She wanted to talk to Gu Yan alone. Li Hanzhou hesitated, gripping her wrist as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Should he tell her about the high-value insurance policy Gu Yan had taken out on her parents before their deaths? Li Hangzhou took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. There's something you should know. Before your parents passed, Gu Yan took out a high-value accidental death insurance policy on them. Yuka stood frozen in place, silent for a long time, before finally turning to open the door. She had already anticipated the worst outcome, yet when the door swung open, it still felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her. Standing outside the door, Gu Yan lowered his head guiltily, while a crowd of reporters eagerly snapped photos of the scene inside. Yuka clenched her fists tightly as her eyes locked on Gu Yan. She already understood what he intended to do. From down the hallway, Lu Yuro approached in her high heels, wearing a high-end tailored outfit and carrying a handbag worth millions. She walked with an air of superiority, as if everything was under her control. Yuka glanced at them both, then at the people whose lives were drenched in blood money. Every cent they now possessed had been paid for by the lives of her parents. Suppressing her rage, Yuka took a deep breath and let out a cold laugh. Whatever lingering fondness she had for Gu Yan shattered completely in that moment. Gu Yan, Yuka signed with her hands, knowing full well he couldn't understand her, but continuing anyway. You're in too much of a hurry. If you really wanted everything from my family parents' inheritance and insurance money, you shouldn't have been so impatient. Yuku, I've already annulled my marriage with Gu Yan 2 days ago, Lu Yuro said with a smirk, signaling to the lawyer beside her to speak. Which means, as of now, you and Gu Yan are in a legally recognized marital relationship. The lawyer stepped forward. Ms. Yuka, you are Mr. Gu Yan's lawful wife. However, during the course of your marriage, you've been cohabiting with another man. This constitutes bigamy. We have collected evidence in accordance with the law, and we ask for your cooperation. As the lawyer attempted to enter, Yuka raised her hand and firmly gripped the door handle, blocking his way. The lawyer paused, startled, and instinctively looked toward Lu Yuro for direction. Lu Yuro arched an eyebrow. Yuka, do you really think that holding out will erase the evidence of your infidelity and bigamy? The neighbors around here can all testify. I've already called the police to conduct a lawful search for evidence. Finally, Gu Yan spoke, his voice hoarse. He avoided looking into Yuka's eyes as he continued. Yuka, I didn't expect that after all these years together, you would do this to me. Yuka trembled as she stared at Gu Yan. He had abandoned all decency. We are in a legally recognized marriage, and you are at fault here. If we divorce, I hope you leave with nothing, Gu Yan added, closing his eyes as if the words pained him. Yuka laughed bitterly, looking at him at his coldness and cruelty. It was only when you were truly alive, she thought, that you could see who around you were humans and who were monsters. If she had died in South Sudan, she wouldn't have had to witness this absurd and chaotic scene. Yuku, step aside, Lu Yuro snapped impatiently, attempting to push her out of the way. Yuka's expression turned icy as she grabbed Lu Yuro's wrist mid-motion. The moment Lu Yuro's foot crossed the threshold, Yuka picked up a nearby fire extinguisher and sprayed it directly at her. Lu Yuro screamed, stumbling backward and hiding behind Gu Yan. Yuku, that's enough, Gu Yan shouted, snatching the fire extinguisher from her hands and tossing it aside. Officer, she's assaulting me with a weapon. Lu Yuro cried out as the police arrived, emboldened by their presence. Yuka glanced at the approaching officers, calmly picking up a pen and notebook to write. She trespassed into my home. I acted in self-defense. The police frowned, looking from Gu Yan to Lu Yuro. Which one of you is her spouse? One of them asked. Gu Yan stepped forward. I'm her husband. She's my wife. But she's been living with another man. I suspect that man has a criminal background, may have been a terrorist in South Sudan. I have witnesses. Clenching his fists, Gu Yan looked at Yuku. Kuku, I warned you. That man is dangerous. I'm doing this for your own good. Yuka couldn't believe it. Even now, Gu Yan still thought she was a fool. Search the place, one of the officers ordered. Yuka moved to block them again but was stopped by a female officer. Sir, the female officer addressed Gu Yan. This is your wife, correct? Her gaze shifted to Lu Yuro, who instinctively clung to Gu Yan after the fire extinguisher incident. Gu Yan, in turn, had reflexively wrapped his arms around Lu Yuro to shield her. To any observer, it was clear who was actually being unfaithful in this situation. Realizing this, Gu Yan froze before hastily letting go of Lu Yuro. The police searched the room but found nothing except for a pair of men's slippers near the door. Li Hangzhou, who excelled at scaling and jumping off buildings, had already left by then. The room was empty. There's no one here, the officer announced after stepping out. Impossible. I clearly saw that man carrying her back. Gu Yan blurted out instinctively. Yuka stared at Gu Yan in shock and anger. If Gu Yan had seen Li Hangzhou carrying her back, then surely he must have noticed she was unconscious at the time. Feeling weak, Yuka took a step back and leaned against the wall for support. Gu Yan didn't seem to care, never cared. The officer added, without evidence of an affair, this doesn't constitute bigamy. The neighbors can testify. Lu Yuro interjected angrily. The female officer turned to her. Miss, What's your relationship with this man? Why are you more anxious than the person directly involved? Lu Yuro clenched her teeth and stayed silent. You're husband and wife. Whatever misunderstandings you have, it's best to clear them up, the female officer advised. Yuka raised her hand and signed thank you. Then she looked directly at Gu Yan. Since you want a divorce, let's discuss the terms now. Gu Yan frowned. Let's talk about it later. Yuka refused to back down. She insisted, the old house is my premarital property. You secretly mortgaged and sold it. Return it to me. Yuka. Gu Yan was at a loss. He couldn't understand her sign language. The female officer looked at Gu Yan suspiciously. Your wife is deaf and mute. Gu Yan hurriedly explained, yes, she's been through some trauma and can't speak. And as her husband, you can't even understand her sign language, the officer questioned sharply. Gu Yan froze, speechless. I wonder how you had the audacity to call the police and accuse your wife of bigamy, the officer scoffed coldly before leaving with her team. Yuka stared at Gu Yan, her expression cold, as she wrote on a piece of paper, since you claim I'm still your wife, then ask this woman to leave. I have something to say to you. Gu Yan glanced nervously at Lu Yuro. Lu Yuro, clearly upset, turned to leave. Yuka then typed on her phone and played the audio aloud. Lu Yuro, using thugs to kidnap me was a vile move. I will retaliate. Lu Yuro froze, turning back to look at Yuku. For some reason, the way Yuka stared at her sent a chill down her spine. She had a bad feeling Yuka was planning something. Yuka clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on Lu Yuro. Since Lu Yuro had resorted to such despicable tactics, Yuka wouldn't hold back. From this moment on, she wouldn't just uncover the truth, she would seek revenge. Every bit of suffering she endured today would be returned to them 100-fold. She would make them feel pain and despair beyond measure. Only then would it be fair. Lu Yuro laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. You're just a worthless orphan with no parents or support. I'd like to see how you plan to take revenge on me. She smirked and turned to leave. Yuka's gaze followed her. Who wins and who loses, it's not over yet. Let's wait and see. Yuka raised her phone and played the audio at full volume in the hallway, over and over again. Enough. Gu Yan, who cared deeply about his reputation, stepped forward, snatched Yuka's phone, and took a deep breath. He turned to the reporters and lawyers nearby. Sorry, there's nothing more to see here. Please leave. The reporters and lawyers exchanged glances, understanding the situation, and left. Yuka extended her hand toward Gu Yan, signaling for her phone back. Kuka. I can explain, Gu Yan said anxiously. Yuka didn't respond. She had heard enough of his excuses. She picked up a fire extinguisher from the ground, raised it, and aimed it squarely at Gu Yan, her gaze unwavering. Gu Yan raised his hands in surrender, bowing his head in defeat. Kuka. I really had no other choice. I don't have the money right now to redeem the old house. So much has happened in the years you've been gone. I mortgaged the house. I'm sorry. Seeing Yuka remain silent, Gu Yan continued. But Kuka, we're husband and wife. You said before that what's yours is mine. I just used the house in a moment of desperation. It was a life or death situation. Please let me explain. Yuka stared at Gu Yan, watching him lie, watching him act. His face, once familiar, now filled her with disgust and fear. Without hesitation, Yuka pressed the lever on the fire extinguisher, spraying him. Finally, she hurled the extinguisher at him, pulled out her phone, and hit play. Give it back to me, and then get out. Yuko. Gu Yan, humiliated, finally dropped his facade. He yelled at her in desperation before admitting defeat. Fine. Sue me if you want. He told Yuko to file a lawsuit because he knew they were still legally married. Even in the event of a divorce, their assets would be considered marital property. Although the old house originally belonged to Yuko, it had already been sold, and that was an undeniable fact. A lawsuit would only buy him more time. Besides, he planned to hire the best lawyer for his defense, while Yuko would be fighting alone. Yuko was trembling with rage at Gu Yan. He had become so shameless, blatantly bullying her. Seeing her shake, Gu Yan felt a twinge of guilt. Kuka, don't be like this. I was just speaking out of anger. I just wanted you to calm down and listen to me. Years ago, the Lu family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Lu Yuro got injured while trying to save me, and because of that, she can never have another child after Feifei. You always said we should repay kindness. Money is just money. I helped them to repay that debt of gratitude. Yuko was so furious her vision blurred. She hated herself for not being able to speak, anxiously tugging at her hair. The overwhelming emotions caused her to lose control. She pulled at her hair and crouched down, slapping herself repeatedly. Lu Ming had sacrificed himself to rescue her and bring her back to the country, not to let her be humiliated like this. But now she couldn't even speak. She wanted to curse at Gu Yan, wanted to tear them apart. She tried to speak, but no sound came out. Yuka, you're so useless. So useless, she berated herself. Kuko. Lilan arrived with her husband, Fuching. Rushing forward in alarm, Lilan hugged Yuka tightly, her eyes reddened as she comforted her. Cuckoo, I'm here. Lan Jia is here. Don't be afraid. Fu Qing frowned as he looked at Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, Yuka cannot handle any more stress. I suggest you leave. I'm her husband, Gu Yan said angrily. I'll take her with me. Mr. Gu. Fu Cheng's tone turned threatening. Left with no choice, Gu Yan had to leave. Before he did, he looked at Yuku and muttered, I'm sorry. How ironic. Kill someone then say you're sorry? Yuka Gu Yan has completely lost his mind. You can't have any feelings for him anymore. He's not the same Gu Yan you used to know, Li Lan said furiously. On the way over, she had overheard Fu Qing talking to someone on the phone, saying that Gu Yan had brought reporters, lawyers, and even the police to confront Yuku. Gu Yan was now doing everything in his power to force Yuku to become the one at fault in their marriage. He claimed to have annulled his relationship with Lu Yuro. Yuka signed with her hands. You don't think I still have hope for him? Li Lan looked at Yuka nervously. Yuka shook her head. Then it's clear Lu Yuro is the mistress, and her daughter is illegitimate. Yuku, I'm sorry, but when I checked with the Civil Affairs Bureau, I learned that Gu Yan retained custody of his daughter. And you might not know this, but that little girl, Gu Yufei, was originally registered under both your and Gu Yan's names. In other words, Gu Yan's manipulative actions have placed Gu Yufei on your household registration. If this custodial relationship becomes a legal fact or you never noticed it, then after your death, Gu Yufei would have a legal claim to your inheritance. Yuka stared at Fu Qing in shock. This series of underhanded moves left her chilled to the bone. Gu Yan he had been planning for her death all along. Kuka, what are you going to do? Li Lan asked softly, worried about Yuka's state. Yuka shook her head numbly and stood up against the doorframe. I'm going to the police. She refused to acknowledge any daughter under her name and would have Gu Yufei removed from her records. I'll go with you, Fu Qing nodded. It's Friday. Gu Yan and Lu Yuro will definitely go to the kindergarten to pick up their child, Yuka said again. Li Lan nodded nervously. Kuka, what are you planning to do? The child is their shared weakness. I'm going to force Gu Yan to agree to the divorce. Yuka took a deep breath and continued signing. Sister, do you know any lawyers? I want to sue Gu Yan. Li Lan wiped away her tears excitedly. I'll find one for you. Your brother-in-law knows someone. Don't worry. Yuka lowered her head, her eyes red. She would not compromise anymore. Kidnapping, framing, slander. Gu Yan and Lu Yuro had committed every despicable act imaginable. Watching Fu Cheng and Li Lan leave with Yuku, Li Hanzhou, hidden in the alley, cursed under his breath. If he didn't need to stay undercover to catch Lucas and expose the domestic spies, he would have made sure the people bullying Yuka disappeared from Haicheng entirely. Cousin, please keep an eye on Yuka's situation. I'll have Chen Zhe handle the legal matters. Just say it's for a friend. I don't trust anyone else with this, Li Hanzhou said over the phone to Fu Qing. Fu Qing glanced back toward the alley and gave a short grunt of acknowledgement. Until Yuka's divorce is finalized, stay away from her. Don't let the other side find any leverage against you, Li Hanzhou instructed, frowning. I understand, Fu Qing replied reluctantly. After hanging up, Li Hanzhou called Chen Zhe. I don't care what it takes. Buy the apartment across from Yuka's. If I can't live with her, living across the hall isn't against the law, is it? One way or another, I won't let her face any more danger. The thugs who attacked Yuku today confessed, but their higher-ups took the blame. It's clear that person is connected to the Lu family, Chen Zhe said after a pause. The Lu family is going all out to eliminate Yuku and leave no loose ends. They've already lost all sense of decency, Chen Zhe added grimly. Expose their dirty laundry. They have plenty of skeletons in their closet. Leak them bit by bit. Don't let them have a moment's peace, Li Hanzhou said in a low voice. Chen Zhe inhaled sharply. This was a foolin' plan to destroy the Lu family through public opinion. Considering the Lu family's long history of shady dealings, once everything came to light, they'd have their hands full. The Lu family had clearly underestimated Yuka's protector. Li Hanzhou was a force to be reckoned with. The Lu family. Lu Yuro sat angrily on the sofa, tossing a pillow onto the floor. Yuku, why isn't she dead yet? She spat out in frustration. Lu Jiaming took off his glasses and walked over. You need to stay calm. You'll never learn the composure your sister has, he said. Lu Yuro scoffed. She got lucky this time. That man ran off. That man isn't simple, Lu Jiaming said calmly. Dad, did you look into him? Lu Yuro asked nervously. A man from a small mountain village, an orphan with no family. He has nothing to lose, Lu Jiaming said in a low voice. Years ago, he was arrested for smuggling in the Middle East. After serving his sentence, he went back there. He's ruthless. Don't push him too far. Lu Jiaming hesitated, leaving some things unsaid. In short, this Li Hanzhou isn't someone to mess with. Lu Yuro sneered. Just a thug. Does he really think I'd be afraid? This isn't the Middle East. With the social standing of the Lu family, crushing someone like him is as easy as squashing an ant. I'll deal with him first, then Yuko. Don't forget to keep Gu Yan in check, Lu Jiaming reminded her. Gu Yan agreed to divorce Yuku, but he doesn't want her dead. Lu Yuro felt a pang of guilt. Got it. Sir, something bad has happened. An assistant rushed in, looking flustered. Someone's been targeting us lately. Coastal Hospital has been reported for practicing without a license, accepting bribes, and… The assistant hesitated. Patients are accusing the hospital of overcharging and misleading them with scare tactics. Reporters are already crowding the hospital entrance. If the truth comes out and things escalate, it could threaten the entire Lu Group's interests. Is Mingxua handling it? Lu Jiaming asked in a steady tone. Yes, the eldest miss is there now. She's talking to the complainants to figure out their motives and demands, the assistant replied with a nod. Lu Jiaming frowned. In situations like this, the goal isn't to resolve the issue itself, but to deal with the people causing the issue. Do you understand? The assistant froze for a moment, looking uneasy. Sir, what do you mean? Minchuan knows what to do, Lu Jiaming said, unconcerned. He assumed it was an isolated incident that could be smoothed over with some leverage. Waving dismissively, he signaled the assistant to calm down. Dad, are you sure it's nothing? Lu Yuro asked, feeling uneasy. These things happen every year. There's nothing we can't handle. Just a bunch of poor people causing trouble, Lu Jiaming said firmly. Lu Yuro nodded. All right, I'll go pick up Fei Fei then. Lu Jiaming gave her a slight nod. At the Haicheng Medical Kindergarten, most of the students were children of hospital staff. Some pharmaceutical representatives also managed to get their kids in, hoping to connect with hospital personnel. When school let out, parents from the hospital community often came to pick up their children. Among them, Guyan stood out the most. He was the youngest and most renowned chief physician at Haicheng Hospital. Handsome and kind, he naturally attracted attention from female pharmaceutical representatives. Dr. Gu, here to pick up Fei Fei again? A glamorous woman picking up her child sidled up to him with a smile. Guyan gave her a polite smile. Yes. Where's your wife? The woman glanced around, relieved to see Lu Yuro wasn't there. She tried to get closer to him. I'm right here. Lu Yuro's cold voice cut through the air as she walked over, shoving the woman aside. What? You think you can seduce my husband just because I'm not around? Guyan frowned, urging her to tone it down. There are a lot of people here. Keep it civil. She was practically glued to you. Lu Yuro snapped. Guyan sighed. All right, the kid's about to be dismissed. Don't let her see this. Lu Yuro huffed, shooting the woman a glare before reluctantly stepping back. The woman rolled her eyes but kept her thoughts to herself. What's she acting all high and mighty for? Just because of her family background. Dr. Gu, your wife is really beautiful, a male pharmaceutical representative chimed in, trying to curry favor. Lu Yuro smiled smugly, flipping her hair. Who's his wife, anyway? A voice suddenly boomed from behind. Everyone turned to see Li Lan holding a megaphone, walking toward them with Yuku by her side. Yuku had dressed up today. Her long hair was elegantly tied back, exuding a relaxed yet captivating charm. She wore a simple dress, but her natural grace still overshadowed Lu Yuro's ostentatious demeanor. While Lu Yuro was loud and arrogant, Yuku had always carried herself with quiet confidence. Coming from a family of scholars and having grown up in her grandfather's military compound, her composure and resilience were qualities Lu Yuro could never match. Dr. Gu, who's your wife? Li Lan handed the megaphone to Yuku with a smirk. Gu Yan looked flustered, his eyes darting nervously to Yuku. Kuku, what are you doing here? Lu Yuro glared at Yuku. What do you want? Yuka held up her phone and played a series of pre-recorded voice messages that Li Lan had helped her prepare. I am Gu Yan's wife. I'm here to pick up our child. Is there a problem? Yuku announced, holding up a household registration book and marriage certificate for everyone to see. Lu Yuro's face turned pale as she panicked and tried to snatch the marriage certificate and household registration book from Yuka's hands. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Li Lan stepped in front of Yuku, exuding an intimidating presence as she stared down Lu Yuro. What's the matter? The mistress trying to act all righteous now? Yuka sneered. The marriage was her decision to annul. She has no one to blame but herself. A mistress? I can't believe Dr. Lu is actually the mistress. She's been so brazen these past few years. We all thought she was the legitimate wife. Exactly. I always thought Dr. Lu came from a good family background and that she and Dr. Gu were a perfect match. Turns out she's just the other woman. The surrounding parents began whispering among themselves. They were all part of the same social circle. Gu Yan's forehead was drenched in sweat as he anxiously spoke up. Yuka, what are you trying to do? Are you really trying to ruin me? Gu Yan tried to step forward, but Fu Cheng blocked his path. Officer Fu, does your criminal investigation team have nothing better to do these days? Gu Yan said angrily. That's right, Fu Cheng replied calmly. The country is peaceful, and the people are safe, so we don't have many cases to handle. But cases like this bigamy with ulterior motives, mistresses attempting to harm or kidnap the legal wife were more than happy to take on. Yuka pressed play on her phone's voice recording again. I am Gu Yan's wife. We've been married for 5 years. I've been away on a work trip for 5 years, and when I returned, I found out there's a child registered under my name. Turns out it's my husband and his mistress' child. This so-called respectable Dr. Liu, who looks all prim and proper, is the mistress who slept with my husband and gave him a child. The moment Yuka finished speaking, Liu Yuro lost it and lunged at her, trying to grab her phone. In the chaos, Yuka's phone fell to the ground. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuka slapped Liu Yuro hard across the face. How dare you? Yuka picked up her phone and glared at Liu Yuro. Liu Yuro clutched her face, glaring furiously at Guyan. Guyan, Yuka's humiliating me in front of everyone. Say something. Guyan kept his head down, his fists clenched tightly. What could he possibly say? The marriage certificate was right there in plain sight. And on top of that, the matter of registering the child under his and Yuka's name, he didn't expect Yuka to find out so quickly. He thought she wouldn't bother to check. He just needed more time to fix everything. So you were a mistress too? The sultry pharmaceutical rep from before suddenly laughed mockingly. She clicked her high heels against the ground as she sneered. Dr. Liu, you were a mistress yourself, huh? No wonder you were so defensive about me getting close to Dr. Gu. What a joke. Shue Lily, shut your mouth. Liu Yuro screamed, losing her composure. Shue Lily rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, stealing someone else's man and then being paranoid someone might steal him from you. Serves you right. Liu Yuro clenched her fists in anger, glaring at Guyan. Guyan rubbed his temples and spoke in a low voice. Kuku, do you really have to make this a public spectacle? Bringing reporters and lawyers here isn't your goal to ruin my reputation? Yuka shot back, typing on her phone and playing the audio aloud. I'm just treating you the way you treated me. Can't handle it now? Kuku, I was wrong. I admit it. It's all my fault. I apologize. Let's go home and talk, okay? School's about to let out, and the kids will be coming out soon. Can you give me some dignity in front of our daughter? Guyan pleaded, desperate to maintain some semblance of respect in his daughter's eyes. Yuka sneered. Your daughter has never given me any dignity. Why should I care? What do you want? Guyan asked through gritted teeth. Return the old house to me. Give back my parents' compensation money. As the guilty party, you leave with nothing, Yuka stated, playing her typed message through her phone. Yuka, that's impossible. Guyan shouted in anger. Impossible? Yuka stared at him in disbelief. Impossible? That was mine to begin with. I'm only asking for what's rightfully mine. Impossible? Kuku, that's not what I meant, Guyan tried to explain. I mean, I don't want a divorce. He was stalling for time, and Yuka knew it. He didn't want a divorce out of love, it was all part of his delay tactics. Fine. Yuka held her phone, watching as Gu Yufei ran toward them from a distance. Daddy! Mommy! Gu Yufei ran up joyfully, leaping into Gu Yan's arms. But the moment she saw Yuku, her expression darkened, and she let out a huff. Daddy, what's that bad woman doing here? Bad woman? Me? Yuka sneered, shoving Liu Yuro aside and stepping forward. I'm your mother. Yuka held up the household registration book. You're under my name. I'm your mother, legally and rightfully, and I'm taking you with me. Yuka shot Gu Yan a warning look and played another voice recording on her phone. Even without speaking, her presence was enough to make Gu Yan feel both shocked and terrified. But it was Liu Yuro who lost control first. Yuku, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Are you targeting my daughter now? The same way you sent thugs to cause trouble for me at the pharmacy, they'll deal with your daughter. She's still so young, you know. There are some countries in the Middle East that specialize in trafficking young girls to sell to perverts. In Europe and America, your daughter would fetch a good price. Yuka typed, showing the text to Liu Yuro before quickly deleting it. Liu Yuro stared at Yuku in horror, trembling all over. You wouldn't dare. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine, Yuka said coldly, pushing Gu Yan aside and grabbing Gu Yufei's backpack, pulling the little girl in front of her. According to the law, since she's legally my daughter, I have the right to take her with me. Gu Yufei was nothing more than a spoiled little princess who had never seen the real world. When Yuka mentioned something, it terrified her, and she burst into tears, crying loudly, Daddy, I want Daddy. Mommy, help me. Yuka grabbed Gu Yufei and headed straight to the car. Yuku, are you crazy? Gu Yan panicked, trying to stop her. Yuka, if you keep this up, I'll call the police. Liu Yuro frantically followed, her voice trembling. Everyone around was watching the commotion. Yuka pointed at Gu Yan with a warning look. I have PTSD, classified as a mental illness. I have an official certificate of mental disability. Do you understand what that means? She said, using a voice-to-text app to communicate. Yuka was a woman who had returned from the war zones of South Sudan, mentally scarred. She not only struggled with language barriers, but also suffered from emotional and mental disorders. In simple terms, she was officially diagnosed and could have unpredictable episodes. Even if she lost control and hurt Gu Yufei, she wouldn't be held accountable. Gu Yan's face turned pale with fear, and he pleaded with Yuku. Kuku, please, I'm begging you. It's my fault, all my fault. Punish me, but don't take it out on the child. Yuka's expression remained cold. When you go to the police and correct the record, Tell them this child isn't yours. Remove her from your household registration and return everything that belongs to me without missing a single piece, then I'll give the child back to you. Until then, I'll take care of her on your behalf." With that, Yuka tossed Gu Yufei into the car, slammed the doors shut, and typed furiously on her phone, letting the app do the talking. Lu Yuro screamed hysterically, calling the police, claiming someone had kidnapped her child. The police arrived quickly and began asking questions. However, since a paternity test couldn't be done on the spot, they naturally turned to the household registration documents. According to the records, Gu Yufei was registered under Yuka's name. What a joke! Lu Yuro had essentially shot herself in the foot. "This is my daughter. Everyone here can testify." Lu Yuro screamed, demanding her child back. The bystanders, however, stayed silent, unwilling to get involved. Xue Lily, seizing the moment, informed the police, "She's a mistress. The one who can't speak is the legal wife." The officers nodded, checking the marriage certificate and household registration. "Sorry, ma'am," they said to Lu Yuro, "but please stop causing a disturbance." Lu Yuro, enraged, began hitting Gu Yan. "You're just going to stand there and let her take our daughter away?" Meanwhile, Gu Yufei was still crying in the car. Yuka calmly typed on her phone and pointed at Lu Yuro, addressing the police. "This crazy woman scared my daughter while trying to take her away. I need to leave now to comfort her." Without waiting for a response, Yuka got into the car. Gu Yan tried to speak but was stopped by the police. "As the child's father, how could you allow a third party to cause such a scene at the school? You failed in your responsibilities. Do you realize the psychological harm this could cause your child? And yet you still have the audacity to chase after them." Gu Yan opened his mouth to explain but had no defense. What could he say? He was clearly in the wrong. "Gu Yan, I don't care what you have to do. Get our daughter back from that lunatic. If a single hair on Feifei's head is harmed, I won't let this go." Lu Yuro cried, stomping her feet in frustration and hitting Gu Yan in a frenzy. Today was a complete humiliation for Gu Yan. His fists clenched tightly as he stood there, seething. He never imagined that after 5 years, the once docile Yuku, who never fought back, would transform into someone so unyielding. In his mind, Yuko was still the gentle, defenseless woman who could be easily controlled. But now, it was clear she had found his weak spot and was using it against him. Yuka knew exactly what Gu Yan and Lu Yuro's weak spot was: the child. Frustrated, Gu Yan pushed away the sobbing Lu Yuro. "Haven't you embarrassed us enough?" he snapped before getting into his car to follow Yuku. He was genuinely afraid she might lose control and hurt the child. Lu Yuro glared hatefully in the direction Yuku had driven off. "Yuku, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Xue Lily rolled her eyes dramatically. "This is a society governed by law. I recorded what you just said. If anything happens to her, you'll be the prime suspect." With that, Xue Lily strutted off in her high heels, holding her niece's hand, her mood visibly lifted. Lu Yuro's vision darkened with rage. She quickly got into her car and ordered the driver to follow Yuku to her residence. On the way, she called her sister Lu Minxue, but her sister was too preoccupied with her own mess and hung up on her. Left with no other option, Lu Yuro gritted her teeth and called Xiaokuan. "Bring more people and head to Xingfili. Even if I have to resort to force, I'm taking my child back." What Lu Yuro didn't realize was that Fu Qing had orchestrated this entire situation to provoke her into contacting Xiaokuan. The petty thugs caught by Li Hanzhou had already confessed Zhao Kun's involvement, and Zhao Kun was now under police surveillance. Lu Yuro was essentially walking into a trap. At that very moment, Li Hanzhou was at the police station, watching the live footage Fu Qing had sent him. He couldn't help but feel both amused and impressed by Yuka's retaliation. "Little Ji Gung," he muttered to himself, a smile tugging at his lips. "You've grown thorns." His desert rose had finally learned to fight back. In the car, Yuka glanced at Gu Yufei, who was still crying, kicking and hitting her. She pulled out her phone and issued a warning. "Gu Yufei, this is your last chance. If you keep being so rude and hitting people, I'll throw you out of the car. Try me if you don't believe it." Yuka's expression was so stern that Gu Yufei shrank into the corner, too scared to cry loudly or kick anymore. She was just a paper tiger, only daring to be arrogant and abusive when Lu Yuro and Gu Yan were around. Now that no one was there to back her up, she seemed to understand her situation. Good kids don't curse or hit others. And just because your mom says something doesn't make it true. You're listed in my household registration. I'm taking you with me legally. Got it? Yuka held up the household registration booklet for Gu Yufei to see. Sure enough, Gu Yufei spotted her name on it. She looked at Yuku in confusion. "Are you my mom?" The child's understanding of the world seemed to be crumbling. "I could never give birth to a daughter like you. Thank you." Yuka typed the words into her phone and played them aloud. Gu Yufei burst into tears again. Yuka frowned and handed her a lollipop. Li Lan, watching through the rearview mirror, spoke in a low voice. "Gu Yan and Lu Yuro have been following us. I'm not really planning to raise their child for them. I just want to scare them a bit, let them know I'm not someone they can bully so easily." Yuka gestured in sign language, making her intentions clear. This was her way of fully declaring war on Lu Yuro and Gu Yan. My mom said this is junk food. I don't want to eat something given by someone as low class as you, Gu Yufei huffed, tossing the lollipop at Yuka's feet. Yuka nodded, picked it up, unwrapped it, and popped it into her own mouth. Then, she unwrapped another one right in front of Gu Yufei. Thinking it was for her, Gu Yufei stared with wide, hopeful eyes, reaching out her hand. But to her surprise, Yuka handed it to Lilan instead. Lilan put the lollipop in her mouth and looked at Gu Yufei. Wow, it's so sweet. Mine's strawberry flavor delicious. You high society princesses will never understand the simple joys we common folk enjoy. Lilan smirked and opened a pack of spicy snacks. This hits the spot. I could cry. It's been 5 years since I last had these. But you're doctors. Don't you know this is junk food? Gu Yufei asked, puzzled. Lilan's thoughts drifted elsewhere as she stared out the window. She wasn't thinking about the snacks but about the peace and stability of her homeland. A sudden wave of sadness washed over her, and she silently glanced at Yuku before sitting back in her seat. Fuqing noticed her expression and reached over to hold her hand. We're back. It's all over now. Lilan didn't reply, but her eyes reddened. 5 years in the South Sudan war zone, only they knew how terrifying it had been. Is that spicy food? Gu Yufei's mouth watered at the smell. She tried to butter them up. I can buy it from you. Yuku ignored her and continued eating. Are you mute or something? Gu Yufei snapped. Yuka used sign language to respond. Yes, I am mute. Gu Yufei watched her gestures and suddenly understood why her mom always called Yuka a mute. So it was true. She started bawling again. Irritated, Yuka unwrapped another lollipop and shoved it into Gu Yufei's mouth. As she tasted it, Gu Yufei was struck by how sweet it was, sweeter than anything she'd ever had before. Since she could remember, her mom had always told her she was a high society young lady. The Liu family's status in Haicheng was enough to make her a socialite. Her mom dressed her impeccably, with outfits costing tens of thousands. But her mom never let her eat candy or snacks, calling them junk food. She insisted that a proper young lady should grow up on steak, fresh milk, and air-flown ingredients. Since you gave me candy, I'll stop calling you a homewrecker for now, Gu Yufei muttered quietly. But you can't steal my dad from my mom. Kid, get your facts straight. The homewrecker is your mom. Yuka married your dad first. Ever heard of first come, first served? Lilan snapped, unwilling to let the child get away with her misconceptions. She believed that if children weren't taught properly now, they'd grow up with deeply ingrained wrong ideas. Gu Yufei's eyes reddened as she stared at Yuku. That's not what my mom told me. That's because your mom has a nasty heart, Lilan retorted, rolling her eyes. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. With that, she decided she was done correcting the child. She believed in treating people fairly. If she loved someone, she'd tolerate their flaws. If she hated someone, she'd hate everything about them. Yuka sucked on her lollipop, gazing out the car window. At a red light, Guyan pulled up in the next lane. Kaka, don't be rash. Don't hurt the child, okay? Stop the car, and let's talk this out, he pleaded. Yuko ignored him and rolled up her window. As Guyan continued to shout, Fuqing hit the gas and sped off. Yuko. Guyan's voice faded into the distance. When they arrived at Yuka's apartment building, she opened the car door and got out, motioning for Gu Yufei to follow. With her backpack on and a lollipop in her mouth, Gu Yufei looked around disdainfully at the old building. This place is so shabby. This shabby place used to be my home, Yuka replied through her phone. Gu Yufei fell silent, quietly sucking on her lollipop. She seemed lost, unable to tell whether her mom or Yuku was telling the truth. You should head upstairs. Well, leave now, Fuqing said urgently, eager to get Lilan out of there. If they stayed, it would interfere with the scene Lu Yuro was bound to create. Let's go. Now, Fuqing insisted, practically shoving Lilan into the car before driving away. Nearby, Lu Yuro, who had been hiding in her car, finally felt relieved when she saw Fuqing leave. She stepped out of her car, slamming the door in anger. Yuka, give me back my daughter. Yuka grabbed Gu Yufei's backpack and stared at Lu Yuro with defiance. According to the household registration, she's my daughter. She's the lovely surprise and gift you and Guyan gave me, so I'll be keeping her. Lu Yuro sneered and signaled to the people in her van to get out. Yuka, let's see how tough you really are now. As 7 or 8 men climbed out of the van, Yuka's expression darkened. Mom. Gu Yufei clutched a lollipop in her hand, her voice trembling with fear as she called out and ran toward Lu Yuro. Lu Yuro, seeing Yufei running toward her, snatched the lollipop from her hand in anger and threw it to the ground. How can you eat such garbage? She scolded. Yufei burst into tears. Yuka. Guyan arrived at the scene, his gaze falling on Lu Yuro and the 7 or 8 men she had brought with her. Lu Yuro, what are you trying to do? He demanded. I'm here to take my daughter. Is there a problem? Lu Yuro's tone was low and cold. Guyan frowned. There's no need for such a big scene. Tell them to leave. Lu Yuro let out a derisive laugh. Gu Yan. She dared to lay a hand on my daughter. Do you think I can just let her go so easily? Gu Yan's expression darkened. He quickly stepped in front of Yuku, as if to shield her. Yuka found it laughable. After all, Gu Yan and Lu Yuro were the real couple, both masters of pretense. Gu Yan. Lu Yuro's voice carried a deeper meaning as she looked at him. You should know very well what it means for both of us if we don't deal with the threat that Yuka poses. Gu Yan froze for a moment, his fingers slowly clenching into fists. Lu Yuro continued. Yufei is frightened. Take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. She gestured for Yufei to go to her father. Yufei hesitated, glancing nervously at Gu Yan before running toward him. Daddy, she murmured. Gu Yan crouched down, pulling his daughter into his arms. He looked like a father who deeply loved his child. Watching this scene, Yuka couldn't help but feel a bitter urge to laugh. She recalled the time shortly after their marriage when she had asked Gu Yan whether he wanted a daughter or a son. He had said, a daughter. And as fate would have it, Lu Yuro had given him one. Gu Yan, take your daughter home. I promise I won't hurt you. Just want to have a good chat with her, Lu Yuro said with a sinister undertone. Her so-called promise of not hurting Yuku was nothing but a blatant lie. Gu Yan knew full well that Lu Yuro intended to harm Yuku, yet he still chose to use this excuse to stand up and leave. Kuku. Yufei is scared. I'll take her to the hospital. You two should talk and clear up any misunderstandings, he said hoarsely. Yuka looked at Gu Yan, her eyes devoid of the despair that had once been there. All that remained was cold indifference. Gu Yan was handing Yuku over to Lu Yuro, giving her the opportunity to do as she pleased. Lu Yuro had brought 7 or 8 men with her, and Gu Yan, carrying his daughter, walked away step by step, his veins bulging from the strain. He never looked back. He had no other options. He had never expected Yuku to return alive. Her survival had cornered him, leaving him no choice but to align himself with Lu Yuro and her family. Gu Yan understood perfectly. Yuka had no one to back her up. If he insisted on protecting her, both of them would share the same grim fate. So, when forced to choose between love and the interests of his future, he abandoned love. Closing his eyes slowly, Gu Yan whispered, his voice rough, I'm sorry. In his mind, he convinced himself that he truly loved Yuku. If she had died in South Sudan, he could have confidently declared to anyone that she was the love of his life. But that was only if she had died. Daddy, that bad lady said she's your wife. Is it true? Yufei asked, glancing back at Yuku before getting into the car. Gu Yan didn't deny it. He placed Yufei in the car. Daddy, does that mean my mom is the other woman? Yufei asked again. Gu Yan remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes, giving Yufei the answer she sought. Yuku, I warned you not to mess with me. Not only did you ignore my warning, but you even had the audacity to go after my daughter, Lu Yuro sneered. The alley was eerily quiet, not a soul in sight. The 7 or 8 men surrounded Yuku, and what was about to happen was all too clear. I'll make you regret ever crossing me, regret ever coming back to Haicheng alive. It seems you didn't believe me when I said so, Lu Yuro taunted as she strode up to Yuku. She raised her hand and slapped Yuka hard across the face. With her entourage, she felt emboldened to act without restraint. As she prepared to slap her again, Yuka suddenly grabbed her wrist and bit down viciously. Lu Yuro's scream echoed through the alley. She shrieked, ordering her men to pull Yuku off her. Yuka spat out blood, glaring at Lu Yuro with disgust. Did she really think that Yuku, who had survived South Sudan, was still a defenseless rabbit? Lu Yuro trembled as she sat on the ground, crying hysterically. Her hand was a bloody mess, with the flesh torn open and likely a bone injury. As a surgeon, Lu Yuro's medical skills were mediocre at best, her career propped up by her family's influence. She was already a danger to her patients in the operating room. Yuka wanted to ensure that Lu Yuro could never pick up a scalpel again, sparing future patients from her incompetence. Yuku, you're going to regret this. Lu Yuro screamed in rage, ordering her men to beat Yuku. Yuka curled up on the ground, shielding her head and vital organs as best she could. To her, pain was nothing new. She wouldn't yield. Even as someone at the bottom of society, she refused to bow to someone like Lu Yuro. Yet reality was a brutal reminder of her helplessness alone, powerless, and without allies, she had no chance of winning. But even so, take her away. Pull out every single one of her teeth. Lu Yuro spat venomously. The alley surveillance cameras captured the entirety of Lu Yuro's criminal act. Li Hanzhou was just in a car not far away, and Fu Qing, after leaving Li Lan at the mall, had also rushed over. Li Han's face had darkened to the extreme, as if he was ready to charge in and kill someone at any second. What are you waiting for? Go arrest her. Or are you waiting for her to be beaten to death? Li Hanzhou moved to get out of the car, but Fu Qing stopped him. We've come this far. You better hold it together, or everything will be for nothing. Fu Qing reminded him. They needed to catch Lu Yuro in the act, to gather evidence of her harming Yuku. For that, They had no choice but to let Yuku endure this for now. Besides, the victim's injuries would also play a role in determining the sentence. Are you saying, well, just wait until Yuka dies and then you can go and execute Lu Yuro yourself? Is that your plan? This is abduction. Li Hanzhou growled furiously. That's not what I meant, Fu Qing quickly explained. Actually, last night, I talked to Yuku about my plan. She agreed. She told me to wait for her signal. If she can't hold on, she'll let us know. What do you mean? Li Hanzhou stared at Fu Qing. Fu Qing pointed to a nearby officer monitoring the situation. The necklace Yuku is wearing has a listening device. She can't speak, but in a critical moment, she'll signal us. She can't talk. How is she supposed to signal you? Li Hanzhou was visibly upset. She said in a life-threatening situation she'll force herself to speak, Fu Qing muttered, lowering his head. Yuko is gambling on her ability to overcome her trauma and speak in a dire moment. Li Hanzhou frowned, rubbing his temples. He was starting to regret letting Yuko put herself in danger. You know, Yuka's personality. She won't accept anyone's help easily. If you don't let her do this herself, she'll be left with regrets, Fu Qing reminded him. You can protect her, but don't overdo it. Overprotection can be just as harmful. Yuko had been trapped for 5 years. After returning, she faced betrayal from her husband, the tragic deaths of her parents, and barely had time to grieve before she had to uncover the truth behind their deaths and reclaim everything that was taken from her. The trauma she suffered in South Sudan left her with PTSD and depression. If she's overly protected, I'm afraid, Fu Qing voiced the psychologist's concerns. Yuko had already shown signs of suicidal thoughts. Without giving her a purpose or hope to cling to, she might not make it. Li Hanzhou understood all too well. From the day she had tried to jump off a building without hesitation, he knew if he wanted her to keep living, he had to start letting go. If he solved every problem for her, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Facing hardships together might help Yuka slowly find a new reason to live. At an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, Yuku, injured, was thrown onto a dilapidated sofa. Lu Yuro, her hand wrapped in gauze, glared at her furiously. I didn't want to do this to you. You forced me, Lu Yuro hissed. This time, Lu Yuro had grown smarter. She had prepared pen and paper in advance, demanding Yuku write a will. Just write that life has been too hard for you. Your husband fell in love with someone else, your parents are gone, and you've lost the courage to keep living. Lu Yuro wanted Yuku dead. That had always been her plan. Previously, with Lu Mingxue advising her, she had executed her schemes with precision. But now, with Lu Mingxue in her own trouble, Lu Yuro, lacking her sister's cunning, impulsively decided to eliminate Yuka once and for all. She wanted to fabricate evidence of Yuka's supposed suicide, but her plan was riddled with flaws she couldn't see. Didn't you hear me? Lu Yuro yanked Yuka's hair in anger, forcing her to write. If you don't write it, I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell. Yuka signed in mockery, staring at Lu Yuro with disdain. Have you seen hell? Have you seen war? Have you witnessed devastation and ruin? She gestured in sign language. A spoiled rich girl like you, what do you know about suffering? Seeing Yuku unfazed, Lu Yuro turned to the men beside her in frustration. What are you standing around for? I didn't hire you to watch. Make her write the will. Yuka let out a sarcastic laugh. Lu Yuro was truly foolish. She didn't even realize she was already under police surveillance. Every word spoken here was being recorded evidence of her attempted murder. Lu Yuro was merely a stepping stone for Yuku to bring down the Lu family. If Lu Yuro got into trouble, Lu Jiaming would definitely intervene. Yuka's parents couldn't die in vain, and Lu Ming couldn't remain unjustly accused in South Sudan. She needed to uncover the truth. Was it Lu Jiaming who betrayed the medical team? If he, as the hospital director, had done so, he deserved to pay the ultimate price. Are you going to write or not? One of the men stepped forward, grabbing Yuka's hair and forcing her to comply. Yuka grabbed the pen and stabbed it into the man's neck. His scream echoed as the others began beating her mercilessly. Yuka endured the pain, refusing to make a sound. Only when she felt her breath faltering, her ribs broken 2 or more, she estimated did she reach for the necklace around her neck. She wanted to speak, to call for the police to arrest them. But with her ribs puncturing her lung and the excruciating pain, she couldn't make a sound. Her vision blurred, and in her disoriented state, she tapped lightly on the necklace. It was Morse code for a distress signal, something Li Hanzhou had taught her. She wasn't sure if the police would understand it. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a car rammed through the warehouse doors. Li Hanzhou, leading the police, stormed in. Yuka lay on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. At the sight of Li Hanzhou, she finally felt a sense of relief and passed out. Lu Yuro was not particularly bright. She had a mean streak, but intelligence was not her strong suit. When the police caught her red-handed, it was an undeniable situation. Even if the Lu family wanted to protect her, they would have to think long and hard about how to proceed. Lu Yuro's arrest was something Guyan hadn't anticipated. When she didn't return home that night, he began to panic. He feared that if someone actually ended up dead, the situation would spiral out of control. Pick up the phone. Gu Yan muttered under his breath, repeatedly calling Lu Yuro. She didn't answer. Frustrated, he gripped his phone tightly and called Yuku instead. No answer there either. That's when Gu Yan knew something had gone wrong. Where's Yuro? Why isn't she answering her phone? Lu Ming's call came and next it was Lu Jiaming asking her to find out what had happened. Gu Yan was growing more anxious. She was too impulsive today. She took people to confront Yuku and hasn't come back yet. I can't get in touch with her either. She'd better not have done anything serious to hurt Yuku. Gu Yan snapped, his tone laced with anger as if warning the Lu family to stay away from Yuku. But when Lu Yuro had gone to corner Yuku, Gu Yan hadn't stopped her, had simply walked away. Lu Mingxue let out a mocking laugh but didn't expose Gu Yan's hypocrisy. She spoke in a calm, detached manner. The Lu family has some matters to deal with right now, so I can't worry about her at the moment. But let me tell you, this Yuro is my sister. Even if she killed someone in Haicheng, I could make sure she doesn't spend a day in jail. Lu Ming's arrogance was palpable, and she believed she had every reason to be, especially since the other party was a keen orphan with no connections or power. Sis, don't speak so harshly. Yuro is still Feifei's mother. I don't want my wife to face criminal charges, Gu Yan said with a hint of warning in his voice. He knew Lu Yuro wasn't as cunning as Lu Mingxue, and this felt like Lu Mingxue was using her sister as a pawn. Gu Yan, the Lu family's fortunes rise and fall together. Rest assured, there's no one in Haicheng I fear, except perhaps the Li family. And soon enough, it'll be the future mistress of the Li family. Understood? Lu Ming's words were meant to reassure him. Yuro will be fine. She's been spoiled since she was little. Being willful is only natural. Let her have her fun. She'll come home when she's done. Don't worry. She knows her limits and won't cause any real harm, Lu Mingxue added in a placating tone, as if offering Gu Yan an easy way out. Yuku is still my wife, Gu Yan said, lowering his voice. I want you to return the old house to her. It's hers. Huh. Lu Mingxue chuckled. You need to figure out who your real family is, Gu Yan. That money was given to me, but it was your investment, wasn't it? You own 20 of the Lu Group's shares. How can you ask me to return the house to Yuku? Over the years, you and Yuro have taken plenty of profits from the company. Gu Yan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The person who bought the old house is your friend. Sis, could you introduce me? I want to buy it back. Lu Mingxue laughed again. Are you planning to use the joint assets you share with my sister to buy a house for Yuku? That house originally belonged to her. Gu Yan snapped, enraged by Lu Ming's shamelessness. What the house used to belong to has nothing to do with me. My friend paid for it, and the money went to you. It was your investment, wasn't it? How's that my fault? Lu Mingxue smirked and continued, her tone sharp. Gu Yan, only selfish people can stand tall and go far. Think about it. Some things Yuka simply can't get back on her own. She's just one person while we're a family. With that, Lu Mingxue hung up. Gu Yan, furious, threw his phone and kicked the coffee table in frustration. He collapsed onto the couch, gripping his hair in despair. His torment wasn't because his conscience was eating at him, it was because Lu Mingxue had shifted all the blame onto him. He had no way out now. He was the one who had sold Yuka's house and used the money for investments. He was the one who had taken her parents' compensation funds. He was the one who had pocketed the hefty insurance payouts after her parents' deaths. Now, he had no choices left. No way to turn back. Daddy, when is mommy coming home? At the door, Feifei clutched her teddy bear, her voice trembling. Mommy always tucks me in at night. Gu Yan rubbed his face, forcing a smile. Daddy called mommy. She has to work the night shift tonight, so Daddy will stay with you instead, okay? Feifei nodded. Okay. But Daddy, you have to tell me a story. What story does Feifei want to hear? Gu Yan walked over and picked her up. I want to hear the story of the Little Mermaid, Feifei whispered, holding on to him tightly. Daddy, why did the Little Mermaid do so much for the prince, only to turn into sea foam in the end? The prince loved her, so why did he marry someone else? Gu Yan froze mid-step, a sharp pain piercing his chest. Daddy? Feifei's voice pulled him back. Feifei, Gu Yan said softly, you stay home and get some sleep. They'll have the nanny come keep you company. Daddy has to go out for a bit, the hospital is very busy, okay? In that moment, fear gripped Gu Yan. Fear that something had really happened to Yuku. Feifei was left alone at home as Gu Yan rushed out. While walking, he kept calling Yuku over and over again. Suddenly, Gu Yan's phone buzzed. Brother Yan. There's been an accident. The ER just admitted a critically injured patient, and I think it's Sister Yuku. It was a call from a colleague at the hospital, someone from the surgical department who had studied with Yuku and knew both her and Gu Yan. Gu Yan slammed on the brakes, his voice trembling. Are you sure? I'm certain. It's definitely Sister Yuku. She's in critical condition, multiple rib fractures, one of which punctured her lung. They're still trying to save her. Gu Yan's fingers shook as he held the phone, his voice quivering. He forced himself to calm down and asked angrily, who brought her to the hospital? Where's Lu Yuro? Yuro? I didn't see her. It was the police who brought Sister Yuku in. Gu Yan froze for a moment, his heart sinking. The police? It had escalated to the police? He hung up the phone and anxiously floored the gas pedal, racing toward the hospital. At Haicheng Hospital, outside the emergency room, Li Hanzhou leaned against the wall, looking disheveled. His hands were stained with Yuka's blood. His presence was so intimidating that no one dared to approach him. "Shall be okay." Fu Qing approached cautiously, speaking in a low voice. Li Hanzhou was silent for a long time before his hoarse voice broke the quiet. "In South Sudan people died every day. But even in such a harsh environment I never let her bleed this much. Do you understand?" Fu Qing lowered his head and nodded. Yuka's misfortune wasn't in South Sudan. It's here. It's been with her all along. From the moment she met Gu Yan, Yuka's path was destined to be anything but smooth. The old saying, "A man's worth can invite disaster," rang true for her. As the only child of the Yu family, from a wealthy and prestigious lineage, she was an easy target for opportunists like Gu Yan. Fu Qing rubbed his temples. "In Haicheng, this kind of thing happens all the time. Just a few days ago, I took on a case where a girl from a well-off family married a migrant worker who was a hairdresser against her family's wishes. He had no house, no car. Everything was provided by the girl's family. But he was a compulsive gambler. Later, he even staged a kidnapping of his own wife to extort money from her family. It resulted in her losing her baby, and he ended up in prison." Li Hanzhou straightened up and sneered. "Then I can only say meeting Yuku was bad luck for these scumbags. As for the Liu family, I won't let them off the hook." The emergency doctor came out and spoke to Fu Qing. "The patient is out of immediate danger, but she lost a lot of blood and needs to be monitored overnight. She'll be transferred to a regular ward tomorrow. Don't worry too much." Fu Qing nodded and turned to look at Li Hanzhou. Li's expression was still stormy as he checked the time. "You stay with her. I have some things to take care of." He wasn't going to let those scumbags get away so easily, even if they ended up in prison. "Hanzhou, what are you planning to do? You've already beaten them so badly they landed in the ER. If you act recklessly again, I won't be able to protect you," Fu Qing said, grabbing Li Hanzhou's arm. "Those pieces of trash aren't even worth me lifting another finger," Li Hanzhou replied coldly, pushing Fu Qing's hand away. At the Liu residence, the Liu family had already heard about Yuka's hospitalization. After all, Liu Jiaming was the director of Haicheng Hospital. "What happened? How did it escalate to the police?" Liu Jiaming asked, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. He sat leisurely at the tea table, brewing a cake of tea worth tens of thousands, completely unbothered. "Dad, it's no big deal if the police are involved. I'll just give their boss a heads up," Lu Mingjue said, standing up and taking out her phone to make a call. They didn't care about Yuka's life or death. Even if the matter reached higher authorities, they were confident they could suppress it. "Hello? Director Zhang." "Yes, it's me, Mingjue," she said with a smile. "Yes, about a case today. I heard the victim was." She was interrupted by the person on the other end, and her expression changed abruptly. "What? Liu Yuro is your sister, right? She's been arrested on charges of attempted murder and illegal detention. The circumstances are severe, and she was caught red-handed." Director Zhang's voice was far from friendly. "Mingjue, we've known each other for some time, so let me tell you this in advance. This case is extensive in scope. The military is involved, and their leaders are overseeing it personally. Do you understand?" Lu Mingjue was momentarily stunned. She leaned against the wall to steady herself before lowering her voice. "The military? That's all I can say. This isn't something I can handle. It's out of my jurisdiction. Don't contact me about this again," Director Zhang said, clearly protecting himself. With that, he hung up. Lu Mingjue cursed under her breath, but the tone of Director Zhang's voice made it clear that this wouldn't be easy to resolve. "Dad, something's happened. Yuro has been arrested by the police." "They said it was an on-site arrest, with evidence in hand," Lu Mingjue said nervously, walking over to Liu Jiaming. Liu Jiaming still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. "With the Liu family's connections, is this really something worth panicking over?" he said nonchalantly. "But they mentioned that the military is involved this time. It might not be so easy to handle," Lu Mingjue said, taking a deep breath. Liu Jiaming's hand paused midair as he looked up at Lu Mingjue. "The military? If there's no other way, go to the old Master Li. Once he steps in, there's no issue that can't be resolved." Liu Jiaming gave a solemn reminder. Lu Mingjue frowned slightly, looking troubled. "Dad, Grandpa Li is a very upright man. If he finds out that Yuro is undeniably guilty, it might backfire instead of helping. So, not only must we keep him in the dark, but we also need to act before he learns anything and silence Yuku. This can only be resolved by dealing with Yuku directly. I'll have Gu Yan handle Yuka's side, and I'll send lawyers to coordinate with the police." Hai City Hospital. As soon as Lu Mingjue arrived at the hospital, her phone rang. "President Liu, bad news. Public opinion is overwhelmingly against us. Patients and their families are refusing mediation and are causing a scene at the entrance of our plastic surgery hospital. The patients at the private hospital are also making a fuss. The media is scrambling to report on this, and the heat you tried to suppress is flaring up again. There's definitely someone behind this, pulling the strings. Someone is targeting you and the Liu family. Liu Minx's fingers clenched tightly, one by one, as she tried to stay calm. Damn it, one mess after another. All at this critical time. Someone was targeting the Liu family? Frowning, Lu Mingxue couldn't figure out who they had offended. Investigate. Find out who's trying to trip us up. Hanging up, her expression darkened as she entered the hospital and headed straight to the ICU. Outside the ICU, Guyan stood by the door, his forehead pressed against the glass, looking deeply distressed. Guyan. Lu Minx's voice was low, her face stern. Step outside for a moment. Guyan didn't respond, his hands clenched tightly. Guyan. Lu Minx's tone grew sharper. Euro is in trouble. What kind of trouble could she possibly be in? What trouble could your Liu family possibly face? Guyan's emotions spiraled out of control. She's truly vicious, truly ruthless. She beat someone to this extent. Fractured sternum, broken ribs. She wanted Yuka dead, didn't she? So malicious. Gu Yan's voice cracked with anger. She's too cruel. Gu Yan, I suggest you calm down. Lu Minx's cold gaze carried a hint of menace as she lowered her voice. You and Euro are husband and wifey, a partnership of interests, understand? She's in trouble now. The police have arrested her. Didn't you say that even if she committed murder, you'd make sure she came out unscathed? Gu Yan sneered. This time is different. Euro has walked right into the line of fire, Lu Mingxue replied in a hushed tone. Well, she deserves it. With how cruel she is, she deserves it. Gu Yan shouted, his emotions unraveling. Lu Mingxue gritted her teeth. Gu Yan, think carefully. She's the mother of your daughter. If she goes to prison, think about Feifei. Gu Yan fell silent, taking a step back. Also, the Liu family and Euro are tied together as a community of interests. You should understand how much damage bad press at this time could do to the Liu Corporation. You've invested all your money into it. You're a shareholder. Do you understand? Lu Mingxue left Gu Yan to contemplate. This was his personal interest at stake, and he needed to think it through carefully. The simplest solution now is to ensure Yuka never wakes up. Lu Mingxue stepped closer to Gu Yan, her voice dropping to a whisper. As long as Yuka doesn't testify against Euro, I can find 1,000 ways to get Euro off the hook. Do you understand? Gu Yan looked at Lu Mingxue in shock. Was she suggesting he get rid of Yuku? You're insane. Don't pretend, Gu Yan. If you truly cared about her life, you would have stopped Euro when she impulsively went after Yuku with her people. Lu Mingxue tore away Gu Yan's pretense. Gu Yan lowered his head in shame, his hands trembling. I know you have ways, Lu Mingxue said, her voice firm. The Liu family doesn't know who they've offended, but the Liu Corporation is on the edge of disaster. The stock market is unstable. If something else detrimental to the Liu family breaks out now, we're all finished. Is that foolish first love sentiment more important, or is your daughter and your financial interests more important? It's your choice, Gu Yan. Gu Yan stood frozen, his entire body numb. His internal balance had already tipped long ago. The hospital corridor grew quieter as the night deepened. Fu Qing had stepped outside for a smoke, and the nurse at the station had gone to the restroom. Gu Yan stood hesitantly at the door for a long time before finally using his medical clearance to swipe his card and enter the ICU. On the bed, Yuka lay quietly, her face pale. Her ventilator was still operating. Perhaps due to a nightmare, her brows were tightly furrowed. Gu Yan held a bottle of water in his hand, gripping it so tightly that the plastic was deformed. He stood by the bed for a long time, then slowly removed Yuka's oxygen mask, trying to give her water to drink. Gu Yan, you're a doctor? Yuka's hoarse, trembling voice suddenly broke the silence. Her voice made Gu Yan freeze. Her tone wasn't just filled with despair, it was laced with fear. They were both doctors. They knew that a patient who had suffered significant blood loss should not be given large amounts of water, especially someone with a penetrating lung injury. Gu Yan wanted her dead. Kuka. Gu Yan stammered, taking a frightened step back. Nervous and terrified, he dropped the water bottle, which hit the ground with a thud. He hadn't expected Yuku to speak. Yuka felt dizzy, overwhelmingly so. She shut her eyes in despair, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She refused to believe that Gu Yan had become someone she was now terrified of. It had only been 5 years. In those 5 years in South Sudan, Yuku had clung to hope, refusing to give up on life because her life had been saved by Lu Ming, who had sacrificed his own. She had seen roses bloom amidst ruins and heard the cries of children calling for their mothers beneath the rubble. There was so much she needed to do. She had to save innocent lives, to help those displaced by war. She had witnessed weddings in war zones, brides in white gowns standing amidst debris. She had seen great love mocking death in the midst of chaos. She had once been filled with hope, dreaming of returning home to the husband she longed to see, to embrace her love. But now, the cold air seemed to crush her into the dust. Kiki, I was just worried about you. You said you were thirsty, and I just wanted to give you a sip of water, Gu Yan explained softly, gripping the bed rail tightly. Kiki, I'm sorry. I didn't know Lu Euro could be so cruel, that she would. His voice faltered. When you left with the child, I had already lost you. Yuka couldn't find the strength to speak. All she could do was feebly gesture in sign language, but Guyen didn't understand, and she couldn't muster the energy to explain further. This is the ICU. How did you get in here? A nurse came over to check on the situation. She was about to scold the intruder when she recognized who it was. Dr. Gu, you scared me. I thought someone unauthorized had barged in. Guyen straightened up, calmly picking up the water bottle that had fallen to the ground. The water spilled. Sorry to trouble you to clean it up, he said. The nurse hesitated for a moment, glancing nervously at Guyen. Dr. Gu, did you give the patient water? Dr. Chen specifically said no water or food is allowed. Guyen shook his head. No, she was thirsty, so I just wanted to moisten her lips. I didn't let her drink any, which is why it spilled. He lied without flinching, knowing full well that Yuka couldn't speak to contradict him. Yuka stared at Guyen in bewilderment. The man standing before her now was constantly shattering the image she had of him over the past 5 years. Perhaps it was her own imagination that had idealized him into the perfect partner she had fallen in love with. You scared me, the nurse sighed in relief, nodding quickly. I'll handle this. If there's nothing else, Dr. Gu, please leave. We have rules here. Guyen nodded and turned to Yuku. Kiki, get some rest. Don't think about anything. I've assessed your condition, and the injuries aren't severe. You'll be moved to a regular ward tomorrow. Just focus on bed rest. Not severe? What a way to downplay it. Was he trying to lessen Lu Yura's crimes? She was in the ICU, and he called it not severe? Dr. Gu, in your eyes, does death even count as severe? A voice came from the doorway. Fu Qing asked the question in a low, pressing tone. Guyen frowned, ignoring Fu Qing as he prepared to leave. Lu Yuro is facing charges of kidnapping, intentional harm, and attempted murder. If you think you can cover this up, think again, Fu Qing warned. This time, no one can protect her. Officer Fu, you're too naive, Guyen responded with a mocking smile, his tone laced with self-deprecation and helplessness. Do you think I don't want Lu Yuro to pay for her crimes? She hurt the person I love the most. Love the most. Fu Qing found Guyen's words laughable. Officer Fu. Guyen didn't argue further. Instead, he glanced around and then leaned in closer to Fu Qing. The Lu family has the best legal team. If you truly want Lu Yuro to face justice, don't let her lawyers get to her. With that, Guyen lowered his gaze and walked away. Fu Qing frowned, his expression complicated. He couldn't decipher what Guyen meant. This man truly seemed to thrive on theatrics. That night, at a restaurant on the West Coast, Lu Jiaming's car pulled into the underground parking lot. He took a private passage to a third-floor private room. The regulations are strict now. Every organ source needs to be traceable. With Lucas in trouble, it's hard to manage, Lu Jiaming said in a low voice, speaking to someone whose identity was obscured by a cap, mask, and sunglasses. This time, it's for an important leader. No matter what, we must find a suitable organ. Understood. I'll handle it, the person replied in the same low tone. After a brief exchange, the individual stood up to leave. My daughter is currently involved in a criminal case and has been detained. I've heard someone is exerting pressure from behind the scenes. Can you think of a way to help? Lu Jiaming asked again. Your daughter's case is tricky. The one applying pressure is Fu Jinting, the man in black sneered. Doesn't your eldest daughter have ties with the Li family? Have her reach out to her future on clean law. That'll be more effective than anything I can do. Lu Jiaming froze. Fu Jinting? The one applying pressure was Fu Jinting? What's the connection between Yuku and Fu Jinting? He asked, furrowing his brows. Wasn't it Fu Jinting who rescued them from South Sudan? Their exact relationship isn't clear yet. Lu Jiaming fell silent, deep in thought. It seemed Yuku wasn't as simple as he had assumed. As the man in black left, a server entered the room carrying wine. I didn't order wine. Get out, Lu Jiaming snapped, clearly in a foul mood. But the server didn't leave. Instead, they set down the tray, picked up a wine bottle, and smashed it over Lu Jiaming's head, launching into a brutal assault. Who are you? Lu Jiaming asked angrily. The waiter didn't respond, instead delivering a heavy kick that broke Lu Jiaming's ribs. Does it hurt? Lu Jiaming was in so much pain he could barely speak. In the dim light, he couldn't make out the waiter's face. I'm your father, the waiter sneered before delivering another kick that knocked Lu Jiaming unconscious. Muttering curses under his breath, the waiter left the scene. Lu Jiaming lay there half dead, unconscious for 30 minutes before finally coming to. Surprisingly, his first instinct wasn't to call the police but to contact his own people. This place was his secret hideout, known to only a select few. There was no way he would risk blowing the situation out of proportion. In a nearby alley, Li Hanzhou lit a cigarette, his irritation still palpable after the confrontation. Li Dashao, you're a soldier, not a thug? Chen Zhe said as he approached, noticing Li Hanzhou's lingering hostility. Aren't you worried Lu Jiaming will call the cops? Chen Zhe asked. Would he dare? Li Hanzhou smirked coldly. Find out who he was meeting today, he ordered, tossing a photo to Chen Zhe. The picture showed the license plate of the car the mysterious man had left in. It seemed Li Hangzhou's luck was good. His surveillance of Lu Jiaming had led to an unexpected lead. Got it, Chen Zhe nodded, taking a deep breath. Also, you've retired now, he added, gesturing towards the wound on Li Hangzhou's body. Because of your injury. Yeah, you're amazing, Chen Zhe muttered, nodding quickly. You've retired, but you still have the Li family empire to inherit. Li Hangzhou remained silent. His attack on Lu Jiaming had been deliberate, intended for him to end up in the hospital. With Lu Jiaming severely injured, Lu Mingxue would be too preoccupied to intervene. This time, Lu Yuro would face the punishment she deserved. Chen Zhe assured him not to worry. Li Hangzhou nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Fu Qing called, his voice cautious. Gu Yan went to see Yu Ku, he informed Li Hangzhou. He's harboring murderous intent. Li Hangzhou's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. But Yu Ku deep down still protected Gu Yan. After the incident, Fu Qing had asked Yu Ku if she wanted to report Gu Yan to the authorities, but she refused. Chen Zhe let out a sigh. They're still husband and wife after all. Years of feelings don't just disappear. You're just an outsider. What if, in the end, all your efforts are for nothing and they stay together? Chen Zhe didn't have much faith in Yu Ku. He feared that after all Li Hangzhou had done, Yu Ku would still choose Gu Yan. Li Hangzhou froze for a moment, saying nothing. He could already predict that Yu Ku wouldn't pursue Gu Yan. She still loved him. Li Hangzhou knew all too well how deeply Yu Ku loved Gu Yan so much that it drove him mad with jealousy. Where are you going? Chen Zhe called out as he saw Li Hangzhou turn to leave. Li Hangzhou, they're still married. Have some self-respect. Are you seriously going to put yourself through this again? What's the point? Chen Zhe shouted after him. Li Hangzhou, you used to be so proud, claiming no woman was worthy of you. What's so special about this Yu Ku? I've been observing her for days and can't figure it out. She's timid, unlike anyone else. Everyone else is fine, but she came back mute. A delicate little flower like her isn't your style. Before Chen Zhe could finish, Li Hangzhou grabbed him by the collar, his voice low and threatening. 5 years apart, and you think I've gone soft? Let me tell you something, Li Hangzhou continued, his tone icy. If you don't know someone, it's best to keep your mouth shut. She's no delicate flower. She's got thorns. Chen Zhe raised his hands in surrender, intimidated by Li Hangzhou's presence. Alright, my bad. Her colleague died saving her, shot in the head right in front of her. If that happened to you, could you handle it? It's not just mental trauma, it's the guilt that haunts her. For the rest of her life, she'll carry that burden. Lucas, the so-called immortal of the Middle East, a man even UN peacekeepers couldn't capture, was nearly killed by Yu Ku, Li Hangzhou said, his voice heavy with emotion. Chen Zhe was stunned. Yu Ku? Almost killed Lucas. He found it hard to believe. You should be grateful you were born in a peaceful country, not a peaceful era, Li Hangzhou said as he climbed into his car, looking at Chen Zhe. After Lu Ming's death, Yu Ku spent a long time not wanting to live. I watched her repeatedly put herself in harm's way, hoping to sacrifice herself to save the rest of the medical team. She's incredibly smart, brave, and resilient like a flower blooming in the desert. When Li Hangzhou spoke of Yu Ku, his eyes were filled with pure, untainted admiration. He loved her soul with a sincerity that was rare. She had the courage to send her colleagues away under the pretense of tending to injured personnel, ensuring their immediate safety, before walking into Lucas' room alone. She tried to kill him with a homemade toxin. She almost succeeded, but I stopped her. If Lucas had died by her hand, she wouldn't have made it out of South Sudan alive. Chen Zhe, never underestimate anyone, especially women. Their strength and resilience exceed anything you and I can comprehend. Chen Zhe fell silent, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier remarks about Yu Ku. He might not understand Yu Ku, but he knew Li Hangzhou well. Any woman who could earn Li Hangzhou's respect deserved theirs as well. I'm sorry, Chen Zhe apologized to Li Hangzhou. Haicheng Hospital. Yu Ku had been moved to a general ward. When she woke up, daylight was already streaming in. Didn't sleep well? Li Hangzhou asked softly, sitting by the bedside. 4 or 5 years, even amidst the chaos of war, he had never let her suffer harm like this. Turning his gaze away, he suppressed the ache in his heart and spoke again. Gu Yan came by last night? Yu Ku said nothing. Gu Yan wants you dead? Li Hangzhou asked again, his tone edged with suppressed fury. To say he wasn't jealous would be a lie. Right now, Li Hangzhou was consumed with jealousy, nearly driven mad by it. Yes, Yu Ku weakly raised her hand. He might wish for my death. Fu Qing said you should report it to the police. Why won't you? Do you love him that much? Li Hangzhou's voice grew sharp with anger. Yu Ku looked at him, understanding why he was upset. How could she not know? She wasn't a fool. Li Hangzhou had saved her, protected her, helped her and shielded her again and again. At first, Yu Ku had thought Li Hangzhou was merely infatuated with her. But 5 years had passed, and he had never once crossed the line. How could it be just infatuation? I have no evidence, Yuka replied clearly. She knew very well that the act of offering her water couldn't count as evidence. Guyan had calmly claimed he was merely moistening her lips. What could she do? Don't alert the enemy. Yuka gestured in sign language to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou, the Liu family is definitely connected to Lucas. Our medical team was betrayed, and it's very likely the Liu family's doing. Even my parents' deaths. Yuka's voice was steady, her thoughts clear as she explained. We must prioritize the bigger picture. We need to catch Lucas first. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Lucas knows you betrayed him. If he's alive, how could he ever let you go? Yuka had thought about it all last night. Faced with national interests, she had no choice but to set aside her personal vendetta for now. It wasn't that she wouldn't seek revenge. It wasn't that she would let Guyan go unpunished for what he owed her. It was just that the time wasn't right yet. Li Hanzhou froze for a moment, a bit stunned and unexpectedly moved. Instinctively, he grabbed Yuka's hand. Xiaoka, are you worried about me? Yuka frowned, pulling her hand back in resistance. She shot him a warning look. Don't push your luck. You've helped me too much. I'll repay you, she said, making it clear she didn't want him to have any unrealistic hopes. It wasn't possible. Her heart could no longer bear to love anyone again. Lu Ming's death and Gu Yan's betrayal had already left her shattered. Li Hanzhou released her hand, a flash of hurt crossing his eyes. Still, he shamelessly pressed on. What do you want to eat? The doctor said you could have some liquid food this afternoon, so. Before he could finish, Gu Yan walked in again. He was wearing a white coat, clearly sneaking over during work hours. Kuku, are you feeling better? Gu Yan asked as if nothing had happened, approaching her bedside and touching her forehead. Wow, I thought I was shameless. But you're even worse, Li Hanzhou said coldly, glaring at Gu Yan. Before I lose my temper, you'd better get out. This gentleman, Gu Yan replied in a low voice, pulling a marriage certificate from his pocket. I am Yuka's husband. Li Hanzhou clenched his teeth, his face darkening. You'd better carry that certificate with you for life, and we'll see if you can hold on to her. Gu Yan, acting as the concerned husband, checked Yuka's injuries and spoke gently. Kuku, Yuro went too far this time. It'll make her apologize to you. Feifei cried all night, insisting on seeing her mother. She was just too impulsive this time. His words suggested he wanted Lu Yuro to escape accountability. Yuka smiled coldly, watching Gu Yan's performance. It was truly disheartening. Kuku, Director Lu had a car accident last night and is now hospitalized in a coma. The Lu family is in chaos. If you have any demands, just say so. Whatever you want, it'll make the Lu family compensate you doubly, Gu Yan said, holding her hand. Kuku Lu Yuro was spoiled growing up. She's willful, but she's not inherently bad. If she's convicted, she might face 3 years in prison. The child is still so young. We can't ruin her life over this. Get out, Li Hanzhou interrupted, unable to listen any longer. He stood, ready to act. Yuka raised a hand to stop him, just as Fu Cheng and his team arrived in time. Miss Yuka and the officer in charge of this case. Regarding your abduction and injuries, we need to understand the details of what happened, the officer said, approaching her bedside. We're not pursuing legal action. We've decided to settle this privately. Could you give us some time? Gu Yan spoke up, blocking the officer and pulling out the marriage certificate again. I'm Yuka's husband. She has communication difficulties, so we'll handle this for her. Crush. Yuku, unable to bear it any longer, swept everything off the table onto the floor. Fortunately, Li Hanzhou and Fu Cheng were there. If she had been alone and unable to speak, the thought alone was despairing. I will never settle this privately, Yuka signed angrily. She said she will never settle this privately. Li Hanzhou translated in a low, firm voice. This is none of your business. It's a matter between me and my wife, Gu Yan retorted, glaring at Li Hanzhou. You, a man of unknown origin, I advise you not to test my limits, he warned, clearly threatening Li Hanzhou. Gu Yan knew Li Hanzhou had returned from South Sudan and suspected him of being involved in smuggling. To control Yuku, I'd have to deal with Li Hanzhou first. Officer, this man of unknown origin has been harassing my wife. I'd like to report him. I have evidence proving his involvement in smuggling crimes. Yuka glared angrily at Gu Yan, using sign language to express her thoughts. He's not. The police exchanged glances and questioned Gu Yan. Do you have evidence? Yes. Gu Yan nodded and pulled out some photos showing Li Hanzhou in South Sudan with members of an armed organization. Li Hanzhou's expression darkened as he frowned at Gu Yan. Where did these photos come from? He asked. In that area, mobile phones are essentially useless due to the lack of signal. Communication depends on satellite phones, and once the medical team was taken away, all their phones were confiscated. It's impossible for anyone from Yuka's team to have taken these pictures. Unless it was someone from Lucas' team. But how could the photos have been sent out? I'm not at liberty to say, Gu Yan replied in a low, resolute voice. Yuka stared at Gu Yan in shock. Only someone from within the armed organization could have access to such evidence. Fu Cheng, with a stern expression, stepped forward to glance at the so-called evidence. His gaze was equally complex. We need to verify if the source of this evidence is legitimate. I have a friend who operates a legitimate business in South Sudan. By chance, he captured these photos, hoping to ensure that these criminals face justice. Haicheng is not a lawless place, Guyan responded naturally, as if his explanation was flawless. These photos alone aren't enough to confirm anything, one of the officers remarked. We also have witnesses. Every member of the medical team who returned from South Sudan can identify him, including Officer Fu's wife, Lilan. I believe as soon as she sees this man, she will know whether he's a dangerous member of an armed group, Guyan said, deliberately looking at Fu Qing. Fu Qing frowned. He couldn't outright reveal that Li Hanzhou was an undercover agent. Lucas hadn't been captured yet, and exposing Li Hanzhou's identity would certainly be against orders from higher-ups. Yuku, furious, pushed Guyan and angrily accused him of being shameless and despicable. Guyan frowned, looking at Yuku with an expression of disappointment, as though silently reprimanding her for protecting a dangerous individual. You're a scumbag. Yuku signed, calling Guyan unprincipled and vile. Li Hanzhou held Yuku back, trying to calm her. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Yuku looked at him anxiously. As an undercover agent, his identity couldn't be exposed now. Li Hanzhou shook his head slightly at Yuku and stepped forward. I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation. The police nodded. This is a separate case. Today, we're here primarily to address the matter of Lu Yura's intentional assault. Miss Yu would like to hear the details from you. Guyan tried to intervene. I'm her husband. We have a sign language interpreter with us. There's no need for anyone else to translate, an officer interrupted firmly. Guyan frowned and turned to Yuku. Kuku, think carefully. The Lu family isn't someone we can afford to offend. We still need to live our lives. If you can avoid making enemies, then don't. Be sensible and think about what you're going to say, he whispered to her. Get out, Yuka signed with a dismissive gesture. Guyan's face darkened, and he turned to leave. Li Hanzhou and Fu Qing also stepped out into the hallway. You have the nerve to call yourself Yuka's husband? Do you even deserve that title? Li Hanzhou sneered at Guyan, ready to strike him, but Fu Qing held him back. Stand down. Fu Qing ordered firmly. Li Hanzhou leaned against the wall, his face grim. People like you, warmongers, should be locked up, Guyan said, sitting neatly on a bench, exuding the air of a confident professional. In his mind, as long as Li Hanzhou stayed out of the way, he could persuade Yuka not to pursue charges against Lu Yuro. Without anyone to back her up, Yuka would have no choice but to rely on him. He believed he was the only one who truly didn't want to see Yuka's life fall apart. You, someone who betrays genuine feelings, deserve to rot in hell, Li Hanzhou snapped, still itching to take a swing at Guyan. Fu Qing stepped between them once again, blocking him. The detectives exited the hospital room and looked at Li Hanzhou. Come with us. Li Hanzhou's expression was dark as he followed the officers. Inside the room, Guyan let out a sigh of relief and quickly walked back in. Kuku, what did you tell the police? Everything, Yuka signed coldly. Kuku. Guyan couldn't understand her signing. Yuka pulled out her phone and played a voice message. I will pursue this to the end. I want Lu Yuro in jail. Guyan took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing his emotions. He glanced at Fu Qing, who was standing near the door. Dr. Fu, don't you have other matters to attend to? I'd like to speak privately with my wife. I'm not busy. My responsibility is to ensure the victim's safety and prevent any further harm, Fu Qing replied, pulling up a chair and sitting by the door. He was waiting for Lilan to arrive. Only after she came would he feel comfortable leaving. Otherwise, he worried Guyan might bully Yuku. Seeing that Fu Qing wouldn't leave, Guyan grew visibly irritated. A married couple needs privacy to talk. He looked at Yuku, hoping she would ask Fu Qing to leave. Yuku, however, turned her head away, pretending not to notice. She didn't want to be left alone with Guyan, not even for a second. Being with him felt like pure torment. Kiki, we've been in love for so many years, and getting to the point of marriage hasn't been easy. I love you deeply, and I've given you all of my heart. Guyan lowered his voice and looked down. I admit it, you're the only one in my heart. I don't have any love for Lu Yuro. He truly didn't love a woman like Lu Yuro. Her personality wasn't what he wanted. He had no choice but to stay because of their daughter. Lu Yuro was spoiled, unreasonable, and domineering. Compared to her, Guyan preferred Yuka's quiet, kind, and tolerant nature. Over the past 5 years, whenever Lu Yuro angered him, he would think of Yuku. He knew he could never forget her. She was the only woman he truly loved. But that was under one condition: Yuka had to remain dead. Now Yuka was back. She had returned, alive and well. For Guyan, this was a difficult choice. Lu Yuro had a manipulative and selfish personality. She would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. She had used every trick in the book to marry him. As Guyan spoke, he seemed pained, even aggrieved. She used her father to pressure me, threatened my career, Kiki. When you weren't around, she tried everything: bribes, charm, coercion. I resisted for as long as I could, but I couldn't hold on alone. Lu Jiaming talked to me repeatedly, using threats and temptations. At the time, I thought you were gone, and with the child being sick, I really had no options. Gu Yan wanted Yuku to understand. He had struggled and suffered, but in the end, he had lost. Yuka watched Gu Yan silently, her expression numb. She listened to him recount the pain of the past 5 years. It was nothing like she had imagined. Her eyes burned, and she turned away to wipe her tears. She had envisioned their reunion countless times. She had imagined Gu Yan holding her in pain, telling her about the hardships and sorrow of living without her. She had even prepared herself to comfort him, to soothe his pain. But now, all she felt was coldness, something she had never anticipated. Kiki, I know this is hard for you to accept. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept you loving someone else or marrying someone else either. I know I've been awful, but I want to make it up to you. I'll buy back the old house as soon as I can. I swear, I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Will you give me a chance? Gu Yan's voice choked as he looked at Yuku. He seemed filled with guilt and remorse, but in reality, he was using the old house as leverage to corner her. I've already asked my mother to sell our family home and move to Haicheng. I'm gathering the money to buy the house back. Please, just give me some time, he pleaded, gripping Yuka's hand. By the door, Fu Qing listened, anger rising within him. No wonder Li Hanzhou was always so impulsive. Who wouldn't be furious after hearing this garbage? What kind of logic was this? Selling someone else's ancestral home, breaking their family's legacy, and then claiming credit for buying it back? And now, he was playing the victim and guilt-tripping her? Ridiculous. Get out, Yuka said coldly. She had only one demand for Gu Yan to leave her sight. She didn't want to see him anymore. Kiki, for the sake of our child, Gu Yan held onto Yuka's hand tightly. The Lu family won't allow any rumors to harm the Lu Corporation. They'll come after you. Kiki, you can't fight them. I'm begging you. His eyes were filled with desperation as he finally revealed his true purpose. He wanted Yuku to drop the case and not pursue it any further. Gu Yan waited, hoping for a response from her. But Yuka's eyes burned with anger, and she didn't even bother hiding her disdain. She pointed to the door, signaling him to leave. Gu Yan remained silent for a long time before standing up. Kiki, I'll give you time to think about it. Before the case is officially transferred, you still have a chance. His words carried a clear undertone of threat. Dr. Gu, skipping work during your shift? A sharp voice interrupted from the doorway. It was Lilan. Shouldn't you be checking on patients right now? Be careful, or I'll report you. She glared at Gu Yan, warning him to leave immediately and stop being an eyesore. Gu Yan frowned slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Yuku. Kiki, I'm the only one who genuinely cares about your safety. None of them truly understand your situation. With a sigh, he turned and left. I'll come back tomorrow. After Gu Yan left, Lilan was still fuming. I've seen shameless people, but this is on another level. She turned her anger toward Fu Qing. What are you staring at? You're not any better. You're a cop, and you couldn't even stop a scumbag like him? Fu Qing, caught in the crossfire, felt wronged but stayed silent. Yuka gestured to him, signing him fine. After a long pause, she signed again, asking, will Li Hanzhou be okay? Fu Qing nodded. Don't worry. There's not enough evidence. Only then did Yuka breathe a sigh of relief, her tense hands slowly relaxing. She had been terrified of dragging Li Hanzhou into her troubles. Lu Yuro is way too arrogant. I refuse to believe the law can't bring her to justice. Li Lan said angrily, walking over to the bedside with a pained expression. Our Kiki never suffered such a brutal beating, even in South Sudan. And now, this mistress dares? Yuka remained silent, not saying a word. Indeed, thanks to Lu Ming and Li Hanzhou, she had never endured such harm, even in a war-torn region like South Sudan. Before meeting Li Hanzhou, it was always Lu Ming who protected her. After Lu Ming passed away, she met Li Hanzhou. Maybe you should say less, Fu Qing softly reminded. Why should I stay quiet? Am I wrong? Li Lan snapped. That vile woman, Lu Yuro, is utterly shameless, openly bullying our Kiki. As she spoke, tears began streaming down her face. Are you seriously trying to defend a mistress? Fu Qing quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. I just don't want Kiki to get upset. Li Lan fell silent. She was known for her fiery temper, constantly bickering with Fu Qing before this incident. But after returning from abroad, she had toned it down quite a bit. Still, she treated Yuko like her own sister, fiercely protective of her. When Yuko got hurt, Li Lan went around the hospital spreading the story, accusing Lu Yuro of being a homewrecker who attempted to murder the legitimate wife and severely injured Yuko. Since Yuko was being treated at that hospital, the news quickly spread among the staff. That same day, Teacher Chen and Lu Ming's cousin came to visit Yuko. As for everyone else, they avoided coming to steer clear of trouble. Kiki, don't blame them. They just want to keep their jobs and maintain their lives here. Director Lu is pressuring them from above, and they don't dare get involved. We've all been through life and death situations, so now we value a stable life even more, Teacher Chen said, sitting by the bed and sighing deeply. Yuka nodded quietly, lying motionless. She understood how hard it was for everyone to make it back alive, and that cherishing life was only natural. Guyan came to us yesterday, Teacher Chen continued. He wanted us to testify against Li Hanzhou, claiming he's a terrorist. Even though Li Hanzhou is Lucas's man, he did protect us Chinese nationals. I refused, but as for the others? Teacher Chen looked at Yuku, his expression heavy with worry. He couldn't guarantee that everyone would refuse to testify. Yuka took a deep breath and nodded. Without Li Hanzhou's protection, none of them would have survived. But even she had reported him to the authorities and abandoned him time and again. How could she expect others to remember his kindness? From Li Hanzhou's perspective, he must feel deeply hurt and disappointed. Working undercover in such a dangerous place, misunderstood by everyone, lonely and in pain, it must be unbearable. Kiki, get some rest. Justice will never bow to evil forces, not even the director's daughter, Teacher Chen said with indignation. However, his frail appearance made his anger seem even more pitiful. Yuku, worried about his health, anxiously asked, Teacher, have you been taking care of yourself? Have you had a proper checkup? Teacher Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. But his complexion told a different story. It was evident he wasn't well. Yuku nodded, her eyes red and brimming with tears that she could barely hold back. Don't cry, my good girl. Don't cry. You must live well. Show these people what you're made of. Your life was exchanged for by Lu Ming's. He's watching over you from above. What goes around comes around. Those scoundrels will get what they deserve, Teacher Chen said, coughing as he stood up, his frail body trembling. Yuka tried to sit up, but the pain in her chest was unbearable. Li Lan quickly stopped her, signaling for her to lie back down, then helped Teacher Chen out of the room. The next morning, after the doctor made his rounds, Yuka drifted in and out of sleep. The pain from her wounds made it hard for her to rest. Her phone was still tightly clutched in her hand. She was afraid of missing any news from Li Hanzhou. She had no idea how he was doing now. Even though she knew Li Hanzhou was an undercover agent and that the authorities wouldn't abandon him, she couldn't stop herself from worrying. Kiki. At the doorway stood Gu Yan. As he entered, a middle-aged woman followed closely behind. She was dressed in an elegant qipao, adorned with exquisite jade jewelry, exuding an air of wealth and arrogance. Yuka stared at her for a long time before recognizing who she was. Gu Yan's mother. 5 years. Not only had Gu Yan changed so much that it shocked Yuku, but even his mother, who had once been her mother-in-law, was now unrecognizable. Gu Yan's family had never been wealthy. His mother used to dress modestly, appearing humble yet holding on to her pride and dignity. Now, everything she wore and carried screamed luxury. Yuka didn't want to admit it, but the newfound wealth of Gu Yan's family was built on the death of her parents and herself. Her parents' compensation for the demolition, their death benefits, the insurance money, the old family house, billions of assets had turned into the foundation of their family's fortune and happiness. Kiki, you're alone here, and my mom offered to take care of you, Gu Yan said, placing the fruits and other items he'd brought on the table. He glanced at his mother, Lu Kaimei. Lu Kaimei looked around the hospital room with disdain, clearly displeased with the environment. 5 years ago, this was the same woman who had been all warmth and gratitude because Yuka's family had paid extra to buy their house, waived the bride price, and even helped Gu Yan secure his residency and job. Now, she seemed like a completely different person. The transformation was so stark that it made Yuku uneasy. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I can manage to type on my phone, Yuka said, but Gu Yan gently held her hand and spoke softly, Kiki, my mom means well. Please don't reject her kindness. You know, she's had a hard time in the past. Yuka frowned at him, unable to say anything or even lash out. She felt stifled. Mom, Kiki's injured, and it's inconvenient for her to move around. Please take good care of her, Gu Yan instructed his mother. All right. You're so busy, just go. Don't waste your time here, his mother replied with a hint of impatience, as if Gu Yan staying with Yuka was a complete waste of time. Yuka clenched her fists in anger, wanting to see just how far Gu Yan and his mother could go. All right, Kiki, I'll head out now. If you need anything, just let mom know, Gu Yan said, brushing Yuk's forehead gently before turning to leave. He always put on this act of deep affection, no matter the time or place. As soon as Gu Yan left, his mother turned to Yuka and said, Hiro? The name she called out wasn't Yuk's. Yuka looked at her and furrowed her brows. She knew Gu Yan's mother was doing it on purpose. Oh dear, look at my mouth slipping again. Gu Yan's mother muttered to herself, sitting down by the bedside. Kiki, how have you been these past 5 years over there? Yuka remained silent, refusing to answer. Gu Yan's mother frowned, displeased. What's with you? Why so quiet? You've always been like this, not much of a talker. She grumbled under her breath. Your mother used to look down on my Gu Yan, but now look at him's the youngest chief physician at the hospital, so accomplished. He's bound to become the director one day. As she spoke about her son, her face lit up with pride. You see, my son isn't the same man he was 5 years ago. You're lucky to have such a good husband, she said smugly, glancing at Yuka. I heard you want my son to buy you a house, she asked, narrowing her eyes. Yuka frowned and picked up her phone. Using a voice message, she played her response. I didn't ask him to buy me a house. That house already belongs to my family. I just want him to return what he owes me. After that, I'll file for divorce. Guyan's mother's face darkened as the words played. She scowled at Yuka, her tone sharp. What a joke. Your house? Once you married my son, it became his house. That's the law. And now you want a divorce? Don't think I don't know what you've been up to these past 5 years. My son doesn't hold it against you, and yet you're still thinking of leaving? Fine, divorce him, but don't expect to take a single penny with you. Yuka stared at her in disbelief, shocked by the venom in her words. Let me tell you something, Guyan's mother continued, her voice dripping with disdain. I never wanted a daughter-in-law like you. The only daughter-in-law I recognize is Hiro, the mother of my granddaughter. Yuk's body trembled with anger as she slowly closed her eyes, trying to block out the sight of the woman in front of her. She couldn't help but recall how things had been 5 years ago when Guyan proposed and their families met. Back then, his mother had been nothing like this. She had been overly enthusiastic, repeatedly saying her son was lucky to have Yuka, practically begging Yuk's parents to help him settle in Haicheng. But now, this was her true face. Do you still think you're some spoiled rich girl? Guyan's mother sneered as she stood up, glaring at Yuka. I heard you had Feifei's mother sent to the police station as soon as you got back. Are you trying to make my Feifei grow up without a mom? How could you be so cruel? Yuka typed furiously on her phone and played the message. Guess how I ended up in this hospital bed? You're here because you deserve it. Guyan's mother snapped. You've been abroad doing God knows what behind my son's back, messing around with all sorts of people. You're shameless. A woman like you should leave without taking a single cent. How dare you come back to harass my son, ruin his marriage with Hiro, and try to make my granddaughter an illegitimate child. You're vile. Her accusations were relentless as she pointed her finger at Yuka. And now you have the audacity to ask for your house and the compensation money. You've disgraced all women. Yuka looked at her, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. She let out a laugh. It was absurd. Truly absurd. Like mother, like son. This family was rotten to the core. She had been blind to their true nature for so long. When you begged my father to help your son get a job and household registration, you weren't like this. When you asked my family to pay extra for the house and renovations, you weren't like this. I didn't even take a dowry from you. I used my own savings to buy a house for your daughter back in your hometown, and now you treat me like this. Yuka typed furiously, her message a sharp rebuke. What do you mean by that? You agreed to all of it because my son is outstanding. Guyan's mother shouted, trying to snatch Yuk's phone. Now I see why Guyan is so shameless it runs in the family. A poised woman in a tasteful dress stood in the doorway, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She carried herself with an air of elegance, clearly someone from a wealthy background. And who are you? Guyan's mother snapped, glaring at the newcomer. I'm Yuk's aunt, the woman replied in a low, steady voice as she stepped closer. Did you really think Kiki doesn't have anyone to stand up for her? Is that why you're bullying her like this? Yuka stared in shock at the woman standing at the door. Li Laosher? Even after 5 years, Yuka recognized her immediately. The elegant woman was a doctoral advisor at Haicheng Medical University, Guyan's mentor. Yuka's aunt? Guyan's mother looked at the woman with suspicion. Her demeanor was too refined, and her jewelry radiated wealth. It was clear she was someone of significant status. Since when did Yuku have an aunt? Over the past few years, with Yuka's troubles and her parents' series of misfortunes, there had been distant relatives who came forward, but none like this. She had done her homework. Yuka's mother supposedly had a sister who went missing years ago, but she was never found. Now, after all this time, someone suddenly appears claiming to be Yuka's aunt? Here to fight for inheritance, perhaps? Stop talking nonsense. If my daughter-in-law had an aunt, wouldn't I know about it? Guyan's mother snapped, her tone laced with suspicion. You might not fully understand who I am, the woman said calmly, her voice low as she stepped closer to Guyan's mother. My name is Li Chun. I am a professor at Haicheng Medical University, your son Guyan's doctoral advisor, and also the deputy director of this hospital. Though Guyan's mother might not have been highly educated, she understood enough. Deputy director was a title she couldn't dismiss. Yuku, equally stunned, looked at Li Chun in disbelief. While Li Chun wasn't her advisor as Guyan's mentor, she was someone Yuku was very familiar with. Why was Li Laosher here? Why was she helping her? Could Professor Chen Tao have asked her to come? Chen Tao was Yuka's doctoral advisor and also Li Chun senior. The two had always maintained a good relationship. Our Guyan's teacher? The deputy director of this hospital. Guyan's mother chuckled mockingly. And you're claiming to be Yuka's aunt? Who sent you here to act and fool me? Li Chun ignored Guyan's mother entirely and walked straight to Yuka's bedside. Kiki, how are you feeling? She asked gently. Yuku, overwhelmed with nervousness and respect, tried to sit up, but Li Chuyen stopped her. Yuku opened her mouth, then resorted to hurriedly gesturing in sign language. Li Laosher, why are you here? She asked. Afraid that Li Chuyen might not understand, she reached for her phone to type it out, but Li Chuyen stopped her again, smiling warmly and reassuringly. She replied in sign language, Kiki, just rest. I understand sign language. In that moment, Yuka felt an urge to cry. Back in school, Yuka had always thought Li Chuyen resembled her mother. At the time, with her parents alive and well, she hadn't thought much of it. But now, she felt a pang of longing and sadness. Seeing Li Kiwan's gentle expression of comfort only made her want to cry even more. Old Chen asked me to come. He was worried someone might bully you, Li Chuyen signed, though her expression darkened slightly, as if holding back something she wanted to say. Yuka, sensing her unease, nodded nervously. Did you not hear me? Guyan's mother rudely interrupted. You say you're the deputy director of this hospital? Well, my daughter-in-law's father is the director here. Even if you're the deputy director, you still answer to him, don't you? Li Chuyen sat gracefully on a chair, looking at Guyan's mother with disdain. While education and manners aren't directly correlated, you certainly make a strong case for their connection. What do you mean by that? Guyan's mother snapped, her temper flaring. She was dressed in flashy, expensive jewelry, but her gaudy display only emphasized her lack of class, especially compared to Li Chuyen's understated elegance. Everyone come look. This woman's pretending to be the deputy director of the hospital. Guyan's mother shouted from the doorway. Come on, gather round. She's even claiming to be my son's teacher. My son is the youngest attending physician in this hospital. If you want to climb the social ladder, at least know your place. Her loud, obnoxious behavior drew attention, but it was clear she was making a scene. This was a hospital, after all, and her antics were only embarrassing Guyan. Yuka knew Guyan prided himself on his reputation. He often looked down on his mother, calling her an uncultured, boorish woman, and rarely allowed her to visit him at work. The fact that he brought her here today, despite the potential humiliation, was clearly a calculated move to pressure Yuku into dropping any grievances against Lu Yuro. Yuka took a deep breath, the coldness and despair sinking in. This was the real Guyan. What's going on here? Why are you yelling? Some nurses from the station came over to investigate. Look at this woman. Guyan's mother declared smugly, pointing at Li Chuyen. She says she's your deputy director. Do you recognize her? I'm Guyan's mother, by the way, your beloved Dr. Gus' mom. The nurses exchanged awkward glances. This woman's behavior hardly matched the polished image of Dr. Gu they were familiar with. Are you really Dr. Gus' mother? One nurse asked hesitantly. Of course I am, she snapped, but before she could continue, Guyan pushed through the crowd, visibly flustered. Mom, he hissed, clearly alarmed. His gaze flicked nervously to Lian. Teacher, what brings you here? Li Kiwan's expression remained cold and indifferent. Guyan, she said sharply, I've heard that in recent years, you've deliberately hidden the fact that your wife is still alive, falsely claimed to be widowed, and committed bigamy by marrying the daughter of Director Lu. And now, you're conspiring with her to murder your wife. Her words were like a dagger, spoken loud enough for everyone to hear. She had no intention of sparing Guyan's reputation. The nurses and onlookers froze, their shock evident. Dr. Guckold, he really have done such things? And this was coming from Li Chuyen, the deputy director, someone even Director Lu had to respect. The rumors couldn't be baseless. Guyan stood there, stunned, his face pale with disbelief. He looked at Li Chuyen, anger flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected his mentor to confront him so publicly. Then, his gaze shifted to Yuku, his expression accusatory. His eyes seemed to ask her, what did you say to her? How can you talk like this? There's no way my son is as you described. Are you even my son's teacher? What kind of teacher throws dirt on their own student? She nearly died out there, and who knows if she's truly alive. She ran off and got involved with some other man in an indecent relationship, and now you have the nerve to blame my son. Guyan's mother fumed protectively, her demeanor clearly one of a mother defending her child. Guyan frowned and grabbed his mother's arm. Mom, please stop talking. After speaking, Guyan turned to Li Chuyen. Teacher, I don't know where you heard such things, but it's absolutely not as you said. You know my character. I would never do something like that. Li Chuyen let out a cold laugh. Oh, I know your character all too well. Guyan's face stiffened, clearly embarrassed. He looked nervously at the nurses standing nearby and, feeling both frustrated and humiliated, barked, Don't just stand there. Get back to your workstations. The nurses exchanged glances, whispered among themselves, and reluctantly walked away. Guyan turned back to Yuku. Kuku, what did you tell the teacher to make her misunderstand me like this? You don't need to blame Yuku, Li Chuyen interjected firmly. She can't speak right now and couldn't have said anything. It was Dr. Chen who told me everything. Guyan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yuku with guilt. I'm sorry, Kuku. Yuka didn't respond, her expression devoid of emotion, as though she had grown numb from disappointment. Teacher, Guyan said, trying to explain himself, Dr. Chen and Cuckoo were missing for 5 years. They don't know what's been happening. I don't mind being misunderstood by others. I admit I've made mistakes, but I truly didn't know Cuckoo was still alive. Li Chuyuan waved dismissively. Explaining this to me is pointless. Cuckoo is your wife. She's the one you owe an explanation to. You're a strange teacher, Guyan's mother interjected suspiciously, her eyes narrowing at Lian. You come here defending Yuka and even claim to be her aunt. But as far as I know, Yuka's aunt went missing when she was very young. No one knows if she's dead or alive, and she was never found. I'm indeed not Yuka's biological aunt, Li Chuan replied in a steady voice, but that doesn't mean her aunt is dead. I grew up as neighbors with Yuka's mother in the same residential compound. We were as close as sisters. Her greatest regret in life was not finding her missing younger sister. To fulfill her wish, I'll do everything I can to find her sister Yuka's only living relative. Yuka's eyes reddened as she looked at Li Chuan, her emotions overwhelming. Is aunt really still alive? If she's alive, then I'm not alone anymore. Her thoughts turned to her mother and grandfather's inheritance. If her aunt was still alive, part of that inheritance rightfully belonged to her. There was no way Guyan could claim it all for himself. Guyan's composure faltered. Panicked, he blurted out, Teacher, my in-laws searched for years without finding her. That aunt, she must have passed away. To you, not finding her means she's dead? Li Chuan shot back angrily. Yuka was missing for just 5 years, and you already concluded she was dead. What a responsible man you are. Guyan's face darkened further, rendered speechless by her scolding. And who do you think you are to speak to my son like that? Guyan's mother bristled, rushing to defend him. My son is the youngest attending physician in the hospital. The youngest attending physician? Li Chuan sneered as she turned to Guyan. From what I've seen, your focus over the years has been on business, not medicine. You should have studied finance instead of medicine. Guyan clenched his fists, lowering his head. I'm sorry for disappointing you, teacher. Why are you apologizing to her? Guyan's mother snapped. She's just a deputy director. Rainey's father is the hospital director. Guyan couldn't stand the embarrassment any longer and grabbed his mother's arm. Mom, please just stop. I asked you to come here to take care of Cuckoo, not to say things like this. His mother huffed, casting Yuka a disdainful glance. I don't need her care. Yuka typed on her phone, her voice silenced but her message clear. Do you think I want to take care of you? Guyan's mother retorted. You're nothing compared to our Rainey. Just drop the charges and let Rainey come home. If my granddaughter gets sick from crying, I won't forgive you. With that, she spun on her heel and stormed off. Guyan stood there, torn between chasing after his mother and worrying about Yuka's feelings. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow his mother out. Li Chuyuan sighed, turning to Yuku. Get a divorce. Yuka nodded. Once I take back what's rightfully mine, I'll divorce him. I don't want to stay in this marriage a day longer. In the director's office, Guyan had just managed to calm his mother down when Lumijua walked in. Her expression was grim. What's going on with Rainey? My father's in critical condition. Rainey's been arrested, and my family is in chaos. I can't handle everything on my own. Rainey's situation is in your hands now. Don't forget, Yuku has no Thingyo family, no connections, no background. She's easy to control. Dr. Chen brought Deputy Director Li to see Yuku, Guyan replied angrily. That's a clear message that Yuku isn't alone. And that Deputy Director mentioned Yuku has an aunt who went missing as a child. It's obvious she's trying to find Yuka's family. Guyan's mother chimed in, equally upset. Exactly. They're clearly trying to give Yuka some backing. If they find her aunt, who knows what might happen. Lu Mingxue scoffed dismissively. Missing for so many years? What kind of powerful background could she possibly have? I refuse to believe her aunt married into a wealthy family and became someone important. There are few in the upper circles who can rival my Lu family. Even if they find her aunt, so what? She smirked, clearly unconcerned. Dr. Gu, Teacher Chen has gone to see the director again. Director Lu has multiple fractures and dislocations. He can't afford to get upset right now. Not only did Teacher Chen go by himself, but he also brought Lu Ming's family to stir up trouble in the ward. A nurse rushed in anxiously from outside. Guyan froze for a moment and looked at Lu Mingxue, whose face was pale. That old Chen has been getting out of hand lately, constantly tarnishing our Lu family's reputation. I heard he plans to report us. Report us for what? Guyan asked. Saying my dad is biased toward his own daughter and allowed her to harm Yuku. He even claims Yuku is a hero and deserves a medal, and that my dad is persecuting a hero, Lu Mingxue said with a mocking laugh. Yuku has no family left, and that old man can't see the big picture. Yet he still wants to stand up for Yuku. He doesn't even know his own limits, she sneered. Guyan frowned slightly. He's still a teacher. Sister, you should show some respect, he said calmly. Lu Mingxue let out a snort, feeling Gu Yan was being hypocritical. But she didn't argue further. My sister cannot go to jail. You understand that, right? Chen is Yuka's teacher. You need to handle this. Gu Yan frowned again. Another problem for him to solve. Anything that could damage the family's reputation or pose a risk was never handled by Lu Mingxue herself. She always pushed it onto him or Lu Yuro. Gu Yan knew how selfish Lu Mingxue could be, but he had no choice but to endure it. Gu Yan, what's wrong with that teacher of yours? How could he speak ill of you like that? He's supposed to set an example, Gu Yan's mother said angrily. Mom, I asked you to take care of Yuku to show goodwill, so she might forgive us in Euro and drop the charges. Why did you make her even angrier? Gu Yan said, his tone laced with irritation and exhaustion. I just couldn't help it, she admitted, a mix of anger and regret in her voice. After all the terrible things she did to you during those 5 years abroad, how could I not be furious? I wasn't thinking straight. Gu Yan rubbed his temples, his voice weary. Mom, please don't make things harder for me, okay? Yuka spent 5 years in South Sudan. A lot of what happened wasn't her fault. Not her fault? You're defending her? If it wasn't her fault, she could have just died then. She didn't have to give up her honor just to survive. What's the point of living like that? She should have died with dignity. And now she's back, wanting a share of our family's wealth? Disgusting, his mother spat venomously. Gu Yan didn't want to hear anymore. He took off his white coat and walked out. In the hospital corridor, Teacher Chen, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a white cloth tied around his forehead, stood outside Lu Jiaming's ward with Lu Ming's parents, staging a protest. If our demands aren't met, and we don't get a proper explanation, this won't end here. Lu Jiaming, you've shielded your daughter and bullied my student. I'm telling you, Yuko isn't alone, she has me. Teacher Chen's voice shook with rage. As long as I'm alive, Yuko will have someone to stand behind her. You can't treat her like this. Your daughter belongs in jail, that's the justice she deserves. You've indulged her violence, and you'll pay for it. Teacher Chen was trembling with anger. Ever since he found out Yuku had been severely injured by Lu Yuris people, he had resolved to stop staying silent. He knew he was insignificant, like an ant trying to shake a tree, but even if his life was nearing its end, he had to fight for the younger generation, for their safety and dignity. Yuko had nothing left, no parents, no husband. If he, as her teacher, didn't stand up for her, then she truly had no one. Lu Jiaming, you owe Yuko an explanation. Your family has gone too far. You stole her inheritance, took her husband, and now you want her life too? Where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? Teacher Chen shouted, pointing at Lu Jiaming, who lay in bed, his neck in a brace, guarded by security at the door. We're from the news agency. Director Lu, how do you respond to these accusations? Director Lu, we're from the Zhuke platform. Can you address Teacher Chen's claims directly? As a professor at this hospital, his rank was once higher than yours. If not for the peacekeeping incident 5 years ago, things wouldn't have come to this. Director Lu, what's your stance on the peacekeeping incident from 5 years ago? Why was it never reported? Why is there no record of it? Teacher Chen had used his connections to bring in reporters, staging a public confrontation against Lu Jiaming. This was his way of putting pressure on Lu Jiaming. At the same time, it was a declaration of his willingness to put his life on the line. He knew Lu Jiaming was a ruthless man. Anyone who threatened his reputation or interests would be eliminated. Teacher Chen was well aware he would now be a thorn in Lu Jiaming's side. But someone had to stand up. The younger generation had their own considerations, families, jobs, responsibilities. Teacher Chen didn't blame them. But since they couldn't act, he, an old man with little left to lose, would. Inside the ward, Lu Jiaming's face was dark as he looked at his subordinate. Is Chen Tao's health failing? Whether it's a day sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Make sure he shuts up, Lu Jiaming said coldly, his intent unmistakable. Hospital room. Yuko could now sit up or recline slightly. Her recovery was progressing well. However, it had been 3 days without any news from Li Hanzhou. She clutched her phone tightly, even while sleeping, afraid she might miss any updates from him. But the silence persisted, no calls, no messages. This could only mean that Li Hanzhou was tied up and unable to contact her. Knowing him, if he had the chance, he would have been his usual talkative self, chattering endlessly. Yet, for 3 days, he had been uncharacteristically quiet. Yuka speculated that he was likely avoiding exposing his identity, especially in front of the Lu family. Gu Yan, now part of the Lu family, couldn't be trusted. If Li Hanzhou had been taken by the police for questioning, even with intervention from higher-ups, he would need solid evidence to clear his name before being released. Otherwise, any suspicion from the Lu family could eventually reach Lucas. Li Hanzhou's mission wasn't over yet, they still had to capture Lucas. Just as Yuko was lost in thought, Fu Cheng and Li Lan entered the hospital room. Yuko immediately asked anxiously, any updates? Fu Cheng sighed and explained briefly, there's insufficient evidence. They're still investigating, so he can't come out for now. But don't worry, he's not in any real danger either. Lilan glanced around nervously before shutting the door. Lowering her voice, she asked, is he really that Li Hangzhou from South Sudan? The one who's, well, he's terrifying. Yuka opened her mouth, wanting to defend Li Hangzhou, but she stopped herself. The less people knew about his identity, the better. If Lucas had escaped, then Li Han's mission was far from over. They needed to capture Lucas to truly close the case. Lilan, however, frowned in disapproval. Kiki, why are you still involved with him? Did he come here to threaten you? We should just have him arrested, she whispered, her voice tinged with fear. Fu Qing sighed again. This was classified information, and he couldn't explain it to her. When Lilan married Fu Qing, Li Hangzhou had already been sent to the military, so she had never met him. It was precisely because Li Hangzhou had been sent away so early that he became the perfect undercover agent. His personal connections were clean and untraceable. Who would ever suspect that the sole heir of the affluent Li family in Haicheng would risk everything to become an undercover operative? No, he's protecting me. Without him, I wouldn't even be alive right now. Yuka signed with her hands, her expression firm. Lilan sighed, feeling that Yuku and Li Han's relationship was like a doomed entanglement. No matter what, she believed that a man like Hima, supposed terrorist, was unworthy of Yuku. Their relationship had no future and would only end in heartbreak. Director's office building. Lu Jiaming sat in his wheelchair, his face clouded with anger. That punk who hit me in the restaurant, still no sign of him? He asked sharply. We can't trace him. He's well-equipped and highly skilled in counter-surveillance. Without involving the police, it's nearly impossible to find him, one of his subordinates replied in a low voice. What about the Chen Tao situation? Is that resolved yet? Lu Jiaming asked impatiently. He agreed to meet with you. He said he's willing to discuss a private settlement. If you can provide a satisfactory solution, he won't escalate the matter. Lu Jiaming's expression darkened. Blame Lucas for this mess. He should have finished the job and gotten rid of all of them. If those people had died in South Sudan, I wouldn't be dealing with this headache now. He turned to his subordinate. Tell Lucas that all this trouble he's caused is on him. Had better keep a low profile for now. Once things settle down, I'll support him in rebuilding his. Before Lu Jiaming could finish, the door swung open. Chen Tao stood in the doorway, his thin frame trembling. His face was pale, his temples streaked with white, and his entire body seemed to quake with a mix of terror and fury. Lu Jiaming. The danger our medical team faced, it wasn't an accident, was it? Lu Jiaming's face froze in shock as he stared at Chen Tao. What are you doing here? He demanded, glaring at his subordinates. Who let him in? The subordinates looked equally flustered. Chen Tao pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Jiaming. You sold us out. You're despicable. His voice trembled with rage as he clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Realizing the situation, Lu Jiaming turned to his subordinates and gave a firm nod. They understood his meaning immediately. Chen Tao clenched his fists. You'll pay for this. I'm going to the police. The media will expose you to everyone. You're a monster, and this was all you're doing. He spun around and headed for the elevator. Lu Jiaming gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his voice cold and resolute. Take care of it. Cleanly. Back in the hospital room, Lilan was feeding Yuku, who ate only a few bites of the egg custard in front of her. If Li Hangzhou were here, he would have found a way to coax or even pressure her into finishing the bowl. Old Chen has already contacted the media, and the family of Lu Ming is involved too. This time, they'll definitely make a big scene, Lilan whispered. Yuka shook her head. The Lu family is too powerful. Plus, Lu Mingxue is engaged to the Li family. No media outlet in Haicheng would dare publish anything without the Li family's approval. The Lu family will find a way to suppress the news. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hallway. Someone jumped. Someone jumped off the building. The sound of panicked cries and shouts filled the air. Yuka's heart jolted, a sharp pang shooting through her chest. Propping herself up with her hands, she asked urgently, what happened? I'll go take a look. Fu Qing heard the commotion and ran out. Lilan glanced out of the window. A crowd had gathered near the director's office building. What happened? Yuka signed with her hands. Lilan shook her head. Yuka gripped the bed railing and tried to get out of bed. Coco. Lilan wanted to stop her. Yuka's eyes reddened. Let's go see. I'm scared. For some reason, Yuka was terrified. Lilan felt an inexplicable unease too. She nodded and went to the nurse's station to fetch a wheelchair. Did you hear? Apparently, Dr. Chen from infectious diseases jumped. Such a shame. He survived 5 years in South Sudan, and now this. This hospital really grinds people down. The nurses murmured as they passed by. Yuka's entire body stiffened, a numbness spreading through her. She couldn't believe it. Dr. Chen would never commit suicide. Absolutely not. Kaka, maybe they got it wrong. Don't panic. Let's go check, Lilan said, though her own voice trembled with fear. She was trying to calm Yuku, even as her own anxiety mounted. They left the inpatient ward and headed toward the director's office building. Lilon, Kukuyavjia, dressed in his white coat, burst through the crowd, stopping them in their tracks. His whole body was shaking, his breathing uneven, tears brimming in his eyes. Don't go over there. Let me through. Yuko was on the verge of breaking down, teetering between madness and despair. She had already guessed the truth. Yao Jia closed his eyes, tears streaming down as he crouched in front of Yuka's wheelchair, trembling. Yuka, don't go. Please. Yuka couldn't handle the shock. They had spent 5 years in South Sudan together. Yao Jia had experienced his cousin Lu Ming's death and witnessed countless inhuman tragedies. They had endured it all and made it back home alive. So why? Yao Jia cried, his body racked with sobs. I thought coming back home would be our salvation, our escape from hell. But why? Lilon stood frozen, unable to process it. That was their teacher, their mentor, the one who had guided them. Their medical team had gone to South Sudan with 6 members and returned with 5. They thought they had escaped the clutches of the devil. Cook. Yuka braced herself on the wheelchair and stood up, taking one step, then another, toward the crowd. That was her teacher. Her family. Her parents were gone. Her teacher was the closest thing to family she had left. Make way, everyone, clear out. Haicheng was directing the scene, securing the area. He had rushed to the director's office building immediately and found bloodstains on the director's floor. He took photographic evidence right away. Haicheng's instincts as a detective told him this wasn't a simple case of suicide. Yuka stood motionless outside the police tape, her body numb. The teacher's body lay in a pool of blood, now covered by a white forensic sheet. Haicheng stood on the steps, scanning the building, assessing the terrain, and searching for any suspicious evidence that might influence the classification of the case. How could he be so desperate? Assistant Lu Jiaming was being pushed out in a wheelchair, his eyes red. Old Chin, he was just too stubborn. I said a few words to him, and he couldn't take it. Lu Jiaming wiped away tears as he spoke. He's not dead because of suicide. He didn't kill himself. Yuka shoved through the crowd and confronted Lu Jiaming, her eyes burning with anger as she frantically signed with her hands. Her soul screamed in anguish. Her teacher would never take his own life. Dad Chen Ku arrived, having just heard the news. He pushed through the crowd, stumbling toward the police tape, but officers held him back. Chen Ku's entire body trembled, his face pale as he fell to his knees, muttering under his breath, "No, my dad wouldn't kill himself. My dad wouldn't kill himself." Suddenly, he snapped, turning toward Lu Jianming, shaking uncontrollably. "How did my dad die? How did my dad die? You promised me. You said if we followed orders, you'd give us what we wanted. So how did my dad die?" Lu Jianming frowned, his face darkening. "Chen Ke, I understand how you feel." Old Chen was a hard-headed man. "I never expected. My dad had late-stage cancer. He was already dying. Why would he kill himself? He wouldn't." Chen Ke knew his father too well. Suicide was out of the question. Yuko also glared at Lu Jiaming with fury. "Heaven sees all. Evil people will face judgment in hell." Lu Jiaming sat in his wheelchair with an indifferent expression, feigning sadness. "What can you do? The dead, they keep the best secrets." He overheard things he shouldn't have heard. "My teacher wouldn't kill himself." Yuka struggled to take deep breaths, desperate to scream, but no sound came out. She felt like she was suffocating, on the verge of passing out. "My teacher didn't kill himself." She frantically signed, but no one could understand her. No one listened. Yuka cried, shaking her head, longing to see her teacher one last time. But the police had their protocols. "Yuka, don't do anything rash." "Yuka." Yuka stared at Lu Jiaming with rage. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to destroy this monster. Hey, calm down." Lu Jiaming pointed at Yuku, motioning for her to stay calm as he maneuvered his wheelchair backward. Yuku, losing control, tried to charge forward, but Lu Jiaming's subordinate, Chen Peng, stopped her. Chen Peng deliberately aimed his elbow at Yuka's chest, knowing she was already injured there. Just as his elbow was about to strike, a strong hand suddenly grabbed it in midair. Chen Peng grunted in pain, his brows furrowed as he turned to see who it was. It was Li Hanzhou. He looked disheveled, with stubble on his face and dark circles under his eyes. He was still wearing the same clothes he had on when the police took him away. Calmly yet coldly, Li Hanzhou pulled Yuku into his arms, his gaze icy as he stared at Chen Peng. Chen Peng squinted his eyes, retracting his elbow. Instinctively, he could tell this man was dangerous. The strength in Li Hanzhou's grip was overwhelming. His fingers alone caused a numbing pain in Chen Peng's elbow, as if his bones were about to shatter. Chen Peng had been a mercenary in South Sudan before being taken in by Lu Jiaming and placed as a security guard at the hospital. His aura of menace was honed through years of bloodshed and survival in hellish conditions. Over the years, he had done many things for Lu Jiaming, always cleanly and without a trace. In this peaceful country, he had never feared anyone until now. Li Hanse's presence made his chest tighten with unease. Chen Ping squinted again, studying Li Hangzhou carefully. He was almost certain this was the man Lucas had been searching for, the man with blood-stained hands from South Sudan. If you touch her, you'll die. Li Hangzhou's voice was low and laced with menace as he threatened Chen Ping. For anyone else, such words might sound like empty intimidation, but Chen Ping felt the killing intent in them. Yuka turned to look at Li Hangzhou, tears welling up in her eyes. She frantically gestured. There's no way the professor committed suicide. Li Hangzhou nodded, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't worry. I'm here. Then, he turned his sharp gaze to Fu Qing. Check the surveillance footage. Mr. Chin wouldn't have committed suicide. A man in the late stages of cancer has no reason to take his own life. Director, have your team cooperate. We need to see the footage. Fu Qing arrived with his colleagues. Chen Peng glanced at Lu Jianming, who subtly shook his head. Sorry, Chen Peng said flatly, the surveillance cameras stopped working last night. Lu Jianming suddenly feigned realization. Oh, that's right. The power went out in the whole building yesterday. What a coincidence. A death occurs, and the cameras coincidentally stop working? Fu Qing frowned and exchanged a look with his colleagues. Go check the surveillance system. Call the tech team. The rest of you, follow me upstairs. Lu Jianming sat calmly in his wheelchair, exuding confidence. He knew that even if the investigation revealed it was murder, there would be no direct evidence leading back to him. Chen Peng would take the fall for everything. After all, Lu Jianming had saved Chen Peng's life. Chen Peng would die for him if necessary. Yuka finally understood. Her professor's death was undoubtedly connected to Lu Jianming, but no matter how deep they dug, it wouldn't trace back to him. Her arms fell limp at her sides as despair consumed her. She turned to the blood-streaked floor, her vision darkening. Gripping Li Hanse's arm tightly, she clung to him as if he were her last lifeline in a raging current. Don't look. Li Hangzhou raised his hand to cover Yuka's eyes, speaking softly by her ear. Yuka trembled, her tears soaking his fingers. She wanted to ask why. Why had it come to this? Chen Ke remained on his knees, crying until he was utterly drained. His family was shattered. He and his father had both gone to South Sudan, only for both to disappear. His mother had cried herself nearly blind over the past 5 years. And now his father was gone forever. Chen Ke was a pitiable man. Even though he had betrayed Yuka for the sake of his job, in reality, she couldn't blame him. He was the professor's son. My child. Lu Ming's parents arrived after hearing the news. His mother clutched his portrait, collapsed to her knees, and wailed uncontrollably. Look down from the heavens and see your teacher, your brothers and sisters. Yuka could no longer hold herself up. She turned and clung desperately to Li Hanse's clothes. I'm dirty. Seeing her trying to bury herself in his arms, Li Hangzhou was caught off guard, a mix of surprise and unease flashing in his eyes. But Yuka didn't let go, clutching his shirt as she cried silently. What's the point of crying here? A sharp voice interrupted. Shouldn't you be investigating how Lu Ming died? Didn't anyone tell you? The one who caused Lu Ming's death is Yuka. The police had already processed the scene when Lu Mingxue walked in. Her presence was commanding, with expensive high heels and a designer handbag worth tens of thousands. She mocked the grieving parents, her gaze cold as it landed on the trembling Yuka. She was like a victorious demon, ridiculing the helplessness of ordinary people. I heard Lu Ming died saving Yuka. Instead of demanding answers from her, you come here crying over and over. What good will that do? Your son's soul won't rest in peace. Her eyes locked onto Yuka. Yuka stood frozen, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Guilt and self-blame consumed her, and she feared that Lu Ming's parents might truly blame her. Lu Ming's mother stopped crying and turned to Yuka. If you don't believe me, ask Chen Ke. Lu Mingxue smirked, directing her gaze at him. He told us himself it was Yuka who caused Lu Ming's death. Yuka looked at Lu Ming's parents in panic, tears streaming as she shook her head. But she couldn't explain, because Lu Ming had indeed died for her. Lu Ming's mother, her eyes red-rimmed, stared at Yuka. Zhao Jian nervously stepped in front of her, shielding her protectively.
Andy?
Lu Mingxue curled her lips into a smirk, casting a provocative glance at Yuka before signaling to the reporters to start taking pictures. Ma'am, we heard your son was killed by a colleague. Is that true? Ms. Yuka, there are claims that you were responsible for a colleague's death in South Sudan. How do you respond to that? A reporter rushed up to Yuka, bombarding her with questions. Li Hangzhou frowned and immediately stepped in front of Yuka, shielding her. Interviewing someone who can't even speak? You journalists sure are professional, he said sarcastically. Intimidated by Li Hangzhou's imposing demeanor, the reporters shifted their focus to Lu Ming's mother. Lu Mingxue, undeniably a clever woman, knew exactly how to divert attention. She deftly shifted the public scrutiny from the hospital to Yuka, ensuring that the authorities wouldn't intervene. This way, the Lu family could save themselves the trouble and expense of suppressing negative media coverage. Ma'am, was your son really killed by Yuka? Another reporter pressed. Gripping Lu Ming's photo frame tightly, His mother fixed her eyes on Yuku, her gaze resolute as she spoke, no. Yuka's entire body tensed, and the moment Lu Ming's mother uttered the word no, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Facing the reporters' cameras, Lu Ming's mother shook her head and turned her furious gaze toward Lumita. My son was a hero. He died saving his colleague. The ones who caused his death were the armed militants, the hospital that irresponsibly sent a medical team without assessing the risks, and the leadership that failed to coordinate with the peacekeeping forces, leaving them vulnerable. Her voice was firm and unwavering as she continued. The agreed-upon rendezvous with the peacekeeping forces was on the 17th, but Chen Lao's medical team was misinformed and sent on the 16th. The hospital put them on a plane early without notifying the peacekeepers. My son was not killed by a colleague. My son's mentor, Chen Tao, did not commit suicide. And my son's death was no mere accident. Someone is trying to confuse the public and shift the blame onto an innocent girl who has already suffered enough losing her voice in the chaos of war. Lu Ming's father stood firmly by his wife's side, shielding her. Both were highly educated university professors. Lu Ming was their only child. After learning of his death, their world crumbled. Ever since their early retirement, their sole purpose in life had been to seek justice for their son. Yuka looked at Lu Ming's parents through her tears. She owed Lu Ming and she owed his parents as well. Some say a child's character reflects their upbringing, that their conduct mirrors their parents. Lu Ming's parents, with their integrity and sense of justice, had undoubtedly raised such an outstanding son. In stark contrast, there was Gu Yan and his parents. What happened? Gu Yan arrived late, visibly flustered after hearing about Professor Chen Tao's alleged suicide. He hurried over, instinctively glancing at Lu Jiaming before rushing to Yuka's side. Kuku, why are you out here? You should be resting in your ward, he said, his tone filled with concern. Li Han's gaze turned icy as he raised a hand, blocking Gu Yan. Stay away from her. Gu Yan frowned in frustration. Weren't you taken in by the police? Insufficient evidence, Li Hangzhou replied with a cold smirk, clearly taunting him. But Lu Yuro wasn't as lucky. The evidence against her is overwhelming. 3 years in prison at the very least, unless Yuka signs a letter of forgiveness. Without it, Lu Yuro is definitely going to jail. Gu Yan froze, his unease evident. He turned to Yuku, lowering his voice in an attempt to coax her. Kuku, what happened with Professor Chen? Can you tell me? Yuka's eyes burned with anger and resentment as she stared at Gu Yan. Did he really not know? She signed to him in frustration, and Li Hangzhou deliberately translated aloud. She said, instead of asking me, why don't you ask your father-in-law, you scumbag? Yuku continued signing, her gestures sharp and deliberate. Professor Chen would never commit suicide. The police will uncover the truth, and when they do, the Lu family's crimes will not go unpunished. Li Hangzhou translated again, adding his own embellishment. She said, when the truth comes out, you and the Lu family can rot in hell together. Glancing at Yuku, an idea seemed to strike him. Oh right, he added, smirking. Yuku also mentioned that her parents wrote a will years ago, which was notarized. All their assets are left solely to her. So everything she owns is hers alone. You'd better hand it all back to her or prepare for a lawsuit. Yuka froze, stunned. When had she ever mentioned a will? Her parents had passed away so suddenly that there hadn't been time to leave one. Besides, their house had burned down, leaving no trace of any documents. A will. Gu Yan's face paled, his anxiety unmistakable. Grabbing Yuka's wrist tightly, he demanded, could your parents left a will? Where is it? I searched the house, there was no will. His outburst was so intense that he momentarily forgot to maintain his facade. Yuka frowned, feeling nothing but disgust for Gu Yan's behavior. Li Hangzhou smirked knowingly. He had done it on purpose, deliberately provoking Gu Yan into losing control in front of Yuku and everyone else, exposing his true intentions. Now, everyone could see that Gu Yan was just after Yuka's inheritance. Noticing his colleagues murmuring among themselves, Gu Yan panicked and quickly released Yuka's wrist. Kuku, that's not what I meant, he stammered, trying to explain. Then what did you mean? Li Hangzhou retorted with a sneer. Gu Yan glared at him in frustration. You tricked me. I was just speaking hypothetically, Li Hangzhou replied coldly. Why are you so worked up? If you don't want people to think you're a gold-digging leech, then return everything that belongs to Yuku. Who would have thought that Dr. Gus' seemingly glamorous life was all thanks to inheriting Dr. Yes' parents' fortune? You'd never guess it. He usually keeps such a low profile. That car of his? It was bought 5 years ago. Actually, it was Dr. Yu who bought it for him with her own money as part of their wedding dowry. A few doctors gathered together, gossiping. No one here was foolish. Gu Yan's nervousness about the will was too obvious. He felt utterly humiliated, his gaze filled with anger as he glared at Li Hangzhou, wanting to lash out. But reason held him back, especially with so many colleagues and media reporters around. He couldn't afford to escalate the situation. Kuku, come home with me, Gu Yan said, suppressing his emotions as he looked at Yuku. But Yuku hid behind Li Hangzhou, refusing to acknowledge him. Yuka, we're still married, Guyan warned in a low voice. Yuka froze for a moment, her grip on his hand slowly loosening. It was true they hadn't divorced yet. If Guyan accused her of infidelity during their marriage, it could become a serious problem. She couldn't afford to hand him any leverage. Being married doesn't mean we can't live apart. What's wrong? Do you think your marriage certificate is some kind of Gatuda fail-free card? Li Hangzhou stepped forward, shielding Yuku. Instead of wasting time here, I suggest you focus on finding a better lawyer and showing some care for your mistress, Lu Yuro. That spoiled princess must be losing her mind right now, facing the possibility of a prison sentence. Guyan's silence was telling. He was clearly worried about Lu Yuro. Guyan, come over here, Lu Mingxue called out, pushing Lu Jiaming into the office. It was clear the family had something to discuss privately. Teacher would never take his own life, Yuka said anxiously, looking at Li Hangzhou. Li Hangzhou nodded. Trust the police. Yuka's eyes reddened as she sat dejectedly on the steps. Lan Zhaojie and Chen Ke had already gone to the police station, and the crowd at the scene had dispersed. Yuka remained seated, trembling uncontrollably. Li Hangzhou stayed by her side, silently keeping her company. My teacher must have gotten in someone's way. Yuka gestured in sign language to Li Hangzhou. He said had helped me seek justice, and then this happened. It's all my fault. Yuka always blamed herself for the bad things happening around her. It had been the same with Lu Ming, and now her teacher. She believed their deaths were all because of her. Yuka, instead of blaming yourself, why not focus on becoming stronger? Your spirit is too fragile, it crumbles too easily. You've crawled back from the abyss, risen from the dust. You should be unbreakable, Li Hangzhou said. He wanted her to grow resilient, but also wanted to protect her gentleness. In South Sudan, you had the clarity and determination to kill Lucas. So why are you stuck wallowing in self-pity now? He asked, looking directly at her. Yuka froze, her eyes welling up with tears. His words hit her deeply, leaving her feeling small and ashamed. Her teacher was gone. Her parents were gone. She had no one left and no way out. These people had pushed her to the edge. Yuka, my son gave his life to save yours. He would want you to live well and not waste the life he gave you, Lu Ming's mother said, her voice breaking as she clung to a photo of her son. Despite being too grief-stricken to stand, she forced herself to walk back, supported by her husband. The sight of the elderly couple leaning on each other was heartbreaking. Finding the truth was the only way Yuka could repay Lu Ming. Li Hangzhou, Yuka gestured in sign language, looking at him. I'd like to meet the psychologist you mentioned. She had decided to cooperate with treatment. She needed to regain her voice as soon as possible to avoid being so helpless. All right, Li Hangzhou replied. He wanted to hug her, but she stepped back. She still hadn't divorced Gu Yan and had to be cautious not to give him any reason to use her actions against her. Realizing this, Li Hangzhou felt a pang of disappointment but knew he couldn't push her. In Lu Jiaming's office, Fu Cheng and his team had gathered ample evidence and taken what they needed. Chen Peng had gone into hiding, following Lu Jiaming's instructions to lay low or flee if necessary. Dad, what's going on? Why would Teacher Chen jump off a building? Gu Yan asked nervously. Lu Jiaming chuckled. He was hot-tempered. I said a few unpleasant things, and he couldn't handle it, so he jumped. A real shame. Gu Yan wasn't convinced, glancing at Lu Yuro. Is that really what happened? What are you implying? That we're so heartless would commit murder? Lu Mingxue frowned at him. Gu Yan lowered his head. That's not what I meant. Good. It's better not to mean that, Lu Mingxue said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Gu Yan, we've known each other for years. You've been married to my sister, so you should know our family only cares about interests. We'd never do anything illegal or criminal. Right now, your biggest concern should be Euro. Lu Jiaming interjected with a sigh. I heard from Captain Zhang in the Criminal Investigation Unit that Euro isn't doing well. She's refusing to eat, crying, throwing fits, even banging her head against the wall. She's never experienced hardship before. If she's truly sentenced, I'm afraid she won't make it. Gu Yan clenched his fists tightly. Gu Yan, Euro may be spoiled and willful, but you know better than anyone how much she cares for you. She saved you back then, didn't she? She's the one who kept recommending and supporting you to me. Without Euro, you wouldn't be where you are today, Lu Jiaming said, his tone heavy with implication. The only person who can save Euro now is you. Yuku is still legally your wife. No matter what you do to her, it falls under the protections of marriage law. Do you understand? Lu Jiaming's meaning was crystal clear. Even if Gu Yan resorted to force or even violence, it would only be considered domestic abuse. I have a way to make Yuku agree to a pardon, Lu Ming said, her gaze fixed on Gu Yan. The question is, are you willing to do what it takes? Gu Yan stared at Lu Ming. What do you mean? Lu Mingxue smiled faintly and pulled out a check. Tell Yuku to fill in any number she wants. Whatever she writes, we'll give it to her. Gu Yan looked at Lu Mingxue warily. You'll ask her to write down the amount she wants, force her to do it, and keep the evidence. Then we'll sue her for extortion, Lu Mingxue said calmly. This tactic had never failed Lu Mingxue. Every time they encountered troublemakers or people causing a scene, their ultimate goal was always compensation. Lu Mingxue would deliberately provoke them, making them demand an outrageous sum or say something threatening. Then, she'd actually transfer the amount they demanded, only to report them to the police for extortion. Gu Yan's entire body tensed as he frowned at Lumina. You want to send Yuku to jail? Don't worry, she reassured him. This is just to file a case. We'll use it to negotiate with her, not actually send her to prison. As long as she agrees to withdraw her complaint and forgive Euro, pretend that incident never happened, and retract her testimony, then we can drop the case and not press charges for extortion. This way, she'll have no choice but to cooperate. Lu Mingxue patted Gu Yan on the shoulder. Lu Jiaming chimed in. I know you have feelings for Yuko, but she won't listen to anyone right now. And we can't let Euro spend 3 years in prison, can we? Don't worry, we won't really send her to jail. Think about Euro, and if not her, then think about Feifei. The poor child has had a high fever since last night and has been crying for her mom. Lu Mingxue knew exactly where Gu Yan's weaknesses were and aimed straight for them. Gu Yan clenched his fists tightly and spoke in a low voice. I won't agree to this. Euro was in the wrong from the start. If she hadn't hurt Yuko, she wouldn't be facing jail time. With that, Gu Yan turned and left. Lu Mingxue sneered coldly. What a hypocrite. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make him agree, she said confidently. Lu Jiaming glanced at her, knowing that Lu Mingxue was the daughter most like him. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the sheep, Lu Mingxue said darkly as she left the office. She made a call to the nanny taking care of Gu Yufei. Is Feifei still running a fever? Her fever has already gone down, the nanny replied quickly. I want her to have a high fever again tonight, understand? Lu Mingxue said coldly. The nanny's voice trembled. Yes. When her fever spikes, take her to Gu Yan's mother. She's staying at Gu Yan's place right now, Lu Mingxue instructed, a smirk forming on her lips. Gu Yan's weakness was his child. With the child sick and his mother panicking, there was no way he'd refuse. At Yuka's apartment, Li Lan stayed with Yuku, helping her with discharge procedures and accompanying her home. Fu Cheng was still at the police station. There's a lack of key surveillance evidence in the teacher's case, so it can't be ruled as suicide yet. Don't worry, as long as we find the critical evidence, it'll be classified as homicide, and a full investigation will follow, Li Lan reassured Yuku. Yuka hugged a pillow tightly and nodded. I heard you saw a therapist today. How is it? Were you able to try speaking? Li Lan asked anxiously. Yuka shook her head. It's okay. Take your time. The fact that you're willing to seek treatment is already a big step, Li Lan said, hugging her. Kaka, we need to keep living our lives. Yuka nodded. I made some pasta. Wanna try it? In the kitchen, Li Hangzhou was wearing a bear-printed apron while cooking. Li Lan shivered at the sight. Can you believe this? A 6-foot guy with muscles and tattoos, wearing a bear-themed apron and making pasta. Is he a lion you've tamed? She whispered to Yuku. Yuka shook her head. She hadn't expected Li Hangzhou to wear the landlord's leftover apron either. It was odd but oddly comforting. She stole a glance at Li Hangzhou. When he wasn't being scary, he was still kind of scary. Even though we don't have proof you're some kind of armed mercenary, don't think you can keep bullying our cuckoo. This is Haicheng, and my husband is a detective, Li Lan warned, glaring at Li Hangzhou. Li Hangzhou nodded. She's the one bullying me. When have I ever bullied her? Li Lan looked at Yuku, then back at Li Hangzhou. Something's going on here. You'd better give up. Someone like you, drifting from place to place, is nowhere near good enough for our cuckoo, Li Lan said protectively. Li Hangzhou raised an eyebrow and smiled. Once I settle down, I'll marry her. Yuka glared at him angrily. He always had a way of saying things that made people blush or get mad. Just as Li Lan was about to scold him for being delusional, the doorbell rang. Li Hangzhou went to open the door. Standing outside were Gu Yan and his mother. The moment Gu Yan's mother saw a man in the apartment, she exploded. I knew it. I told you she was fooling around behind your back. Look at this. She's keeping a man in her home. A single man and a single woman living together. She's trying to humiliate you. Her shrill voice echoed as she shouted. Gu Yan's face showed his embarrassment. Mom, stop shouting. Humph. Look at her. Why are you still keeping her around? Divorce her immediately. She's the one at fault here. Make her leave with nothing. Gu Yan's mother demanded, her voice sharp and piercing. Li Hangzhou leaned against the doorframe, his cold eyes fixed on Gu Yan, his posture lazy as he looked outside. Come on, everyone, take a look. Here is someone who can't wait to humiliate his own son, he sneered. His words immediately drew the attention of the onlookers outside, all turning their gaze toward Gu Yan. Li Han's sharp tongue was infamous. Few could hold their ground against him. Excuse me, Auntie, am I invisible to you? Li Lan stepped up to the doorway, glaring at the crowd. Come on, everyone, take another look. Here we have a mother-in-law who's in a rush to disgrace her own son. Gu Yan's mother turned even darker at the sight of another person chiming in. And you? What's your problem, Mr. Meddler? She snapped at Li Hangzhou. He stood there holding a spatula, his gaze unwavering. Gu Yan, who cared deeply about appearances, was clearly no match for someone like Li Hangzhou. Sighing, Gu Yan rubbed his temples and grabbed his mother's arm. Mom, just go home, okay? Go home? Why should I go home? I'm here to see what kind of shady business she's up to with these people. One look and I can tell they're no good. Gu Yan's mother continued shouting, as if she wouldn't rest until she caught Yuka in some act of betrayal. Yuka, seated on the couch, let out a weary sigh. How pathetic. Ku, is he staying here with you? Gu Yan asked cautiously. I live across the hall. Neighbor, get it. Li Hangzhou pointed toward the door opposite and greeted the neighbors outside. Hi there, auntie. I just moved in. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask. The older woman outside broke into a smile. Oh, what a polite young man. So tall and strong too. Li Hangzhou, when he chose to be friendly, could indeed be charming in a deceptive way, but on most days, he was aloof, distant, and frankly intimidating. Yuka walked to the door, motioning for Gu Yan and his mother to come inside. My mom said she came to take care of you, Gu Yan said, reaching out to grab Yuk's wrist. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Yuka pulled her hand back, her expression indifferent, and signed, I don't need it. Stop signing, I don't understand. Use that board over there to write, Gu Yan's mother snapped, pointing at the whiteboard on the coffee table. Yuka ignored her. Why should she listen to someone so overbearing? Auntie, you're ridiculous. Who do you think you are to boss others around like that? Li Lan stepped in to defend Yuka. Li Hangzhou frowned slightly, clearly displeased. I'm her mother-in-law. That makes me her mother. Got it. Gu Yan's mother said arrogantly, glaring at Li Hangzhou. Now you get out. You're not welcome in our home. Despite her bravado, the sheer presence of Li Hangzhou was enough to make her instinctively retreat behind Gu Yan. Gu Yan frowned but didn't contradict his mother, which amounted to silent agreement. Yuka turned, picked up the whiteboard and wrote, Gu Yan, either pay back the money you owe me or leave. Gu Yan's face darkened with embarrassment. We're still husband and wife. Can't we just sit down and talk? I've already ended my marriage with Lu Yiro. What more do you want? Don't make it sound like my son is the only one at fault here. He's done nothing wrong. Gu Yan's mother exclaimed angrily. Get out. Yuka wrote in bold letters, pointing toward the door as she held up the board. Gu Yan's frown deepened. Yuka, my mom is an elder. Watch how you speak. You can insult me, but don't insult her. Yuka let her hand fall limply, her eyes closing slowly, as if drained. The Gu Yan she had once deeply loved only existed in her imagination now. You can leave too, Yuka wrote, erasing the previous words and rewriting her demand. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Yuka knew he was angry. Gu Yan wasn't someone who often displayed his emotions on his face. He was good at suppressing them. But this time, despite his anger, he held it back and spoke softly. If we keep going like this, there really won't be any way to turn back. He was referring to their relationship. Dragging it out any longer would leave no room for reconciliation. Yuka smiled faintly, looking up at him. Did he honestly think there was still a chance? We've been together for 5 years from our first year of college to getting married, Gu Yan said, his voice hoarse. The food's getting cold. Let's eat first, Li Hangzhou interjected from the dining table, clearly annoyed. He was visibly agitated, hating nothing more than hearing about Yuka and Gu Yan's past. It made him feel like an outsider, someone who could never measure up to Gu Yan. Yuka moved to walk toward Li Hangzhou, but Gu Yan stopped her. Can we talk? Just the two of us. Let's give this relationship a proper ending. Her steps faltered. Perhaps he was right. Maybe they did need closure. Eat first, Li Hangzhou said in a low voice. He was worried about Yuka, who hadn't been eating well and didn't want her stomach to suffer. But more than that, he was terrified that Gu Yan might somehow convince her to fall for his so-called love again. During his 5 years in South Sudan, Li Hangzhou hadn't dared to touch Yuka, even when drugged and pushed to his limits. Had rather endure it himself than risk crossing her boundaries. He knew that if he ever violated her trust, even unintentionally, they'd be over for good. He had waited so long for this moment, for the day when Yuka and Gu Yan's marriage might finally come to an end. But now that it was within reach, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic because deep down, he lacked confidence. In every relationship, the one who is loved less is always the more fearful. And for Yuka, Li Hangzhou had never been the one she favored. He was always the one she discarded without a second thought. Li Hangzhou looked at Yuka, waiting for her to make her own decision. Deep down, he already knew Yuka would never choose him in situations like this. She had abandoned him in major matters before, so why would she choose him for something trivial? You should go back. Sure enough, Yuka wrote those words on the whiteboard, asking Li Hangzhou to leave. Li Hangzhou frowned slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of hurt. Yuka looked at him, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest. She rarely saw this emotion on Li Han's face. This was probably the third time. The first was in South Sudan, when he shielded her from stray bullets, lying in a pool of blood with that complex gaze. The second was not long ago, when she called the police and had him arrested. And now, this time when she told him to leave. But this time, it was over something so small. Please leave. I need to talk to my wife. Gu Yan seized the opportunity to assert his authority, speaking with a tone of possession. Li Hangzhou let out a mocking, cold laugh, removed his apron, and tossed it aside before turning to leave. He was angry, jealous, and on the verge of losing control, but he also knew he had no right to feel this way. Meeting her too late, that was his original sin. Back in South Sudan, Li Hangzhou had once asked Yuku if she would have fallen for him had he met her before Gu Yan. Yuku had answered without hesitation no. To be honest, it stung. Yuku had always made it crystal clear that she could never love him. Yet, Li Hangzhou had stubbornly clung to hope. Lilan, you should leave too. I need to talk to Cuckoo, Gu Yan said, turning his gaze to Lilan. Lilan frowned, glancing at Gu Yan's mother. If you need to talk, why don't you have your mother leave too? I can give her a ride home since it's on my way. Gu Yan's mother was about to refuse, but Lilan had already ushered her out the door. Let's go, Annie. I'll take you home. Wait, Gu Yan's mother started to protest, but Lilan slammed the door shut behind them. Auntie, Lilan said, narrowing her eyes in a threatening manner. When people get older, they need to learn to be sensible. You can't act as recklessly as you did when you were young, understand? Gu Yan's mother's face darkened. We saw plenty of cases in South Sudan of older people who didn't behave and ended up being killed by their daughters-in-law, Lilan said softly, her words laced with menace. Gu Yan's mother's face turned pale. She wouldn't dare. Cuckoo has PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, Lilan whispered in her ear. To put it bluntly, it's a mental condition. You know what that means? Even if she killed Gu Yan, she wouldn't have to serve a single day in prison. Gu Yan's mother's face became ashen, her expression one of sheer terror. She began to murmur internally her son absolutely couldn't marry this woman. At Li Han's place, he leaned against the door, feeling irritable. Though there was only a hallway separating them, he couldn't stop worrying about Yuku. Several times he opened the door, intending to check on her, only to scold himself and retreat. He really was pathetic. Lighting a cigarette, he sat on a tall stool by the door, frustration etched across his face. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. It's me. Open up, came Chen Ze's voice from outside. Reluctantly, Li Hangzhou opened the door. What are you doing here? I'm here to remove your tattoo. Chen Ze walked in, carrying a toolbox. Back when Li Hangzhou went undercover, Chen Ze had been the one to ink the tattoo. As a soldier, tattoos weren't allowed, but Li Hangzhou had sacrificed a lot for the mission. From the moment he accepted the assignment and followed orders, he knew that completing the mission would mean leaving the military for good. Are you really planning to stay a terrorist for life? Chen Ze quipped as he put on gloves and disinfected his hands with alcohol. Sit down. Li Hangzhou glanced at the tattoo on his arm and then took off his shirt. His physique was flawless, broad and muscular with not an ounce of excess fat. However, a scar on the upper right side of his chest, left by a bullet fragment, added a rugged, almost menacing edge. The tattoo stretched from his right upper arm, sprawling across his back, a design so elaborate that only someone like him could pull it off. It had been crucial in convincing Lucas that he couldn't possibly be military. Honestly, this tattoo suits you. It's a shame to remove it, Chen Ze said, admiring Li Han's figure. His build was so impressive it could make even a man jealous. Stop drooling. I'm not your type, Li Hangzhou said lazily, his tone teasing as he leaned back on the sofa. Chen Ze rolled his eyes. Relax. I'm not into your dangerous to sleep with vibe. No wonder girls are scared of you. You're like a double-door fridge, intimidating as hell. Even as a man, Chen Ze had to admit that Li Hangzhou exuded raw masculinity and sexual energy. You don't know what you're talking about, Li Hangzhou retorted, rolling his eyes. Be honest, can women even get out of bed the next day after being with you? Chen Ze teased. Li Hangzhou kicked him, muttering a silent curse in his head. He hadn't even been with a woman yet. The closest he'd come was holding Yuku, and Shed slapped him twice for it. Did that count? This might sting a bit. Bear with it, Chen Ze said as he began working on the tattoo. After a long silence, Li Hangzhou spoke. Don't bother. Leave it. Chen Ze froze for a moment. You're really not going back to the army? He asked, surprised. Staying in the military had been Li Han's lifelong dream. Was he really giving it up? You earned a commendation for this mission. If you don't want to leave, you don't have to. If I stay in the army, who's going to protect her? Li Hangzhou interrupted, glancing toward the door. Even though Yuka seemed indifferent, she was no match for Gu Yan and the Lu family. If he wasn't around, who knew what might happen to her? Chen Ze stared at him in disbelief. He was leaving the military for a woman? For Li Hangzhou, enlisting hadn't just been about fulfilling a dream, it was so much more than that. Back then, you said you'd rather die in the army. Chen Ze spoke, visibly surprised. Now you don't want to die in the army anymore? Li Hangzhou lit another cigarette, the unlit end of it dangling from his lips. 5 years in South Sudan, and I'm done. All I want now is a warm home, a wife, and kids. Chen Zhe went silent, setting down his tools and pulling off his gloves. It's good you finally figured it out, he said. He had tried countless times to convince Li Hanzhou before, but nothing ever worked. Yuka must be something else. Guess there's always someone who can keep someone else in check. Find some time and tattoo the rest of this for me, Li Hanzhou said, pointing at his right chest. His well-built chest bore a jagged scar, but instead of diminishing his appearance, it only made him seem wilder, more untamed. You want the whole thing done? Chen Zhe's mouth twitched. So you're really not planning on going back? The scar looks ugly, and she's easily scared, Li Hanzhou muttered, gazing up at the ceiling. He felt like he was losing everything seemed to lead him to think about Yuku. But that heartless woman probably didn't even have a single strand of affection for him. Tell me, do you think karma is real? Li Hanzhou asked suddenly. Do you think this is payback? Back then, I made someone else love me in vain. Is this heaven's way of punishing me by making me go through the same thing? Qi is a big star now, Chen Zhe chuckled. Have you been to one of her concerts? Tickets are almost impossible to get. Maybe it really is karma. Remember when Qi was just a student? She was crazy about you, confessing to you in front of the whole school, and you turned her down cold. You were ruthless back then. Even when she threatened to jump off a building, you didn't look back, didn't give her a single chance. And now look at you, following Yuku around like a lovesick puppy. Chen Zhe lowered his voice. But I heard that fall left Qi with some permanent damage. She can't have kids anymore. Li Hanzhou frowned, clearly unwilling to hear more. He irritably kicked Chen Zhe. If you've got nothing better to do, then get lost. All right, my bad, Chen Zhe quickly apologized, realizing had struck a nerve. He regretted bringing it up. Back then, Qili's suicide attempt had almost gotten Li Hanzhou beaten to death by his old man. In the end, under both coercion and persuasion, Li Hanzhou reluctantly agreed to date Qili for 3 months. But during those 3 months, he never treated her well. The moment the 3 months were up, he bolted, joining the army to escape her persistence. Click. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing echoed from the hallway. Li Hanzhou jumped to his feet and dashed to the door, hoping to see Gu Yan finally leaving. But when he opened the door, his face fell. Gu Yan was still there. It was just the neighbor from the west side coming home from work. Li Hanzhou stared at Yuka's door with a mix of frustration and disappointment, scratching his head. This woman really didn't have a single ounce of heart. Li Hanzhou, look at you now, Chen Zhe said, watching the scene unfold with amusement. He had gone from being shocked by Li Hanzhou's behavior to finding it completely normal. He was used to it by now. Chen Zhe had never truly admired anyone in his life. Li Hanzhou used to be his number one. But now, Li Hanzhou was second because Yuko had taken the top spot. Anyone who could tame a cold, wild beast like Li Hanzhou and make him so devoted had to be extraordinary. At Yuka's place, Yuka sat on the couch, and Gu Yan was beside her. He tried to put his arm around her, but she pushed him away. Kuku, do you remember the first time we met? Gu Yan asked with a smile. The sun was shining that day. You were pulling your suitcase and got pushed into the decorative river by someone, Yuka recalled, still finding the memory both awkward and funny. That day she was a mess. After being shoved into the river, she struggled to climb out, and it was Gu Yan who crouched in front of her and offered her a hand. For someone like Yuku, who had always been a well-behaved, rule-abiding girl, Gu Yan's appearance had seemed like a beam of light, illuminating a new world for her. I walked you back to your dorm and even lent you my clothes, Gu Yan said with a chuckle. Back then, everything had been so pure and simple, untouched by complications. But those days were long gone. Kuku, my love for you is unmatched. No one could ever replace it or surpass it. That thug, Li Hanzhou, doesn't understand the bond we share. Gu Yan sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. He looked down on Li Hanzhou, seeing him as nothing more than a stain on society, a waste of humanity. People like him belong in prison. Just breathing the same air as you is an insult to you. Yuka frowned and looked at Gu Yan. Li Hanzhou isn't like that, she wrote on her whiteboard. Her expression suddenly clouded with anger. For some reason, she felt upset. Everyone misunderstood Li Hanzhou. He endured immense pressure as an undercover agent, yet he couldn't explain himself. He's just, Yuka paused, then continued writing. Everyone has different missions, different ways of living. You don't need to put others down to elevate yourself. Kuku, you're defending him? He's a terrorist. Gu Yan's anger flared the moment Yuka spoke up for Li Hanzhou. His frustration was mixed with jealousy and a deep sense of resentment. You're my wife. We got married, and before we even had a proper honeymoon, you left for South Sudan. And him? What gives him the right? Gu Yan clenched his fists, finally blurting out the words that had been tearing him apart. What gives him the right to touch you? Yuka frowned, looking at Gu Yan. Suddenly, she felt like there was no point in explaining anything. Yuku, I've never even dared to touch you. What gives him the right? Gu Yan's voice was filled with bitterness. It was clear what Gu Yan couldn't get over the idea of it. Yuko erased the words on her whiteboard and carefully wrote out the one question she wanted to ask most. Do you think your partner's chastity is more important, or their life? Guyen froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard. Guilt flashed across his face. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Kiki, I want, more than anyone else, for you to die, Yuka interrupted, writing on the whiteboard. Her words cut him off sharply. Guyen wanted her to die in his memory, die in South Sudan, die while he loved her the most, so that she would remain only as the deepest memory in his heart. I was gravely injured, lost too much blood, and you gave me water to drink. When I returned from South Sudan, you didn't come to pick me up right away. Lu Euro hurt me, and you chose to turn a blind eye and walk away. Guyen, you want me dead more than anyone else. These words were conveyed through sign language. She didn't write them down. Guyen might not understand sign language, but he couldn't miss the despair and anger blazing in Yuka's eyes at that moment. Kiki. Guyen's chest tightened painfully. He couldn't bear the look in her eyes, those eyes filled with despair and fury, but he valued his interests too much. I love you, he said, pulling Yuku into a tight embrace. His voice trembled, as did his body. He said he loved her, but Yuka no longer cared to discern how much of it was true. She remembered the day she saw him at the police station after returning to Haicheng. The moment he walked in wearing a perfectly tailored suit and a watch worth millions, she knew her dream was over. Closing her eyes slowly, Yuka felt hot tears streaming down her face. I know you've suffered so much, Guyen said painfully. I don't care what you went through over there. I just wanted you back. I prayed, day and night, countless times, that you'd come back. I would have done anything just to have you return. He was tormented, his words filled with anguish. He hated himself for letting things between them come to this, for being so powerless, for allowing reality to force him into this situation. He hated himself for prioritizing so-called stability and peace over everything else, for wishing Yuka could just be understanding and obedient, for relegating her to the shadows as his secret lover. I never wanted you to die, he said, his voice hoarse. I just hoped you could understand me for a while. The rest, I would handle. Guyen thought back to the hospital when he gave her water. He had hoped it would keep her unconscious long enough for the Lu family to find a way to save Lu Mingxue, so they wouldn't target Yuku. The night Lu Euro came after Yuku, he selfishly thought it might help her realize the gap between herself and the Lu family, to see reality clearly. He thought if Yuka had nowhere else to turn, she would understand him, rely on him. After leaving with the child, he waited 10 minutes before calling the police, reporting a disturbance in the alley. He believed he had never truly intended to hurt her. Kiki, why can't you just understand me? His hands cupped her face as he tried, desperately, to make her see his reasoning. 5 years. You've been gone for 5 years. You don't know how cruel the world outside can be. Out here, we're adults now, not the same as when we were in school. In this society, without money, power, connections, or resources, we're nothing. Yuka cried, pushing him away, her emotions spiraling out of control. Kiki, look at me. Look at me. Guyen forced her to face him, refusing to let her evade him. I haven't abandoned you. And I never will, he insisted. Just give me some time. Let me hide you away just for a while. I'll give you a deadline. 2 years, no 1 year. Give me 1 year, and I'll have the ability to protect you in front of the Lu family, okay? Leave. I don't want to hear any of this, Yuka wrote through her tears, signaling for him to go. Guyen's eyes reddened as he clung to her, refusing to let go. Kiki, I'm just scared. I'm terrified. These past 5 years, only I know how terrifying the Lu family is. Lu Jianming, Lu Mincha, all of them. Kiki, please. I'm scared. I'm scared I can't protect you right now. I'm begging you. His voice broke as he held her tightly, trembling. Leave. Yuka wrote again, her hands shaking. Come with me, Guyen pleaded. I'll take you back to my hometown. You can hide there for a while. We won't divorce. You'll always be my wife, Mayuko. I'll never give up on you. Never. I'll protect you. He was desperate to make her leave. He had come to see her this time because of his fear. Chen Tao's death had shaken him to his core. Standing up, he began packing Yuka's belongings. She tried to push him away angrily, but he wouldn't budge. Guyen continued packing her things, grabbing her wrist, determined to take her away. Kiki, just listen to me. Let's leave for a while. Sign the agreement. Hide for now, okay? He pulled her toward the door, but Yuka glared at him furiously and stomped hard on his foot. I will never sign that agreement. Never, she shouted, her anger boiling over. Kiki. Guyen winced, leaning against the door in pain. He lowered his head, helpless and desperate. I'm scared I won't be able to protect you anymore. He murmured. Lu Euro has already come up with ways to send you to prison. What else won't they do? Those lunatics. Guyen slapped himself hard across the face, hating his own incompetence. 5 years, and he was still at the mercy of Lu Jianming. If you don't leave, the next Chen Tao, it could be you, Guyan said, his voice filled with despair. This wasn't a threat. It was the grim reality of the world they were trapped in. Yuka froze in place, staring at Guyan in shock. She lost control and grabbed Guyan by the collar. He knew something had to know something. The teacher didn't commit suicide, did she? Yuka frantically picked up a whiteboard and demanded answers from Guyan. Guyan averted his gaze. Answer me. You know something, don't you? Yuka pressed him further. Kiki, don't push me, Guyan said weakly, leaning against the door as though all strength had left him. He reached out, wanting to hold Yuka. Yuka stepped back in fear and shock. So it's true, it's connected to the Liu family, she said, trembling. But there's no evidence. To get you to sign the letter of understanding, Lu Mingxue has already resorted to despicable means. Don't you know what they're planning? Guyan hesitated, wanting to tell Yuka the truth that Lu Mingxue planned to frame her for extortion and send her to prison. However, before he could finish his sentence, his phone buzzed. The ringtone echoed through the small, empty room. It was still the song Yuka had loved the most before she went missing all those years ago. Everything seemed unchanged, yet everything had changed. Mom. Guyan answered the call with a headache forming. Come back quickly, it's bad. Feifei's fever won't go down, and the Liu family says it's been 3 days already. What are we going to do? On the other end, Guyan's mother sounded frantic, on the verge of tears over her granddaughter's condition. Mommy, I want mommy, the sick little girl, Gu Yufei, cried in the background. Guyan, you have to come back now. Feifei's fever is getting worse. I brought her to the hospital, and the doctor says it's meningitis. Guyan's mother's voice trembled with urgency. Guyan's body stiffened as he glanced nervously at Yuku. Kiki, you should go. Yuka wrote on the whiteboard, urging him to leave. Come with me. I'll have someone take you somewhere safe, okay? Guyan whispered. Guyan, go take care of your daughter. The Liu family has done enough terrible things. Just tell me you're not part of it, Yuka wrote, her final hope resting on Guyan's innocence in all the wrongdoing. Guyan froze, lowering his head with a pained expression. He couldn't bring himself to look at the words she had written. Tell me you're not part of it. But how could he claim innocence? He had married Lu Yura. There was no way to distance himself. Kiki, I never wanted to hurt you, Guyan muttered before leaving in a hurry to see Feifei at the hospital. As he walked away, he left those words behind. Didn't want to hurt her. He never wanted to. But reality would leave him no choice, forcing him into a corner. At Haicheng Hospital, Lu Mingxue was already there. Guyan's mother stood outside the hospital room, crying. How could this happen to such a good child? It's all because of that Yuku. Why didn't she just die somewhere out there? Why did she have to come back and make my granddaughter sick like this, crying for her mother? She refuses to sign the letter of understanding, so Yuro can't come home, and Feifei won't stop crying. What are we going to do? Guyan's mother cursed Yuku angrily. I told you she's a curse. If she had just died out there, everything would be fine. Now she's back, and my son's family can't find peace, she continued to rant. To her, the inheritance left behind by Yuka's parents somehow naturally belonged to her son. The extent of human delusion was on full display in Guyan's mother. Auntie, we need to get Yuka to sign the letter of understanding soon, or it'll be too late, Lu Mingxue chimed in, feigning concern. Without the letter, the case would be handed over to the police, and once a sentence was passed, Lu Yura's crime of hiring someone to harm Yuka would be undeniable. If that happened, it would be impossible to cover up. The media would surely report it, and those who already disliked the Liu family would seize the opportunity to attack. This would inevitably implicate the Liu family as a whole. For Lu Mingxue, her fate was tied to the Liu family's reputation. She couldn't afford for her sister's mess to tarnish her own image, especially since she hadn't yet married into the Li family. If Old Master Li caught wind of this, she couldn't let that happen. She had to act quickly and solidify her position by marrying into the Li family soon. Thinking of the disfigured heir to the Li family, Lu Mingxue couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. In her eyes, the heir was a fool choosing to serve in the military instead of enjoying the privileges of being a wealthy heir, only to end up maimed and looking neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for the Li family's powerful connections, Lu Mingxue wouldn't even consider marrying such a broken man. Mom, what's Feifei's condition? Guyan rushed in, his anxiety evident as he checked on his daughter. The doctor said it's meningitis. Her fever's already at a dangerous level, and she keeps crying for her mother, Lu Mingxue sighed, adding fuel to the fire. Without Yuro here, it'll be hard to stabilize the child's condition. Guyan's mother, already overwhelmed, lashed out, hitting Guyan in frustration. It's all that little wretch's fault. Why didn't she just die out there? If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't be in this mess. She came back to ruin everything. She's nothing but a curse. Guyan's mother sobbed hysterically. Mom, don't talk about Kiki like that, Guyan frowned, his voice firm. Dr. Gu, the test results are back. A doctor entered the room, looking regretful. The situation isn't good. The fever has lasted too long, and the meningitis has caused increased intracranial pressure. The child may suffer permanent hearing loss. Lu Minx's expression darkened. She hadn't expected it to escalate to this severity. Clenching her fists, she decided to take advantage of the situation. Guyan, the child is burning up like this, and you're still defending Yuku? What are you hesitating for? Are you going to abandon your daughter now? Lu Minx's voice was sharp and accusatory. Hearing the possibility of permanent hearing loss, Guyan's mother was utterly terrified. She collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Oh my God, what kind of sin have we committed?" Guyan stood motionless, his body rigid and his mind clouded with exhaustion. In that moment, it felt as though countless hands were dragging him into the depths of hell, leaving him unable to think rationally. On one side was his daughter. On the other, Yuko. Guyan, you have to think of something. A child can't grow up without a mother. Our Feifei is so pitiful. Guyan's mother cried, clutching Guyan's arm, begging him to come up with a solution. Guyan, what are you hesitating for? I've already told you, it was just a ploy. I never really intended to send Yuku to prison. She's the one being so stubborn. Lu Mingxue added fuel to the fire, provoking Guyan. Guyan stood stiffly, his hands clenched into tight fists. On the bed, little Feifei was still crying. Daddy, Daddy, I'm scared. In the end, all of his resolve crumbled the moment his daughter called out to him. He lost control, walked over to the bed, and held Feifei tightly in his arms, his breathing unsteady. All right, I'll think of something. I'll make sure Yuku agrees to sign the letter of forgiveness as soon as possible. Lu Mingxue smirked, throwing a cold glance at Guyan. See? If you'd done this earlier, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Your stubbornness has only made your daughter fall seriously ill. Guyan held his daughter tightly, closing his eyes in exhaustion and helplessness. Once again, his priorities tipped toward his daughter. 5 years. Love had become too complicated for Guyan. At Yuka's place, she sat in silence for a long time after Guyan left. Sometimes pain doesn't come from never having something, but from losing what you once had. She had once been in love, a love that others envied. She and Guyan had once been the perfect couple in everyone's eyes. Walking to the dining table, Yuka stared at the now cold plate of pasta. Suddenly, she thought of Li Hanzhou's expression when he left earlier. It seemed as though he was hurt. She picked up her phone intending to send him a message, but before she could, a message from him popped up. Open the door. He was asking her to open the door. Yuka froze for a moment. Had he not left? She quickly walked to the door, opened it, and saw Li Hanzhou leaning against the doorframe across from her, an imposing air about him, his eyes dark as they stared at her. Yuka was momentarily taken aback. When Li Hanzhou had said he was her neighbor and lived across the hall, she thought he was joking. But now, it seemed he was telling the truth. Why do you live across the hall? Yuka gestured in sign language, her surprise evident. Rented it, Li Hanzhou replied casually, his tone laced with jealousy. Have you eaten? Yuka felt a bit guilty, carefully signing her response. It's cold now. Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow, his sharp, ruggedly handsome features tinged with mockery. It's cold? Then starve. Let your cheating husband cook for you. With that, he pretended to step into his apartment and closed the door, though he was secretly waiting for Yuka to coax him. However, Yuka genuinely thought he was angry. Without much thought, she closed her own door. Now, Li Hanzhou stood awkwardly outside his door, his lips twitching in frustration. Yuka, do you even have a conscience? Angry, he stomped over to Yuka's door, knocking loudly while still in his slippers. Being so tall, when Yuka opened the door again, she felt as though his forehead was practically touching the doorframe. His towering figure blocked the doorway, and with a low, oppressive tone, he spoke. You Xiaoka, my food is on your table too. Reluctantly, Yuka stepped aside, letting him in. What did that scumbag say to you? Did he manage to trick you again with just a few words? Li Hanzhou asked, his tone carrying an inexplicable tension. He seemed genuinely worried that Yuka might be swayed by Guyan. Yuka remained silent. Are you still hoping for a happy life with someone like him? Li Hanzhou frowned, his gaze landing on the bags where Yuka had packed her belongings. Are you planning to leave with him? Yuka shook her head, wanting to explain, but before she could, she found herself cornered by Li Hanzhou. Yuka, will you only regret it if he tears you apart and sells you piece by piece? Li Hanzhou's expression darkened. He had been standing outside her door, eavesdropping for a long time. When he finally saw Guyan leave, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yuka thought he was being unreasonable. Even if I have nothing to do with Guyan, I won't have anything to do with you either. So, please leave too. Yuka wanted him to leave as well. She needed some peace and quiet. But Li Hanzhou grabbed her wrists and pinned them against the wall. He was too strong. He could easily lift her with one hand, let alone restrain her wrists. Don't use sign language. If you want me to leave, say it out loud. Speak, and I'll go. A psychologist had told him that Yuka's condition required the right amount of stimulation. Deep down, it wasn't that Yuka couldn't speak, it was that she didn't want to. She needed a push to open up. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your silent agreement, Li Hanzhou said, deliberately teasing her. He pinned her hands above her head against the wall, his towering frame looming over her, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yuka, frightened, tried to avoid him. Every time his presence overwhelmed her, she felt inexplicably panicked. It reminded her of the 5 years she had spent in South Sudan, those 5 years filled not only with war and life-or-death moments, but also with her unique fear and distance toward Li Hangzhou. Yuka had never understood why she was so afraid of him. On the surface, he seemed intimidating, but in reality, he had always protected her. Before she knew he was an undercover agent, she thought her fear of him was instinctual, like a mouse fearing a cat, like prey fearing a predator, because he was, after all, a terrorist. But now, even knowing he was undercover, she was still afraid. It was a fear that came from the depths of her soul. At that moment, Yuka realized she wasn't afraid of Li Hangzhou. She was afraid of herself. Afraid that her 5 years of love had been a joke. Afraid of falling for someone else again. Afraid of becoming the most unforgivable person in love and marriage. She had always believed that as long as she remained faithful in body and mind, as long as she upheld her moral principles, she could call herself a good wife. It was her silent response to her husband, Gu Yan. It was what she thought was the most touching, noble act during their 5-year separation. But reality had made her a joke. Because the first to betray their marriage was her husband. Yuka spoke, her words finally breaking the silence. Li Han's gaze burned into her, intense and deep. Yuka avoided his eyes. The way he looked at her was too overwhelming, too heated. If you don't object, I'll take it as your agreement, Li Hangzhou said softly, leaning in closer. He intended to kiss her, his breath warm against her skin. Back in South Sudan, every time he tried to kiss her, she would retaliate with a slap. This time he was prepared for the same reaction. Slowly, he released her wrists, giving her the freedom to move. His nose brushed lightly against her ear, testing her boundaries, gauging her response. Yuka's fingers trembled. Her instinct was to strike him, as she always had, but her hand wavered midair, clenching and unclenching, before eventually dropping. Let her go. The words came out strained and barely audible. She wanted him to release her. Li Hangzhou froze for a moment, his gaze growing even more intense. She had spoken, her refusal was clear and unwavering. She was resisting him with every ounce of strength she had, pushing him away emotionally and physically. Li Hangzhou let out a bitter laugh and straightened up. Yuka turned her face away, seizing the moment to shove him aside and retreat into the bedroom. Her breaths came quick and shallow, her heart pounding wildly. Sliding to the floor, she hugged her knees tightly, loathing herself. She didn't want to admit it, but in some ways, she felt just as terrible as Gu Yan. She didn't know how long she stayed hidden, but eventually, the sound of the door closing reached her ears. Tentatively, she got up and opened the door, peeking into the now empty living room. Li Hangzhou was gone. On the whiteboard by the dining table, he had left a note. The pasta's been reheated. Eat it while it's warm. Standing by the table, Yuka's fingers tingled. Even though she knew Li Hangzhou was an undercover agent, she couldn't bring herself to trust any man completely anymore. Especially considering how many times she had abandoned him at the brink of life and death. By all rights, Li Hangzhou should hate her. So why did he keep chasing after her? His persistence weighed on her, suffocating her with pressure and guilt. Kuka, there's nothing you can't overcome. Once it's behind you, don't look back. Just keep moving forward. As she ate the pasta Li Hangzhou had made, Yuka suddenly broke down in tears. Back in South Sudan, Lu Ming had told her the same thing. Yuka, don't look back, just keep moving forward. But she had stood frozen in place like a fool, her feet soaked in Lu Ming's blood, his gasping breaths fading into silence around her. What had she done to deserve someone like Lu Ming sacrificing his life to protect her? Cuckoo, Fei Fei has meningitis. She might lose her hearing permanently. Her phone buzzed, and Gu Yan sent over the diagnosis results for Gu Yufei. Yuka's fingers trembled as she opened the message, a bitter smile spreading across her face. She knew what was coming next. Gu Yan would use morality to corner her again. The child can't grow up without her mother. Sure enough, Gu Yan's message read exactly that. The child can't grow up without her mother. Cuckoo, let's talk about Lu Yuro. I'll be at the hospital tomorrow afternoon. I know this time it was Lu Yuro's fault, and the Lu family has proposed a resolution. Can we discuss it? When Yuka didn't reply, Gu Yan sent another message. Please, for the child's sake. She's innocent. Yuka let out a bitter laugh, leaning back in her chair and staring at the ceiling. She felt as though someone were peeling away layers of her soul, stripping her down to the raw, painful core. Your child is innocent. What does that have to do with me? She's not even mine, Yuka typed out in response. She suddenly felt cold, as if her heart had been locked up tight, sealed away. Was she not innocent too? And who would pay for her innocence? Kuka, how can you say that? Gu Yan's voice message came through, tinged with disbelief. Kuka, Lu Yuro may have done wrong, but she didn't mean to hurt you. She's already been punished. Whatever you want from the Lu family, they're willing to agree. Please come to the hospital tomorrow so we can discuss compensation. It'll help you get what you deserve. can we do that? When Yuko didn't respond, Guyen sent another message. Kuku, don't turn down the money. You need it right now. They're willing to give it, and you can ask for any other conditions you want as well. Kuku. Yuko took a deep breath and typed her reply. Guyen, I've already filed for divorce. All you need to do is sign the papers I've given you. Have the Liu family return what belongs to me, untouched, and I'll consider signing the letter of forgiveness. All she wanted now was to sever ties completely, to survive by cutting off the past. Guyen likely hadn't expected her to make such a demand. It wasn't in line with what Lu Mingxue had told him to anticipate. At Haicheng Hospital, Guyen sat slumped in the pavilion of the back garden, staring at Yuke's message. Did she ask for anything specific? Try to steer her toward asking for money, a concrete figure. Lu Mingxue approached, advising Guyen on how to handle the situation. Guyen rubbed his temples. Yuko won't take anything that doesn't belong to her. She's not like you. Lu Mingxue chuckled. Not like us? You mean not like us, don't you? Guyen, aren't we the same kind of people? Don't try to paint yourself as noble. Tell Yuko that whatever marital assets or inheritance she's entitled to will be returned to her in full. Beyond that, ask if she has any additional demands from the Liu family. Stir up her anger if she's furious enough. She might make outrageous demands during the negotiation tomorrow. Lu Mingxue sat beside him, calmly instructing Guyen on how to proceed. Guyen looked pale and unwell, but thinking of Feifei, he still sent a voice message. Kiki, I don't want a divorce. Everything that belongs to you, I will give it to you. I'll even sign the contract you mentioned. But the one who hurt you is Liu Euro. The compensation that the Liu family owes us, we can't let that go. Guyen felt uneasy, worried that Yuko might really take the bait and demand a huge compensation from the Liu family. Soon, Yuko replied. She typed, first, return what you owe me, and then we'll talk about the Liu family's compensation. They hurt me, so of course I won't let them off. But right now, what I want to resolve is the property dispute between you and me. Guyen rubbed his temples and glanced at Luma. Yuko only wants her family's old house and the relocation compensation. If we don't give it to her, she won't negotiate with us. Lu Mingxue sat nearby, weighing the pros and cons, then just give it to her. With what? Guyen snapped, his temper flaring. The house was sold by your family, and the money was taken by you. Lu Mingxue knew now wasn't the time to provoke Guyen further. She smiled and said, as long as you don't divorce her, you don't have to give her anything. Guyen's anger simmered. How is that even possible? Kiki is determined to divorce me. She's made it clear. Lu Mingxue smirked, her tone calculating. I had Euro agree to temporarily annul her marriage with you, just so you could stabilize Yuko. As long as you two don't divorce, there are plenty of ways for her to meet an unfortunate accident. If she dies while still married to you, everything will still be yours, just like before. Yuko doesn't have any other relatives. That so-called aunt of hers is nowhere to be found. Even if she does show up one day, she won't be a problem. Relatives without emotional ties can be easily dealt with money. For now, Lu Mingxue didn't want Guyen to divorce Yuko. She wanted Yuke's life. But I've done so many terrible things. How could Kiki not divorce me? She's dead set on it now, Guyen said, clutching his forehead, knowing Yuko was determined. Take her divorce agreement and sign it with a signature that's different from your usual handwriting. Tell her you'll do your best to gather the money for the house and other things she wants. For now, just placate her with the divorce and shift her focus onto getting compensation from the Liu family, Lu Mingxue suggested, her ideas both cruel and cunning. But what if Yuko takes the signed agreement and proceeds with the divorce anyway? Guyen asked, worried. A divorce agreement that hasn't been notarized by the Civil Affairs Bureau? You can just deny the signature as yours. What can they do? Even a handwriting analysis won't hold up in court, Lu Mingxue sneered. First, get Euro out of trouble and have her take care of Feifei. If Yuko keeps pushing for a divorce after that, I can help you create some joint marital debts she can't repay. Once divorced, not only might she lose her parents' money, but she could also end up burdened with massive debt. Do you think she'd dare go through with it? Lu Mingxue stared at Guyen, her expression icy. Guyen gasped, horrified by the depths of Lu Mengxue's schemes. He looked at her with fear. How could a woman's mind be so vicious? Guyen, you can't survive without being ruthless. You need to understand that, Lu Mingxue said coldly, glancing at the time before getting up. People with a conscience never make it to the top. Time is running out. Handle this quickly, or I'll have to step in myself. With that, she turned and left. Guyen frowned as he watched Lu Mingxue walk away. Her methods were ruthless, no doubt. It was no wonder she had carried the Liu family to where it was today. She truly was Liu Jianming's daughter. At Haicheng Hospital, Guyen agreeing to the divorce and signing the agreement was something Yuko hadn't expected. He was willing to go to any lengths for Liu Euro. Kiki. At 6 p.m., Guyen waited for Yuko at the entrance of the hospital cafeteria. Sign it. Yuko came with the contract in hand, ready for Guyen's signature. Guyen's palms were sweaty as he hesitated, trying to deflect. Kiki, are you hungry? Let's eat first. The chef who makes the braised pork hasn't changed in years, it's still the flavor you love. Yuka said nothing, staring at Gu Yan intently, afraid he might back out. All she wanted now was freedom. This marriage suffocated her. A marriage that had sustained her through 5 years apart, that had kept her alive in South Sudan, now felt unbearable. Just thinking about it made her feel as though her skin was being peeled and her bones crushed. I'll keep my promise, but let's eat first, Guyen said softly, lowering his head. Yuka hesitated for a moment but eventually followed him into the cafeteria. The Haicheng hospital cafeteria looked the same as it had 5 years ago. Nothing much had changed, not even the chefs. Perhaps the only things that had changed were time and people's hearts. Braised pork, and this pork ribs dish too. Guyen ordered a lot of Yuka's favorite dishes, things she used to love. Back when Yuku was a busy intern, she often didn't even have time to eat, especially in the infectious diseases department, which was both dangerous and full of patients. At the time, Guyen would always be the first to grab food for her, picking out the lean meat from the braised pork and packing it with rice in a thermos. When the supervisor wasn't around, he'd pull her into the fire escape for a quick bite. Back then, Yuka thought braised pork was the most delicious thing in the world. Guyen, I don't like it anymore, Yuka typed, looking at the table full of food. I don't like any of this anymore. Kiki, what do you feel like eating? I'll go get it for you, Guyen asked nervously. Yuka paused for a moment. What did she feel like eating now? For 5 years in South Sudan, her diet consisted of unappetizing porridge, canned food, and luncheon meat. Fresh vegetables and fruits were scarce, often dry, bitter, and lacking moisture. Occasionally, she'd get a cucumber, though bland and tasteless, which was already considered a luxury. That cucumber was part of what Lucas men prepared daily for Li Hangzhou. He would pass the tomatoes and cucumbers to her, jokingly telling them, "My wife is like a rabbit spirit, she doesn't like meat and prefers greens." For those 5 years, Li Hangzhou would always bring her rare, albeit not so fresh fruit. She still remembered one time when Li Hangzhou fell seriously ill with a high fever after coming into contact with an infected local child. Yuku, shocked by his humanity, took care of him despite her reservations. "You Xiaoka, when we return to China, I'll take you out for barbecue." Li Hangzhou, in his feverish state, had promised to treat her to barbecue and hot pot. Kiki. In the restaurant, Gu Yan raised his voice, seeing Yuka lost in thought. What do you feel like eating? I'll go get it. Snapping back to reality, Yuka looked at Gu Yan. Strangely enough, she found herself craving barbecue. You eat, she replied, typing on her phone, indicating she had no appetite. After you're done, well, sign the divorce papers. Gu Yan frowned, looking at Yuko. Are you really that eager to divorce me? Gu Yan muttered. Yuko, I only married Lu Yuro because I thought you were gone. If I had known you were alive, I would never have married her. You told me to come here so we could sign the divorce papers, Yuko replied, her gaze sharp. Gu Yan lowered his head, took a deep breath, and picked up the divorce agreement from her hands. He scanned it briefly. The agreement stated that Yuko wanted the old Western-style house and all the demolition compensation that belonged to her. As for their marital home, she only requested the portion of the down payment that her family had contributed. She didn't account for interest or the rise in property value over the years. Looking at the agreement, Gu Yan frowned and raised his head. Kiki, technically, the demolition compensation from your parents is part of marital assets. As expected, he had the audacity to bring up the money. Then how do we account for the high-value life insurance policies you bought for my parents? Yuka typed on her phone, her hands trembling. Gu Yan froze for a moment, panic flashing in his eyes, before he quickly lowered his head. Kiki, let me explain. That insurance was something your parents asked me to buy. They were insistent on going to South Sudan to find you, and they wanted to make sure they were covered in case anything happened. Yuka let out a cold laugh. Well, my parents are gone now. You can say whatever you want about the dead, they can't refute you, can they? Her hands shook as she typed. Kiki, you know me, Gu Yan pleaded. Even though I was wrong about Lu Yuro, I would never do anything inhumane. Yet, he couldn't finish his sentence. Mr. Chen and my parents didn't commit suicide, Yuka typed, staring at him. I hope you had nothing to do with it. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his hands clenched tightly under the table. In that moment, he realized something. Not only was it impossible for him and Yuko to go back to the way they were, but they might even end up on opposing sides. Yet, part of him still held on to their past, unwilling to hurt her. But how long could such conflicting emotions last? Kiki, I don't want to divorce you. I never have, Gu Yan said, picking up the pen and signing his name on the divorce agreement. Yuka took the agreement and carefully examined the signature. She knew Gu Yan too well, even his handwriting. The signature on the agreement was completely different from his usual writing. Kiki, even if we're divorced, I'll still fight for what you deserve. The Lu family isn't good people. They're wealthy, but the harm they've caused you needs to be compensated. They've agreed to pay 1.5 million yuan in damages, but I think that's too little. If they can offer 1.5 million, they can offer 2 million. When we go to the director's office later, ask for 2 million, Gu Yan said, his hands still clenched under the table, avoiding her gaze as he rambled on. Yuko, however, kept her eyes fixed on him, silent. 2 million, she finally typed. If you want more, I can help you fight for it. If they refuse, we won't sign the settlement agreement. The Liu family is afraid of this. They're afraid Liu Yuro will actually be sentenced, which would tarnish their family's reputation, Guyan explained, finally gathering the courage to meet her gaze. But when their eyes met, he panicked and looked away again. Yuko continued to stare at him, saying nothing. Let's go, Kiki. I'll take you there, Guyan said, standing up. Yuka silently followed him to the director's office. When they reached the administrative building, Guyan suddenly stopped, hesitating for a long time, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. He was torn, wanted Yuko to sign the settlement quickly, but he was also afraid the Liu family would use it against her, accusing her of extortion. If Yuko demanded 2 million in compensation, the accusation of extortion would stick. Kiki, you have to understand, whatever I do, it's all for you, for our future, Guyan murmured softly, holding onto Yuka's hand. When you get there, don't be afraid. Whatever you need to ask for it. Yuka's eyes flickered with disappointment as she lowered her head and forced a smile. But that smile, it probably looked worse than crying. Did Guyan and the Liu family really think she was a fool? Her hand slipped into her pocket, and Yuka turned on the recording pen that Li Hanzhou had handed her before leaving. Never let your guard down against others, especially the Liu family, Li Hanzhou had advised. Kiki had arrived. In the office, Liu Jiaming was still seated in his wheelchair, wearing a seemingly kind and gentle smile. His pretense was so seamless that it could have fooled anyone. Back then, Elder Chen's status and influence at the hospital had surpassed Liu Jiaming's. When the higher-ups assigned him to a peacekeeping mission, Elder Chen resolutely decided to lead Yuko and the others to the Middle East. According to the original plan, their mission there was supposed to last 6 months, suppress the outbreak, return home, and receive the honor and recognition they deserved. Elder Chen was the undisputed candidate for the next hospital director, but everything had changed. Chen and Yuka's team were trapped in the Middle East for 5 years. Meanwhile, the Haicheng hospital had long become Liu Jiaming's domain. Yuka's gaze burned as she stared at Liu Jiaming, this monster disguised as a human. She clenched her fists tightly, suppressing the overwhelming urge to lunge at him. Kiki, this time it was Yura's fault. What's done is done, and the harm is inevitable. Can you name a condition? We'll do our best to fulfill it. Is that okay? Liu Jiaming asked in a fawning tone. Outside the door, Lu Mingxue walked in, carrying a tray of carefully selected fruits. Kiki, have some fruit, Lu Mingxue said eagerly. Yuka glanced at her coldly, remaining silent. Lu Mingxue frowned and looked at Gu Yan, who spoke up, displeased. Kiki, don't be afraid. Whatever you need, just say it, Gu Yan said. You know, our hospital doesn't pay much. Even as the director, I only earn a modest salary. But whatever you ask for, we'll try to meet it, okay? Liu Jiaming added, feigning helplessness. Their words were calculated, leaving no room for error. They had already played the pity card. If Yuka demanded more than 1 million, it would seem like extortion. After a long silence, Yuka typed something on her phone and played it aloud via Liu Yuro hired someone to kill me, causing me serious injuries. When the police arrived, Liu Yuro was still arrogantly accusing others of crimes. She was caught in the act, with undeniable evidence. Her behavior was beyond reprehensible. Lu Mingxue and Liu Jiaming's faces darkened. Yes, Yuro was spoiled by us from a young age, Liu Jiaming admitted reluctantly. Yuka played another recording. What kind of parents and sister could raise someone as arrogant, despicable, and heinous as Liu Yuro? Liu Jiaming's expression grew even uglier, but seeing that Yuka's emotions were flaring, he suppressed his anger and spoke carefully. Kiki, I've been like a teacher to you. I may not have directly mentored you, but I've always known you're a good child. I feel responsible for what happened. This time, Yuro truly crossed the line. We've investigated her actions, please. Just tell us what compensation you want, he said, trying to coax her. Yuka let out a mocking laugh and responded through a voice recording. How much can you give me? Her question caught Liu Jiaming and Lu Mingxue off guard. Lu Mingxue forced a smile and said, Kiki, you want money? That's easy. Just name a number, and we'll give what we can. Yuka's patience was wearing thin. She played another recording. You're hoping you'll ask for 2 million, 3 million, right? This isn't your first time using this tactic, is it? Once I name a number, you'll pretend to struggle, transfer the money, and then accuse me of extortion to send me to jail. Isn't that your plan? Her blunt words made Liu Jiaming and Lu Mingxue's faces fall instantly. Even Gu Yan was stunned into silence for a long time. Yuka turned to Gu Yan. Gu Yan, 5 years have passed. I've changed. You've realized you don't really know me anymore, haven't you? I'm not the obedient girl I was 5 years ago, am I? What hurt Yuka the most was Gu Yan's repeated attempts to betray her. He had completely exhausted whatever feelings she had left for him. Kiki, I didn't. Gu Yan began panicked. Yuka shook her head and played another recording. Since you're resorting to such underhanded tactics, we have nothing more to discuss. With that, she stood up to leave. Lu Jiaming's face darkened as he motioned for Lu Mingxue to stop her. Lu Mingxue frowned and blocked Yuka's path. Yuka smirked. Did Lu Jiaming really think a pampered woman like Lu Mingxue could stop her? With one swift motion, Yuka pushed Lu Mingxue aside and reached for the door. But before she could open it, Guyan grabbed her from behind, pulling her into an embrace. Guyan was terrified that if Yuka left, Lu Mingxue would resort to even more dangerous methods against her. This matter had to be resolved today. Kiki, please, just sign it. Sign the letter of understanding, okay? Please, I'm begging you, Guyan pleaded softly. Yuka glared at Guyan and Lu Jiaming, typing her response. Are you planning to illegally detain me now? Kiki, I advise you to be smart. Offending the Lu family will do you no good, Lu Jiaming said, his tone turning menacing. The entire building is under my control. Think carefully. Bang! At that moment, the office door was kicked open. The guards outside had failed to stop Li Hanzhou, who stormed in with a chilling aura. He grabbed Yuka and pulled her into his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. What's there to discuss? I know sign language. I'll translate for her, Li Hanzhou said icily. The moment Li Hanzhou walked in, Lu Jiaming and Lu Mingxue's expressions darkened, and even Guyan's face changed. Who are you? Lu Mingxue snapped angrily. Guyan is Yuka's husband. You have no place to speak here. She looked down on Li Hanzhou, an orphan with no family, and even more so on his street-smart, rough demeanor. Rumors about him being some international terrorist meant nothing here. He was just a nobody in this country, someone with no power, no status, and no education. Li Hanzhou glanced at Guyan. Hey, Mr. Green Hat, do you know sign language? Your wife has been back for so long. Did it ever occur to you to learn sign language? It's probably easier than medicine, don't you think? His words were clearly meant to tell Yuka that Guyan hadn't truly cared for her. Guyan frowned, staring at Li Hanzhou with displeasure. This is a family matter. It's none of your business. Oh fine, your family matter, Li Hanzhou responded casually, then leaned slightly toward Yuka. But I'm Yuka's specially appointed translator, right Ms. Yu? Yuka sighed as she looked at Li Hanzhou, clearly reluctant to let him get involved. This was exactly why she hadn't wanted him to come along. Dealing with the Lu family was no small task. But Li Hanzhou, with his nothing-to-lose attitude, didn't seem fazed at all. Li Hanzhou, is it? Lu Jiaming, sitting in his wheelchair, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There was something eerily familiar about this man. It was as if he resembled the shadowy figure who had attacked him in the dark that night. But without proof, he couldn't confirm it. Good memory, old man, Li Hanzhou replied with a calm yet sharp tone as he subtly moved to shield Yuka behind him. Lu Jiaming let out a cold laugh, his disdain evident. Your arrogance might work in South Sudan, but here, this is a world of connections and relationships. Do you understand? Li Hanzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the underlying threat. Do you even realize what kind of status and influence the Lu family holds in Haicheng? Forget about our prominence in the medical field, just take my daughter for example. She's the future mistress of the Li Corporation, handpicked by old Master Li himself for the heir. Surely you've heard of the Li family standing in Haicheng, haven't you? Lu Jiaming brought up the powerful Li family, his tone full of warning. If you know what's good for you, stay out of this. Li Hanzhou scratched his head nonchalantly. Well, my surname is Li too. Lu Mingxue sneered mockingly. There are plenty of people with the surname Li in Haicheng, but the only one at the top of the pyramid is the Li Corporation. You, an orphan with no family, dare to associate yourself with them? Know your place. Li Hanzhou let out a sarcastic chuckle and turned to Yuka. So what's the plan? Yuka gestured in sign language. Let's leave. Li Hanzhou nodded and began escorting her out, but Guyan reached out and grabbed his arm. Li Hanzhou's eyes turned cold, exuding an intimidating aura that made others instinctively uneasy. Guyan frowned, his grip tightening, but he was shocked to find himself struggling to hold onto Li Hanzhou's arm. The man's strength was overwhelming, almost unnatural. You're a brute, Guyan muttered under his breath. Li Hanzhou gave Guyan a disdainful look, the kind of condescension that came naturally to a man confident in his own strength. To him, Guyan was nothing but a coward, a weakling in every sense. You still don't get it, do you? This isn't South Sudan, Lu Mingxue said sharply, her tone laced with contempt. Then she glanced toward Chen Peng, who was standing outside the door. Someone's causing trouble in the hospital. Get him out of here. Chen Peng, his face grim, nodded and turned his gaze to Li Hanzhou. The tension between the two was palpable, like two predators sizing each other up, ready to attack. But just as Chen Peng moved to strike, Yuka placed herself in front of Li Hanzhou. He's my sign language translator. Not only are you framing me and extorting me, but now you want to assault someone I brought here. Yuka's voice was firm, her words cutting. Does the Lu family's influence extend so far that you think you're above the law? This is a society governed by laws. She turned to confront Lu Mingxue. Or, do you think the hospital is your personal kingdom where your rules override everything? Lu Mingxue sneered. This is a hospital. My rules are the only rules. Take action. Before Yuka could stop him, Chen Ping swung his fist, but Li Hanzhou caught it midair. With a swift motion, he twisted Chen Ping's arm and slammed his head against the wall. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Li Hanzhou taunted. Chen Ping, enraged, fought back, but the sheer difference in strength and physique left him at a clear disadvantage. What are you all standing there for? Get him! Lu Mingxue barked, signaling the security guards outside to join in. Enough! A cold voice cut through the chaos as Fu Qing entered the scene with a team of police officers. Seeing the police, Lu Mingxue's arrogance didn't waver. Officer Fu, someone's causing trouble in the hospital. We have every right to remove them. Fu Cheng's gaze landed on Li Hanzhou. Are you the one stirring up trouble? We were just leaving, Yuka signed before pulling Li Hanzhou toward the exit. Li Hanzhou shot Gu Yan a provocative glance before following Yuku out. Gu Yan clenched his fists, his voice low and bitter. She's my wife. That's an undeniable fact. Not now, not ever, will she fall for someone like you, a lowlife from the bottom of society. He knew Yuka well. Even if she no longer loved him, even if they divorced, there was no way she'd ever be interested in someone like Li Hanzhou. They were worlds apart. Yuka was like the moon in the sky, untouchable and radiant, while Li Hanzhou was nothing more than the mud beneath their feet. Walking out of the hospital, Yuka glanced at Li Hanzhou. Why are you here? It's too dangerous. She discreetly turned off the recorder in her pocket, contemplating how to release the evidence to the public. More dangerous than South Sudan? Li Hanzhou asked defiantly. It's different, Yuka gestured anxiously. In South Sudan, it's guns and ammunition that take lives. Here, it's people, invisible wars and battlegrounds. It's ruthless schemes that drive people to despair. It's deceit, power struggles, and greed. That's why you need me to protect you, Li Hanzhou replied, as if he hadn't heard her concerns, trailing behind her. Yuka was frustrated but had no choice. She and Li Hanzhou were from completely different worlds, and reasoning with him was futile. In the end, Yuka relented, raising her hands in a gesture. I'm hungry. Li Hanzhou looked at her. What do you want to eat? Barbecue, hot pot, anything's fine. Yuka avoided his gaze. Li Hanzhou paused, raising an eyebrow. You can handle spicy food? Hot pot without spice has no soul, Yuka said flatly. As a Haicheng native, she was used to light and mild flavors at home. She rarely indulged in heavy spicy dishes like barbecue or hot pot. When she was with Gu Yan, they always opted for mild tomato or mushroom broth. She had never ventured into the realm of spicy hot pot. But Li Hanzhou loved spicy food. After hesitating for a moment, Yuka nodded firmly, as if making an important decision. Li Hanzhou chuckled, his mood inexplicably brightened. Walking ahead, he reached back and offered the corner of his jacket to her. Hold on so you don't get lost. It'll be hard to find you otherwise. Lowering her head, Yuka reached out and held onto his jacket. The two walked in tandem toward a hot pot restaurant. Li Hanzhou didn't take her to the nearby hot pot restaurant by the hospital. Instead, he led her to a small, unassuming spot in an old alley. The place was quiet, its decor worn and simple, but it was clean. I used to come here a lot as a kid. The owner is from Haicheng, and their beef tallow hot pot is super authentic, Li Hanzhou explained. Yuka stared at the bubbling pot filled with chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and unmelted beef tallow, utterly shocked. Isn't this going to destroy my stomach? Don't chicken out, Li Hanzhou teased. Spice is just a pain sensation. After the pain, endorphins will make you happy. He always had his own peculiar logic. Yuka obediently watched as the broth melted and began to boil. Li Hanzhou picked up a piece of tripe, swished it in the pot for a few seconds, and placed it in her bowl. It's only mildly spicy, just looks intimidating. Try it. Yuka took a bite, and her face instantly flushed red from the heat. Li Hanzhou burst out laughing at her reaction. I'll order you a clear broth pot. Yuka shook her head, determined to stick it out. She wasn't sure why, but she was adamant about trying new flavors, just as she was resolute about leaving her past behind and starting fresh. Li Hanzhou watched her silently for a long moment before ordering her a bowl of chilled jelly noodles. When it gets too spicy, take a bite of this. It'll cool you down. Sweating from the heat, Yuka took a bite of the jelly noodles. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she gave Li Hanzhou a thumbs up. This is amazing. Li Hanzhou simply watched her. At that moment, the array of delicious dishes on the table seemed to pale in comparison to her delighted expression. Before meeting Yuku, Li Hanzhou never thought of himself as someone who could be so consumed by love. He used to mock his friends for getting emotional over women, thinking they were weak and overly sentimental. But now, he had to admit, fate had a way of humbling people. With a resigned smile, Li Hanzhou continued cooking food for Yuku. Despite sweating profusely, Yuka kept eating. Just as Li Hanzhou had said, the spiciness was a form of pain, but the pain brought a strange sense of release, like the body's way of healing itself. Beer, Yuka suddenly said, slapping the table as she spotted other tables enjoying cold beers. I want some too. Li Hangzhou was startled. You want beer? He had witnessed Yuka's drinking capacity before. Back in South Sudan, when Lucas closed a big deal and everyone celebrated, Yuka had been coaxed into drinking a glass of liquor. That night, she cried and called out for Gu Yan the entire time, leaving Li Hangzhou so frustrated he nearly gagged her. He had sworn never to let her drink again. But now, Yuka's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Left with no choice, Li Hangzhou ordered 3 bottles of beer, planning to drink most of it himself. To his surprise, Yuka downed glass after glass. Though she clearly lacked experience with alcohol, she was bold. It wasn't long before she got drunk and started causing a scene. Yuka, you've had too much. Li Hangzhou panicked as he saw her leaning dangerously close to the hot pot. He quickly grabbed her by the collar. Yuka, her eyes glazed, hugged a beer bottle and held up 3 fingers, signaling she wanted 3 more bottles. No way. Li Hangzhou dared not let her drink anymore. He paid the bill, then helped her up to leave. Yuka was so drunk she couldn't walk straight, stumbling with every step. Li Hangzhou sighed, crouched down in front of her, and offered his back. Come on, I'll carry you. Yuka hesitated for only a moment before climbing onto his back. Li Hangzhou's body stiffened as he took a deep breath. Looks like I'll have to deal with this again in the future. Gu Yan. Sure enough, once drunk, Yuka started talking, and the name on her lips was still Gu Yan. Li Hangzhou froze under the streetlight, his emotions a tangled mess of anger, jealousy, and frustration. But before he could dwell on it, a car pulled up nearby. Li Hangzhou's expression darkened as he watched several men step out, armed with clubs and wearing baseball caps and masks. Without hesitation, they charged straight at him and Yuku. Unfortunately, they didn't even get close to Li Hangzhou before they were surrounded by 7 or 8 black Mercedes G-Wagons. From the cars, Chen Zhe and his men got out, forcing the group to the ground. Damn, you really called it, Chen Zhe cursed, kicking the leader hard. Li Hangzhou had already anticipated that the Lu family wouldn't back down easily. Shia. Li Hangzhou nervously glanced at Yuku, who was fast asleep on his back, and gestured for Chen Zhe to stay quiet. Chen Zhe rolled his eyes. Man, you've got no loyalty when there's a woman involved. He motioned for his men to gag the group and drag them into the cars. Find out everything, Li Hangzhou said in a low voice before shifting Yuku on his back and preparing to leave. I can drive you 2 back, Chen Zhe suggested, eyeing the distance. You're going to walk all the way carrying her? You don't know anything. Get lost, Li Hangzhou replied dismissively, striding off with Yuku on his back. Chen Zhe clenched his teeth. Fine, your highness. I owe you one. Li Hangzhou carried Yuku all the way home. Along the way, she murmured Gu Yan's name 17 times. He was already furious, but what could he do? He couldn't just abandon this hopeless woman. Bastard, Yuku muttered groggily as they reached the stairs. Li Hangzhou thought she was cursing Gu Yan, but then she added, Li Hangzhou. Li Hangzhou took a deep breath. Great. The first time she called his name, and it's to call him a bastard. Carrying her upstairs, he stepped out of the stairwell and immediately saw Gu Yan standing at her door. Li Han's expression darkened. Gu Yan looked visibly tense but quickly approached them, his eyes fixed on Yuku. Clearly, he knew the Lu family might retaliate today. Seeing that Yuku was unharmed, Gu Yan finally relaxed, though his brows furrowed as he turned to Li Hangzhou. Hand her over. Li Han's face turned even colder, just as he was about to respond. She's my wife now, understand? Gu Yan asserted, leaning into his position as her husband. Yuka stirred awake, still groggy. While her alcohol tolerance wasn't great, 3 beers weren't enough to completely knock her out. She slid off Li Han's back, letting out a small hiccup. Gu Yan's expression tightened instantly. You let her drink? Don't you know she has a weak stomach and can't handle alcohol? He caught a whiff of the spicy hot pot sent on her and grew angrier. She's had chronic gastritis since she was a kid. At home, we never let her eat spicy food. What did you take her to eat? Li Hangzhou froze for a moment. He genuinely didn't know Yuku had a stomach condition. She never mentioned it. In South Sudan, she had often thrown up, but he had assumed it was just the unfamiliar food. Suddenly, Yuku pushed Gu Yan away, crouching to dry heave. Gu Yan glared at Li Hangzhou in anger. You're the last person who should be with her. Slap. Yuka raised her hand and slapped Gu Yan across the face, her temper flaring under the influence of alcohol. Gu Yan froze, staring at her. Scumbag. Yuka's eyes reddened as she spat the word out. In that moment, all her bottled-up grievances came flooding out. Everyone's abandoned me. Gu Yan's own eyes turned red as he lowered his head, his fists clenched. Yuku, I would never abandon you, he choked out, reaching to hold her. Li Hangzhou stood to the side, his fingers tensing. No matter what he did, it seemed like he could never replace Gu Yan in Yuka's heart. To her, Gu Yan, despite his faults, was still the most important person. Gu Yan's voice cracked. Let's not divorce. I won't leave you. Please believe me. Yuka shoved him away, her voice trembling. It's me who doesn't want you anymore. Gu Yan froze, staring at her in disbelief. Yuka leaned against the wall, struggling to stand upright. I like spicy food now. I like drinking. And not the same Yuku I used to be. Gu Yan stood up anxiously, trying to change the subject. You've been drinking. You're not thinking clearly. Yuka shook off his hand, taking an unsteady step back. She almost fell, but Li Hanzhou instinctively moved behind her, catching her against his chest. She looked up at him, the dim light from the hallway making her squint. Leave, Gu Yan demanded, glaring at Li Hanzhou. Yuka will never love someone like you. But Gu Yan's voice betrayed his panic. He was terrified that Yuka might actually fall for someone so dangerous and unpredictable. Yuka turned to Gu Yan, her voice firm. You are nowhere near as good as him. Gu Yan froze in place, seemingly unable to comprehend that Yuka would say he was inferior to someone like Li Hanzhou, a man from the bottom of society. Gu Yan was a man with a strong sense of pride. Although his family background wasn't great and he had always felt insecure about it when he came to Haicheng to study, he was confident in his abilities and academic achievements. As long as the topic didn't touch on his family background, he exuded constant confidence and positivity. He believed he had worked hard to rise from his small hometown, becoming the pride of his parents and family. He was the top student, a role model in the eyes of his teachers, a good student who consistently won scholarships and competition prizes. From his perspective, he stood high above others, looking down on those he deemed inferior. In his mind, he was superior in every way to someone like Li Hanzhou, a man with no parents, no education, and no prospects. When it came to wealth, Gu Yan saw himself as a member of Haicheng's elite, someone who could afford a watch worth millions. And what did Li Hanzhou have? A man who could only afford to rent a placia nobody. A drifter who returned from a war-torn country, someone Gu Yan considered a worthless thug. And yet, Yuka had the audacity to use someone like Li Hanzhou to humiliate him, to claim he was inferior to him. Yuka's breathing quickened as she stood in front of Li Hanzhou. In her mind, she was simply stating the truth. Gu Yan was indeed no match for Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou was an undercover agent who had endured 5 years in South Sudan under immense pressure that most could never fathom. His convictions were unwavering. His heart belonged to his country, to his organization, and to his principles. He lived with a singular mission: to dismantle Lucas and his terrorist group, even if it meant dying in the chaos of war, even if no one would remember his name, even if he became nothing but dust. For 5 years, Li Hanzhou had been Lucas' trusted confidant, constantly surrounded by women sent to seduce him. Yet, he had used Yuku as a shield and never once crossed the line. He remained steadfast, suppressing his desires and staying true to his mission. Even when Lucas' men deliberately drugged him with aphrodisiacs, leaving him feverish and desperate for relief, he had submerged himself in a barrel of cold water, refusing to lay a hand on Yuku. And Gu Yan? A life of indulgence and luxury. Before Yuku had even left Haicheng, he had already slept with Lu Yuro. When she disappeared for just 3 years, he had already applied for her death certificate. 5 years apart, and he was now settled with a wife and child. Yuka, you say I'm not as good as him? You're insulting me. Gu Yan genuinely felt humiliated. Comparing him to someone like Li Hanzhou was an insult in itself. What does someone like him have? Using him to compare to me is degrading. Yuku, now mostly sober, pulled out her phone and played a voice recording. She couldn't even be bothered to speak to Gu Yan anymore. A man like him, no family background, no education, no ability, no savings, and you say I'm inferior to him? Gu Yan laughed. Yuku, after 5 years, you're still living in your own fantasy. This is the real world. He was no longer the Gu Yan of the past. Now, he was the youngest head physician at Haicheng Hospital, a man whose skills and achievements were recognized by everyone. He was a leading figure in neurosurgery, admired and sought after by colleagues, pharmaceutical representatives, and hospital staff alike. He was Lu Jianming's protege and the designated successor for the position of hospital director. He would become the youngest director in Haicheng Hospital's history. Gu Yan believed he had climbed to the pinnacle, someone everyone wanted to associate with. And Yuka? Her 5 years in South Sudan had left her blind to reality. Kuku. I don't blame you. Take your time with the divorce. The Civil Affairs Bureau has given us a 1-month cooling-off period. Think it over before filing again. There's no rush. Gu Yan was well aware that as long as he refused to agree to the divorce, even if Yuka filed, there would still be a mandatory 6-month to 1-year cooling-off period. You've been disconnected from society for too long. You're out of touch with reality. Even though Li Lan and Fu Cheng have been helping you since you returned, friends can't support you forever. The little money you make at the pharmacy isn't enough to sustain yourself. He spoke softly, reaching out to hold Yuka's hand. He believed she hadn't yet experienced enough of life's hardships. What can someone like Li Hanzhou do now that he's back from South Sudan? No education, no skills. What's the use of all those muscles? Is he going to work as a laborer on a construction site? Divorce. Yuka gritted her teeth, forcing out the word. She wanted a divorce. Gu Yan had clearly agreed to it before. Coco. Gu Yan sighed, convinced that Yuku would regret this someday. A real man wouldn't cling to someone after remarrying. Have some decency. Li Hangzhou's deep voice broke the silence. When Yu Ku had said Gu Yan couldn't compare to him, his heart had skipped a beat. He knew she might have said it just to provoke Gu Yan, but the thought that he still held some value to Yu Ku wasn't entirely unwelcome. Get some rest, Gu Yan muttered, avoiding her gaze and retreating into denial. You refuse to divorce because you're afraid I'll claim the old house and the relocation compensation, aren't you? Yu Ku asked. If I say I don't want them, you'll divorce me immediately, won't you? Afraid I'll change my mind. Gu Yan frowned, looking at her. Kuka, do you really have to misunderstand me like this? After all these years, do you truly believe I have no feelings for you? I chose you over Lu Yuro without hesitation. Without hesitation? Yu Ku chuckled to herself. Her head was spinning slightly, and she realized she must really be drunk. Did she just hear Gu Yan spouting nonsense? That so-called without hesitation was honestly a bit ridiculous. Yu Ku fumbled with her keys, unlocked the door, and gestured for Gu Yan to go inside. Gu Yan stood there silently for a long moment, as if he wanted to say something, but eventually he just walked in. Yu Ku moved to close the door when Li Hangzhou raised his hand to stop it. She looked up at him, his gaze burning into hers. It was as if he was demanding an explanation for what had just happened. For those words. But he knew, didn't he? He knew that Yu Ku was using him to provoke Gu Yan. I'm sorry, Yu Ku signed the words with her hands, apologizing. That one apology was all it took for Li Hangzhou to understand everything. It was just a ploy. Nothing really. Just reminding you to drink more water. Warm water. Your stomach isn't great, Li Hangzhou said, feigning indifference as he gave her a casual reminder. Yu Ku nodded, shut the door, and disappeared inside. Li Hangzhou stood outside the door for a long time before finally turning and heading back to his own place. He knew perfectly well how foolish he was, yet he couldn't help but let a tiny sliver of selfish hope spark within him. At the Lu household, Lu Jiaming sat on the sofa, his face dark. Who did you say got involved? He asked with a furrowed brow. Xiao Gongzi from the Chen family of Dongxing, Lu Mingxue replied, rubbing her temples. How did the Chen family get mixed up in this? She had only wanted someone to teach Li Hangzhou and Yu Ku a lesson, to show them how cruel the real world could be. But instead, they had crossed paths with Chen Zhe and his group of rich young heirs. Chen Zhe was the youngest son of the Chen family, whose global luxury hotel empire was practically unmatched. Although Chen Zhe was known for being idle and carefree, his older brother, Chen Zhan, was a force to be reckoned with. Word in their circles was that Chen Zhan spoiled his younger brother to no end, with a reputation for being fiercely protective and utterly unreasonable when it came to him. Lu Mingx's assistant nervously chimed in. It seems it happened when those idiots tried to block Li Hangzhou and Yu Ku. They just so happened to run into Chen Zhe's convoy. Their reckless driving pissed off Chen Zhe and his group. The assistant trailed off, unsure of how things had escalated so quickly. Lu Mingxue drew in a sharp breath. Was it just bad luck lately? A bunch of useless fools, she cursed under her breath. Director, it's bad. Reporters are swarming outside the hospital, and now even patients are causing a scene at Haicheng Hospital. The assistant director burst into the room, panic written all over his face. That Yu Ku recorded your phone call, he exclaimed. She released the entire recording, and someone must have helped her push it to go viral. It's only been 3 hours, and the views are already nearing 1 million each. Though Yu Ku didn't know how to edit audio, the internet was ruthless. Netizens had clipped the most arrogant parts of Lu Jianming and Lu Mengx's words, spreading them far and wide. Soon, hashtags like Lu family controls everything and Haicheng belongs to the Lu family were trending everywhere. The most popular topic? The arrogance of the Li family's future daughter-in-law, which now dragged the Li family into the mess. Lu Mingx's entire body trembled with rage as she stared at the headlines and the massive online uproar. If this reached old Master Li, she could kill Yu Ku with her bare hands. This has even implicated the Li Corporation. I've heard countless netizens have been bombarding their reception and HR departments with calls. Their lines are completely overwhelmed, the assistant director added nervously. Lu Mingxue was stunned. Her vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed onto the sofa. Even Lu Jianming, usually composed, was now visibly shaken. This wasn't just about some petty scandal, it was about the marriage alliance between his daughter and the Li family. That was the real priority. Clenching her fists, Lu Mingxue gritted her teeth. Yu Ku's situation can't be delayed any longer. Call Gu Yan. If he doesn't handle this immediately, he'll have to face the consequences. The Lu family will cut all his connections in Haicheng. He's already divorced with Yu Rou, and if something happens to her, he won't escape unscathed. Gu Yan had worked hard to climb to where he was in society. There was no way he'd sacrifice everything for Yu Ku. Miss the housekeeper approached anxiously. The Li family called. The old master, he's asking for you to come over. Old Master Li must have caught wind of the chaos. With the situation spiraling out of control and the Li family's reputation at stake, it was inevitable that he'd summon Lu Mingxue. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mingxue turned to Lu Jianming, her voice trembling. Dad, what do I do? Go over there and try to calm them down. Say it was malicious editing and that you'll handle Yu Ku. I'll work on suppressing the online uproar as quickly as possible, Lu Jiaming instructed, his tone steady. Remember, if it comes to it, we must protect ourselves at all costs. If we have to, well, push everything onto Euro. Let her take the fall. A few years in prison is better than the Lu family's future being ruined. If the Lu family lost their powerful alliance with the Li family, their ambitions in Haicheng would be all but dead. Lu Mingxue nodded, swallowing hard. I understand, Dad. I'll handle it. But what about Yuku? Do you have a plan to shut her up quickly? Lu Jiaming let out a cold laugh. She came back from the battlefield in South Sudan with PTSD. As long as Gu Yan, her husband, signs off, we can legally and properly send her to a mental institution. His eyes narrowed as he continued. Zhang Da from the Haicheng Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center is one of my former students. He knows exactly what to do. Even a sane person wouldn't last long in there, let alone someone like Yuku, who's already mentally fragile. Lu Mingxue clenched her teeth. She forced our hand. Once she's in the mental hospital, even if she dies there, no one will care. This plan was ruthless but undeniably effective. After all, Lu Jiaming firmly believed in one principle: if you can't solve a problem, then eliminate the person causing it. Clearly, Yuka's recent actions had severely tarnished the Lu family's reputation in Haicheng, even affecting Lu Mingxue's image in the eyes of the Li family patriarch. The Lu family could no longer tolerate Yuka's existence. And the man by her side, Li Hanzhou? Lu Mingxue reminded Lu Jiaming. He's the one who betrayed Lucas. Lucas wants him more than anyone else. I'll leak this information to Lucas. Once Lucas makes a move, Li Hanzhou will be too busy dealing with his own problems to protect Yuku. Lu Mingxue nodded, changed into a more demure outfit, and looking pale and distraught, hurried to the Li family residence. At Yuka's place. Early in the morning, Yuku was jolted awake by the notification sounds from her phone. Last night, she had uploaded the recording to Doucher but hadn't paid it much attention afterward. After being out of touch with society for 5 years, she still hadn't figured out how to use these apps. Doucher seemed to be a video-sharing platform that had gained popularity in recent years. She only downloaded it on Li Lan's recommendation, thinking it would serve as a form of protection for the evidence. What she hadn't expected was that her video had gone viral overnight. The account Li Lan helped her set up, which had 0 followers, had gained 450,000 followers in just a few hours, and the numbers were still climbing. Not only that, but the video had attracted countless comments, with people supporting her, insulting her, questioning her opinions of every kind flooded in. Sitting on the sofa with damp hair, Yuka stared blankly at the screen. Her mental fortitude was clearly not strong enough to handle such a sudden influx of attention, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Tap, tap, tap. There was an urgent, frantic knocking at the door. Yuka glanced over. It was Gu Yan. Accompanying him were members of the hospital's public relations team. It was obvious they were here for damage control. Yuka neither responded nor opened the door. Gu Yan, clearly anxious, knocked persistently. When there was no answer, he called for a locksmith. Hey, what are you doing? Disturbing the peace so early in the morning. Li Hanzhou's deep voice interrupted sternly. If you force the door open without the tenant's consent, I'll call the police. This has nothing to do with you, Gu Yan snapped, glaring at Li Hanzhou. Do you think going viral is good for Yuku? You idiot. Was it your idea to make her do this? Do you realize you're putting her in danger? Gu Yan was desperate. He knew the Lu family had already made up their minds to eliminate Yuku. This was no longer a situation that could be easily resolved. Yuku, please open the door. I'm begging you. Come with me to the hospital. We'll delete the video and issue a statement to clarify everything, okay? Gu Yan's voice broke as he pleaded. Lu Jianming. He wants to send you to a mental hospital. In your current state, entering that place is as good as a death sentence. Gu Yan knew this all too well, which was why he was so desperate for Yuku to compromise. Yuku, listen to me, please. Inside, Yuku remained motionless, clutching her phone in silence, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Gu Yan and his team didn't linger long. They quickly went downstairs to discuss their next steps. Panicked, Yuka messaged Li Lan. When Li Lan learned what had happened, she was stunned but immediately rushed over to Yuka's place. Yuka opened the door. It was Li Hanzhou's voice. Yuka jumped up in a fluster and hurried to unlock the door. Li Hanzhou frowned, took her phone, and began changing her account information in the app settings. This phone number is registered under my name. If anyone asks, just say you had nothing to do with it. The video was uploaded by me. Got it. He didn't want the hospital staff or anyone else bothering Yuku again. Yuka looked at him nervously. Won't this get you into trouble? She asked silently with her hands. Relax. I have nothing to lose and they can't touch me for now, Li Hanzhou reassured her, trying to calm her down. The video going viral has dealt a significant blow to the Lu family. This has exposed their dirty secrets, and they'll likely retaliate out of desperation. For now, stay at Li Lan's place. I've already spoken to Fu Cheng. Don't go out alone under any circumstances. Li Hanzhou had already anticipated that someone would come after him to eliminate the threat he posed. He needed to distance himself from Yuko to avoid dragging her into further danger. If his hunch was correct, the person behind the video's sudden virality was Fu Zhenting, military man. Fu Zhenting had already set his sights on Lu Jiaming, and as Lu Jiaming found himself cornered, he would inevitably reach out to Lucas. Lucas, desperate to capture the traitor Li Hanzhou, would send someone after him. The bait was set, and the fish would take the hook. I'll draw their attention away. I'll disappear for a while, and when they can't find me, they'll leave you alone. Stay safe and call me if anything happens, Li Hanzhou instructed urgently. He walked over to the window, scanning the surroundings cautiously. His instincts told him they were both under surveillance now. You can't come back here for the time being. Don't even return to retrieve your belongings. Wait until this is all over, he added. Yuka looked at him anxiously, signing with her hands. Will you be in danger? Come on, this is home turf. What could go wrong? Li Hanzhou replied with a reassuring smile, trying to comfort her. But only he knew how dangerous the situation really was. Lucas was notorious for his ruthlessness, and as a traitor, Li Hanzhou would never be let off easily. He was afraid he might not make it back. In the past, without Yuku, he had no attachments and feared nothing, even during his time as an undercover agent. But ever since meeting her, he hadn't had a good night's sleep in 5 years, even in the Middle East. Stay alive, Yuka mouthed, her eyes reddening. She wasn't naive. If Lu Jiaming truly had ties to Lucas, then Li Hanzhou was undoubtedly in grave danger. All she could hope for now was his survival. Wait for me, Li Hanzhou said in a low voice before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he spun around, grabbed Yuku by the back of her head, and kissed her. Even if she hit him, he wouldn't mind. Opportunities like this were rare, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. Yuka hadn't even processed what had just happened when Li Hanzhou left. Not long after, Li Lan arrived. Soon after, Gu Yan showed up again, this time with the public relations team. What are you trying to do? Li Lan stood at the door like a cat ready to fight, blocking their way inside. Breaking and entering? I'll call the police. My husband is a cop. The PR team frowned, clearly hesitant to provoke Li Lan. That's just how society works, they pick on the weak, and Yuku was an easy target. No parents, no husband to rely on, and mute to boot. But Li Lan was different. Her parents were alive and well, her family connections plentiful, and she had married into the Fu family in Haicheng. Though the Fu family wasn't as powerful as the Li family, there was a familial connection between them. Fu Cheng's aunt was Li Hanzhe's mother, and also the daughter-in-law of the Li family patriarch. Even though the patriarch's son and daughter-in-law had tragically passed away, the Li and Fu families maintained their ties. Because of this, the PR team dared not truly cross Li Lan. Dr. Li, we're not here to trespass. We just want to have a proper conversation with Dr. Yu. This is about the hospital's reputation, one of the PR team members said with a forced smile. The recording Yuku sent out is for Lu Jiaming and Lu Mingxue to deal with personally. What does it have to do with the hospital? What? Is the hospital director the sole representative of the hospital's reputation? He made a mistake, so fire him. Simple as that, Li Lan retorted angrily. Gu Yan sighed. Li Lan, Yuka doesn't understand how the world works, but you should know better. That recording going viral online isn't a good thing. Someone out there is deliberately stirring the pot, and this will bring a lot of trouble for Cuckoo. She has to delete it. Is that a threat? Li Lan sneered. Li Lan, you have Fu Cheng and the Fu family backing you, so of course no one would dare touch you. But Yuka? What does she have? Gu Yan snapped in frustration. Yuka stood frozen, a bitter smile on her lips as a chill spread through her body. That's right. What did she have? Gu Yan, how dare you say something like that? Li Lan fumed. I have Fu Cheng, but aren't you supposed to be Yuka's husband? You're the one who's too useless to protect your own wife, and you have the nerve to say this. Li Lan's anger boiled over. Gu Yan was such a coward, such a failure. Gu Yan flinched, visibly embarrassed, his face reddening as he glanced at Yuku with guilt. This is how I'm protecting her. But how can I compete with the Lu family's power in Haicheng? Then admit that you're useless and stop making excuses, Li Lan snapped. The Douyin account isn't mine, and I didn't send out the recording. Coming after me won't solve anything. Yuka typed on her phone, following Li Hanzhe's advice, and showed it to the PR team. The PR team frowned, clearly not expecting her to say that. The account isn't yours? No, you can check. The account belongs to Li Hanzhou. He registered it and uploaded the recording, Yuka replied, playing a voice message on her phone for proof. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions turning grim. Gu Yan's face also darkened. Cuckoo, you can't just avoid reality, Gu Yan said, his voice tinged with frustration. Yuka glared at him, furious but silent. Li Lan sighed. Compared to Gu Yan, who claimed to be protecting Yuku but was utterly spineless, Li Hanzhou, despite having no thing, no power, no influence, was at least willing to go all out for her. For someone like Li Hanzhou, his life was the most valuable thing he had, and yet, he was willing to risk it for Yuku. "Cuckoo, let's talk," Guyan said, trying to step inside. But Li Lan blocked him. "Unless Yuku agrees, I'm not letting you in. Besides, she already said the account isn't hers, and she didn't upload the recording. There's no need to keep pestering her, go find the person who did." With that, Li Lan slammed the door shut. Guyan stood outside, veins bulging in his neck from the sheer frustration. The Lu family was already backed into a corner, and Yuka releasing that recording had hit a nerve. This time he really couldn't protect her. He pounded the wall in anger, his entire body trembling. The PR team quickly stepped in to stop him. "Dr. Gu, your hands are extremely valuable to the hospital." Guyan shook them off irritably and stormed away. What was he supposed to do to save Yuku? How could he protect her? Lu Jiaming was determined to send Yuku to a mental hospital. What could he possibly do to stop it? At Haicheng Hospital, in the director's office, Guyan stormed in, fists clenched. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Dad, we went to see Yuku. She didn't post the recording." It was Li Hanzhou. Lu Jiaming sat calmly, sipping tea. "So, someone's trying to take all the blame onto themselves, huh?" He smirked coldly. "No matter. Soon enough, Li Hanzhou will disappear from Haicheng completely." To Lu Jianming, getting rid of someone like Li Hanzhou was a trivial matter. "Dad, the recording really might not have been Yuka's doing. She's timid. She just came back from abroad, and she's never even used these apps before," Guyan pleaded, desperate to defend her. "You and Yuro are divorced. Don't call me dad anymore," Lu Jiaming said, his voice low and threatening. "Guyan, it seems you've chosen to side with Yuku." Sweat beaded on Guyan's forehead as his hands balled into tight fists. "Yuku is mentally ill. As long as you sign the papers, the mental hospital will take her in by force. Once she's there are countless ways to make her sign a statement of forgiveness or to make her permanently compliant," Lu Jiaming said coldly. Guyan looked at Lu Jiaming in panic. "No, you can't do this. Yuku, she's fragile. She's already been through so much. She can't go to a mental hospital. She'll die if you send her there." Guyan's entire body trembled. If Yuku was sent there, she would truly die. "My daughter is still in detention. Do you think I have the mind to care about some orphan girl? What do you say, Guyan?" Lu Jiaming turned to Guyan with a cold gaze. "Guyan, without me, without the Lu family's connections, do you think you'd be where you are today? Idolized by everyone? Back then, you were nothing but a broken man lying like a dog on the side of the road. It was my daughter who saved you. It was my family who gave you resources, who helped you climb to where you are in the hospital, who gave you your current social status." Lu Jiaming's words were like a curse, mercilessly crushing Guyan's pride underfoot. Back then, when Yuku had her accident, Guyan had been like a mad dog, searching everywhere, losing his mind. He had even contemplated ending his own life in a drunken stupor, because life without Yuku felt meaningless. It was Lu Yuro who had saved him, who stayed by his side, and it was Lu Jiaming who, while trampling on his dignity, had lifted him to the pedestal he stood on today. The truth was undeniable. Without Lu Jianming, no matter how talented Guyan was, he wouldn't have achieved his current success. Everything he had now was because of Lu Jianming. "Without my daughter, without me, you're nothing but a dog. You can't even handle Yuku, and you've truly disappointed me." Lu Jianming's words stabbed deeper into Guyan's heart. Guyan's breathing hitched, his body trembling uncontrollably with a mix of anger, helplessness, and fear. He was terrified of falling from grace, of losing everything he had gained. He feared for Yuka's well-being, but if her existence conflicted with his interests, he would still prioritize himself. He justified it by telling himself that he wasn't strong enough yet, that he needed to become stronger, and then he would save Yuku. "Dad, I'll do as you say," Guyan said, his voice trembling but resolute, each word forced out with difficulty. He would personally send Yuku to the mental hospital. But in his heart, Guyan vowed that one day, he would take back everything Lu Jiaming had forced him to do. He would make the Lu family pay 100-fold for every harm they had done to Yuku. But not now. Clenching his teeth in hatred, Guyan's hands balled into tight fists. "I will provoke Yuku myself and then send her to the mental hospital." Lu Jiaming narrowed his eyes, watching Guyan carefully. "Good. That's the Guyan I know." He stood up, his movements still hindered by his unsteady legs, and walked over to Guyan, patting him on the shoulder. "With Yuro around, we'll always be a family. Understand?" Guyan's fists tightened even more. "Dad, I understand." "Good. Go now. Do what you need to do. Fix this problem before it escalates any further," Lu Jiaming ordered. Lowering his head, Guyan's veins bulged on his hands as he turned and walked away. In the end, he had compromised. He couldn't protect Yuku. He was a failure. But he wouldn't stay a failure forever. 10 p.m. Yuka sat on the sofa, clutching her phone nervously. She was waiting for Li Hanzhou to contact her first. Li Hanzhou had left. Someone had broken into the apartment he rented earlier that day. Yuku had heard the commotion from inside, sounds of smashing, and then the sound of a gas fire igniting. Someone had set Li Hanzhou's apartment on fire. This is terrifying. The apartment across the hall caught fire. The firefighters just left. This is so scary. I guess these old buildings really aren't safe. Lilan muttered quietly as she stood by the window, watching the aftermath of the fire. She didn't notice how pale Yuka's face had become. Lu Jiaming, he must be connected to Luka's people. Now, Li Hangzhou had undoubtedly caught their attention. If it had just been some local thugs from Haicheng, they wouldn't dare commit arson or murder. At most, they'd resort to petty schemes. But setting a fire? That was something else entirely. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. It was a message on WeChat. Yuka's fingers felt numb as she hurriedly opened the message, hoping it was from Li Hangzhou. But it wasn't. Or rather, it was in a way. It was Gu Yan, using Li Hanzhe's WeChat account to send her a message. This is Gu Yan. I have Li Hanzhe's phone. Kiki, tell Lilan to go home. I need to talk to you. Yuka stared at her phone, her body tense, her expression unreadable. Why is his phone with you? She typed with trembling fingers. It'll explain everything. But tell Lilan to leave. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you want to see. Gu Yan's message was a threat. Yuka took a deep breath, her eyes reddening as she glanced at Lilan. Lilan, you should go home. It's late, and they won't come back tonight. You need to rest, Yuka signed to Lilan. Lilan waved her off. I already told Fu Qing I'd stay with you tonight. Yuka gripped her phone tightly, her nerves on edge. She got up and walked over to Lilan, writing down a message for her. Lilan, go home. Tell Fu Qing that Li Hanzhe's phone is with Gu Yan. He's trying to threaten me. You can't protect me alone. Go get help. Yuka was not foolish. She wouldn't just send Lilan away without saying a word. At this moment, self-preservation was her only choice. Lilan stared at Yuka in shock. Had they really kidnapped Li Hangzhou to force her hand? Insane. These people were insane. Kaka. You have to hold on, Lilan said, her voice trembling. Stall Gu Yan as long as you can. I'll go find Fu Qing right away. She tried calling Fu Qing, but the call wouldn't go through. Panicked, she muttered to herself. Stay calm, Lilan. Don't let Gu Yan notice anything. Yuka, meanwhile, wrote a note, folded it, and slipped it into Lilan's pocket. Lilan nodded, took a deep breath, and opened the door to leave only to find Gu Yan standing there waiting. Leaving already, sisterly? Gu Yan asked casually. Lilan tensed up but managed a nod. She threw out a hasty, threatening remark. What are you doing here? Kuku doesn't want to see you. We agreed on that. Gu Yan's gaze shifted to Yuka. Isn't that right, Kuku? Yuka clenched her fists and signed to Lilan, go now. Lilan shot Gu Yan a warning glare. Don't you dare bully Yuka. Gu Yan smiled faintly, though his expression darkened. Relax. I'm her husband. I wouldn't hurt her. Lilan snorted and walked out, but as she reached the stairwell, her hands shook as she tried calling Fu Qing again. Before the call could connect, someone snatched her phone from behind. A hand clamped over her mouth, and everything went black. She's from the Fu family. Make sure not a hair on her head is harmed. Once this is over, return her to the Fu family unharmed, a low voice instructed. It was Zhang Chen, the head of the PR department. Understood, Brother Chen, someone replied. Zhang Chen frowned, glancing back toward Yuka's apartment. Now, it all depends on Gu Yan. The mental hospital's van is already on its way. As long as Gu Yan makes the call, they'll come to forcibly take Yuka away. Once she's inside. His voice trailed off ominously. That'll be her personal hell. Worse than anything she saw in South Sudan. Brother Chen, Lucas's men have already caught that kid, Li Hangzhou. By now, he's probably been dealt with. Zhang Chen lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Good. No one left to interfere. No one to rescue Yuka now. He shook his head slightly, as if regretting her fate. No family, no background, no connections. She escaped South Sudan, only to die in a mental hospital. With Lu Jiaming's methods, she'll never leave that place alive. Back in the apartment, Yuka glared at Gu Yan, anger blazing in her eyes. She grabbed her whiteboard and wrote, Why do you have Li Hangzhou's phone? Gu Yan leaned against the doorframe, his tie loosened, looking disheveled and exhausted. He's probably gone, he said flatly. Yuka, I told you to behave. If I can't protect you, things will get dangerous for you. Yuka frowned and wrote, What do you mean gone? I don't know, Gu Yan admitted. Lu Jiaming's people gave me the phone. They already cracked the password. He truly had no idea what had happened to Li Hangzhou, but anyone in Lu Jiaming's hands wouldn't have much hope. Give me his phone. Yuka lunged for it, her voice trembling with fear. She didn't know why, but a wave of terror washed over her. Her entire body shook, and tears blurred her vision. Gu Yan held the phone out of her reach, his gaze conflicted. Yuka, have you fallen for him? His voice cracked. Have you fallen for a scumbag like Li Hangzhou? Yuka sobbed, desperately trying to snatch the phone. Does he deserve you? Gu Yan's voice rose, his composure cracking. He pinned her against the wall, the force making her dizzy. Tell me, Yuka, does he deserve you? Did he touch you in South Sudan? Everyone says you lived as his wife for 5 years. Did he sleep with you for 5 years? Yuku, answer me. His voice was hoarse, filled with rage and despair, and the smell of alcohol clung to him. He'd been drinking to summon the courage he lacked. Do you know what I went through without you? Gu Yan yelled. When you disappeared, I was like a stray dog, abandoned, lost. I was kicked out of the hospital for losing control, humiliated, stepped on. And you? You were with that scumbag, that worthless piece of trash. Did you ever think of me? He tore at Yuka's clothes in a frenzy. You're mine, Cuckoo. You're mine. His love for her was twisted, obsessive, and suffocating. It was a love that had lost all value. Yuka struggled against him, tears streaming down her face, but Gu Yan wouldn't let her go. You're my wife, Yuka, he said, his hands tightening around her throat. Yuka stared at him with a mix of fury and terror. She was afraid of this version of Gu Yan. With a loud crash, Yuka grabbed a vase and smashed it over Gu Yan's head. He staggered back, blood dripping from his scalp. She stood trembling, eyes wide with shock and despair. Why? She whispered, her voice breaking. How did it come to this, Gu Yan? How did we end up like this? Gu Yan sat on the floor, blood dripping from his chin. He laughed bitterly, then picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, this is Gu Yan, he said, his voice rough and strained. My wife, she's having a psychotic episode. She's violent. Come and take her away. Yuka froze, her body gripped by cold, paralyzing fear. Gu Yan was sending her to a mental hospital. As her husband, her only legal guardian, he had the authority to do so. She turned and tried to run, but her legs felt like lead. She barely made it to the door before men blocked her path. It was all a setup. Gu Yan had provoked her on purpose, forcing her to act out so he could justify committing her. Yuka struggled, cried, and screamed, but a doctor had already injected a sedative into her vein. She collapsed to the floor helpless. Her vision blurred as she looked back at Gu Yan, who sat on the floor, bloodied and broken. Her youth, her marriagite was all reduced to ashes. Dr. Gu, you're injured. Come with us to the hospital. Zhang Chen stepped forward, trying to help Gu Yan up. Gu Yan glanced at Yuku, who had already passed out, and suddenly lost control of his emotions. He rushed over and held her tightly in his arms. How hypocritical. Zhang Chen sneered softly. Dr. Gu, it's too late to regret now. Gu Yan trembled all over as he stared at Yuku in his arms. Slowly, he loosened his grip and allowed the staff from the psychiatric hospital to take her away. Zhang Chen checked the time and spoke to the people outside. Be careful when you place Mrs. Fu on the bed. They brought Lilan inside and gently laid her down. Yuku was taken away just like that. Once inside a psychiatric hospital, without a relative or guardian signature, Yuku was unlikely to leave. Lilan was not Yuku's legal guardian and had no blood relation to her. The hospital was following proper procedures. Even if Fu Qing, a police officer, intervened, it wouldn't help. Unless Fu Qing leveraged the influence of the Fu family but for a friend, the Fu family had no reason to risk breaking ties with the Liu family. Besides, even if Fu Qing found out and rushed to the hospital, it would already be too late. Liu Jiaming had already instructed the psychiatric hospital to handle the situation before dawn, either drive her insane or render her mindless. They wouldn't dare let Yuka die, but there were many ways to make a person obedient and subdued without ending their life. Gu Yan understood this all too well. He had completely ruined Yuko. If she loses even a single hair while inside, I won't let you off, Gu Yan warned as he leaned against the wall, glaring at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall. Sorry, Dr. Gu. We're just following orders. You really are Liu Jianming's loyal dog. Gu Yan spat, his hands trembling with anger as he glared at Zhang Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was still trickling down his forehead. The pain and humiliation inflicted on him today swore he would repay them 1,000-fold in the future. One day, he would crush Liu Jiaming under his feet. Zhang Chen chuckled as he looked at Gu Yan. We're all the same, aren't we? Even dogs come in different breeds. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Zhang Chen turned and left. Gu Yan, seething with rage, kicked the wall hard and let out a low growl of frustration. At the psychiatric hospital, Yuku was still unconscious. Zhang Chen was already in conversation with the doctor. Time is tight, Zhang Chen said coldly, glancing at Yuka lying on the hospital bed. Director Liu's instructions are clear. Deal with the troublemaker before anyone who might interfere shows up. Your doctors should know how to keep someone alive but make them as good as dead. The hospital director wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is illegal. If the money is in place and no one pursues it, how is it illegal? Zhang Chen retorted. She's an orphan with no parents, just a husband. As long as her husband doesn't press charges, who's going to hold you accountable? The hospital director took a deep breath. If she dies here, we can't take responsibility. Zhang Chen cast a meaningful glance at Yuka's pale face before leaving. Then don't let her die. Don't you have plenty of ways to prevent patients from committing suicide? Do I need to teach you that? The hospital director continued wiping his sweat nervously. They didn't want to get into trouble either. But unfortunately, this was a world driven by profit. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Chen leaned against his car and made a call to Lu Jiaming. It's all taken care of. Good, Lu Jiaming replied. At the Li family residence, Lu Mingxue sat on the sofa, crying and wiping her tears. Old Mr. Li's expression was grim. Some people are just so unreasonable, always pushing their luck. It's not entirely Yuka's fault, Lu Mingxue said, shaking her head. It was Yurua's impulsiveness. Rain or shine, Yurua did make a mistake. After all, she faked her death and disappeared for so many years, started a new family with some random man, and now has the nerve to come back and break up my sister and brother-in-law. Even so, Yurua had her reasons, old Mr. Li said angrily. But to suddenly have this madwoman show Yupit is truly infuriating. Suppress the heat on this matter, he ordered his assistant. Understood, sir, the assistant replied promptly. Grandpa, don't be angry, Lu Mingxue said, trying to calm him. That Yuku is quite cunning. Somehow, she got her hands on that recording and edited it to her advantage. Humph, it's just greed, old Mr. Li scoffed. She wants more money, trying to extort you. Lu Mingxue sighed. It doesn't matter. We were in the wrong first. Wrong or not, people should bear consequences proportionate to their mistakes. Constantly giving in will only make people like her more aggressive and unreasonable, old Mr. Li said with a snort. She has a thug by her side, Lu Mingxue added. He was a smuggler in South Sudan, very violent, and even attacked our people. Such petty thugs are insignificant, old Mr. Li dismissed, clearly disdainful of idle troublemakers. Grandpa, how is Jingyu's injury? I want to visit him and spend some time with him. He's been hurt so badly he must need someone to care for him. I promise I'll take good care of him in the future, Lu Mingxue said, eager to solidify her connection with the Li family. She wanted to marry into the family as soon as possible to secure her position. I called his uncle today, old Mr. Li replied with a sigh. The situation isn't looking good. It's getting worse. That child has always been headstrong, and the military has strict rules. I want to see him today, but he's still in the ICU, and they wouldn't let me in. You're not in a position to see him now either. Lu Mingxue sighed deeply. The only thing left to do was hope that Jingyu would recover soon. Her face was filled with worry, but deep down, she was terrified that Li Jingyu might die just like this. At the very least, he needed to survive until they got married. I want to marry Jingyu as soon as possible and have a child. Grandpa, you've worked so hard all these years, and I know you've always wanted a grandchild, Lu Mingxue said shyly. This was precisely what the old man wanted to hear. Still immersed in concern for Li Jingyu, the grandfather's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing her words. Good, good. Have as many as you can. Our Li family can afford it, the old man said with a hearty laugh. Lu Mingxue nodded bashfully. That's what I think too. As long as Jingyu is willing, I'll have as many as possible. The Li family, she thought to herself, truly seemed as though they were preparing to pass down a royal throne. After a moment of silence, Lu Mingxue spoke again. Grandpa, I'm a little worried and not sure if I should say this. The old man seemed to understand her hesitation. Go ahead, just say it. Jingyu has suffered so many treatments, so much medication. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover enough to have children. I believe having a child could help stabilize him emotionally. Since I'm about to marry into the family, we'll be one family soon anyway. I was thinking if you approve, Grandpa, I could go ahead with IVF to have a child first. It could also make up for Jingyu not being around these past years. As she spoke, Lu Mingxue's voice cracked, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She was afraid of waiting too long, afraid that Li Jingyu's injuries might leave him unable to have children. Before Li Hangzhou joined the military, he had stored his sperm, as the old man had insisted, fearing the Li family lineage might end. Lu Mingxue had learned of this through discreet inquiries, but accessing the Li family's sperm bank was no small task. Only the old man's approval could make it possible. The old man fell silent for a moment, clearly deep in thought. His grandson was still lying in the ICU, his condition uncertain, and the old man himself didn't know how many years he had left. He was indeed eager to hold a great-grandchild. You're willing to sacrifice so much for the Li family and for Jingyu. Grandpa is touched, the old man finally said with a nod. Let me think about it. Lu Mingxue nodded confidently. She was certain the old man would agree. After all, she had bribed the family doctor, who reported the old man's health status to her daily. His condition was deteriorating, and he was likely growing desperate to see a great-grandchild. Moreover, the relationship between the old man and Li Jingyu wasn't particularly close. Some said that Li Jingyu had joined the military to escape his grandfather's control. If the grandson was no longer useful, preparations could be made to raise a great-grandchild instead. At the psychiatric hospital, Yuko woke up, finding herself strapped to the bed with restraints. She knew very well that Guyan had used his status as her husband to have her committed to the psychiatric hospital. In this place, escape was impossible. It felt just like South Sudan, an endless battlefield and desert from which she couldn't escape. The suffocating despair hit her again. her entire body racked with excruciating pain. Still not awake? Several doctors in white coats and masks entered the room, discussing how to ensure their actions left no trace. Yuka took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep. At this moment, she couldn't think clearly, as she had no viable plan to free herself. Even if Lilan found Fu Qing, and Fu Qing located the psychiatric hospital, without Guyan's consent, she wouldn't be able to get out. She's just someone with no family, no one to care about her, someone said coldly. Her husband dumped her here to fend for herself. She's quite pretty, another remarked. But after a few days in here, she'll either be driven insane or actually go insane. She does seem to have PTS trauma from the battlefield in South Sudan. She can't even speak. It's pitiful. They talked about Yuko as if she were a lab rat, completely unrestrained by any sense of decency. Let's mess with her prefrontal cortex a bit, one of them suggested. They planned to do something to Yuka's brain to make her truly lose her sanity. Once that happened, Yuko would no longer be a problem. As a mentally ill patient, she wouldn't be able to regain her assets or divorce Guyan. Meanwhile, Guyan, as her legal guardian, could keep her trapped in this place indefinitely. Yuka trembled uncontrollably. As a doctor herself, she knew exactly what tampering with the prefrontal cortex meant. It meant she would spend the rest of her life like a walking corpse. This was the Liu family's ultimate method of dealing with disobedient individuals. She had to escape, she had to get out of here alive. Yuka's residence. Fu Qing returned from his mission to find several missed calls from Lilan. Worried, he called back, but no one answered. Anxious, he rushed to Yuka's home, only to find signs of a struggle outside the door. Kicking it open, he saw Lilan still unconscious on the bed. Lilan. Fu Qing gasped, immediately realizing something terrible had happened. Where's Cuckoo? Where is she? When Lilan woke up, she clung to Fu Qing in terror, sobbing as she tried to call Yuku. In the living room, there were broken vase shards and traces of blood-clear evidence that Yuku had been in danger. Furious, Fu Qing called Guyan, but Guyan deliberately ignored the call. When Fu Qing tried again, Guyan turned off his phone entirely. Find Yuku. We must find her. Something's happened to her, I'm sure of it. Guyan, that scumbag, that bastard. Lilan sobbed uncontrollably, her hands trembling. How could they? How dare they? Fu Qing tried to calm her down as he hurriedly led her to the hospital. He first insisted that Lilan undergo a full-body checkup, then stormed off to Guyan's department to confront him. However, he was told that Guyan had been injured, taken medical leave, and gone home. Lilan couldn't wait for her checkup and followed Fu Qing straight to Guyan's house. The entire way, her thoughts spiraled. If even she forgot about Yuku, then Yuku would truly have no one left in this world. If Yuku disappeared, no one would care. Guyan. Get out here, Guyan. Lilan shouted as she pounded on the door like a madwoman. It was Guyan's mother who opened the door. She sneered sarcastically, Guyan's not home. He's a busy man, a big-shot doctor. Do you think he has time to just sit at home every day? Why are you making such a racket? Lilan stood in despair at the doorway. It had been 6 hours since her blackout, 6 hours since Yuka's disappearance. And in those 6 hours, she had no idea what Yuku might have gone through. Yuku, who had once been the pride of her family, the cherished little princess her parents adored. How had it come to this? Guyan. I know you're in there. Get out here. Are you even human? Where's Yuku? Lilan screamed hysterically. Why are you yelling? What's all this noise about? Guyan's mother snapped angrily. Are you people even human? You're living in Yuka's house, spending her family's money, feasting off her like parasites, and you don't fear karma? Does bloodstained money taste good to you? Lilan lost all control, her voice trembling with fury. She shoved past Guyan's mother and saw Gu Yufei, Guyan's child, sitting on the floor playing with toys. This was Yuka's marital home. How could they do this? Guyan. Get out here. Lilan's shouting frightened Gu Yufei, who burst into tears. Only then did Guyan emerge from the bedroom in a panic. If his child hadn't cried, he probably would have kept hiding, evading them indefinitely. Are you even human? Where is Yuku? Lilan lunged at Guyan, hitting him and demanding answers. Fu Qing pinned Guyan against the wall. Where's Yuku? If we don't find her soon, I'm calling the police, Fu Qing warned. Guyan, his head wrapped in bandages, sneered at Fu Qing. She went crazy, I sent her to the hospital. Even the police can't interfere with that, can they? His words were slurred. He had clearly been drinking heavily and could barely stand. Lilan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her. She stared at Guyan in shock and disbelief. Where did you send her? A psychiatric hospital, Guyan replied with a mocking smile as he slid down to the floor, leaning against the wall. Lilan took a step back, then slapped him hard across the face. How dare you hit my son? Guyan's mother shrieked, rushing forward like a shrew. You'll face retribution for this, Lilan said, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Guyan's mother. Guyan's mother scoffed and rolled her eyes. Clearly, she didn't believe in retribution. Call the police, Lilan said to Fu Qing, her fists clenched as she stumbled out the door. Fu Qing grabbed Gu Yan by the collar. Which psychiatric hospital? As her legal guardian, you must have signed off on it. You're coming with us. Gu Yan shoved Fu Qing off and sneered. She attacked me, and this, he pointed to his bandaged head, is the result. So what if I signed off? What can you do about it? Which hospital? Fu Qing demanded, gripping Gu Yan's shirt again. Gu Yan leaned back against the wall, laughing but refusing to answer. That crazy woman tried to hurt my son. Isn't it only right to lock her up? Gu Yan's mother shouted, hands on her hips. Lilan stared at Gu Yan, her heart aching for Yuku. Gu Yan, if you have even a shred of humanity left in you, come with us and get Yuku out of there, she pleaded in a low voice. Gu Yan sat there motionless, seemingly stalling for time. Lilan took a deep breath and turned to Fu Qing. Call the police. Fu Qing nodded, giving Gu Yan a furious kick before stepping outside to make the call. Call every psychiatric hospital in Haicheng. Look for a woman named Yuku. Do it fast. In all his years as a police officer, Fu Qing had never felt such a chill run down his spine. Gu Yan's refusal to disclose the hospital meant finding Yuko would take time. Fu Qing didn't even want to imagine what might happen if Li Hanzhou found out about Gu Yan's actions. Would he lose control and resort to murder? At the psychiatric hospital, Yuka hadn't regained consciousness. A group of doctors in white coats looked anxious. Is she okay? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Did Xiao Zhang go too far? She can't weigh more than 90 pounds. But we used a sedative dosage meant for an adult man. What if she dies? We can't let her die here. We'd never be able to explain it. Call the director. Quick. She's coughing up blood. Yuka hadn't opened her eyes but had bitten her tongue, causing her to convulse and vomit blood while unconscious. The doctors, trained in psychiatry and psychology, had no emergency medical expertise and were terrified of taking on the liability. Even in a psychiatric facility, if Yuka died, they would be held accountable. To avoid this, they were willing to take the drastic step of performing a lobotomy on her rather than letting her die. Patient in bed 36 has overdosed on sedatives and is convulsing and vomiting blood. One of the doctors shouted in panic. Get the director here now. This is a critical case. While the staff was distracted, Yuku, her hands restrained, curled her toes and deliberately broke them by force. The excruciating pain turned her pale, causing a sympathetic nervous system response. Her blood pressure spiked, her heart raced erratically, and her muscles tensed. Then she held her breath, causing her blood oxygen levels to plummet instantly. The monitoring equipment began to emit deafening alarms. She was faking the symptoms of sudden cardiac arrest. This is bad. Director, we're in big trouble. Her blood oxygen levels are dropping rapidly. Prepare for emergency transfer. We don't have the facilities to handle this. Don't hesitate, Fuss family is already searching everywhere for her. We can't afford to let Lu Jiaming drag us into this mess. Call 911 now and get her to a proper hospital. The director ordered in a panic. No matter what, they couldn't let Yuka die here. Yuka was determined to save herself. The emergency room at Haicheng Hospital. As Yuka was just wheeled in, her heart rate had already returned to normal. The emergency doctor examined her and found that she had bitten her tongue. This is a psychiatric patient. Be careful and don't undo the restraints, one of the psychiatric hospital doctors whispered. It was Sunday, and the doctors on duty in the ER were likely the younger ones who weren't favored by the hospital management. Yuka was gambling on this. Sure enough, among the doctors examining her wounds was Zhao Jia. Yuka Jia. Zhao Jia spoke in shock, about to call out, but Yuka quickly grabbed his wrist. Slowly opening her eyes, her face pale and weak, she struggled to say 2 words. Help me. Zhao Jia, having spent time in South Sudan, quickly composed himself. His expression darkened as he put on his mask and glanced sharply at the psychiatric hospital doctors lurking by the door. Do you have any medical ethics? This is an emergency room. What are you doing standing here? Since when can just anyone work as a doctor in a psychiatric hospital? He scolded, forcing the group to leave the room. Zhao Jia turned to his colleagues and instructed, take her blood for testing. Let's check her blood oxygen levels and heart rate. If the patient is stable, we'll decide the next steps. The psychiatric hospital doctors, growing uneasy, noticed Yuka's condition stabilizing and tried to take her away. Our director said to bring her back. If you don't believe me, take the call. One of them handed a phone to a nearby doctor. The doctor, after answering, looked at Zhao Jia with a conflicted expression. Director Liu said they can take her. And if something happens to the patient, can Director Liu take responsibility? Zhao Jia snapped, standing firm at the emergency room door. As a doctor, if you lack medical ethics, what's the point of being a doctor at all? Zhao Jia was deliberately stalling for time. The patient's blood oxygen is dropping, and you're still using such restraints? Even if she's a psychiatric patient, this is inhumane. Remove them immediately. He reached for scissors to cut the restraints. The psychiatric hospital staff protested, trying to stop him. Zhao Jia held the scissors up defensively. What? This is Haicheng First People's Hospital. Are you trying to cause trouble here? I've already called the police. The psychiatric hospital doctors hesitated, their faces darkening as they swallowed their frustration. Don't call the police. Our director already said. I said she's not leaving, so she's not leaving. Zhao Jie's tone was resolute. Let them take her. If anything happens, it's on them, came a low voice from the elevator. Lu Jiaming stepped out, his expression stern. Zhao Jie, stop being unreasonable. Zhao Jie frowned but didn't budge. Director, the ER has its own rules. In this hospital, my rules are the rules. Lu Jiaming barked, signaling for Zhang Chen and others to control Zhao Jie. I dare anyone to take this patient away without authorization. A commanding voice echoed from the corridor's end. Deputy Director Li Qiumian approached, her presence imposing. In Haicheng's medical community, her authority surpassed even Lu Jiaming's. Lu Jiaming's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. Qiumian, what's the meaning of this? The ER has its protocols. Are you, as the director, planning to break them? If so, how can any future patient trust Haicheng Hospital? Li Qiumian retorted coldly. This patient was brought in with critically low blood oxygen levels, arrhythmia, hematemesis, and neurological dysfunction. These are severe symptoms. Without proper tests, just because her heart rate recovered, you're letting them take her? That's absurd. She held up the patient's case file, her expression grim. Lu Jiaming shot Zhang Chen a look, about to respond, but at that moment, the police arrived alongside Fu Cheng and Li Lan. You lunatics. Where's Yuko? Li Lan stormed in, shoving aside the unsteady Lu Jiaming and barging into the emergency room. Lu Jiaming stumbled and fell flat on his back, furious as he pointed at Li Lan. You. What happened to her? Fu Cheng's towering figure loomed over Lu Jiaming, his tone laced with menace. Lu Jiaming clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger. Fine. He couldn't afford to offend the Fu family for now. But once his daughter married into the Li family, the Fu family would be nothing to him. Which psychiatric hospital are you from? Li Lan demanded, glaring at the group blocking the door. We're from Xinhua. The lead doctor stammered nervously, glancing at Lu Jiaming for guidance. On what grounds did you forcibly commit her? What's the diagnosis? Show me the documentation, Li Lan demanded, holding out her hand. Her husband contacted us. She was previously diagnosed with combat-related PTSD and mutism at a military medical facility. Before her admission, she exhibited aggressive behavior, hitting her husband with a vase. So, we acted in accordance with regulations, the lead doctor explained, though his tone lacked confidence. The diagnosis provided by the Psychiatric Evaluation Department of the 456 hospital is very clear. Yuka only exhibits aphasia, with no other abnormalities or any so-called aggressive behavior. In other words, apart from being unable to speak, she is completely normal. Li Lan presented Yuka's diagnosis report. I have every reason to believe that you are using the guise of a psychiatric facility to illegally detain people. I will sue you, and I am taking her with me. No. Lu Jiaming and the doctor from the psychiatric hospital spoke simultaneously. Just because she hasn't shown aggressive behavior before doesn't mean she won't now. The injury on Gu Yan's head is evidence of that. Besides, Gu Yan is her legal guardian, you have no right to take her. Lu Jiaming's voice was low as he glanced at Zhang Chen beside him. Without Gu Yan's consent, Yuka must be sent back to the psychiatric hospital. Then call Gu Yan here. Li Chuyuan spoke angrily, glaring at Lu Jiaming. If Gu Yan doesn't come here today to clarify, no one is taking my emergency room patient away. Li Lan and Zhao Jie stepped forward, shielding Li Tuan. They all stood by her side, confronting Lu Jiaming. Lu Jiaming's face darkened with anger as he looked at Zhang Chen. Call Gu Yan and tell him to come here. In the emergency room, Yuka's examination results came out. Everything was normal except for a fractured toe, a bitten tongue, and various bruises on her body. There were also signs of excessive sedative injections. Don't be afraid. We won't let them take you away, Li Lan reassured her, standing protectively by her bedside. Yuka's eyes reddened, and beads of sweat covered her forehead due to the pain. She nodded, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yuka knew very well that if she wanted to save herself, she had to speak up. As her psychologist had once said, if you can't forgive yourself, you'll never be able to save yourself. I want to report this to the police, Yuka said, looking at Fu Cheng. Though her speech was halting and difficult, she was trying. Fu Cheng nodded, signaling her to rest assured. The police will be here soon. You spoke. Li Lan exclaimed in surprise. Although Yuka's words were stammered and strained, she had finally opened her mouth to speak. Yuka closed her eyes and nodded. During her unconscious state, she had dreamed of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had said to her, Yuku, you have to live well, for both of us. Live your life to the fullest. So Yuku had never been afraid of death, she simply couldn't die. She carried a responsibility on her shoulders. She had to honor Lu Ming's memory and live the life he couldn't. What's going on here? The police arrived almost simultaneously with Gu Yan. After understanding the situation from Haicheng, they turned to question the psychiatric hospital staff. The hospital director, likely fearing trouble, had yet to make an appearance. My wife has shown aggressive behavior. She experienced trauma while serving on the battlefield in South Sudan and has post-traumatic stress reactions. I had no choice but to send her to the psychiatric hospital, but it was absolutely reasonable, Gu Yan explained, stepping forward to show the police the injury on his head. He believed Yuka wouldn't speak, leaving him no need to further explain. Yuka clutched the bedsheet tightly, her feelings for Gu Yan built over many years now completely dissipated. All that remained was hatred. I was in South Sudan. Aside from being unable to speak, I passed all psychological evaluations, Yuka said, finally breaking her silence. Lilan quickly handed over the psychological test results to the police. Gu Yan looked at Yuku in shock, clearly not expecting her to speak up and defend herself. The patient has exhibited aggressive behavior. Passing a psychological test at the time doesn't prove she has no mental issues. We admitted her reasonably as a psychiatric patient and need to take her back, especially since she injured her legal guardian, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital argued, presenting Yuka's so-called mental illness certificate. She suddenly lost control and hit me on the head with a bottle. This is highly abnormal behavior that requires treatment. I'm doing this for her own good, Gu Yan quickly added. He avoided Yuka's gaze, knowing full well how much she despised him at this moment. Yuka gripped the bed rail tightly, forcing herself to sit up despite the pain. The excessive sedatives had caused her heart rate to spike and her breathing to become labored. I have evidence proving that my actions were not the result of mental instability but were normal and justified acts of self-defense, Yuka said, instructing Lilan to show the police the surveillance footage on her phone. I installed hidden cameras in my living room. Gu Yan and I are in the cooling-off period of our divorce. He entered my home, assaulted me, and attempted to force himself on me. My actions were purely self-defense. Lilan quickly retrieved the footage. Yes. These people also illegally kidnapped her and drugged her. Everything is captured on camera. Standing next to Lu Jiaming, Zhang Chen's expression shifted upon hearing that the room had surveillance. They illegally injected me with an excessive dosage of sedatives that didn't align with my height and weight. This type of tranquilizer shouldn't exceed 100 milligrams even in cases of severe agitation and must be carefully dosed based on the patient's physical characteristics. Yet they administered over 150 milligrams to me. I believe this psychiatric hospital not only violates regulations but also has committed medical malpractice, Yuka said, directing her words at the psychiatric hospital staff. Moreover, while I was at the hospital, they discussed performing a frontal lobotomy on me. This inhumane procedure has been banned globally since the 1950s, yet they intended to carry it out secretly. The psychiatric hospital's wards have surveillance cameras. I believe I am not their only victim, she added, gripping the bed rail tightly. The mention of a frontal lobotomy left everyone in the room utterly stunned. Frontal lobotomy, this is inhumane, someone murmured. Lu Jiaming's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth. You see? She's crazy, only a madwoman would say such things. Quickly, take her away. Yuka sneered, staring at Lu Jiaming. Driving someone insane was easy enough. If Director Lu couldn't solve the problem, then the solution was to eliminate the person causing it, wasn't it? Just as Zhang Chen was about to sneak away, Yuka called out, "Where are you going, sir? The one practicing medicine illegally? You, working in the hospital's public relations department, illegally injected me with a high dose of sedatives. The psychiatric hospital illegally prescribed the sedatives. Each and every one of these actions violates criminal law." The police, after reviewing the home surveillance footage, turned to Zhang Chen with a grim expression. "Do you have a medical license?" Zhang Chen frowned and glanced at Lu Jiaming, who didn't dare say much at this point. From the video, it was clear that this man had deliberately provoked the woman. The officers addressed the group. "You're all under suspicion of illegal detention and abuse of medication. Come with us." "And you, what's this about prefrontal lobotomy?" The lead doctor stammered. We were just joking about it. It was a joke. We said it would stop psychiatric patients from being violent." He clenched his teeth nervously. It was clear someone had to take the fall for this mess, and both the hospital and the psychiatric institution wanted to avoid responsibility. Zhang Chen would undoubtedly face investigation. As for Gu Yan, he'd likely claim it was merely a domestic quarrel between husband and wife and be released within 24 hours. Lu Jiaming, on the other hand, seemed entirely unaffected for now. But that was okay. Yuka thought to herself, one step at a time. Gu Yan rushed forward, his face pale as he heard the mention of a lobotomy. It chilled him to the bone. He never thought Lu Jiaming would go this far. He had assumed Lu would merely confine Yuku. I didn't know, I really didn't know. Gu Yan tried to justify himself. He's still trying to provoke me, Yuka said, turning to the police. The officers ordered for Gu Yan and the others to be taken away. Haicheng, standing nearby, spoke a few words to the officers, suggesting that this case be transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department. He assured them had arranged for further investigation. Lu Jiaming shot a cold glare at Yuku before letting out a scoff and walking away. As soon as they left, Yuka finally released the tension in her body. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. She was terrified, truly terrified. She had thought she would never escape the psychiatric hospital. Coco Lilan sobbed as she hugged Yuka tightly. Those lunatics, they'll get what they deserve. Zhao Jia clenched his fists. A lobotomy? They wouldn't even be human anymore. These scum. Li Kewan's face was equally grim. Get some rest. I'll continue to report this matter, along with Elder Chen's case. I promise I won't let certain people get away with this. Yuka nodded tearfully. Thank you. If it weren't for you and Fu Cheng, I might never have escaped that hospital. The sheer terror of the experience left her shaking from head to toe. Let's take care of your foot, Zhao Jia said, his eyes red as he called for an orthopedic specialist to examine her. Kuku, you're so clever, Li Chuyuan said, observing Yuku. She could tell how Yuku had managed to get herself sent to the emergency room. She was truly a resourceful and composed young woman, even in the face of danger. Yet, fate had been so cruel to her. Yuka clung to Li Lan, sobbing. She was still so scared. Li Hanzhou. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. She looked at Fu Cheng crying, save Li Hanzhou. His phone is with Gu Yan. He must have been captured. Lucas, yes Lucas. Yuka frantically borrowed Li Lan's phone and called Fu Zhengting. The situation with Lucas was a military secret, and only Fu Zhengting could save Li Hanzhou. This is Yuku, she said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Li Hanzhou's phone is with Gu Yan. Gu Yan said Lu Jiaming gave it to him. They're targeting Li Hanzhou, she said anxiously. Fu Jingting was silent for a long moment before replying, Li Hanzhou is missing. We've lost contact with him, but we'll locate him as soon as possible. Yuka trembled, her voice breaking as she pleaded, please find him quickly. It's been over 10 hours. He could die. We've already analyzed the last known location of his phone. We'll find him, Fu Jingting assured her before hanging up. Yuka returned the phone to Li Lan, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for Li Hanzhou's safety. But if he had fallen into Lucas' hands, she knew they wouldn't let him live. Coco Li Lan comforted her. Get some rest. Yuka wiped her tears and nodded. Li Hanzhou, he'll be okay. He's so talkative. Even the king of hell would find him annoying. He'll be fine. Coco Guyan might not face severe punishment. You should be prepared for that, Fu Qing said honestly. Sometimes, when it came to matters involving marriage, the law seemed to turn a blind eye. I know you can audit. What's your plan? Li Lan asked, watching Yuka closely. After her foot was treated, Yuka got out of bed and slowly walked toward the door. I'm going home. Alright, we'll take you home, Li Lan said, her voice choking with emotion. No, I'm going back to Donglei International. To the marital home. Li Lan stared at Yuku in shock. What are you going to do there? Didn't Gu Yan say I'm mentally ill? Fine. Until he agrees to a divorce. We'll torment each other, Yuka said in a low voice. Li Lan gasped. It was clear that Yuku had been deeply shaken. Her current demeanor was almost frightening. At Gu Yan's residence, Yuka entered the password and opened the door. She let out a bitter laugh. She hadn't expected Gu Yan to keep up his act of being a devoted husband by not changing the password. What are you doing here, you wicked woman? Gu Yufei shouted, her temper flaring as soon as she saw Yuku. Gu Yan's mother came out of the kitchen, stunned to see Yuku. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the psychiatric hospital, you crazy woman? Slap. Yuka delivered a sharp slap across Gu Yan's mother's face without sparing her a glance. She stormed into the kitchen, dumped all the food onto the floor in the living room, and threw Gu Yufei's toys into the spilled dishes. She smashed every cup and decoration in the living room. Gu Yan's mother was dumbfounded, clutching her face as she screamed. What are you doing? Are you insane? Yuko emerged from the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife, and pointed it at Gu Yan's mother. Gu Yan's mother, terrified, quickly shielded Gu Yufei behind her. What are you doing? I'm crazy, right? Isn't your son well aware that I'm crazy? Yuka sneered, holding a knife and slashing wildly around the house. This is my house. I can do whatever I want. Don't touch my fox, Nick. Gu Yufei cried out, pleading with Yuku. Only then did Yuka notice the fox plush toy at her feet. She let out a cold laugh, grabbed the toy, and stood up. In front of Gu Yufei, she began hacking at it mercilessly. Ah! Gu Yufei screamed, crying in fear. Gu Yan's mother, both furious and terrified of provoking the now unhinged Yuku, held Gu Yufei tightly, comforting her. Don't cry, Fei, don't cry. Grandma's here. Yuka smirked coldly at Gu Yan's mother. Oh, now you feel sorry for her, huh? Funny how that works. My fox Nick, Gu Yufei sobbed uncontrollably, trembling with fear at Yuka's behavior. After smashing everything she could, Yuka collapsed onto the sofa, glaring at Gu Yan's mother. This is my house. Take your granddaughter and get out. Otherwise I can't guarantee I won't kill you when I lose it. Gu Yan's mother's face turned pale with fear. Holding Gu Yufei tightly, she shouted angrily, Yuku, you vicious woman. You've gone too far this time. I'm calling my son. She fumbled for her phone to call Gu Yan, but unfortunately the call didn't go through. Yuka chuckled, clenching her fists as she stared at Gu Yan's mother. Gu Yan? Oh, he's been taken away by the police. Gu Yan's mother froze, staring at Yuku in disbelief. You called the police on Gu Yan? Do you have any idea what you've done? He's the head physician at the hospital, with a bright future ahead of him. Are you trying to ruin him? Why didn't you just die out there? How can you be so heartless? She collapsed to the floor, wailing and pounding the ground in despair. Yuka sat quietly, watching her cry, watching her put on a show. The old her had been blind to people's true nature. It was her own fault for trusting them. But now, she wouldn't let anyone bully her again. If they wanted to call her crazy, then she'd make sure to use that to her advantage. You're so noisy. I think my mental illness is about to act up, Yuka said, standing up and slowly approaching with the knife. Gu Yufei burst into tears, screaming, "Bad woman. Give me back my dad and mom." Gu Yan's mother, terrified, held the child tightly and backed away. What are you doing? I'll call the police on you. I have a mental illness, remember? The police won't care, Yuka said, lifting Gu Yufei's chin with the knife. Are you scared? Do I seem terrifying? Your dad and mom pushed me to this point. Yuka suddenly swung the knife down toward Gu Yufei. The child screamed, crouching down and covering her head, but the knife struck the wall instead. Yuka had done it on purpose to scare Gu Yufei. She knew the child was probably innocent. But wasn't she innocent too? She had almost been trapped in a mental hospital forever. Gu Yan's mother, her legs weak with fear, looked at Gu Yufei, who had wet herself from terror. She scrambled to her feet, grabbed the child, and fled, afraid that if she stayed any longer, Yuka would actually kill them. As soon as they left, Yuka called a locksmith and a moving company. She instructed them to clear out everything that belonged to Lu Yuro, Gu Yufei, and Gu Yan, throwing it all out. This was her home now. Who are you? Isn't this Yuro and Dr. Gus' house? The commotion from the moving and lock changing had attracted the neighbors. One of them, an older woman, came out and asked, recognizing Yuku but speaking angrily. Aren't you the mistress? Ma'am, take a good look. See who the real mistress is. Yuka held up her marriage certificate and the property deed. See this? Gu Yan and I have been married for 5 years. He committed bigamy with Lu Yuro and even had a child with her. Understand now? The neighbors stared at Yuku in shock. They hadn't expected Lu Yuro to be the other woman. You're really Dr. Gus' wife? One neighbor gasped. When we bought this house, it was our marital home. We were the first to renovate it. I remember meeting you when you came to inspect your new place 5 years ago, Yuka said, looking at the older woman. The woman froze for a moment, thinking hard before slapping her forehead in realization. That's right. I did see you and Dr. Gu back then. Then it was suddenly Lu Yuro, and I thought I must remembered wrong. Turns out, Lu Yuro was the mistress all along. This is my marital home, huh? Yuka let out a bitter laugh. I was sent to South Sudan on a peacekeeping mission for the hospital. 5 years away, and he lived comfortably with his mistress. The older woman's face turned white with anger. Why didn't you explain earlier? I was traumatized from the battlefield and couldn't speak during that time, Yuka said softly. The woman gritted her teeth in fury. You're a hero. And to think Dr. Gu turned out to be such a person. She turned to the movers. Hurry up and throw out all the mistress stuff. Ma'am, could you add me to the neighborhood group chat? I'd like to introduce myself, Yuka said with a gentle smile. The woman nodded. Of course. Thank you, ma'am, Yuka said as she joined the group. The woman, full of righteous indignation, began gossiping about Lu Yuro in the community chat as soon as she got home. Gu Yan always cared so much about what others thought of his daughter? Well, fine. Yuka would make sure everyone in the neighborhood knew that Gu Yufei was an illegitimate child. Li Lan made a phone call, and the police handed over video evidence to the criminal investigation department showing Gu Yan harassing Yuka during their marriage and forcing her into situations. Now Gu Yan has to cooperate with the criminal investigation, and even though he hired a lawyer, he's being detained for 48 hours. During this time, Gu Yan's mother is frantically running around, crying and begging people for help. Unfortunately, the Lu family looks down on Gu Yan and his mother, so Lu Jiaming, prioritizing his own interests, refuses to get involved. Left with no other option, Gu Yan's mother takes the child to stay at a hotel. Meanwhile, at Dongli International, Yuko has already blended in with the community. She's been active in the neighborhood group chat, sending red envelopes and leaving candies on each floor of her building, introducing herself as Gu Yan's wife. The news that Lu Yuro is the other woman has already spread like wildfire, thanks to the gossiping neighbors, particularly Aunt Chen. Gu Yan's lawyer finally manages to get him out, but after 48 hours of little to no rest, he returns to the community looking disheveled. Seeing one of the neighbors, Aunt Chen, Gu Yan politely greets her. However, she gives him a cold glare, turns away, and starts chatting with her friends. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looks decent on the outside, but while his wife is out there serving as a peacekeeper and hero, he's back home having an affair and even committing bigamy to have a child. That Gu Yufei is an illegitimate child. That little girl is an illegitimate child? I knew she had that vixen look, another chimed in. Like mother, like daughter. Gu Yan froze in place, frowning as he stared at Aunt Chen. Aunt Chen, who told you these things? Aunt Chen rolled her eyes. What? You don't acknowledge your own wife? Live off the house she bought, and shack up with your mistress? You so-called Phoenix men from small towns are just disgusting. No way my daughter would ever marry someone like you. The neighborhood aunties, already biased in their thinking, now avoided Gu Yan like the plague whenever they saw him. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his face darkening as he quickly headed upstairs. How did the news about Lu Yuro being the other woman suddenly spread throughout the community? He didn't care much about what they said about Lu Yuro, but dragging Fei Fei into this was absolutely unacceptable. His daughter was his only soft spot. Stepping out of the elevator, Gu Yan almost didn't recognize his own front door. Upon closer inspection, he realized the door had been replaced. He tried his fingerprint, but the lock didn't budge. Frustrated and embarrassed, he called his mother. Before he could even dial, he heard the sound of Gu Yufei crying and his mother shouting angrily. Who are you calling a phoenix man? Who's an illegitimate child? Watch your mouths, or I'll tear them apart. Gu Yan's mother was in the elevator, arguing with the neighborhood aunties while holding the child. Oh really? Your son's living in a house someone else bought, had a child with his mistress, and you think she's not an illegitimate child? What is she, your family's ancestor? Aunt Chen retorted sharply. People like you raise people like him. While that poor girl was out on peacekeeping missions, you stole her parents' inheritance. You're disgusting, Aunt Chen added, leading her group of friends away, still cursing under her breath. As she passed Gu Yan, she even spat in his direction. Gu Yufei wailed, and when she saw Gu Yan, she became even more upset. Daddy! Gu Yan quickly stepped forward and scooped her into his arms. Fei Fei, don't listen to them. Don't listen, okay? Be good. Mom, what's going on? Gu Yan's expression darkened. Oh, Yan, you're finally back. That crazy woman is trying to kill us. She threw out all of our things and changed the locks. She's not letting us in. Gu Yan's mother cried, slapping her thighs in frustration. Gu Yan froze for a moment, staring at the door. Yuka, she's back? She's back. That crazy woman is inside. She threw out everything that belonged to you, Yuro and Fei Fei. She changed the door and the locks, and now she won't let us in. She even spread rumors in the neighborhood group chat saying Fei Fei is an illegitimate child. What are we supposed to do? Even the kindergarten knows now. Parents are gossiping, and kids are pointing at Fei Fei, calling her an illegitimate child. Gu Yan's mother cried and cursed. That wretched woman. Why didn't she just die out there? Now she's back to ruin us. Gu Yan stayed silent for a long time, then angrily pounded on the door. Yuko, open the door. We need to talk. Yuko. When there was no response, he continued banging. Yuka, do you really have to go this far? Fei Fei is my bottom line. If you keep this up, there will be no room for negotiation between us. Gu Yan was furious, heartbroken for his daughter. The term illegitimate child was cruel and damaging, and Yuka's actions were detrimental to Fei Fei's growth. He had chosen to marry Lu Yuro back then for Fei Fei's sake, after all. He had done everything to protect his daughter, and yet Yuko was now doing this. Yuko, if you don't open the door, I'll call the police. Gu Yan shouted angrily. The smart lock's camera lit up, and Yuka's cold voice came through. Go ahead, call the police. You already have a history of harming me. This is my home, and I'm legally keeping you out. Got a problem with that? Gu Yan froze, stunned by her indifference. Yuko, open the door. This is our shared property. You have no right to keep me, my mother, or Fei Fei out. Oh, I have a mental illness. I'm afraid I might kill someone. So it's better if you all stay far away from me. As for my parents' inheritance that you spent, the interest alone covers the cost of this house. If you don't like it, go ahead and call the police. With that, you could cut off the video feed. Gu Yan stood outside the door, his anger boiling over as he kicked the door in frustration. Yuko, call someone to unlock the door. This is our home, and she's acting like she owns it. Women like her won't listen unless you teach them a lesson. You need to hit her once so she'll know who the head of the household is. Gu Yan's mother angrily suggested. Fei Fei clung to Gu Yan, crying. Daddy, hit her. She's so bad. Gu Yan frowned as he looked at his mother. Mom, don't say such things in front of the child. His mother snapped back, annoyed. Then what do we do now? Let's contact the Community Women's Federation for mediation, Gu Yan said, rubbing his temples as he called the local committee. When the women's director arrived, her expression was grim, and she didn't bother hiding her disdain for Gu Yan. Your wife already reported the situation to me yesterday. You cheated on her while she was out of town, even had a child with someone else. You're the one at fault here. If she doesn't want to let you in, you have no one to blame but yourself. Suppressing his anger, Gu Yan spoke through gritted teeth. Director Lee, aren't you supposed to mediate? This is our shared home. Director Lee scoffed and rang the doorbell. Yuka, it's me, Director Lee. Look, it's not great to keep them locked out like this. The neighbors have already complained about the disturbance. Could you do me a favor and let them in? You can talk things out behind closed doors. Inside, Yuka opened the door, her eyes red and her frail figure trembling. She sniffled. All right, Director, I'll listen to you. Sorry for causing trouble. Director Lee sighed, looking at Yuku with pity. Such a good woman. Some men just don't appreciate what they have. She shot Gu Yan a sharp look before speaking in a stern tone. You two better talk it out. If you dare lay a hand on her, I'll report it to the community. Even if this house has your name on it, you won't be allowed back in. We'll label you a danger to the community. Gu Yan bit his lip, holding his daughter Gu Yufei tightly, saying nothing for fear of scaring the child. You shameless little tramp. You'll get what's coming to you. Emboldened by Gu Yan's presence, his mother immediately started hurling insults. What's your problem? Is this how a mother-in-law behaves? Director Lee hadn't even reached the elevator when she heard the commotion. If you keep this up, I'll make sure you're the first to be banned from the community tomorrow. Gu Yan's mother was about to retort, but Gu Yan stopped her. His face darkened as he stepped inside, setting Gu Yufei down and closing the door. Yuko, what's the meaning of this? Fei Fei is innocent. Do you really want to ruin her childhood? She's just a child. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Gu Yan's frustration boiled over as he glared at Yuku. Yuku met his gaze calmly. Take it out on you, huh? She nodded, then slapped him hard across the face. You crazy woman. How dare you hit my son? Gu Yan's mother, emboldened by numbers, rushed forward, ready to strike Yuku. But Yuku pulled out a kitchen knife, pointing it at Gu Yan's mother, who froze in her tracks. Gu Yan, this lunatic needs to be sent to a mental hospital. His mother exclaimed, terrified. Though Gu Yan felt guilty, seeing Yuku brandishing a knife at his mother made him furious. Yuku, don't go too far. She's my mother and deserves respect. She's your mother, not mine, Yuku replied coldly, turning her attention back to Gu Yan. This is my home now. I'll be living here from now on. If you want to live with a crazy woman, be my guest. Suddenly, a scream came from the other room. Daddy, my toys. They're all gone. Daddy, Gu Yufei cried hysterically. Bad woman. I hate you. Yuka stood in place, watching Gu Yufei's tantrum with cold indifference. Gu Yan rushed to the room, gasping when he saw the state of it. All of Gu Yufei's belongings had been thrown out. The room was now a cluttered storage space filled with junk. Yuko, what's the meaning of this? This is a child's room. Gu Yan's voice trembled with anger. We don't have kids, Gu Yan. So how could this be a child's room? Yuka sneered, sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, still holding the knife. Did they really think her years in South Sudan were a vacation? You've gone too far, Yuku. Gu Yan was shaking with rage but felt powerless. His mother sat on the floor, wailing and cursing loudly. Bad woman. Give me back my toys. Gu Yufei cried, stomping her feet. In the chaos, she broke free and charged at Yuku. Yuka calmly grabbed the back of Gu Yufei's shirt, lifting her off the ground. Gu Yan turned pale with fear. Yuka, don't hurt the child. Yuka waved the knife, making Gu Yan almost drop to his knees in terror. What are you doing, you lunatic? His mother shouted, horrified. Don't hurt her. Yuka brought the knife close to Gu Yufei's neck, silencing her cries. Parents like you raise children like her. This is my home, and she's the intruder. Putting the knife down, Yuka gave Gu Yufei a hard slap on the backside. Remember this. This is my home. You have no claim here. On my turf you want to play queen? Dream on. Yuku. Gu Yan's anger reached its peak. I've never laid a hand on her, and you think you have the right to? Grabbing Gu Yufei, he glared at Yuku, raising his hand as if to strike her. You hate me, don't you? Then take it out on me. Yuka stared him down, her gaze icy as she picked up the knife again. Go ahead. Hit me. Let's see if you have the guts. If you do, I'll make sure we both go down together. Gu Yan looked at Yuku, his heart trembling inexplicably. The hand he had raised froze in midair, not daring to strike. At this moment, Yuku, if Gu Yan really dared to hit her, she was ready to go mad and fight back. Yuku, you've really become hopeless. Gu Yan withdrew his hand, glaring at her with anger. How did you end up like this? Yuka let out a sarcastic laugh, her voice trembling slightly. How did I end up like this? Isn't it all thanks to you? Though her speech was still a little halting, at least she could finally speak again. Gu Yan averted his gaze. I know it was wrong of me to send you to the mental hospital, but look at yourself in the mirror. Always holding a vase or a knife sending you there was for your own good. Yuka chuckled and sat on the sofa. Really? Gu Yan decided not to argue further. He walked through the house, inspecting each room. Fei Fei's belongings were gone, while his mother's room was still intact, though the bedding had been thrown out. Yuku, let's have a proper talk. Gu Yan gestured for his mother to take Fei Fei to the room. Fei Fei, clearly frightened, didn't dare to cry out loud. She just clung to Gu Yan's mother, staring at Yuku in fear. Yuka leaned back on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Gu Yan. I'm glad you're back. Let's live a good life together from now on. As for Lu Yuro, you should sign the papers quickly. You've seen it yourself, everyone at the mental hospital is under Lu Jiaming's control. Even if I want to protect you, I can't. Let's avoid trouble. You sign the letter of understanding, let her out, and let her take Fei Fei away. After that, we can still have our own child in the future. Gu Yan crouched beside her, speaking softly, trying to negotiate. Yuka looked down at him from above, her hand holding a kitchen knife, tapping it lightly against the sofa. If she had once held any illusions about Gu Yan, now there was nothing left but disgust, revulsion, and a visceral sense of nausea. Gu Yan, do you even know what kind of place South Sudan is? Yuka tilted her head back, staring at the ceiling. Over the years, if it weren't for Li Hanzhou, she might have already been dead. She had thought returning to her home country would be safer than South Sudan, that she could finally sleep peacefully. But her beloved husband, Gu Yan, had personally sent her into a mental hospital. Keke, I know you suffered a lot in South Sudan, but I didn't have it easy in Haicheng either. I almost died the same year you had your accident. Gu Yan's eyes reddened as he spoke. Yuka believed him. She believed that in the first year of her accident, Gu Yan's grief and sorrow weren't fake. She believed he had once truly grieved for her. But unfortunately, that love was too shallow, fading far too quickly. How naive of her, never expect anyone to truly empathize with your pain. Yuka let out a bitter laugh, her tears uncontrollably streaming down as she stared at the ceiling. A knife hurts the most when it's stabbed into your own flesh. Gu Yan frowned. Keke, I swear I didn't know about the mental hospital situation. You have to believe me. Yuka glanced down at her bandaged toes. I had to break 2 toes just to get admitted to the emergency room. If I hadn't saved myself, I'd probably still be trapped in there, living like a zombie for the rest of my life. She leaned forward, placing the kitchen knife against Gu Yan's neck. Gu Yan, I never imagined my worst nightmare would come from you. The 5 years in South Sudan had been a living hell, but aside from the moment Lu Ming died in front of her, the most terrifying and despairing moment was waking up in that mental hospital. Gu Yan's face darkened as he cautiously looked at her. Keke, put the knife down. It's too dangerous to hold it like that. Yuka studied him intently, as if trying to see through him entirely. Her parents had once told her, you can never truly know someone's heart. She hadn't understood back then, firmly believing Gu Yan would never betray her trust. Now, she realized how wrong she was. How utterly naive. You should get some rest. Seeing her momentarily lost in thought, Gu Yan carefully pushed the knife away and quickly stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. Relieved that she didn't lash out again, he exhaled deeply. Keke, take a good rest. They'll sleep in the guest room tonight. Mom will stay with Fei Fei. I'm too exhausted. Well, talk about the letter of understanding tomorrow. Gu Yan, who hadn't slept in 48 hours, could barely stay awake. Yuka didn't respond, seemingly lost in thought. The next morning, Gu Yan and his mother were awakened by an overwhelming, acrid smell of gas. What's that crazy woman up to now? Gu Yan's mother cursed as she opened the door. What's that smell? It's unbearable. Gu Yan coughed, rubbing his temples as he looked around. Mom, did you start cooking early this morning? Why is the gas smell so strong? Still groggy, Gu Yan had hoped to sleep in but was jolted awake by a nightmare, drenched in sweat. The gas smell was overpowering. Gas. Gu Yan's mother shouted in alarm and rushed to the kitchen. There, she found the gas stove turned on, releasing gas without a flame. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. Yuka, what are you doing? Realizing something was terribly wrong, both Gu Yan and his mother turned toward the sofa in panic. Yuka was sitting there, holding a lighter in her hand, her smile chillingly eerie.